Chapter 264. Vigilantly observing the Buddha, with a sense of foresight, had already contemplated the subsequent developments following Sha Wujing's exposure. He found himself secretly amused. Once Sha Wujing was revealed, he could easily be utilized to procure certain advantages for the Buddhist realm. The Buddha spoke with conviction. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, Maitreya, allow the Yellow Eyebrow Boy to return to heaven. You have worked hard during this time, and must remain vigilant, never letting your guard down against Sha Wujing." Maitreya descended to the mortal realm, first arriving at the abode of the Yellow Eyebrow Boy, informing him that their endeavor had reached its conclusion, and he could now return to heaven. Meanwhile, the lesser demons below remained trembling and terrified, some even contemplating that this might be a grand opportunity. However, Maitreya swiftly struck out with his palm, causing the lesser demons to disintegrate into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Why? One remaining spirit of a lesser demon dared to inquire. "Are you questioning my authority?" Maitreya scoffed, his eyes gleaming with golden light. In an instant, the spirit was reduced to ashes. The remaining spirits of the lesser demons, now silenced by fear, scattered in haste, awaiting their passage into the underworld to commence their next cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, Tang Yu and his companions were leisurely approaching the vicinity. Could it be that the Buddhist sect would simply let matters rest? To him, it seemed unlikely, especially since the Yellow Eyebrow ancestor was still alive. They would not abandon their pursuit until despair truly set in. Third brother. Maitreya appeared beside Tang Yu, prompting a sense of bewilderment in him as to how this old fellow kept materializing unexpectedly. "I have just thoroughly investigated. Indeed, there are some monsters here, but I have efficiently dealt with them," Maitreya remarked with a smile. "Thus, you can proceed with confidence. Furthermore, to prevent any potential dangers from these creatures, I shall discreetly protect you." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Sha Wujing, a subtle aura of sanctity enveloping the air, startling Sanlungzi to the point of nearly kneeling. Sanlungzi felt utterly perplexed. What was happening? He sensed a hint of hostility emanating from Maitreya. Tang Yu paused momentarily, uncertain of Maitreya's intentions. Nevertheless, he decided to follow him discreetly. If any monsters arose, Maitreya would handle them, which appeared to be more convenient. With that, Maitreya's figure flickered and vanished, clearly hiding in the shadows, maintaining a watchful eye on Sanlungzi, his gaze unblinking, prepared to intervene at any moment, his mind highly alert. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor observed this scene, nodding in approval, and even felt a twinge of schadenfreude, almost amused. To him, it seemed that not only was this challenge insurmountable, but the entire journey to the west was fraught with calamity. This thought lightened the Jade Emperor's mood. However, he was reminded of the unresolved matter concerning the theft from the heavenly treasury, with no leads on the culprits. He found himself enveloped in a sense of melancholy once more. For the past few days, an unsettling suspicion had taken root in his mind. His cigarettes seemed to have vanished without a trace. At times, he distinctly recalled having a substantial half-pack, yet upon inspection, he discovered only a mere handful remained. Initially, the Jade Emperor entertained the possibility that he might have misremembered. However, with heightened vigilance, he ultimately confirmed that cigarettes had indeed gone missing, the discrepancy unmistakable. In his estimation, the theft was undoubtedly the work of a cunning rogue, who had stealthily pilfered from him. Consequently, the Jade Emperor was now loath to store his cigarettes elsewhere, for the sake of security. He felt compelled to carry them with him at all times. Tai Bai Jinxing, Li Jing, have there been any developments regarding the case of the heavenly treasury theft? The Jade Emperor inquired, a cigarette perched between his lips as he sat regally upon his dragon throne. "Reporting to your majesty, we are utterly inept," Tai Bai Jinxing replied, kneeling upon the ground. "Despite the passage of time, we have uncovered not a shred of information. Many innocent souls have been apprehended in our search, particularly several guards of the heavenly treasury who have endured severe interrogations. However, it has been confirmed that they did not conspire to steal from their post. Li Jing had believed that with enough coercion, they would confess, and the case would be swiftly resolved. Yet these individuals possess a fierce spirit, unwilling to yield even in the face of death." The Jade Emperor was not particularly surprised. After all, anyone capable of stealthily infiltrating the heavenly treasury must possess considerable skill. It was hardly unexpected that they could not be traced. It was also likely that those within the heavenly realm were well aware of their every move. rendering them vulnerable with the enemy lurking in the shadows. Since we are unable to uncover the truth, let this matter rest, the Jade Emperor declared, unwilling to pursue the investigation further. The ongoing inquiries had instilled a sense of unease among the denizens of the heavenly court. In the Emperor's view, continuing the investigation would yield nothing of value. His gaze hardened as he surveyed the assembly of gods below. As for the perpetrator behind this incident, I shall not pursue the matter any further. However, should another theft occur within the heavenly realm, I will ensure a thorough investigation is conducted. His voice resonated with authority, serving as a warning to the thief. I choose to abandon this inquiry, but do not dare to steal again. Otherwise, I shall not show mercy. Furthermore, tie by jinxing. My cigarettes are missing, the Jade Emperor instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes brightened momentarily before he averted his gaze, a hint of unease passing over his features. At your command, I shall descend to the mortal realm to seek out Tang Sanzang, Tai Bai Jinxing replied. Disperse, the Jade Emperor announced, rising to conclude the meeting. As Tang Yu resumed his journey, the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your efforts have thwarted the calamity of the Huang Mei old ancestor. You have seized fortune from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 100,000 fortune points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have stolen the golden mallet and the celestial seed bag. Claiming fortune from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 200,000 fortune points. Upon hearing these notifications, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. In his view, it was simply too little. As for the elder Huang Mei, he had undoubtedly been escorted back to the Western Paradise by Maitreya Buddha. He would certainly prove to be of great use in the future. Tang Yu, whether intentionally or not, glanced around. Although he did not sense Maitreya Buddha's presence, he was certain that the rotund figure was lurking in the shadows. If it were the joyful Buddha, Tang Yu would not hesitate to devise a plan to eliminate him. However, he held Maitreya Buddha in high regard. As their relationship was amicable, he always addressed him as third brother. Maitreya Buddha, concealed in the darkness, kept a vigilant watch over Sha Wujing, wary of any clandestine schemes he might be concocting. Strangely, no traces of such plots were discerned. Perhaps, due to his covert surveillance, Sha Wujing had yet to find a suitable opportunity. As for Maitreya Buddha's thoughts, Tang Yu paid them little mind. Even if he were to learn of them, it would matter not. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the Buddhist sect, which had so confidently labeled him as the Three Fool. Poor Three Fool remained blissfully unaware of the situation, diligently preparing meals, unwittingly burdened with the label of a variable. Chapter 265. What can your variables accomplish? Throughout this journey, Maitreya Buddha remained in hiding, closely monitoring Sha Wujing. Yet, no issues had come to light. Upon reflection, he realized that by uttering such words, he had inadvertently revealed his own concealed position. As he observed Sha Wujing commencing his cooking, Maitreya Buddha's heart raced. What if Sha Wujing were to poison the food? At this moment, Maitreya Buddha heightened his vigilance, ever watchful for any subtle movements from the Three Fool. Despite his profound cultivation, he failed to detect any anomalies. For some inexplicable reason, Three Fool suddenly shivered, casting a wary glance around. What an odd occurrence this was. In the Western Paradise, having recognized the potential for variables, the assembly of Buddhas gradually relaxed. It seemed that the impending trial of the daughter kingdom posed no significant concern as long as Maitreya Buddha remained vigilant. They believed no unexpected events would transpire. The Tathagata Buddha nodded silently, reflecting on whom to share the erguo to he had exchanged for. Drinking alone seemed lackluster. Stealing a glance at Bodhisattva Lingji, he decided to invite him, for they had shared drinks before. With faith in Maitreya Buddha's vigilance, the Tathagata Buddha smiled serenely, confidence radiating from his expression. For Maitreya Buddha, with his quasi-saintly cultivation, detecting any mischief from Sha Wujing would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, the Buddha's words rang true. The ancient Buddha of Randalamp chuckled as well. Now that they had recognized the potential for variables, the journey to the west would undoubtedly proceed without difficulty. The Tathagata Buddha cast a discreet glance at Bodhisattva Lingji, the meaning clear, he should join him shortly. The workday concluded. The Tathagata arose to his feet and made his way directly towards the back hall. The Bodhisattva Lingji, noticing the expression in the Buddha's eyes, felt a tinge of confusion but decided to follow nonetheless. Upon arriving at the meditation chamber, the Tathagata produced a bottle of erguo tu, and, employing his formidable powers, summoned some dishes from the mortal realm. Little G, you are now aware of the variables at play. This is indeed a joyous occasion for the Buddhist order. Let us indulge in a drink. The sight of the erguotu caused a glimmer of excitement in the Bodhisattva Lingji's gaze, for he too relished the euphoric sensation it brought. He even contemplated whether to discreetly procure a few bottles from Tang Sanzang. With 2 bottles of erguotu opened, the Tathagata extended his hand, conjuring 2 large bowls from thin air. The two clinked their bowls together and downed their drinks in one gulp. They exhaled deeply and hastily consumed a few bites of food to temper the effects of the alcohol. Moments later, they found themselves pleasantly intoxicated, leading to a natural increase in their conversation. Under normal circumstances, the Bodhisattva Lingji would never dare speak so freely with the Tathagata, yet the effects of the drink emboldened him. Buddha, rest assured about the journey to the west. I am now aware of the variables involved. The journey will undoubtedly proceed smoothly, and the Buddhist faith shall flourish. The Bodhisattva Lingji slurred, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and occasionally belching. Oh, little G. The Tathagata sighed. I merely feel a bit weary. How do you think I fare as a Buddha? Have I not devoted myself wholeheartedly? Buddha, you are exceptional. The Bodhisattva Lingji exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Thus, I say, among all in the West, you alone are fit to be Buddha. I recognize no one else. Indeed, I feel I have given my all, the Tathagata replied with a self-deprecating smile. Yet it seems my efforts often yield little appreciation, especially from the 2 saints. Enough of that. Let us drink, the Tathagata insisted. Suddenly, the door burst open. Who dares to be so bold? The Tathagata exclaimed, his eyes widening as if to scold the intruder. However, he saw the ancient Buddha of illumination frowning at the two. Ancient Buddha, come, join us for a drink. The Tathagata gestured for him to approach. The Bodhisattva Lingji, ever considerate, promptly stood, relinquishing his seat to the ancient Buddha, and even summoned a bowl for him. Come, ancient Buddha, let us share a drink together. The Bodhisattva Lingji urged, and thus, the ancient Buddha, though somewhat reluctant, took a seat. The trio quickly finished off the 2 bottles of erguotu. As their revelry continued, the Bodhisattva Lingji suddenly realized they were out of liquor. This simply won't do, he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Buddha, ancient Buddha, please wait. I shall go procure 2 more bottles from Tang Sanzang at once. Saying this, he dashed out, eager to descend to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, Maitreya Buddha had been observing the trio with a puzzled expression, yet he failed to perceive any issues. Truly, the variables were well concealed. As the skies shimmered, the Bodhisattva Lingji materialized beside Tang Sanzang, opening his mouth in preparation to speak, only to clutch a nearby tree and retch violently. Having already indulged excessively, the swift flight only exacerbated his condition. Tang Sanzang frowned and took a step back. A gust of wind swept by, carrying with it the pungent scent of alcohol that was utterly nauseating. One glance at the situation revealed that indulgence in drink had taken place. After expelling the contents of his stomach, the venerable Lingji Bodhisattva wiped his mouth and remarked, Third brother, fetch me 2 bottles of wine. With a wave of his hand, a trove of treasures landed beside Tang Yu. He retrieved 2 bottles and presented them to Lingji Bodhisattva. Yet, upon receiving the wine, Lingji Bodhisattva showed no inclination to depart hastily. Instead, he threw an arm around Tang Yu's shoulders, saying, Third brother, you have endured much on this journey. Dear brother understands. This statement left Tang Yu somewhat bewildered. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Just a bit taxing on the waist, he replied, feeling quite embarrassed. Third brother, there is no need for concern. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me, Lingji Bodhisattva assured, lighting a cigarette and thumping his chest. Whatever the matter may be, dear brother will handle it without hesitation. Even if I am unable to resolve it, fear not, for there are others, including the Buddha. Just a word from me will suffice. After letting out a hearty belch, he continued, Third brother, I am well aware of your struggles, but rest assured, you have the support of the Buddhist order behind you. Casting a glance at Sha Wujing, Lingji Bodhisattva's eyes widened with a sudden realization, momentarily forgetting the fear instilled in him by the 3 fools not long ago. Having consumed a bit of wine, he felt emboldened and stood up. What are you staring at? He glared at the 3 fools. Walking unsteadily towards them, the 3 fools retreated a couple of steps. Puzzled by Lingji Bodhisattva's demeanor, sensing a hint of hostility directed at them, with a swift motion, Lingji Bodhisattva seized the collar of one of the 3 fools, glaring fiercely. What's the matter? You've become unpredictable, haven't you? After another belch, he continued, "Listen here, Sha Wujing, you better behave, or I'll make sure you regret it. Understood?" What was going on? What unpredictability was he referring to? The three fools felt utterly lost, unable to comprehend Lingji Bodhisattva's words. "What is the matter? Do you dare defy me? What can your unpredictability do?" Lingji Bodhisattva tightened his grip on the collar, his eyes glaring down with disdain at the three fools, spitting in their faces as he spoke. The three fools, still clutching a kitchen knife, were about to put it away when Lingji Bodhisattva chuckled. "What do you need that knife for? Come, strike me. Aim for my head." Chapter 266. What do you want from me? Has Lingji Bodhisattva lost his mind? The hidden Maitreya Buddha watched in disbelief as Lingji Bodhisattva acted in such a manner. "What on earth are you doing, old fellow?" Although he had already deduced that the unpredictability referred to Sha Wujing, it was unwise to expose it so overtly. Here, he had laid it all bare. Tang Yu frowned slightly. After all, the three fools were still his disciples. It's rather inappropriate to treat them so harshly. As the saying goes, one must be cautious even when dealing with dogs. This scoundrel is simply taking advantage of the innocents. The three fools, having served for many years as the curtain-opening general in the heavenly court, had long since lost their pride and become obsequious. If Lingji Bodhisattva dared to speak to Sun Wukong in such a manner, it would indeed be a miracle if Sun Wukong did not retaliate with a blow. "What are you doing?" Tang Yu interjected. "Let go of me." The face of San Longzi flushed a deep crimson, yet he dared not utter a single word. As Lingji Bodhisattva released his grip, San Longzi lowered his head and resumed tidying up some kitchen utensils. Observing his silhouette, Tang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. "Let me tell you," Tang Yu averted his gaze, inexplicably reluctant to continue watching San Longzi's retreating figure. He pointed at Lingji Bodhisattva and declared, "Lingji Bodhisattva, listen closely. Those three are my disciples. If there are matters to address, you shall come to me. It is not your place to prance about here, making a show. What is the meaning of this? Is all this effort not for him? Why then the anger?" Lingji Bodhisattva, somewhat perplexed, noted Tang Yu's apparent ire and forced a sheepish smile. "Sengu, I was just a bit too tipsy. I shall take my leave now. The Buddha awaits." At that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva had regained some clarity, suddenly realizing his own thoughtlessness. This was clearly a case of alarming the snake by beating the grass. "San Longzi, let me tell you this. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, you have my permission to strike them down. I will take responsibility for any consequences," Tang Yu proclaimed loudly. "Wukong, Dai Zi, you too as well. If anyone shows off, take them down." Ah, such wisdom. Tang Sanzang's words evidently aimed to defuse the situation. Lingji Bodhisattva cast a glance at Tang Yu, clutching his wine, and vanished without a trace. "Master, is everything ready? Shall we set off?" San Longzi spoke calmly. Tang Yu gazed at him, a surge of frustration welling up within him. "Did you hear what I said? Why are you so spineless? In the future, if anyone shows off, strike them down." "I understand, Master." San Longzi replied with a smile. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately let out a sigh. "Master, Lao Sha's temperament is just like that." Zhu Ba Jie chimed in. Tang Yu, refusing to engage further, stormed toward the vehicle. Just as he was about to enter, a barely audible voice drifted from behind him. "Thank you, Master." Tang Yu paused, turning back to look at San Longzi. He saw him gazing into the distance, his eyes slightly reddened, perhaps by the wind. "Remember this, you few. You are my disciples, and no one else holds sway over you. Not the Jade Emperor, nor the Tathagata. Whoever dares to provoke you, take them down. I will bear the consequences." With that, Tang Yu stepped into the RV. The group of master and disciples set off once more. Lying in the RV, Tang Yu stared blankly at the ceiling. Why was he so angry? In that fleeting moment, it was as if he saw his former self reflected in San Longzi, so humble and sorrowful. Like a toothless dog, even the bark seemed to escape him. It took a long while for Tang Yu to regain his composure. Next stop, the kingdom of women. Huaguo is waiting for me. Upon this thought, Tang Yu's face brightened with a smile. He had no qualms about spending an extended time in the kingdom of women, allowing them to experience the beauty of life. This was indeed a grand endeavor, as it involved an entire nation. Contemplating this, Tang Yu felt the need for sustenance. It seemed he would soon have to send Wukong to fetch some ingredients, perhaps procuring some hearty delicacies. Westward, due to the return of the divine Bodhisattva Lingji with wine, the ancient Buddha of light, the Tathagata, and Bodhisattva Lingji found themselves in a state of inebriation. each holding a cigarette, their eyes glazed and their demeanor akin to that of drunken men, utterly devoid of the compassion expected of those within the Buddhist fold. We are aware of the uncertainties surrounding the journey to the West. Therefore, as long as Maitreya Buddha remains vigilant, we can rest assured that no unexpected occurrences will arise, declared the ancient Buddha of light with conviction. The ancient Buddha spoke wisely. The Tathagata nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that the journey to the West would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. As for the tribulations that had yet to be resolved, we shall find opportunities to amend them in due time. The journey to the West must be fulfilled, and the Buddhist community will surely flourish. The ancient Buddha of light was in high spirits. However, the Tathagata's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. I too believe it will be accomplished, echoed Bodhisattva Lingji, adding that upon the completion of the journey, the sages could repay their debts to the heavenly order, leading to a resurgence of the Buddhist community. Casting a meaningful glance at the ancient Buddha of light, the Tathagata remarked that the journey to the West is not merely a matter of accruing merit. It is intricately connected to the destinies of the two sages. Silence. The ancient Buddha of light's expression shifted subtly as he quickly recited a couple of sutras. Amitabha, Amitabha. He addressed the Tathagata, stating that the affairs of the sages should not be speculated upon behind their backs. It was my folly to speak so, the Tathagata replied, joining his hands in prayer and reciting, well said, well said. Bodhisattva Lingji felt quite bewildered, entirely unaware of the nuances at play. Was not the purpose of the journey to the West to repay the debts owed to the heavenly order, while simultaneously allowing the Buddhist community to thrive? However, the Tathagata's words hinted at a complexity beyond mere simplicity. Never mind. What does it matter to him? Life now is good. There is wine to drink, smoke to indulge in, and wealth to be earned. Life is rather pleasant. After all, the concerns of the Buddhist community rest upon the shoulders of the Tathagata and his companions. In this moment, Bodhisattva Lingji finally felt the lightness of being a bodhisattva. Observing the Tathagata, he recognized that leadership is not an easy burden to bear. Matters concerning the sages are not to be discussed among us, nor should we presume to interpret their intentions, remarked the ancient Buddha of light with a hint of profundity. Come, let us drink, let us drink. Bodhisattva Lingji, with bleary eyes, once more lifted his bowl. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the Tathagata's ear. Come to the chaos to meet me. This voice momentarily startled the Tathagata, who wondered if their earlier conversation had been overheard. Surely not. Rising to his feet, the Tathagata informed them, you may continue to drink at your leisure. I have matters to attend to. The two ancient sages wish to see me. I shall return to resume our revelry. Taking a cigarette and placing it between his lips, the Tathagata swiftly vanished into the chaos, pondering the purpose of the two ancient beings' summons. With a cigarette in tow, he burped. What do they want with me? Chapter 267. Have you become too conceited? Had it been any other day, the Tathagata would never have dared to speak so freely in the presence of the two sages. However, having indulged in wine and feeling a bit tipsy, coupled with his growing dissatisfaction towards the sages, he found himself emboldened. Under the influence of alcohol, these grievances erupted instantaneously. One might argue that he had dedicated himself to the advancement of the Buddhist teachings. However, his efforts were met with scorn, and he often found himself on the receiving end of criticism, even to the point of wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Particularly after the last incident, he nearly faced dismissal from his role as the Tathagata. The Tathagata, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhibited a somewhat dazed expression, his demeanor lacking the reverence it once held. At worst, he thought, he could simply resign and venture into entrepreneurship. After all, even if he failed, he would still be his own boss. Why endure humiliation beneath others? Moreover, the Tathagata believed that with his intellect, success in business was inevitable. Apart from some financial constraints, he had capable subordinates and a network of connections. Perhaps it was merely a matter of funding and slightly lacking strength. Zhuan-Ti was taken aback, entirely unprepared for such audacity from the Tathagata. Jijin, who had been meditating with eyes closed, opened them as both scrutinized the Tathagata. What manner of conduct is this? Zhuan-Ti asked, a hint of anger in his tone, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. The Tathagata's flushed face and bleary eyes bore no semblance of a monk's expected demeanor. This behavior resembled that of some petty ruffians from the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata regained a modicum of clarity. You summoned me, what is it? He inquired directly. Zhuan-Ti narrowed his eyes, nearly inclined to strike him down. What are the changes? Jijin asked. Didn't Ti mention it? It's Sha Wujing, the Tathagata replied, shaking off the ash from his cigarette, dismissively overlooking the two sages in his inebriated state. On ordinary days, he would not dare speak so boldly. Alcohol emboldens the timid, and even the Tathagata. One could only wonder how he would feel once sober, reflecting on the audacity of his words to the sages. Jijin and Zhuan Ti exchanged concerned glances, puzzled by the Tathagata's newfound bravado. Tathagata, Zhuan Ti called sharply, have you perhaps overstepped your bounds? Or do you believe you have done enough? You are but one Tathagata. There are many eager to take your place. At this, the Tathagata shivered slightly, as if the alcohol had begun to wear off. He discarded the cigarette and spoke slowly. The changes can be attributed to Sha Wujing, nearly certain. Very well, it is settled. You may leave, Jijin stated, with a subtle huff. The Tathagata bowed slightly and exited the chaos. Brother, I believe this rebellious child deserves to be punished severely. Zhuan Ti expressed his growing dissatisfaction with the Tathagata. What had become of the Buddhist community under his stewardship? The treasury was lost, and the waters of the merit pool had been pilfered. Under his management, the journey to the west had become disorganized. Even more audaciously, he seemed to regard them with utter disdain, speaking as if he were invincible. What had emboldened him so? As long as the trials of the journey to the west are completed, the rest can be temporarily disregarded, Jijin spoke softly. The implication was clear. There was no need to concern oneself with such matters now. It was merely an exercise in enduring humiliation. The primary objective was to fulfill the trials of the journey to the west. It was already understood that there were variables at play. Moreover, the Buddha had dispatched Maitreya to keep a vigilant watch. One could trust that the forthcoming tribulations would not pose any further issues. Quan Ti snorted in dissatisfaction with the Buddha. Were it not for the current exceptional circumstances, he would not hesitate to strike the Buddha down. He even felt a twinge of regret for having let him go. When he sensed the Buddha's presence again, he should have acted covertly to eliminate him with a single blow. In the lower realms, Maitreya closely observed Sha Wujing, yet he perceived no anomalies. This led Maitreya to reflect on the cleverness of the variables, whose concealment was indeed profound. However, he was confident that as long as he maintained his vigilance and denied any opportunities for mischief, the upcoming tribulations could be successfully navigated. Master, should we take a break? Pigsy panted. I am weary. Let us rest, Tangyu replied nonchalantly. Whenever fatigue set in, they would simply halt. This behavior caused Maitreya, lurking in the shadows, to grow increasingly suspicious. They had already squandered too much time on this journey. Had Sha Wujing conveyed some form of information to Tangxing? To this day, the Buddhist order was entirely unaware of how the variables were manipulating Tang's son. This left the Buddhist order at a distinct disadvantage, as they did not know what the enemy was plotting. The adversary operated in the shadows while the Buddhist order remained exposed, particularly with Lingji Bodhisattva, who foolishly grasped Sha Wujing by the collar, questioning him about the variables. Tangyu disembarked from the carriage. They were in a wooded area, and not far ahead lay a wide river. Sun Wukong had ventured far ahead before somersaulting back. Lighting a cigarette, Tangyu strolled leisurely towards the riverbank, removing his shoes to immerse his feet in the cool water. Master, how shall we cross the river? Sun Wukong inquired, approaching him. We shall fly across. Tangyu replied casually, plucking a piece of grass and placing it in his mouth. Were it not for the next tribulation involving the Western Liang Kingdom, he would not mind taking a detour. Maitreya was still following them discreetly. Tangyu contemplated whether to let him taste the mother river's waters, to understand the struggles of motherhood. The idea was appealing, but he had yet to devise a suitable method for implementation. A fish leaped from the river's surface. Quick-witted, Sun Wukong swiftly struck it with a stone and then expertly began to roast it. The sight of the sizzling fish, glistening with oil, made Maitreya, hidden in the shadows, gulp in envy. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about his days in the beggar's sect, where at least he could partake in some meaty sustenance. In the Western paradise, the identity of the variable was now known. With the Maitreya Buddha keeping watch, the other Buddhas were entirely unconcerned about impending calamities. Meanwhile, the Tathagata Buddha, the ancient Buddha of the lamp, and the Bodhisattva Lingji had indulged too much and were sprawled about in various positions. Occasionally, the Bodhisattva Manjushri cast a glance at the Shuangguang mirror before producing a set of mahjong tiles, inviting the three to partake in the game. The entire Western paradise exuded an atmosphere of relaxation. Some were intoxicated, others engrossed in mahjong, while a few merely observed the spectacle, and others had already succumbed to slumber. "Ah, we're out of cigarettes," Manjushri suddenly remarked. "Please wait a moment. I shall procure a pack from Bodhisattva Lingji." Arriving at Lingji's meditation chamber, he called out several times. But it was evident that Lingji was absent. A number of cigarettes lay openly discarded within the chamber. Observing the cigarettes, Manjushri cautiously surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of inner conflict, he stealthily returned, surreptitiously seizing a pack and hastily departing. Chapter 268. The Kingdom of Women in the West. This was his first foray into thievery, and it was rather exhilarating. Manjushri's heart raced. Though he reassured himself that Lingji would likely not notice, considering there were so many packs that he might not even recall the exact count. An inexplicable tension coursed through Manjushri, yet amidst the anxiety, there was a thrill. The pack had been opened, rendering it impossible to return. Well, I'll hold on to it for now. If Lingji discovers it, I shall explain that I came to exchange for cigarettes, and, having not seen him, simply took one pack. I can then offer him a treasure in return. If he remains unaware, then all is well. With this thought, Manjushri felt a wave of relief wash over him and returned to the mahjong table to continue playing. After some time, the Tathagata Buddha awoke from his inebriation. His expression still clouded with confusion, as if two saints had taken him on a journey into chaos. However, he could not quite recall the specifics of their conversation. If it was unclear, it must not have been of great importance. Contemplating this, he lit a cigarette for himself and stepped out of the meditation chamber to see how Tang Sung and his companions were faring. As the Tathagata emerged, the mahjong game abruptly ceased. Manjushri and the others hurriedly stood at attention. Yet, the Tathagata merely cast a fleeting glance at them before turning his gaze to the Xuanguang mirror, performing a quick calculation. Tang Sung and his party were nearing the Kingdom of Women in the West. As long as they kept a close watch on Sha Wujing, there should be no issues. The Tathagata mused. Nevertheless, a lingering unease remained within him regarding this challenge posed by the Kingdom of Women. What are the thoughts of the assembly regarding this trial? The Buddhas exchanged glances, unsure of what perspective they could offer. It was a matter that could either succeed or fail. A group of inept beings. The Tathagata muttered under his breath. Respectfully, my Buddha, it seems that with the Maitreya Buddha observing from the shadows, there should be no unforeseen occurrences, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra suggested. Not far away, the silver-headed Jyoti remained silent on matters of uncertainty. Due to his lowly status, he sometimes found himself without even the right to speak. Although the assembly of Buddhas had nearly confirmed that it was Sha Wujing, Jyoti held a different view. He had long harbored suspicions that it was actually Tang Sanzang. The latter's malevolence had left a profound psychological scar on Jyoti. Even if he were indeed the variable brought forth, his actions along the way were evident. Completely uncharacteristic of a monk. After a moment's hesitation, Jyoti spoke. I beseech the Buddha, even if Tang Sanzang was indeed presented by the variable, we have witnessed his conduct throughout this journey, especially with the multitude of women in the Kingdom of Women. This statement momentarily startled the Tathagata. Indeed, from the Tathagata's perspective, Tang Sanzang had been transformed and thrust into the limelight by the variable. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Tang Sanzang had undergone a profound change, indulging in various transgressions and relishing the pleasures of the world. Initially, the Tathagata believed that as long as Maitreya remained vigilant over the variable, there would be no cause for concern. However, he overlooked the issue of Tang Sanzang's transformation. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of Buddhas. Jyotti's inquiry struck at the very essence of the matter, leaving them all at a loss for words. Could this not lead to unforeseen consequences? The Tathagata's gaze grew vacant. Filled with a deep sense of powerlessness, the heavens seemed to abandon the Buddhist path. Would they not be able to complete a trial smoothly? Unlike the successful undertaking in Fengxian County, where, despite the death of a dragon subduing Arhut, the situation had shifted, allowing the Buddha to confront the Jade Emperor without fear. They had even leveraged the Arhut's demise to gain substantial benefits from the heavenly court, somewhat enriching the Buddhist treasury in the process. One could argue that the death of the dragon subduing Arhut had, in the grand scheme, yielded certain advantages. I beseech the Buddha, all of this is merely my conjecture. Perhaps if we keep a close watch on the variable, Tang Sanzang will naturally revert to his former self as a venerable monk. Jyoti offered a wry smile, fully aware that even he did not believe his own words. Glancing at the Xianguang mirror, he saw Tang Sanzang and the others enjoying a meal of fish. No, your concerns are entirely justified, the Tathagata conceded, lighting a cigarette. If unexpected events were to occur, how should we respond? Initially alerted to the variable's existence, the Lingshan assembly had relaxed. Yet, upon reflecting on Tang Sanzang, their tension resurfaced. The Buddhas exchanged glances, completely at a loss. Witnessing this scene, the Tathagata sighed deeply. A bunch of inept beings. You are of no use to me. I beseech the Buddha, in my view, we must still approach the matter from Tang Sanzang himself. Jiti continued. Tang Sanzang has pursued the path of Buddhism for 10 lifetimes. Although this life has seen alterations due to the variable, his aspiration towards enlightenment is etched in his very bones. With a little guidance, I believe Tang Sanzang will surely revert to his former self as a revered monk. As long as he transforms back into the former Tang Sanzang, with Maitreya Buddha closely monitoring the variables, one can trust that the future of the journey to the West will not encounter too many unforeseen circumstances. The Buddha, Shakyamuni, slightly brightened his eyes and cast a profound glance at the silver-headed Jeti. Indeed, you are quite correct. How was it that I had not previously recognized the intellect possessed by the silver-headed Jeti? It seems that prolonged proximity to my presence has inadvertently fostered a transformation, rendering you more astute. Well spoken. The Buddha nodded. In your view, how should we guide Tang Sanzang back onto the righteous path? Although Tang Sanzang's actions thus far have brought disgrace upon Buddhism, his essence is not inherently flawed. Given a chance for redemption, I firmly believe he can find his way back to the right path. The assembly of Buddhas remained silent, as they too were at a loss. I humbly report to you, my Buddha, that I have no viable solutions, Jeti said with a wry smile. He was, in fact, somewhat apprehensive of Tang Sanzang. After a moment of silence, the Buddha sighed. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of Tang Sanzang's redemption. Perhaps this trial will unfold without unexpected occurrences. As he spoke, the Buddha's voice wavered with uncertainty as he gazed at the Xian Guang mirror. At that moment, Tang Sanzang and his companions were gradually nearing the vicinity of the Western Liang Kingdom. As they continued forward, Tang Yu noticed the diminishing number of men. Truly, this is a kingdom of daughters, all awaiting the monk's arrival to bestow salvation upon them. Chapter 269, The Wandering Monk of the Great Tang. Some passers-by regarded the procession with curiosity, a lion pulling a cart, a monkey, a pig, and a bearded man. Nevertheless, some women still observed with intrigue. For many had never encountered a man in their lifetime. Some even pondered, is this what a man looks like? It seems that aside from a slightly smaller chest, there is little apparent difference from women. Fortunately, Tang Yu remained oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to enlighten them on matters of physiology. As they gradually approached the capital of the Kingdom of Daughters, Tang Yu beheld the legendary mother and child river. The pregnancy of the Kingdom of Daughters is said to stem from the waters of this river. Once consumed, regardless of gender, one becomes pregnant. How tyrannical. But what if a man were to become pregnant? How would he give birth? This world cannot perform cesarean sections. It is perplexing. To further investigate this conundrum, Tang Yu was quite tempted to have Maitreya Buddha, who lurked in the shadows, take a sip. Master, this river water is so clear, Pigsy remarked. Gazing at the waters of the mother and child river, Tang Yu was about to offer a word of caution, but reconsidered and said, Oh, why don't you taste it and see if it's good? Pigsy chuckled, entirely unaware that he had unwittingly been led into a trap by his master. He scooped up some water and took several hearty gulps. Maitreya Buddha, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of anxiety. Drink, all of you drink. As long as you do, this trial shall be complete. However, to his disappointment, neither Tang Sanzang nor Sun Wukong took a single sip. At that moment, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had indulged in copious amounts of drink. Observing the two simpletons, Maitreya Buddha couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle inwardly. How naive to think they could evade the reality of their circumstances in such a manner. However, it was rather curious why Tang Sanzang had not partaken at all. Perhaps he simply wasn't thirsty. After all, his vehicle was stocked with an abundance of fruits to quench his thirst. Although Tang Sanzang abstained from drinking, which meant he could not conceive, the fact that Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had done so could still be deemed a partial fulfillment of the task at hand. Master, this water is exquisitely sweet, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, urging him to taste it. Tang Yu waved his hands repeatedly. I am not thirsty, do not jest. This is no ordinary water, he thought, deeming himself unworthy of such indulgence. Poor simpleton, he took several more sips. You will soon discover the potency of this water. Tang Yu mused, ensuring that the two simpletons were sufficiently filled before he led them towards the palace. Along the way, the women around them scrutinized the group intently. Report. My king. A few men have arrived, a guard announced. They come from the eastern Tang, claiming to be monks on a pilgrimage to the west. The statement left several ministers in bewilderment. They had heard of rural wanderers, but this was their first encounter with the notion of Tang monks wandering. Did the people of the Tang have such audacity as to leisurely stroll to the west? Nevertheless, they were still men. Announce them. The queen's voice was soft yet commanding. Adorned with a crown and clad in a dragon robe, her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water. Exuding an aura of elegance that rendered those around her awestruck and humbled, hesitant to approach, announced the Tang wanderers into the palace. Upon hearing this title, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What was this Tang wanderers? How unappealing it sounded. Had he not already introduced himself as Tang Sanzang? He entered with his disciples. The queen, seated upon her throne, gazed at Tang Yu, her eyes unwavering. The reason for her scrutiny was clear. He bore a resemblance to a certain figure. Though somewhat unconventional in appearance, it was undeniable that Tang Yu was quite handsome. Tang Sanzang pays his respects to your majesty, he said, feigning formality with a slight bow. All eyes in the grand hall were upon the master and his disciples, with particular focus on Tang Yu. After a long pause, the queen finally regained her composure. No need for formalities. Tang Yu looked toward the queen, whose face resembled a blossoming peach, her lips alluring and eyebrows elegantly arched, radiating an air of valor. Truly, she was a beauty befitting the ruler of a kingdom of women, rivaling even the likes of the mother of Lishan. Throughout his journey, Tang Yu had encountered numerous enchanting women and ethereal beings, but in his discerning eyes, none surpassed the beauty of the bone demon after she revealed her true form. Though he regarded her with mere admiration as she belonged to the Monkey King. Next in line was the mother of Lishan. The queen's lips parted as if to speak. But suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Zhu Beiji and the simpleton collapsed to the ground, clutching their bellies. Regarding the two individuals, their bellies visibly expanding. Pigsy suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out, "Oh dear! Is the effect so swift?" He was taken aback as he noticed the rapid change. The onlookers in the grand hall shared his disbelief. "Master, help! Help!" Pigsy's desperate cries echoed through the chamber. "What is the matter?" Tang Yu feigned ignorance. A few ministers exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to inquire, "May I ask if you have partaken of the river water outside the city?" "Indeed, they have." Tang Yu pointed to the two. Instantly, the hall erupted in a clamor, some barely stifling their laughter. The woman who had spoken earlier continued, "That is the water of the mother and child river. In our daughter kingdom, we lack males, and to propagate, we must rely on this river's water. To conceive, one need only drink from it, and within 3 days, a girl will be born." "What?" Pigsy was left speechless. Sun Wukong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations, junior brother. You are about to become a father. You wretched monkey." Pigsy scolded Sun Wukong, then lamented, "Master, what shall we do?" He was in a state of panic. "Fear not. There exists a well at Jiang Mountain's Gathering Immortals Monastery, known as the Abortion Spring. Drinking from it will resolve your predicament," the Grand Master said with a gentle smile. "Hurry, hurry," Pigsy urged, desperate to avoid fatherhood. "That is out of the question," Tang Yu replied firmly. "As monks, we embody compassion. Now that you two are with child, the fetus has already taken form. To hastily terminate, it would be tantamount to taking a life." In that moment, Tang Yu resembled a venerable monk, radiating compassion and sanctity. Pigsy looked at Tang Sanzang imploringly. With a decisive wave of his hand, Tang Yu stated, "As a monk, I cannot stand idly by while lives are endangered. Especially since you two are my disciples. We shall remain here for several years until the child matures, and only then shall we continue our journey for scriptures." Chapter 270. A proposal of kingdom and land. Tang Yu was adamant about lingering for several years. Upon hearing this, the concealed Maitreya Buddha was taken aback. A delay of several years would mean no scriptures would be obtained. Originally, this trial involved Tang Sanzang drinking from the mother and child river and becoming pregnant. Subsequently, Sun Wukong would venture to Jiang Mountain to seek the abortion spring, but the true immortal Rui, due to the Red Boy's interference, would refuse. A fierce battle would ensue, culminating in Sun Wukong acquiring the water. However, with Pigsy and Sha Wujing now having drunk from the river, Maitreya Buddha felt that at the very least, the trial could be deemed somewhat successful. Yet, Observing Tang Sanzang's demeanor, it was evident he would not permit Sun Wukong to seek the abortion spring. Instead, he insisted that Pigzi and the others give birth and remain for several years. Moreover, he articulated these thoughts from a lofty perspective of monkish compassion. Maitreya Buddha was left in a state of bewilderment. In his perspective, this was entirely a result of the whims of fate. Yet, throughout this journey, he had been closely observing Sha Wujing, failing to uncover any issues. Upon reflection, if it was indeed a matter of fate, then there must be undisclosed methods at play, especially since even the sage had concealed the past. In the grand hall, upon hearing these words, everyone was filled with profound respect. Truly, he was a wandering monk from the Tang dynasty. This mere display of compassion surpassed that of many others. The queen of the kingdom of women gazed at Tang Yu with a hint of infatuation. Since the esteemed monk has spoken thus, bring forth some individuals to rest. She commanded. A group of women soldiers lifted Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, escorting them to the resting area. Erdai Zi and San Lung Zi continued to clutch their bellies, wailing in distress. Master, Erdai Zi said, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Tang Yu, on the verge of crying. He wished for his master's compassion to send the Monkey King to fetch the water from the fallen kitchen. Yet, Tang Yu seemed oblivious to his gaze, lost in contemplation about whether he should venture to Jiang Mountain to retrieve the fallen Techen first. It seemed that was not an option. It would be best to devise a way to have Maitreya Buddha drink some water first. When the time came, he could then collect the fallen Techen water. Perfect. However, how to persuade Maitreya Buddha to drink water remained a conundrum. Within the queen's palace, the flickering candlelight illuminated her exquisite visage. The Grand Master stood beside her and slowly remarked, Your Majesty, are you perhaps thinking of the wandering monk from the Tang dynasty? Though he may appear somewhat eccentric, perhaps all from the Tang are so. He seems quite remarkable. If your Majesty desires, why not keep him here to share your life? The queen furrowed her delicate brows slightly. I fear he may not be willing. She had indeed developed a fondness for this wandering monk from the Tang dynasty. The kingdom of women may lack men, but that did not imply they had never encountered one. This wandering monk was indeed a striking figure, radiating compassion. If such a person could remain here, she would willingly accept him as king, with herself as queen. With your Majesty's unparalleled beauty, no man in the world would refuse, especially with the kingdom of women as a dowry. The Grand Master smiled confidently. As long as your Majesty is inclined, such a fine outcome can certainly be achieved. The queen's fair complexion flushed slightly, akin to a red plum blossoming in the snow, shyly blooming. She bit her lower lip, pondering for a while before finally nodding. The Grand Master rejoiced. I shall summon the wandering monk from the Tang dynasty to meet with your Majesty at once. With that, he hurriedly exited, hidden in the shadows. Maitreya Buddha was utterly perplexed. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were expectant. From Tang Sanzang's demeanor, it was clear he intended for them to give birth. Were they truly to remain here for a decade or so until the child grew up before departing? He felt an urge to consult with the Tathagata. Yet he dared not leave, as he had to keep a vigilant eye on fate. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat. In just a couple of days, Zhu Beiji's child, Guagua, would make his entrance into the world. The inhabitants of the West, including the Buddha, were utterly bewildered. They had originally thought they sensed the fluctuations in the situation, especially with Maitreya Buddha keeping a close watch. Thus, they believed this challenge would present no significant issues. However, to their astonishment, numerous unforeseen events occurred. Now, both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were expecting, a circumstance that could not be allowed to come to fruition. Moreover, the fact that Sha Wujing, as a variable, had also become pregnant was perplexing. Could it be that he had realized we were aware of his variable nature and sought to exonerate himself through such means? This seemed highly probable. How naive indeed. To think that such a ploy could absolve him of the truth of his condition. Into Jieti grew increasingly suspicious regarding the matter of Sha Wujing's variable state. From his perspective, it was conceivable that Sha Wujing was not the culprit. Yet, his lowly status rendered him unable to voice his thoughts. Given that decisions had already been made regarding these matters, after careful consideration, Into Jieti refrained from expressing his concerns. What could be done? The Buddha furrowed his brow and began to inquire of the assembly of Buddhas below. Zhu Beiji was pregnant, and his wife, the Golden Holy Queen, was in the rear hall of the Spirit Mountain nurturing their unborn child, with no signs of movement from the spiritual fetus. Thus, It was rather peculiar that both were expecting. What to do about this? At that moment, the Buddha felt utterly at a loss, his mind a tumultuous whirl. He had initially believed that understanding the nature of the variables would prevent any unforeseen events. He had even celebrated with wine. Yet, once again, fate intervened with a resounding slap, echoing loudly. Setting aside the issue of Sha Wujing's variable nature, even Tang Sung seemed to be in a quandary. The Grand Minister from the Kingdom of Women was poised to present herself before Tang Sung. The king had decreed a marriage. In the Buddha's view, should Tang Sung refuse, it would indeed be a miracle. The assembly of Buddhas remained silent, lost in thought. The elder monk observed that it might be best for the denizens of Spirit Mountain to intervene and seek the fetal false spring for Zhu Beiji and the others. The ancient Buddha sighed. If they did not seek the fetal false spring, the children of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing would soon be born. Maitreya Buddha remained vigilant, not allowing a moment's respite. Yet, unforeseen events continued to transpire. It appeared that this variable possessed enigmatic methods, causing even a near saint like Maitreya to remain utterly unaware. How then would they resolve the issue of the marriage decree? With a furrowed brow, the Buddha became increasingly anxious. Just as one issue remained unresolved, another arose. In that instant, the ancient Buddha found himself devoid of strategies. Given Tang Sung's virtuous nature, there was a genuine possibility he would acquiesce to the marriage proposal. While one could not say it was a certainty, the likelihood was at least a staggering 99.9%. Chapter 271, The Brother of the Emperor. If Tang Sung indeed consented to the marriage, how then would the subsequent matters be addressed? The moment these thoughts crossed his mind, the Buddha felt a buzzing in his head. The old monk had no effective strategy at hand. With a sigh, the ancient Buddha reflected on the subsequent issues that arose. What if Tang Sung truly consented? What if he remained in the kingdom of women to sow seeds? Lighting a cigarette, the Buddha exhaled a long plume of smoke. Deciding to postpone the matter for later, he turned his gaze towards the assembly of deities, Bodhisattva Puxian. You shall descend to the lower realm and fetch some childbirth springs from Jiang Mountain to deliver to Zhu Beiji and the others. This pregnancy dilemma is overwhelming. The Buddha, already weary to the core, felt drained. With the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes appeared hollow and vacant. The silken veil of his fan gently swept over his head, slowly obscuring his sorrowful gaze. As you command, Buddha. Bodhisattva Puxian accepted the decree and set off towards Jiang Mountain. Within the palace of the Kingdom of Women, the Grand Master arrived to convey a message, stating that the monk from the Tang dynasty was to meet the queen. Tang Yu eagerly awaited this moment. The mere thought of the king ignited a fervor within him. After exchanging a few words with his disciples, he followed the Grand Master into the queen's chamber under the cloak of night. There lay Erdes, moaning on the bed, surrounded by several women attending to him, including a midwife. For the midwife, assisting a man in pregnancy posed an unprecedented challenge in her long career. She even suggested that Zhu Beiji should first remove his trousers to study the situation and prepare accordingly for the delivery. Get out, all of you. Erdes shouted in anger. Even if I jump out of here and die, I certainly need your care. The palace maids and midwife exchanged glances before stepping outside. Oh mother, I was just joking, don't leave. He wailed, his voice filled with despair. Tang Yu, following the Grand Master, arrived at the entrance of the Queen's chamber. The Grand Master opened the door, gestured for Tang Yu to enter, and then closed it behind him, standing guard outside. This monk from the Tang dynasty was indeed quite handsome. Had he not been the object of the queen's affection, she would have seized him on the way here. Inside the chamber, a graceful figure sat by the bed, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling a beautiful silhouette. Just her presence quickened Tang Yu's heartbeat. Brother, the queen rose, blushing as she gazed at him. Her natural beauty, combined with her bashful demeanor, was utterly captivating. Tang Yu felt as though his heart might cease to beat at that very moment. Your Majesty, he began, regaining his composure, in the stillness of this late hour. May I inquire what brings you to summon this humble monk? He felt an urgent thrill coursing through him, eager to understand her intentions. Am I beautiful? The queen shyly glanced at him, clad in only an inner garment, draped in a delicate silk robe. Indeed, he replied, captivated. Tang Yu nodded. It is indeed beautiful. This statement was not without merit. Despite having encountered numerous enchanting women and even fairies throughout his journey, the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom appeared to him as if woven from dreams. The allure of the night stirred a certain impulsiveness within him, surrounding them. The delicate candles flickered softly, their flames dancing in the depths of their eyes, as if they were igniting a unique fire within each other's gaze. With the arduous path to the western heaven ahead, the queen boldly took Tang Yu's hand, suggesting, "Why not remain in my daughter kingdom? We could share our lives together. Would that not be delightful? Though my kingdom may not rival the grandeur of the great Tang, it is still a realm in its own right. Should you have the desire, I would gladly abdicate the throne, allowing you to become king while I take on the role of consort. What say you, dear brother?" Her voice, imbued with shyness, carried an enchanting lilt. Tang Yu, uninterested in matters of royalty, chuckled and grasped her hand in return. The implications of what would follow were all too apparent. The monks had long anticipated such an outcome, though they still held a glimmer of hope until the moment unfolded. With a wave, the Xianguang mirror vanished without a trace, and the expressions of the assembled monks remained rather placid, as this development had been foreseen. Alas! The Buddha spoke, his voice resonating with emptiness. Initially believing they had discerned the variables at play, they expected a smooth journey ahead, free from further complications. Yet now they realized their naivety. The prospect of Tang Sung remaining was indeed plausible, and this tribulation appeared insurmountable. Coupled with the previous trials of pregnancy, it seemed their plans had faltered. At that moment, Puxian Bodhisattva had descended to the mortal realm to assist Zhu Beiji and others in the delivery. The Buddha felt an unsettling sensation. It seemed the tribulations were not solely for Tang Song, but rather for the Buddhist order itself. "Does the Buddha have any contingencies for the matters below?" asked the ancient Buddha of light. "No plans, no arrangements whatsoever," the Buddha responded. What plans could there be? His mind buzzed with confusion, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. He chain-smoked, hoping for some spark of inspiration, even a simple remedy. But how could he amend what had already transpired? There was no recourse. "I do have a suggestion," the ancient Buddha of light interjected. Immediately, all the monks turned their attention to him as he continued. "Since events have unfolded as they have, we cannot reverse them. However, let us not forget the scorpion demon. This entity possesses remarkable powers and once stung the Buddha with a single cry. Yet, due to the unfolding of the journey to the west, the Buddha spared her life, allowing her to descend as a demon. All of this is orchestrated by the Buddhist realm. Ultimately, in the eyes of the Tathagata, the scorpion demon will meet her demise. Given this inevitability, assisting in the completion of a challenge during the journey to the west becomes a testament to the Tathagata's compassion. Thus, she was granted a reprieve. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Now that events have unfolded in this manner, there is no means to halt them. One can only hope that the scorpion demon successfully navigates this trial, sighed the ancient Buddha of light. After a brief contemplation, the Tathagata slowly remarked, "The scorpion demon is a female spirit, possessing striking beauty and adept in the art of seduction." Upon hearing these words, the assembly of Buddhas was momentarily taken aback, especially the ancient Buddha of light, who realized his oversight. He had neglected the fact that the scorpion demon was indeed a woman. Setting aside all else, in terms of appearance, the scorpion demon rivaled the queen of the kingdom of women and was particularly skilled in enchantment. This trial was originally set into motion by her, as she sought to entice Tang Sung. Given Tang Sung's current disposition, he hardly requires any allure. He might even undress willingly, making the passive act become proactive. There are no alternatives left. The ancient Buddha of light let out a deep sigh, his expression seemingly aged in an instant. Regarding Tang Sung, he felt utterly powerless. Initially, the atmosphere within the Buddhist realm was buoyant upon discovering a variable, yet it had now grown tense once more. The challenges were, indeed, exceedingly formidable. The aspiration was merely to complete a trial during the journey to the west, to elevate the Buddhist faith, yet the endeavor proved so taxing. In the depths of chaos, the duo of Jane and Zhuanti lamented. They were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead in the journey to the west. Hardly any obstacles had been surmounted. If this continued, the journey would be in vain, and should that occur, they too might face dire consequences. The hard-won plan to repay the merits owed to the heavenly Tao would be rendered futile if the Tao were to demand its dues abruptly. "Brother, what are your thoughts?" Zhuanti inquired gravely. "What to think? Simply observe with one's eyes," Jane sighed. "I too am at a loss. No one could foresee that a mere variable would culminate in such a dire state after years of effort. Brother, you must not give up. You must devise a strategy," Zhuanti urged, panic in his voice. "If the journey to the west fails, we shall be in peril as well." "I am well aware," Jane replied. yet I find myself powerless. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuanti said, I suspect that the Tathagata has a flaw in his perception. Jane closed his eyes, remaining silent. Observing this, Zhuanti let out a sigh and ceased to speak further. In the 33 heavens, within the palace of Doshui, the supreme Laojun gazed intently at the heavenly Tao stone, continuously waving the dust in his hand as if engaged in some profound deduction. The heavenly Tao stone flickered, and countless images flashed before him, seemingly encapsulating the fate of all sentient beings in that fleeting moment. Suddenly, a surge of enhanced power emanated from the heavenly Tao stone, causing the supreme Laojun to furrow his brow. In an instant, the heavenly Tao stone fell silent, only to flicker once more shortly thereafter. Countless images flickered past. The supreme old man gazed in disbelief at the heavenly Tao stone before him, his eyes unblinking. He beheld Sun Wukong, radiating an overwhelming power, wielding his iron staff to strike the heavens. He also glimpsed the woman slumbering in the depths of hell's 19 layers. He saw the other revered sages, along with Hongjun. The scenes danced before him, elusive and indistinct. Yet, amidst the chaos, he discerned the terrifying battle of the saints. He witnessed Hongjun manifesting, his hair disheveled, exuding a formidable presence. Tang Sanzang, the supreme old man, stared in astonishment at the figure emerging from the heavenly Tao stone. On the stone, a silhouette was revealed. The reason for his astonishment lay in the profound loneliness that enveloped this figure, particularly evident in its eyes, which mirrored an intense desolation, imbued with deep sorrow, akin to a barren grave. Surrounding him was an expanse of void, and his form appeared more like a spirit than a corporeal being. In this emptiness, he sat in a daze, as if imprisoned, unable to break free. With a soft thud, the heavenly Tao stone emitted a faint sound, and the images vanished, revealing a tiny crack upon its surface. A glimpse of the future? The supreme old man began to pace, pondering whether these were events destined to unfold. As a variable, he recognized the future's inherent unpredictability. It could not simply materialize before him. But what truly was occurring? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. The game of the heavenly Tao? The original constants had transformed into variables, the future brimming with infinite possibilities, elusive and unpredictable. The emergence of these variables compelled the heavenly Tao to engage in a silent contest, rendering him, a variable, once again a constant. Was this why a fragment of the future had been revealed? The supreme old man sank into contemplation. If this were indeed the case, would the future unfold as depicted by the heavenly Tao stone? Would everything proceed along its predetermined path? Even if Tang Sanzang were a variable, could he escape the grand design of the heavenly Tao? Reflecting carefully upon that void, it was devoid of light. Mountains and rivers, even time, seemed to have stilled. It felt infinitely vast, yet also condensed into a singular point, resembling an expansive, desolate grave. Only Tang Sanzang's solitary spirit lingered within. The supreme old man began to calculate. Yet, such a realm seemed to exist beyond the three realms. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the depths of the heavenly Tao, a place of nothingness? If the future were to unfold as suggested, would he be eternally imprisoned in the depths of the heavenly Tao, in this void of solitude? Moments later, the supreme old man shook his head and laughed heartily. Since he was a variable, there must indeed be infinite possibilities. How could one determine his future based solely on the future's portrayal? With a flourish, he waved the floating sediment. The small crack in the heavenly Tao stone began to mend at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ultimately, it emitted a faint glow, and the heavenly Tao stone was restored to its pristine condition. In the depths of hell's 19 layers, darkness reigned supreme. Within the icy sarcophagus, the woman remained in a deep slumber. The Earth Mother stood not far off, her palm gently waving as waves of mystical energy spread forth. Before her, a stone began to coalesce into the unmistakable form of a monkey, identical to Sun Wukong. As the Earth Mother continued her incantation, the figure grew increasingly defined. After a moment, she ceased her spellcasting, remarking, "It is no easy feat to gather your true spirit. Had it not been for the contingency my sister left behind, you would have surely been lost to the void." Around them, small lights flickered, forming a formation that cloaked the monkey's silhouette. Sufficient to elude the scrutiny of sages and their calculations, she mused softly. With a wave of her hand, the monkey's form vanished within the array, followed by the disappearance of the Earth Mother herself. The depths of hell's 19th layer returned to its oppressive silence. In the kingdom of daughters, Tang Yu awoke feeling refreshed. Grateful for the previous night's indulgence, the king opened his eyes, gazing at him with a bashful demeanor, akin to a bride on her wedding night. Husband, I am here to assist you with your attire. The term husband sent shivers down Tang Yu's spine. Once dressed, they exited hand in hand, whereupon the assembled crowd knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor, long live the empress." Who was this empress? Tang Yu found himself bewildered, having assumed this title belonged solely to a woman. No need for such formalities, the king of the daughters said with a gentle smile. Might you accompany me to the morning court? Chapter 273. You should descend to the 18th layer of hell initially. The queen of the kingdom of daughters intended to pass her throne to Tang Yu, but he declined. The Buddhist monks would never allow such a transition to occur unchallenged. Additionally, while he had shared some stories with the queen, it would not be proper for an outsider to ascend the throne abruptly. You go on ahead. I must check on my two disciples, he stated, for as a mentor, he felt compelled to witness the arrival of their child. According to the denizens of the kingdom of daughters, the child was due to be born in 3 days. How swift indeed. The queen nodded, understanding, and did not press the matter further. As she made her way to the grand hall, the previous shyness and allure vanished, replaced by an undeniable air of nobility. Her gentleness was reserved for but one person, and as she passed, palace maids bowed in reverence. Upon arriving at the palace where Zhu Beiji rested, Tang Yu was taken aback. There lay Zhu Beiji, still with a swollen belly, albeit in disheveled attire. Just a glance was enough for Tang Yu to grasp what had transpired. Were the women of the kingdom of daughters truly so fierce? Even the pregnant fool had not been spared, subjected to such turmoil. Was there not concern for the well-being of the unborn child? Fool, Tang Yu admonished. Do take care of the child within you. Master, Zhu Beiji replied with vacant eyes, I did not wish for this. I was coerced. Very well, after all, you will not suffer any loss. Merely endure a bit of fatigue, Tang Yu remarked indifferently. Do not concern yourself with anything else. In just a couple of days, the child will be born, and at that time, you may do as you please. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji appeared as if he were on the brink of tears. Master, I beg you, let monkey brother fetch me some of that. What is it called, miscarriage spring water? Fool, the master chided. How could I, as a monk, act without compassion? The fetus has already taken form within you. To hastily terminate, it would be tantamount to taking a life. Such an act is utterly unacceptable in my eyes. Tang Yu spoke with righteous conviction, educating Zhu Beiji with deliberate intention. In Zhu Beiji's perspective, his master was clearly being willful. Throughout their journey, he had shown no sign of compassion, and now he was feigning it. It was evident that he was purposely putting them in a difficult position. Moreover, Zhu Beiji even suspected that his master had known from the very beginning that the water was problematic. He felt he had been unwittingly ensnared again, and vowed to be more astute in the future. You and Sam Lingzi should take good care of the pregnancy. Shortly, I shall instruct someone to prepare some nourishing supplements for you both. With that, Tang Yu exited, seemingly unconcerned about the matter of Zhu Beiji's pregnancy, for he believed the monks would manage the situation. As he walked, numerous palace maids prostrated before him, calling him Queen Tang Yu. This title made him grimace, as it felt rather peculiar. Some maids secretly observed him, their faces flushing as if they had conceived certain thoughts. However, he was already the emperor's man. To entertain any notions of involvement would be reckless. Though they were tempted to experience such intimacy, the value of life far outweighed their desires, and they quickly dismissed the thought. Master, do you truly not require my assistance at Jiang Mountain? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Surely you would not simply watch as your disciples bear children? Someone will go in your stead, Tang Yu replied enigmatically. Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed, unable to comprehend his master's reasoning. At Jiang Mountain, the Bodhisattva Puxian effortlessly obtained the miscarriage spring water from the hands of the Rui True Immortal. I am Puxian Bodhisattva from the Western Paradise, he stated, prompting Rui True Immortal to quickly kneel in reverence, as the Buddhist realm was not to be trifled with. Puxian Bodhisattva relished the sensation of being venerated. He made his way towards the kingdom of women and soon discovered the concealed Maitreya Buddha high in the heavens. I pay my respects to Maitreya Buddha, Puxian Bodhisattva greeted with a slight bow. What brings you here, Puxian Bodhisattva? Maitreya Buddha inquired. Zhu Beiji and the others are with child. The Buddha has sent me to Jiang Mountain to retrieve some miscarriage spring water, Puxian Bodhisattva replied with a wry smile. Originally, Maitreya Buddha felt somewhat conflicted, uncertain of how to proceed. He even contemplated whether to return to Ling Mountain to report to the Buddha. Yet, upon realizing that the Buddha had already orchestrated this matter, instructing Puxian Bodhisattva to procure the spring water, it seemed this challenge was destined to be resolved. However, what should be done if things do not proceed as planned? Should one merely stand by and watch as Zhu Beiji and others bring forth offspring? After a moment of contemplation, the Bodhisattva Puxian spoke. In that case, I must trouble Maitreya Buddha to deliver the waters of the falling fetus spring to Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Through the words of another Bodhisattva, he began to harbor some trepidation regarding the unpredictable nature of Sha Wujing. Furthermore, he held a profound fear of the travelers of the journey to the west, particularly Tang Seng. If possible, he wished to remain uninvolved in their affairs altogether. Having entrusted the waters to Maitreya Buddha, Puxian turned to leave, to which Maitreya had no objections, for he was seeking to exchange 2 boxes of cigarettes with Tang Seng. However, he recognized that he could not reveal himself too brazenly. Should these mortals witness him engaging in such amiable discourse with Tang Seng, it would surely undermine his own authority as Maitreya Buddha. Thus, after some deliberation, Maitreya resolved to make a discreet appearance. He followed Tang Seng back to the quarters of Zhu Beiji and the others. Maitreya's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he swiftly and silently manifested within the room. He, Brother San, Maitreya Buddha greets you with utmost flattery, he announced. What brings you here? Tang Yu inquired knowingly. It was evident that he had come regarding the matter of the 2 simpletons' pregnancies. Is there a chance to offer him some water? Maitreya Buddha, with a faint smile, spoke of his arduous journey to the Yangshan Mountains to procure the waters of the falling fetus spring. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Tang Yu, suddenly comprehending the source of his master's earlier confidence. Quick, Zhu Beiji urged insistently. Slow down, Tang Yu interjected. At this moment, the fetus has already taken form, akin to a woman in her 8th or 9th month of pregnancy. To act so rashly would be tantamount to murder. He gazed at Maitreya Buddha, his voice resolute. Buddha, with your compassion, you profess equality among all beings. To so heedlessly extinguish a life, especially that of an infant, how does this embody the principle of equality? Mortal women who terminate their pregnancies recklessly suffer in the depths of hell for their actions, enduring torment until the life of the terminated fetus has run its course. Maitreya, as a figure of the Buddhist faith, do you truly wish to engage in such actions? To transgress the law is to incur greater sin. I believe you deserve to descend to the 18 levels of hell. Chapter 274, Equality Among Beings? Tang Yu spoke with fervor, pointing an accusatory finger at Maitreya Buddha. This proclamation left Maitreya utterly speechless, at a loss for words. The wisdom in Tang Seng's argument was undeniable, grounded in Buddhist doctrine. Should Maitreya continue down this obstinate path and attempt to terminate the fetus, would not the Buddhist tenets of compassion and equality be rendered meaningless? Maitreya's face bore the weight of bitterness as he opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. Yet, he could not simply stand by as Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing gave birth. However, he found himself unable to counter Tang Seng's words. Both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing looked at their master, tears welling in their eyes, desperately seeking his intercession. Tang Yu spoke with righteous indignation, his demeanor imposing and his gaze unwavering. Am I not correct? He directed his words towards Maitreya Buddha, declaring, You, a monk, are culpably inflicting harm upon a nascent life. What manner of sin is this? What purpose do you serve in this world? You bring disgrace upon the Buddhist community. Every disciple of the Buddha embodies compassion. It is our sacred duty to liberate all sentient beings, yet you, as a member of the Buddha's order, exhibit a complete lack of compassion. How can you call yourself a follower of Maitreya Buddha? How can you maintain your place in this world? Tang Yu pointed at him, his inquiries relentless. Maitreya Buddha appeared as a historical pariah, a disgrace to the Buddhist faith. If he possessed even a modicum of compassion, he ought not to exist in this realm. He should seek to depart from life. His utter lack of compassion is a blasphemy against the Buddha. Maitreya's face shifted through shades of crimson and ashen gray. His mouth agape as he struggled to find words, yet none emerged. Tang Yu had spoken the truth, and Maitreya, left speechless, found himself motionless and uncertain. Master Zhu Beiji, in a pitiful tone, called out, but Tang Yu interrupted sharply, Silence. You have yet to finish your thoughts. He continued, As a monk, you should embody compassion. Yet, as my disciple, You entertain thoughts of harming another's life. A hint of divine compassion flickered in Tang Yu's expression. You all have deeply disappointed me. While it may be somewhat unseemly for a man to bear a child, what does that compare to the life within? It is a travesty to have failed to instill in you the virtues of kindness and benevolence. Zhu Beiji stared in disbelief at his master. When did you ever teach us to be virtuous? Throughout this journey, there has been none of that. Now, he seemed to adopt an air of moral authority, his brow furrowed with genuine concern for all living beings, and disappointment directed at his own disciple. Maitreya Buddha stammered, unable to articulate a single word. Under the weight of Tang Yu's reasoning, even he felt that perhaps he should cease to exist. To continue living would invite the scorn of the populace and be a betrayal to the essence of compassion that Buddhism espouses. Maitreya, sensing a response was necessary, attempted to speak, but Tang Yu interjected once more, pointing accusingly. How can you, as a follower of the Buddha, contemplate inflicting harm upon an unborn child? Maitreya, do you truly believe your actions are justifiable? The teachings of Buddhism advocate for compassion and equality among all beings. Yet what have you done? If I were in your position, I would choose death, for I would find no honor in facing the Buddha. Maitreya Buddha opened his mouth in shock, staring incredulously at Tang Senzong. It was clear that Tang Yu's words implied a call for his demise. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance while delivering such compassionate admonitions. Had he forgotten his past misdeeds? Encountering bandits, he would simply exclaim, "Kill them." Where was his compassion then? What right did he have to speak of the Buddha? Brother, this is not the way things are. After a lengthy moment, Maitreya Buddha finally spoke up. Third brother, consider this. Your journey to the Western paradise is for the pursuit of the profound Buddhist teachings, to liberate all sentient beings. If we were to delay due to the presence of 2 unborn children, think of the years wasted. In that time, countless beings suffer. Would you allow their plight to continue for the sake of 2 fetuses? Tang Yu gazed deeply at him, retorting, are you suggesting that for the sake of all beings, those 2 children should be sacrificed? Is that your stance? Maitreya Buddha was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Third brother, this is for the greater good, is it not? Your greater good, which seeks to protect the lives of many, yet endangers the innocent lives of those children? Tang Yu replied vehemently, are not these 2 children also part of the multitude? He continued in frustration, let us not argue further. As a monk, I am imbued with compassion, and I believe in the equality of all sentient beings. I have already foreseen the arduous journey to the Western paradise, yet for the sake of all beings, I resolutely embark on this path to seek enlightenment. Every action I take is for the benefit of all, and those 2 lives are included in that. Fatty Maitreya, if you wish to compel my disciple to consume the water of miscarriage, thus ending their developing lives, then declare that the tenets of Buddhism do not uphold the equality of all beings, but rather distinguish between the noble and the lowly. In that case, I shall harbor no resentment as you force my disciple to drink that water. When did Tang Sanzang become so sharp-tongued? Maitreya Buddha found himself at a loss for words. Unable to respond adequately, he had unwittingly turned the very principles of Buddhism against himself. If such thoughts were voiced, the compassion of Buddhism and the notion of equality among all beings would become a mere farce. Although Maitreya Buddha had long recognized this absurdity, he could not reveal such truths to Tang Sanzang. Equality among all beings? Nonsense. It is merely a ruse, especially after establishing the beggar's sect in the mortal realm. Maitreya Buddha had gained a deeper understanding of the plight of sentient beings. Is there truly equality? Are rabbits guilty for being preyed upon by lions? Some are born into wealth and comfort, while others face hardship and adversity throughout their lives. If all beings are equal, how do we reconcile these disparities? Perhaps it could be explained through the law of cause and effect, where one's past actions shaped their present existence. Yet to Tang Yu, this notion seemed laughable. Defining the next life by the actions of this one was absurd. Without memories, one cannot ascertain their future existence. Humanity exists through memory, but all suffering arises from it. A life devoid of memory is indeed tragic. Buddhism teaches that one cultivates in this life for the next. How absurd. Will you remember your deeds in this life and your next? We live only once, for it is only this life that we can recall. You are you. Chapter 275. Do not speak of giving up lightly at that moment. The entire room fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of each other's breath filled the air. Tang Yu's words, though coarse, conveyed profound wisdom, penetrating the essence of Buddhism's compassion and nobility. The bewildered Maitreya Buddha found himself at a loss for words. He clumsily reached for a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and a flicker of clarity emerged in his dazed eyes. He then spoke slowly. "Third brother, perhaps you are entirely correct, yet there are certain actions I must undertake." He placed the falling fetal spring water beside Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, who remained motionless, gazing pitifully at their master. Tang Yu suddenly smiled. "Very well. What of Buddhism's notion of equality among all beings? Compassionate hearts?" Maitreya Buddha lowered his head, seemingly feeling a twinge of shame, soon coming to an understanding. Tang Sanzang ought not to utter such profound, esoteric words steeped in Buddhist philosophy. Clearly, the matter was one of variables. He even attempted to communicate telepathically with Tang Sanzang. Yet the latter, despite his status as a quasi-saint, remained oblivious to any anomalies. However, Maitreya Buddha quickly found solace, for if it were indeed a variable, there must be unspoken methods at play. Deceiving him was likely not a formidable task. Through Tang Sanzang's remarks, Maitreya Buddha was led to act similarly, unwittingly undermining the essence of Buddhist compassion. Yet, such notions were mere illusions. If Zhu Beiji and the others were to bear children, as Tang Sanzang suggested, it was quite plausible they could remain here for a decade or more. At that point, the quest for scriptures would be a distant memory. As for the trials of the journey to the West, they could be entirely abandoned. This journey had been fraught with challenges, and the calamities endured were few. Some Buddhas felt utterly exhausted, yearning to relinquish their burdens, yet the sages behind them had no means to account for their actions. "Master," Zhu Beiji called out pitifully. Tang Yu shook his head with a wry smile, his expression tinged with self-mockery. "Drink up. You possess great powers and are immortal. So surely you do not concern yourselves with karmic retribution. Yet, mere mortals must endure the consequences of their actions." The so-called karmic retribution targets only ordinary people, for they lack strength and cannot even resist. Buddhism? Compassion? Equality among all beings? How utterly laughable. After a moment of contemplation, Maitreya Buddha replied, "Third brother, the essence of Buddhism is compassion, but one must not lose sight of the greater good for the sake of trivial matters. Your journey to the West must not be delayed. What constitutes a loss of the greater good?" He pondered. "Their lives are but fleeting moments, and indeed, you possess formidable powers, rendering these mortal lives inconsequential in your eyes." Tang Yu regarded him coolly, saying, "You toil relentlessly to send me to the West for the sake of these mortals? It is but a means to your ends, to showcase these commoners as a facade, allowing them to idolize you." Maitreya Buddha stared at Tang Sanzang in astonishment, sensing that the latter had gleaned some hidden truth. Indeed, the journey westward, in pursuit of the Mahayana Buddhist teachings, was merely a ruse to deceive the masses. The primary objective is to invigorate the Buddhist community. Tang Yu shook his head as he stepped outside. A figure made its way to the Zimu River, collecting some water from it. Maitreya Buddha appeared somewhat bewildered by the deception he had encountered. Moreover, Tang Yu had just noticed that Maitreya's last cigarette was nearly finished. Thus, he thought it prudent to gather some water from the Zimu River. Perhaps it would prove beneficial. Maitreya Buddha indeed looked dazed and even forgot to exchange his cigarette. In a flash, he vanished. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exchanged glances. Then both turned their attention to the spring water. After a moment's hesitation, they each took a sip. Instantly, they felt invigorated. Maitreya Buddha, having flown a short distance, suddenly realized he had forgotten to exchange his cigarette. However, after some contemplation, he decided to postpone that thought. It was evident that Tang Sanzang was in a foul mood. It would be unwise to provoke him at such a time. In the West, witnessing this scene, the assembly of Buddhas collectively sighed in relief. This trial had come to a complete end, and it seemed that the challenge of leaving a marriage was also nearing resolution. The only uncertainty remained whether the scorpion demon would succeed in her endeavor. However, from the perspective of the Tathagata, the situation seemed dire. The series of unexpected setbacks had left the Tathagata feeling despondent. The initial success in Fengxian County, coupled with the awareness of unforeseen complications, had ignited hope among the Buddhas. Yet now, that hope had been shattered once more. The Xianguang mirror revealed the figure of Tang Sanzang, hand in hand with the queen, enjoying the flowers in the royal garden. From behind, they appeared to be quite the match, a pair of celestial lovers. Regardless of the circumstances, the issues concerning Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had been resolved. The ancient Buddha of lanterns murmured a sutra, speaking slowly. What lies ahead? The Tathagata's gaze appeared hollow. Tang Sanzang clearly wished to remain in the kingdom of women, to share a life with its queen. Now, they awaited the scorpion demon's move. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata smiled. The scorpion demon's challenge was essentially forcing Tang Sanzang into a compromising position. Given Tang Sanzang's character, would he willingly disrobe? This thought momentarily stunned the ancient Buddha of lanterns, who subsequently recited a few more sutras, at a loss for words. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, realizing that the scorpion demon's trial had essentially declared itself a failure. Who penned the script? The trials no longer held any significance for the Tathagata. He had relinquished concern for them. The pressing matter now was how to prompt Tang Sanzang to depart. Observing Tang Sanzang's demeanor, it was evident that he intended to stay in the kingdom of women. The Buddhas below remained silent, particularly Yin Tu Jiedi, who subtly bowed his head. The implication was clear. He had no desire to urge Tang Sanzang to leave. After all, Tang Sanzang was too unpredictable. How could one guarantee he wouldn't resort to threats and extortion? As a principal victim, Yin Tu Jiedi bore the scars of past experiences. In this moment, the Buddhist community remains prosperous. Even if extorted, it merely represents their personal savings. To expect reimbursement from the organization is utterly unrealistic. The current funds of the Buddhist order barely sustain the operations of such a vast conglomerate. Naturally, the revered Buddha is entirely oblivious to the treasures acquired through dubious means from the celestial realm, and he has no intention of divulging this information. After all, there are traitors within the order. Having finally fortified their resources, should they suffer another theft, the Buddha would feel that life itself would no longer hold value. Thus, he cherishes those treasures immensely. Perhaps it is best left to the disciples of the order to urge the matter forward. The ancient Buddha of light suggested, however, it would be wise to wait until the scorpion demon incident reaches a conclusion. Who knows, a miracle might occur, and success could suddenly be achieved. In the eyes of the ancient Buddha of light, if success were to materialize, it would indeed be a miracle. Yet miracles do exist, do they not? Therefore, one should refrain from easily surrendering hope until the last moment of despair. Chapter 276. Master, what are we to do? Before matters have fully unfolded, people tend to harbor a sense of luck, and even the Buddha is not exempt from this. What if a blind cat were to inadvertently catch a rat? Yet, the Buddha's gaze was hollow, clearly devoid of hope. Nevertheless, necessary arrangements must still be made. Silver-headed Jiedi, proceed to Mount Laojia in the South Sea and inform Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Buddha commanded. This challenge requires the Bodhisattva's presence to guide Sun Wukong in seeking out the Star Lord and subsequently subduing the scorpion demon. As you wish, revered Buddha. Silver-headed Jiedi sighed inwardly with relief. As long as he did not have to confront Tang Sanzang, that was fortunate enough. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom strolled leisurely. Occasionally, they exchanged sweet nothings. Those who have not experienced it could scarcely fathom the exquisite joy it brings. The Queen had begun to savor this delight as well. Yet, Tang Yu felt a twinge of regret. He had originally intended to enlighten the entire nation. But as the Queen's consort, the other women dared not even glance his way. This elicited a quiet sigh from Tang Yu. However, in his eyes, while the Daughter Kingdom was filled with women, none could surpass the beauty of the Queen herself. Now, even the third brother had begun to be particular, as throughout their journey, he encountered countless enchanting women and even ethereal beings, raising his standards considerably. Consequently, some individuals from the Daughter Kingdom were left to settle for less. Those who first sought to approach the dense-witted third brother found him utterly indifferent to romantic matters. As for Sun Wukong, that was an impossibility. Therefore, many turned to Zhu Beiji. To avoid facing his pig-like visage, some resorted to covering their eyes with black cloth while attending to their business. It can be said that the dim-witted Beiji enjoyed considerable attention. Even the Grand Master used a black cloth to discreetly join the queue. All of this left Tang Yu feeling somewhat aggrieved. Why should it be so? He had been taking care of his own well-being for quite some time. The purpose of coming here was to engage in battle, yet unexpectedly, there was no opportunity to showcase his prowess. Tang Yu strolled through the royal palace hand in hand with the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom. He felt an extraordinary tranquility enveloping him. In this lifetime, such a serene sensation had been a rarity, contrasting sharply with his previous existence. The burdens of his former life and the weight of his current identity made it difficult for him to relax, as if an invisible whip were incessantly lashing at his back. In his past life, That whip was called life, whereas in this one, it had transformed into the identity of Tang Sanzang. My esteemed brother, although my daughter kingdom may not be as grand as the flourishing Tang dynasty, it still possesses its own might, the queen of the daughter kingdom remarked, providing Tang Yu with insight into her realm. It seemed she was inclined to pass the throne to him. Now, the two were quite close, and the queen believed that Tang Yu would not be leaving anytime soon. As for the journey for scriptures, she felt it sufficient to send her disciples in his stead. Meanwhile, the hidden Maitreya Buddha was growing increasingly anxious. Why? It was simply because he had run out of cigarettes. He sought an opportunity to exchange with Tang Sanzang, but had yet to find a suitable moment. Tang Sanzang spent his days in the queen's company, either indulging in conversation or leisurely strolling hand in hand. As for the matter of departing, Tang Sanzang showed no intention of leaving. With the queen of the daughter kingdom attending court, Maitreya Buddha finally seized an opportunity. He appeared directly in the inner chamber, where Tang Yu lay bare, sound asleep, seemingly exhausted from the previous night. Maitreya Buddha's lips twitched slightly, yet he approached, calling out, "Third brother, third brother." Tang Yu furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "Maitreya," he greeted, his gaze flickering as if a realization dawned upon him, invigorating his demeanor. "I came to exchange for some cigarettes." However, upon seeing Tang Sanzang still in the nude, he felt a chill run down his spine. Unfazed by Maitreya's gaze, Tang Yu remained indifferent, harboring a sense of envy, a raw and unabashed admiration for his own greatness. "I'll have a glass of water first," Tang Yu declared, pouring himself a glass and downing it in one gulp. He kindly poured another for Maitreya Buddha. "Here, Maitreya, have a drink." He handed the water to him and inquired, "How much would you like to exchange?" Tang Sanzang's gesture of pouring water for him left Maitreya with a sense of unease. He took a sip from the cup, while Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with a hidden smile. It was indeed the water from the Mother and Son River. Undoubtedly, Tang Yu had subtly incorporated the water into the exchange to prevent Maitreya from growing suspicious. He too had taken a drink. For Maitreya Buddha was a being of considerable cultivation, always wary of unexpected changes. Attempting to act boldly under his watchful gaze was no simple feat previously. Even facing the ancient Buddha of light in Lingshan, he had gone unnoticed because he had not engaged in any overt actions, relying instead on his bewildering heavenly array and stealth techniques. If at that moment he had wished to take any action, even the slightest shift in his energy would have betrayed him. It must be said that Tang Yu is indeed a formidable individual, daring enough to risk his own safety to drink from the waters of the Mother and Child River. Nevertheless, his intention was to retrieve the water from the falling Tan at Jiang Mountain. Thus, he could also indulge in its essence without any qualms. Based on Days' previous experiences, it takes about half an hour for any reaction to occur after consuming the water from the Mother and Child River. In Tang Yu's estimation, this half hour would suffice. With a wave of his hand, Maitreya Buddha summoned a collection of treasures, ultimately exchanging them for 2 packs of cigarettes before departing with satisfaction. As he watched Maitreya leave, Tang Yu could not help but smile to himself, setting off towards Jiang Mountain. After the morning assembly, the queen of the daughter kingdom returned. The two indulged in a tender moment, hand in hand as they exited the palace. Suddenly, they were both struck dumb. Approaching them was Days, assisting an elderly woman with gray hair. The old woman, frail and with vacant eyes, leaned on a cane, trembling as she walked, occasionally coughing, while Days carefully supported her, seemingly fearful that she might falter and tumble into the abyss. "Mother," the queen of the daughter kingdom gazed at the elderly woman in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Zhubeiji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, exchanged a sheepish smile with Tang Yu, scratching his head and saying, "Master, from now on, we shall address each other accordingly. I shall call you master, and you shall call me father-in-law." Chapter 277. The portly Maitreya Buddha Tang Yu stood there, dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Although he had long been aware of Days' indiscriminate appetites, he had not anticipated that he would engage with someone of such advanced age. The queen was equally bewildered, staring in disbelief at her mother, the former empress. The empress, raising her muddled gaze, appeared slightly disoriented, with drool trickling from her lips. Days hastily produced a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. The empress smiled at Days, revealing a toothless grin that struck Tang Yu as somewhat unsettling, sending a chill down his spine. The empress wobbled forward, and Days rushed to support her. Tang Yu regarded their retreating figures and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "What a pair of celestial lovers." The Queen of the Daughter Kingdom's expression fluctuated between various emotions, leaving her momentarily speechless. At Jiang Mountain, Tang Yu effortlessly located the water from the falling kitchen, taking the first sip before swiftly collecting all of it, executing the act with such stealth that even the true immortal Ru Yi remained oblivious to any disturbance. Maitreya Buddha, meanwhile, had yet to perceive any anomalies. Lingering in the shadows, his gaze fixed on Sha Wujing, hoping that this variable would reveal its true nature. However, throughout the journey, Maitreya discerned nothing amiss, prompting him to reflect, truly a variable, while concealed. With a cigarette in his mouth, he stood high above, brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Suddenly, the Maitreya Buddha let out a low groan. He felt a wave of sharp pain in his abdomen, sensing something amiss. He wished to return to the Western paradise, but the agony rendered his flight unstable, causing him to plummet directly downwards. With a resounding splash, he fell into the mother and child river. The cold water choked him, nearly sending him to the Western paradise to meet the Buddha. "Help! Cough, cough!" Maitreya cried out for assistance, attempting to summon his powers. Yet, in such excruciating pain, he found it impossible to concentrate his energy. On the riverbank, a group of women were startled by the sudden splash, gazing in astonishment at the struggling figure in the water. The first to break the surface was a glimmering bald head, but it quickly disappeared beneath the waves again, who released a soft-shelled turtle into the mother and child river. Someone on the bank cursed, while the women began to murmur their discontent. Who could be so unethical as to place a turtle in this river? Maitreya continued to flounder in the water, gasping for breath. With each desperate struggle, the onlookers finally discerned that it was not a turtle shell, but rather a man, a bald man. One of the women exclaimed excitedly, "He is mine." With a splash, she jumped in, holding her breath, fearful of gulping the river water. At over 50 years of age, she had no intention of bearing another child. She exerted great effort to pull Maitreya to the shore. Baffled, Maitreya gazed up at the sky, feeling his abdomen swell with increasing intensity of pain. He remained perplexed about what had transpired, only aware of the sudden waves of discomfort within him. Having fallen into the river, he had swallowed considerable amounts of its water and understood the dire consequences that awaited him. He felt utterly desolate, devoid of desires. If only he could wield his powers, he could seek the waters of the falling child's spring on Mount Jiang. But now, due to the pain, he was unable to use his abilities, even struggling with basic self-care. "Oh Buddha, help me! Help me!" Maitreya cried out, looking to the heavens in desperation. He knew the Buddha must be watching closely through the Xianguang mirror. If only the Buddha could see his predicament, surely help would soon arrive. He envisioned the journey to Mount Jiang to retrieve the waters. "He is mine," Maitreya's savior thought, eyes gleaming with hope. "Buddha, save me! Help me!" Maitreya shouted in fear. Yet at that moment in the Western paradise, it seemed as though they had already resigned themselves to the trials ahead. As for the scorpion demon trial, as the ancient Buddha Randall had mentioned, perhaps a miracle would occur. However, if miracles were so easily attained, they would not be called miracles at all. Thus, pondering such things proved utterly futile. Seize this opportunity to unwind and ponder the ensuing challenges, striving to conquer the next arduous task. This relaxation comes in the form of a game of mahjong. The Buddha, along with the ancient Buddha of Radiance and the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, revel in the game, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Occasionally, some cast a glance at the mysterious mirror, though it primarily reflects figures like Tang Sung, leaving the present scene of Maitreya Buddha unseen. The Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, squints slightly, deftly manipulating the mahjong tiles. Before him lies a considerable pile of treasures, indicating his fortunate wins. Meanwhile, Maitreya Buddha in the mortal realm experiences a bittersweet existence, despite his ample belly. He has not escaped the rigors of life. His eyes are hollow and bleached, as if his spirit has been extinguished. Life resembles a certain something. If one cannot resist, one must learn to embrace it. Yet for Maitreya Buddha, suffering has outweighed enjoyment. His belly pains akin to being sliced by knives, and the other discomforts have begun to intensify, leading to a numbing oblivion. "It's my turn, it's my turn." Many are still queuing, and upon realizing it is finally their moment, they shout in excitement. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, he is entirely oblivious to Maitreya Buddha's plight. His attention is diverted by pressing matters. The former emperor has passed away in bed, leaving only the dim-witted one as a suspect. Some are aware that the former emperor, frail with age, was destined for this fate. However, those who witnessed the events noted an unusual scene amidst the disarray of the bed, suggesting a fierce struggle had occurred. The elder, succumbing to the tumult, departed with a smile. The dim-witted one hangs his head in silence. Tang Yu glares at him, sighing after a moment. You have been somewhat of a spouse. Please visit the underworld and speak with King Yama, ensuring she is reborn into a better family. This is the only act of kindness Tang Yu can extend to his mother-in-law, a gesture of compassion. Of course, he could devise a way to resurrect her. Yet the cycles of life and death are governed by celestial law. He is reluctant to meddle, for if he were to revive all those who have passed, the mortal realm would overflow, rendering the cycle of reincarnation futile. Chapter 278. Maitreya Buddha's predicament. The dim-witted one, burdened by guilt, readily assents to Tang Yu's words. Events have unfolded, and despite the sorrow of the queen of the daughter kingdom, she must address the aftermath of the emperor's demise, a significant occurrence. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji has descended to the underworld to inform King Yama to arrange a better family for the former queen. King Yama, of course, readily agrees. In the West, the game of mahjong continues fervently, with the Buddha's luck wavering. A loss sours his mood, while a win brings forth a beaming smile. This brought a bitter sensation to the hearts of the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, who even found themselves, whether intentionally or unintentionally, contemplating passing the game on to others. Yet, upon observing the Buddha Tathagata, everyone was shaking their heads rhythmically, akin to a clapper. To jest at playing mahjong with the Buddha Tathagata was not merely to engage in a game. It was to venture forth to lose precious treasures. Those who incurred losses might as well directly offer their valuables to the Buddha Tathagata, at least preserving a semblance of personal favor. Standing to the side, Bodhisattva Lingji appeared somewhat dazed, as he sensed that the number of tiles seemed amiss. However, he could not recall the exact count. Due to the drinking session with the Buddha and others, he had forgotten to carry those tiles with him, having carelessly left them in the room. Yet, he could not ascertain if they were truly lost, as he had forgotten the precise numbers. Manjushri Bodhisattva hesitated to look at Lingji Bodhisattva, and in a moment of tension, declared a pungent tile. Had Tang Sanzang already set forth on his journey? The Buddha Tathagata sensed something was awry. If Tang Sanzang were to embark on his journey voluntarily, the sun would rise from the west. Had the scorpion spirit taken him away? While shuffling the mahjong tiles, the Buddha inquired, Your Holiness, Tang Sanzang remains in the kingdom of daughters, and the scorpion spirit has yet to make a move, still residing in the Pipa cave of the poisonous bottom mountain. Lingji Bodhisattva reported. Upon hearing this, the Buddha Tathagata furrowed his brow slightly and stood up from the table. It was clear he had lost interest in the game, primarily due to the unfavorable hand. As the Buddha arose, both Manjushri and Samantabhadra breathed a quiet sigh of relief. They had lost quite a bit, practically gifting treasures to the Buddha. Secretly, they resolved never to play cards with the Buddha again. The Buddha cast a glance at the Xiangui mirror. The kingdom of daughters was in mourning due to the passing of its former emperor. At this moment, it was a time of helplessness for the queen of the kingdom of daughters, and Tang Yu, being her man, naturally had to remain by her side. It seemed he would be staying for an extended period. The Buddha Tathagata discerned that even if the scorpion spirit were to act and abduct him, Tang Sanzang would find a way to return to the kingdom of daughters. In the process, he might even bring back another scorpion spirit. Instantly, the Buddha felt a tumult of confusion in his mind. He began to ponder whether it would be best to abandon the difficulty posed by the scorpion spirit altogether, and instead, send someone from the Buddhist realm to urge Tang Sanzang to embark on his journey post-haste. However, how to compel Tang Sanzang to leave was a conundrum in itself. If he had no desire to depart, no one could compel him. Should they beseech him, Third brother, please hurry on your journey for the scriptures? If so, would the Buddhist realm not lose face? To the extent of beseeching Tang Sanzang? Moreover, even with such entreaties, he might still refuse to set forth. Based on the Buddha's understanding of Tang Sanzang, he would not embark on his journey unless he was forced to endure great loss. What shall we do, Buddha? Lingji Bodhisattva perceived the Buddha's predicament and inquired. What to do? There is no solution. The Buddha's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Does anyone have a way to navigate this difficulty? No, this difficulty is no longer paramount. The main issue is how to persuade Tang Sanzang to set forth on his journey for the scriptures. Upon contemplating this, The Buddha Tathagata wished he could simply eradicate the uncertainty with a decisive blow. Cursed be this situation. It is all due to the unpredictable variables that have altered the fate of Tang Sanzang. Had it not been for these unseen forces stirring the waters from behind the scenes, Tang Sanzang would have remained the venerable monk of the Buddhist order. How could such a plethora of unexpected events have transpired? The journey has been fraught with unforeseen circumstances, causing increasing headaches. The Buddha, Tathagata, now feels as though he has inadvertently stumbled upon a stone that he himself had placed, as these tribulations were orchestrated by their own order. Yet, at this moment, it seems as if the Buddhist community is enduring the trials of the 99 tribulations. The assembly of Buddhas immediately lowered their heads, fearing that this burden might fall upon them. None wished to become overly entangled in the affairs of the pilgrimage for sacred scriptures. Witnessing this scene, Tathagata muttered a curse under his breath, regarding them as a useless lot, utterly unworthy of reliance. Were they possessed of even a modicum of capability, he would not have to involve himself so directly in these matters. Lighting a cigarette for himself, Tathagata pondered whether Maitreya Buddha had made any discoveries. With this thought, he resolved to observe Maitreya. With a wave of his hand, the image in the Xian Guang mirror shifted. Instantly, the assembly of Buddhas gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before them. A multitude of women encircled Maitreya, with even more queuing behind them. If it were not for his celestial and divine nature, a mere mortal in his position would have surely met his demise. The great thunder sound temple fell into a profound silence. Tathagata's countenance darkened, believing that Maitreya had acted in a manner disgraceful to the Buddhist order. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Calculating with his fingers, Tathagata's expression darkened further as he hastily commanded, "This is grave. Maitreya is in trouble. Puxian, descend at once and rescue Maitreya." "As you wish, Buddha," responded Puxian Bodhisattva, hastily descending to the mortal realm. Tathagata's face remained a stormy shade of blue. Some of the Buddhas, unaware of the underlying circumstances, assumed that Tathagata's anger stemmed from Maitreya's breach of precepts. What could possibly be unfolding? Tathagata was utterly perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to be monitoring the actions of the variable in the shadows? How could such an event have occurred? It seems that these unpredictable forces were once again at play. Fortunately, this spectacle had not yet caught the attention of the heavenly court. Otherwise, the Buddhist order would have been utterly disgraced. Maitreya's situation was markedly different from that of Tang Sanzang. At the very least, Tang Sanzang was not a Buddha, whereas Maitreya was a renowned figure within their order. What baffled Tathagata was how the variable had managed to bring about Maitreya's pregnancy, allowing so many women to publicly humiliate him. Was this not a slap in the face of the Buddhist order? Just the thought of Maitreya, pregnant with a prominent belly, conjured a scene so absurd that Tathagata's lips twitched involuntarily. The image was too vivid to contemplate. The ancient Buddha of light began to calculate with his fingers, his expression suddenly frozen in shock. Such wickedness! He sighed and consoled the Buddha, saying, "Those who achieve great deeds must surely endure many hardships. I hope the Buddha can maintain tranquility." Yet, how could one maintain tranquility? The Buddha's eyes were devoid of life. At that moment, some of the bodhisattvas began to react. Avalokiteshvara inquired, "What has happened to Maitreya Buddha? He has been defiled and is now with child," came the hollow, lifeless response from the Buddha. Chapter 279. Perhaps it is best to bring the child into the world. As the Buddha's words fell silent, the entire Lingshan was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Maitreya Buddha is with child? The sound echoed like a clap of thunder in the ears of the assembled bodhisattvas. Maitreya Buddha, a male, has become pregnant. Many quickly understood that he had been deceived into drinking from the waters of the mother and child river, resulting in such a consequence. As for the disgraceful act against Maitreya Buddha, the Buddha would never utter it. After all, the fewer who know of such embarrassing matters, the better. In the lower realm, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva swiftly sought out Maitreya Buddha, only to find a scene that was difficult to behold. How audacious of a mere mortal to dare to defile a being of the Buddha's domain! Samantabhadra, standing high above, radiated a brilliant light, bellowing down to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Maitreya Buddha's once vacant eyes flickered with a glimmer of life, though it quickly faded back into emptiness. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. He had been defiled and was now pregnant. There was no time to linger. Samantabhadra waved his hand, taking Maitreya Buddha with him, cleansing him with potent magic. This cleansing was a means of purging the body, a necessary purification. Maitreya Buddha's pregnancy was a pressing matter that required a solution. The waters of the mother and child river were no ordinary substance. Once the child was conceived, there was no remedy. Even a quasi-saint could not refine the fetus within. Of course, the true saint was an exception. If the Buddha sought out the saint behind this predicament, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Arriving at Jilyang Mountain, Samantabhadra shouted, "Rui Zhenxian, come forth and pay your respects." Maitreya Buddha gazed at him, his lips moving as if to speak, wishing to say, "Samantabhadra, let us not butt heads. Can we not find a solution? I am in this predicament. Let us act swiftly." At that moment, Rui Zhenxian stared at the now empty waters of the falling fetus spring, bewildered and utterly lost. How had it vanished without his notice? Awakening from slumber, he discovered it was all gone. Hearing Samantabhadra's call, he hurried out. "I pay my respects to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva." As for Maitreya Buddha, now heavily pregnant, it was imperative that he not be seen by outsiders for the sake of the Buddha's reputation. "Rui Zhenxian, I have come to request more of the falling fetus spring water. Do not delay in fetching it." Samantabhadra commanded from his lofty perch, speaking as if conversing with someone for whom it was an honor to be addressed. The celestial being, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, stammered for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I humbly report to the Bodhisattva Pushian, the water of the falling fetus spring has been lost." Instantly, the heart of Maitreya Buddha raced with anxiety. Without hesitation, Pushian Bodhisattva swiftly entered the scene, only to find that the falling fetus spring was entirely depleted. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Maitreya's lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Without the water from the falling fetus spring, what would become of the child within him? The only recourse would be to seek the wisdom of a sage for resolution. But such a humiliating matter was one Maitreya wished to keep hidden. As a dignified figure of the Western paradise, the thought of this incident becoming known among the other Buddhas was unbearable. Unbeknownst to him, however, the news of his pregnancy had already spread throughout the Western paradise. "Let us return to the Western paradise," Pushian Bodhisattva suggested, feeling at a loss. He prepared to escort Maitreya back, entrusting the matter to the Buddha. Naturally, Maitreya resisted the idea of returning, yet the pain in his abdomen was unbearable. In that moment, despair enveloped him, and he resigned himself to whatever fate awaited him. Thus, Pushian Bodhisattva led Maitreya back to the Western paradise. Upon their arrival, the other Buddhas regarded Maitreya with peculiar expressions, some even casting deep glances at his abdomen, seemingly pondering something. "The Buddha is in trouble," Pushian Bodhisattva stated. The Tathagata, calm and composed, responded, "Trouble? Huh. What more could possibly go awry?" After enduring numerous setbacks, the Tathagata had come to feel that nothing could truly pose a significant problem. His mindset had inadvertently elevated, adopting a more serene disposition. "The falling fetus spring has been lost," Pushian Bodhisattva reported candidly, casting a discreet glance at the Tathagata. "Oh," came the Tathagata's tranquil reply. The other Buddhas exchanged glances, acutely aware that something was amiss with the Buddha's demeanor. This unusual calmness was wholly unexpected. "What shall we do?" The ancient Buddha, Randall, grew anxious. "Maitreya Buddha is pregnant? This is utterly terrifying." Fortunately, the revelation had come in time, and the matter had not yet reached the ears of the heavenly court. Should they learn of it, the Buddhist order could very well become a laughingstock, although various incidents had already transpired, subjecting the order to ridicule. Nothing could compare in magnitude to the implications of Maitreya's pregnancy. The Tathagata retrieved a cigarette and, after taking a drag, spoke into the air. A haze of pale blue smoke wafted from his lips as he uttered in a hollow voice, "Perhaps one should simply give birth. The spirit mountain is vast. Despite some economic challenges, raising a child is still feasible." The ancient Buddha, Randall, stared in astonishment at the Tathagata, unable to fathom such words. "Buddha, please, save me," Maitreya cried out, beseeching the Tathagata earnestly. Even he began to wonder if it was due to the electoral issues that the Buddha still harbored resentment towards him, deliberately making him feel embarrassed. Although the miraculous water of the fetal spring was no longer available, as long as a sage intervened, the essence of the unborn could still be refined. However, Maitreya Buddha was truly mistaken about this. If Maitreya Buddha's pregnancy were to disturb the sage behind the scenes, the Tathagata Buddha would inevitably face repercussions, all the while wearing a contrite expression. Just thinking about it made the Buddha feel utterly constrained. Giving birth was not a matter of life and death. The Joy Buddha, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "I think it would be better to just give birth. It would infuse fresh blood into the Buddhist community." "Oh no, this matter must not happen," the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp cautioned. "If the Buddha were to truly have a child, it would bring utter disgrace to our order. If the two sages were to discover this, they would likely blame the Buddha." The Tathagata had already anticipated this dilemma. It was indeed challenging. Taking Maitreya Buddha to seek an audience with the sage would certainly invite trouble. If he were to give birth and the sage learned of it, he too would face consequences. At this stage, the Tathagata Buddha found himself in an incredibly frustrating predicament. It was no wonder he contemplated striking out on his own to establish a new order. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Chapter 280. Otherwise, let us forget about the journey to the West. Maitreya Buddha occasionally let out a few sobs. He cried. After so many years without shedding a tear, Maitreya Buddha, having endured pregnancy and torment, finally shed the tears of humiliation. After a moment of contemplation, the Tathagata Buddha flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze deepening. As he surveyed below, the assembly of Buddhas immediately straightened their posture. With a wave of his hand, the Tathagata concealed the divine secrets of the great Thunder Sound Temple. "I wish to address a matter," he declared, shrouding the temple's mysteries, indicating that the situation was extraordinary. The Buddhas looked ahead with grave expressions, awaiting the continuation of his words. As the journey to the West has progressed, it is evident that due to unforeseen circumstances, the completed tribulations are exceedingly few. Furthermore, the Buddhist community continues to face various challenges. Given the current state of completed tribulations in the journey to the West, even attempting to make amends later would be arduous. Moreover, with the presence of uncertainties, it seems that every tribulation is destined to encounter some issue. I sense that it is not merely Tang Sung undergoing trials, but our Buddhist order experiencing the 99 and 81 tribulations. The Tathagata Buddha side, from the journey to the West until now. Let us reflect on what has transpired within our order. The golden-headed Jiejing has lost his spirit, and the two arhats, who subdued dragons and tigers, have only their true essence remaining, forced to descend and reincarnate. The Buddhist treasury has been plundered. Such events are all too clear to behold. I must question, if the journey to the West continues and we complete the 81 tribulations, will there be anyone left in our Buddhist order? It must be said that the Tathagata Buddha's words held considerable weight. Instantly, the assembly of Buddhas fell into deep contemplation. They themselves harbored a certain trepidation towards the journey to the West, for it posed a grave risk to their lives. Consequently, they wished to abstain from any involvement in this venture. What are your thoughts, Buddha? The ancient Buddha of light discerned something profound and gazed intently at the Buddha of compassion, cautiously inquiring. The Buddha of compassion took a puff from his smoking pipe and sighed, saying, "Perhaps we should simply abandon the journey to the West." His intention was unmistakable. He proposed to let the matter rest. The assembly of Buddhas collectively gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at the Buddha of compassion. The journey to the West had been years in the making, and the two sages were earnestly striving to accrue merit to repay their debts to the heavenly order. To abandon it thus would undoubtedly face opposition from the sages. It must be said, the Buddha of compassion possessed remarkable audacity to entertain such a rebellious notion. Yet, when contemplating the myriad issues that had arisen during the journey, some individuals found themselves in tacit agreement with the Buddha's perspective. To let it go seemed prudent. It would alleviate their fears and concerns about unforeseen complications arising from the journey. The absence of the journey would render them unburdened. The old monk, however, deemed this approach unwise. The ancient Buddha of light remarked, "Consider the immense dedication that the two sages, as well as our Buddhist order, have invested in the journey to the West. To abandon it so abruptly would surely meet with the sage's disapproval." He cast a deep glance at the Buddha of compassion and continued, "Those who aspire to great achievements inevitably encounter trials and tribulations. One must never allow temporary setbacks to obscure the ultimate goal and initial aspirations. As long as one remains steadfast in their objectives, no matter how formidable the obstacles, there will always be a means to overcome them." The Buddha of compassion's gaze subtly shifted, and he let out a quiet hum of contemplation. He indeed yearned to relinquish the journey to the West. His candid suggestion was merely a probe to gauge the sentiments of those within the order, to ascertain how many would stand with him, thereby aiding his future endeavors. What I just spoke of was but a jest. The recent setbacks have left me somewhat fatigued. Thus my words may have seemed peculiar. Please, do not take them to heart. The Buddha of compassion spoke with an air of nonchalance. Nevertheless, the assembly of Buddhas comprehended the underlying truth. The Buddha of compassion had indeed contemplated abandoning the journey to the West. But the two sages behind him would undoubtedly oppose such a decision. Who, after all, had instilled such audacity in the Buddha, prompting him to entertain such a bold idea? Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, intoned, his voice laden with significance. That would be well. Should I choose to embark on my own endeavors, this old fellow could very well become a stumbling block along the way. As for the others, the Buddha of compassion had formed a general understanding. As long as he could carry away some key figures, the rest would matter little. The Buddha of compassion fell into a contemplative silence before turning his gaze towards Maitreya Buddha. Though his belly still ached as if being torn by blades, he dared not utter a sound and clenched his teeth to endure the pain. The Buddha of compassion sighed. In that case, I shall seek an audience with the sages. He was fully prepared to face the impending repercussions. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned Maitreya and ventured into the depths of chaos. Tathagata, I seek an audience with the two saints. The Buddha, in a display of utmost reverence, recalled vaguely the last encounter with the saints, obscured by the haze of excessive indulgence. This wayward child. Zhuan-Ti opened his eyes, a sharp light locking onto the Buddha's form. Instantly, Tathagata was engulfed by trepidation, sensing an intangible force looming over him, one that could easily obliterate him. It became apparent that no action should be taken without thorough preparation. What brings you here? Zhuan-Ti's tone was far from cordial. The last time, Tathagata had indulged too much, flaunting himself before the two saints, which only intensified Zhuan-Ti's discontent. After a moment's hesitation, Tathagata steeled himself and replied, Esteemed saints, we are aware of the uncertainties surrounding the journey to the West. Thus, we have discreetly dispatched Maitreya to closely monitor these fluctuations. If we keep a vigilant watch, perhaps the calamities of the journey can be averted. Tathagata refrained from directly disclosing Maitreya's pregnancy, instead using this method to convey that his concerns were rooted in the journey to the West, hoping the saints might understand. After all, this entire arrangement was in earnest pursuit of safeguarding the journey. However, Tathagata was taken aback. Despite his diligent efforts and the perception of invulnerability from the perspective of the Buddhas, unforeseen complications still arose. It was only under duress that he dared to disturb the saint's tranquil meditation. The chaos was enveloped in silence, clearly awaiting the Buddha's continuation. The waters of the falling fetus spring had been mysteriously depleted, and under unknown circumstances, Maitreya had ingested the waters of the mother river, resulting in her pregnancy. Tathagata's heart raced, and with a tremor, he added, It is a girl. Chapter 281. Threatening Tang Sung with the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. That last statement nearly rendered Zhuan-Ti unconscious from shock. Maitreya was pregnant? This was nothing short of a miracle in the Buddhist realm, a disgrace. Yet, the revelation of the child's gender only added insult to injury. Zhuan-Ti fixated his gaze on Tathagata. The Buddha, paralyzed with fear, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, too terrified to wipe them away. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated in Tathagata's ears, leaving his head ringing. A hand reached out, seizing Tathagata by the collar, delivering a series of sharp slaps in a fit of rage. Zhuan-Ti seemed to be venting long-held grievances. Having long harbored disdain for Tathagata, especially after his audacious remarks to the two saints previously, this was a chance to repay both old and new grievances. With a perfectly justifiable reason, Tathagata's cheeks were swollen, and blood trickled from his nostrils, yet he dared not utter a word, only fostering deeper resentment towards the two saints. Worthless. Zhuan-Ti delivered a resounding slap, finally releasing the Buddha of enlightenment. Once the commotion subsided, Jie-in spoke softly, acknowledging that the presence of uncertainty often leads to unforeseen events, and urged his younger brother not to take offense. The exchange was clearly marked by contrasting temperaments, one stern, the other amiable. Jie-in extended his hand, channeling a surge of energy into the body of Maitreya Buddha. Almost immediately, Maitreya felt his abdominal pain dissipate, and his belly noticeably contracted, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter. Upon returning to Ling Shan, the countenance of the Buddha of enlightenment darkened. A profound silence enveloped the entire mountain. It was evident to all that the Buddha's mood was far from jubilant, likely influenced by some displeasure from a sage. To avoid incurring his wrath, everyone fell silent. Lighting a cigarette, the Buddha turned his gaze back to the Xian Guang mirror. In the mortal realm, days had passed. Yet Tang Yu showed no inclination to embark on his journey. It appeared he was genuinely intent on remaining in the kingdom of women, reveling in a blissful union with its queen, a true celestial couple. Master, when shall we set forth? Inquired Sun Wukong. Let us discuss this later, Tang Yu replied casually. While he had no desire to leave the kingdom of women, he knew that the Buddhist disciples would inevitably send someone to hasten his departure. When they did arrive, he contemplated the possibility of extracting some form of compensation. Master, I wish to take a stroll, Sun Wukong expressed, feeling somewhat bored in the kingdom of women. His companions, the two fools, had noticeably lost weight due to their incessant laughter and revelry, while the third, gluttonous companion, indulged excessively. Thus, Sun Wukong found himself the sole idler among them. Moreover, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he sought ways to break through to the quasi-saint level. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed an elusive force calling to him from the void, though its origin remained undetectable. Very well, Tang Yu waved his hand, granting permission for the monkey to wander freely, as there was no urgency to depart. In a flash, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light and vanished. And Tang Yu did not inquire about his whereabouts, knowing that such a large monkey could hardly be lost. In the Western paradise, the Buddha of Enlightenment gazed calmly at the Xian Guang mirror. He had yet to decide on the matter of Tang Sanzang's journey. And now Sun Wukong had been set free again. Given Tang Sanzang's character, if he were to be urged at this moment, he would undoubtedly insist on waiting for Sun Wukong. Maitreya Buddha, grappling with the embarrassment of an unexpected pregnancy, kept his head bowed in the grand hall. As for the uncertainties that loomed, the Buddha chose not to speak of them, deeming them unnecessary. It was hardly a fortuitous situation to be surreptitiously caught in a predicament of this nature. Who could predict whether he would next find himself in a dire strait? Yet, what puzzled him most was the nature of the circumstance itself. Maitreya remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how such an unpredictable variable could orchestrate everything unnoticed. Even by someone as nearly saintly as himself, the ancient Buddha inquired about the matter. What does the Buddha think of this situation? The Tathagata, with a cigarette in his mouth and a vacant expression, appeared utterly disinterested. In the beginning of their journey to the West, each of them brimmed with enthusiasm and hope. Yet now, under the relentless onslaught of unforeseen events, most had become bewildered. Moreover, regarding the journey to the West, no one wished to overly involve themselves, especially after the incident of Maitreya Buddha's unexpected pregnancy. If a being of such near saintly stature could be so affected by the variable, how could they expect to fare any better? It seemed wiser to urge them to hasten their journey. The ancient Buddha suggested, "We have already squandered too much time. Who will descend to prompt Tang Sung to continue?" The Tathagata spoke softly, and immediately, all the assembled Buddhas bowed their heads in silence, fearing that this responsibility might fall upon them. "May I speak, Buddha? In my view, even urging Tang Sung to move forward may entail considerable hardship," remarked the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. His demeanor suggests he is quite enamored with his current comforts, disregarding the monumental task at hand. Given Tang Sung's character, should he decide to proceed, it would likely prove challenging for our order. Is this not a well-known truth? The Tathagata replied, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Indeed, Buddha," Samantabhadra continued, "I do possess a rather questionable method, though it may not be particularly commendable. At such a moment, considerations of honor seem trivial. Any means to prompt Tang Sung to set forth is preferable," the Tathagata urged. "Speak quickly, what is your proposal?" All eyes turned to Samantabhadra. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, "The Queen of the Kingdom of Women. We could employ certain special measures to compel Tang Sung to proceed. Through my interactions with him, I have discerned that he is, at heart, a man of deep affections. By threatening him with his beloved, he would surely comply and embark on his journey, allowing our order to mitigate unnecessary losses. Furthermore, if Tang Sung were to acquiesce this time, it would likely ease future endeavors." With a faint smile, Samantabhadra added, "We might even procure cigarettes at no cost." His intentions were clear, to leverage the Queen of the Kingdom of Women to coerce Tang Sung. Should he yield, it would open avenues for continued manipulation, even securing free cigarettes from him. Though this method bore a certain ignobility, The Tathagata found merit in the suggestion. Yet, as the Tathagata, he could not simply acquiesce. What do the assembled Buddhists think of Samantabhadra's proposal? He inquired slowly. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. However, it is undeniable that this is indeed a clever approach, albeit somewhat despicable. The ancient Buddha of light furrowed his brow. It was evident that the Tathagata did not wish to play the role of the villain. One among them needed to step forward and endorse such a method. Sighing inwardly, the ancient Buddha of light remarked, although what the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra has stated may tarnish the reputation of our Buddhist order, as long as we conduct our actions discreetly, I believe others will remain oblivious. Such tactics were beneath the dignity of the old monk. Nonetheless, extraordinary times warrant extraordinary measures. The journey to the West must proceed, regardless of the circumstances. Even if this method were to eventually reach the ears of the sage, any reproach would likely be tempered by the overarching context, which I trust the sage would comprehend. Having spoken, the ancient Buddha of light clasped his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. At that moment, he appeared exceptionally benevolent and kind-hearted. The Tathagata nodded in agreement. Very well, since the ancient Buddha has consented, who shall be tasked with conveying this message to Tang Sung? Who will compel him to comply? The assembly of Buddhas immediately raised their heads or scanned their surroundings, feigning ignorance, yet their heartbeats quickened involuntarily, dreading that this assignment might fall upon their shoulders. The ancient Buddha of light surveyed the assembly, finding no suitable candidate. Guanyin Bodhisattva, he slowly articulated. A collective sigh of relief swept through the Buddhas. From the outset of the journey to the West, it was Guanyin Bodhisattva who had been monitoring the situation. However, she had recently been reclusive, sequestered in her sanctuary on Mount Lojia. The last time the Tathagata had sent into Jyeti to deliver a message, he had not encountered her, as she was in seclusion. The Tathagata nodded inwardly. Guanyin Bodhisattva is indeed an excellent choice. He then commanded, Into Jyeti, hasten to Mount Lojia and summon her to Ling Mountain. For I wish to meet with her. Your command is respected. Into Jyeti accepted the decree and hurried toward Mount Lojia to relay the message to Guanyin Bodhisattva. After some time, Guanyin Bodhisattva returned to the Western Paradise. She cast a glance at the tall and elegant Qing Lan beside her, a flicker of surprise glimmering in her eyes. Disciple pays respects to the Buddha. Currently, Tang Sung and his companions had arrived in the kingdom of women. Yet Tang Sung remained captivated by the allure of the gentle realm, delaying their journey. The Tathagata spoke briefly and then issued a direct command. She was to convey to Tang Sung the urgency of resuming their travels. Otherwise, it could potentially implicate the king of the kingdom of women. Guanyin Bodhisattva was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Buddhist order would resort to such underhanded methods to coerce Tang Sung into compliance and hasten his departure. Indeed, the Tathagata remarked, this method is somewhat improper. Yet extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. The journey to the West must not be delayed. Disciple understands, Guanyin Bodhisattva replied. With a wave of his hand, the Tathagata and Guanyin Bodhisattva found themselves amidst the chaos. The Buddhist order had now ascertained the identity of the individual involved. The Tathagata lit a cigarette for himself. Could it be that Tang Sung had exposed himself? Thus, the Buddhist sect resorted to unscrupulous methods to threaten him. Guanyin Bodhisattva subtly furrowed her brow. May I inquire, who is it that I address? Sha Wujing, the Tathagata Buddha replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Guanyin Bodhisattva was taken aback, utterly unaware of how the followers of the Buddhist sect had come to suspect Sha Wujing. This time, you shall proceed to the daughter kingdom and urge Tang Sanzang to embark on his journey using this method. Additionally, seek a means to converse with the variables. The Tathagata Buddha took a puff of smoke and continued, should an opportunity arise, might I collaborate with your esteemed self? Remember, I refer to myself, not the Buddhist sect. The implication was clear. He sought to ally with the variables. According to their analysis, at least 2 saints lurked behind the variables. If they could forge an alliance with the variables, it would inevitably involve cooperation with the saints hidden in the shadows. Although Sha Wujing represented the variables, certain matters would surely require clandestine consultations with the saints behind him. If a genuine partnership could be established, it would lay the groundwork for future independent endeavors, perhaps even rendering him fearless before the 2 saints. Guanyin Bodhisattva discerned the Tathagata's intentions. She had long sensed his wavering loyalty. Yet, she was astonished that she was to engage in dialogue with Sha Wujing. Engaging in conversation is acceptable, but Sha Wujing is not the variable. As for collaboration, are you certain you wish to ally with him? Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a deep admiration for Tang Sanzang, pondering how he had managed to cast suspicion upon Sha Wujing within the entire Buddhist sect. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Tang had done nothing at all. The entire situation arose from the sect's own analysis, culminating in a definitive conclusion regarding Sha Wujing's role as a variable through Maitreya Buddha's keen observations. Your disciple will adhere to your commands. Guanyin Bodhisattva bowed respectfully. The Tathagata Buddha then inquired about the issue of internal traitors. Without question, there was no information to be found. In the land of myriad demons, it had been quite some time since anyone had visited. However, today, a monkey had appeared. Sun Wukong felt a strange sense of familiarity as he inadvertently passed through this place. Thus, he descended to take a closer look. Several demons were secretly sizing up this peculiar monkey. Naturally, Sun Wukong sensed their scrutiny. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have responded to such scrutiny with his iron staff. Yet at this moment, he felt no inclination to resort to violence. Despite the fact that under the Demon Queen's leadership, the land of myriad demons had transformed significantly, remnants of ruins still whispered tales of past desolation. Sun Wukong strolled slowly, feeling both familiarity and sorrow. Echoes of bygone days seemed to linger among the crumbling walls. Everything felt achingly familiar, yet he could not recall the specifics. Suddenly, the golden staff flew from Sun Wukong's grasp. This was the first time it had slipped from his hand in such a manner. He hurriedly pursued it, only to find it resting at the center of a swirling formation within the land of myriad demons. In the very center of the formation lay a peculiar hole, seemingly tailored specifically for the golden staff. Suddenly, the formation radiated an extraordinarily powerful light that enveloped the golden staff. With a resonating hum, the staff appeared to absorb the magical energy emanating from the formation. Though it appeared unchanged, Sun Wukong sensed that the golden staff had undergone a profound transformation. He found it curious that the power it absorbed seemed intrinsically linked to the staff, as if it belonged to the staff itself, merely stripped away by some means and integrated into the formation. With a swift motion, the golden staff ascended and landed firmly in Sun Wukong's grasp. Gazing at the brilliantly golden staff, it seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, as if it had been by his side for an eternity. Slowly raising the staff, Sun Wukong faintly heard its exhilarated roar, as if this moment marked the true awakening of the golden staff. A golden radiance erupted from the staff, piercing the heavens. Sun Wukong could not help but let out a mighty howl. I am the king of all demons, Sun Wukong. Chapter 283. The scheme of the Supreme Lord Laozi. The golden staff shone resplendently, illuminating the skies. Sun Wukong's aura surged, his battle spirit soaring. At this moment, the golden staff and Sun Wukong appeared extraordinary. Their presence reverberated through the three realms, shaking the very heavens and earth. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor wore a cold expression, lost in thought, while the assembled deities exchanged glances filled with concern. They sensed the unmistakable aura of Sun Wukong. Lighting a cigarette, the Jade Emperor took a puff. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, is this truly Sun Wukong? Asked the cautious Taibai Jinxing. It is the power of the golden staff. The Jade Emperor replied. The gods gasped in astonishment, their anxiety palpable. It is merely the fusion of the staff's power. There is no need for alarm. The Jade Emperor said, his brow furrowing. Despite the lack of any immediate threat, the deities were already filled with trepidation. Is a mere monkey worthy of such concern? Even at his peak, I, the Jade Emperor, was able to vanquish him, he reflected, recalling how he had only succeeded with the aid of the Buddha, who carried the sacred artifacts of a saint. Otherwise, capturing that monkey would have led to the destruction of the heavenly realm. Yet even so, the heavenly court had suffered significant devastation at that time. This only served to underscore the formidable prowess of Sun Wukong, which understandably caused concern among some deities. After all, he had come perilously close to overturning the heavens. The power of the golden staff? Some deities were puzzled. In the past, the kingdom of all demons had possessed a formation, albeit not the current grand array, yet it was still immensely powerful, capable of withstanding several assaults from quasi-saints. The Jade Emperor explained, that monkey, in an effort to enhance the power of the formation and protect the kingdom of 10,000 demons, drew most of the strength from the golden cudgel to sustain the array, with the cudgel serving as the heart of the formation. Although the grand array has long since fallen into disrepair, the power of the golden cudgel still lingers there. It is likely that the monkey has returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, causing the cudgel to regain its original strength, thus triggering such a tremendous commotion. As the Jade Emperor elucidated, some individuals suddenly grasped the situation. So that was the case. However, others began to feel a sense of trepidation. Since the power of the golden cudgel has been unified, might the monkey remember something? There is no need for concern, the Jade Emperor said nonchalantly, smoking his pipe as he sat upon the dragon throne. In the palace of Doshui, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun was fully aware of all that transpired in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The primordial heavenly venerable requests an audience with the elder brother. Echoed the voice of the primordial heavenly venerable outside the palace. The grand doors of Doshui Palace slowly opened, and the primordial heavenly venerable stepped inside. What brings you here? The figure of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun appeared before him. In his gaze resided the essence of countless stars, yet it also seemed to embody a profound void, inexplicably instilling a sense of pressure within the primordial heavenly venerable's heart. Having encountered confusion, I came to seek counsel from my elder brother, the primordial heavenly venerable stated calmly, looking directly at the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. With a faint smile, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun waved his hand, and a small table materialized before them, adorned with tea utensils, accompanied by 2 cushions beneath them. They both settled cross-legged upon the cushions. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun poured a cup of tea for the primordial heavenly venerable, filling it to the brim, causing tea to spill over the edges. A full cup overflows. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of bitterness crept to his lips. Having already intervened in the journey to the west, it is impossible to withdraw unscathed. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Are you aware of the changes occurring in the journey to the west, elder brother? Naturally. Then, in your opinion, who instigated these changes? I do not know. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun gazed at the primordial heavenly venerable. Surely, you harbor some suspicions within your heart? Feel free to share them. After a prolonged silence, the primordial heavenly venerable finally spoke. It is merely a simple conjecture. I hope my elder brother will not take offense. Sun Wukong. The primordial heavenly venerable slowly uttered these 3 words, then turned to the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, seemingly seeking to discern something from his expression. Yet, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's demeanor remained serene and unyielding. Some matters that had previously eluded understanding only began to surface recently. For instance, why did that heart cling to a skeletal form, transforming her into the bone demon? And why did she meet her demise at the hands of Sun Wukong? The primordial heavenly venerable remarked, because there existed a bone demon in the lower realm, not yet fully formed, and fortuitously, that heart fell upon her bones. The tribulations orchestrated by the Buddhist sect are meticulously calculated, with even the timing being precise. Hence, no one paid particular attention to the bone demon. It was not until she fully materialized that anyone began to notice. When the realization dawned, the journey to the west had already commenced. Thus, even if the Buddhist realm had discovered this, they had no choice but to proceed accordingly. Perhaps what the Buddhists hoped for was that Sun Wukong could utterly obliterate that heart. Indeed, she perished at his hands. Yet unexpectedly, she managed to reunite her consciousness, awakening memories of her past lives, and returned to the realm of myriad demons. The primordial heavenly venerable sighed. At first glance, everything seems devoid of issues. But upon closer inspection, numerous questions arise. For instance, why did that heart suddenly fall upon the soon-to-be formed skeleton? Furthermore, why did she merge with that skeletal form, being reborn through it? Ultimately, she still met her demise at Sun Wukong's hands. Additionally, why did Sun Wukong return at such a timely moment? The primordial heavenly venerable expressed these thoughts in one breath, turning to the Supreme Old Lord, as if awaiting his response. Your presence here indicates that you must harbor suspicions. If so, why ask further? The Supreme Old Lord replied nonchalantly. It is precisely due to uncertainty that I seek clarification, the primordial heavenly venerable stated. It is indeed I? The Supreme Old Lord admitted candidly. The heart's descent upon the skeleton was orchestrated by me, as was the merging of her essence with that form. Even her memory loss was my doing. Moreover, Sun Wukong's timely return at the last moment was also influenced by my covert machinations. Thus, while Sun Wukong may have slain that woman, to be precise, he did not merely kill her, he destroyed her eternal heart. Now, Her heart will no longer possess immortality. The primordial heavenly venerable gazed intently at the supreme old lord and inquired, "Are you afraid of that heart, or of her?" The her in question was evidently the woman slumbering in the depths of hell's 19th level. Chapter 284. I am Zixia suddenly. The supreme old lord's gaze sharpened, and he sighed. This matter pertains to me. Is it for the purpose of disrupting the journey to the west? Or for your own path? The primordial heavenly venerable questioned. I have long suspected that Sun Wukong is an unpredictable variable, and now I am more convinced of it. He is a variable created by you, dear brother. I even wonder if he is beginning to recall his past lives, he continued. The supreme old lord paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. After a while, he rose and walked towards the palace, simultaneously signaling the opening of the gates of the Doshui Palace. The implication was unmistakable. It was a message to the primordial heavenly venerable to depart. The primordial heavenly venerable felt a twinge of headache. The reality of Sun Wukong as a variable was indeed confirmed. However, behind this variable lay the interference of his elder brother. The extent of the supreme old lord's strength remained a mystery to all. Yet among the saints, he was described in 4 words, profoundly unfathomable. The primordial heavenly venerable departed from the Doshui Palace, initially uncertain about Sun Wukong's status as a variable, but now he was assured. Should he report this to the West? After all, he had already immersed himself in the journey to the West. Should the endeavor reach completion, the benefits to him would be monumental. Yet, he harbored a twinge of anxiety about potentially offending the Supreme Laozi due to this matter. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to inform the West. He swiftly maneuvered into the depths of the dumpling realm and subsequently conveyed a message to the Buddha. Not long after, the Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, arrived. Why have you summoned me, Primordial Supreme? He inquired, his tone lacking warmth. According to the Buddhist analysis, behind the fluctuations lay 2 saints, whose identities were glaringly evident. The Primordial Supreme's purported collaboration with the Buddhist sect to navigate the tribulations of the journey to the West could very well be a guise for subterfuge. A clever stratagem indeed. Had not the Buddhist sect been astute, they might never have fathomed such an intrigue. Unbeknownst to the Primordial Supreme, he had already laid bare his intentions. Furrowing his brow, the Primordial Supreme retorted, "What manner of address is this?" The Buddha, draped in his robes with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded an aura that seemed to provoke irritation. Flicking off some ash, the Buddha reiterated, "What is it that you seek from me? What is your assessment of Sun Wukong?" The Primordial Supreme inquired. "Assessing is out of the question. One can only reckon." The Buddha replied. The Primordial Supreme's expression darkened as the Buddha continued. "Isn't it simply a matter of Sun Wukong returning to the kingdom of demons and the merging of the power of the golden staff? Why the fuss? Was the Primordial Supreme truly a saint? To be so perturbed by such a triviality. He was currently engaged in a game of mahjong, on the verge of a victory. The Buddha, taken aback by the overwhelming force, hastily calculated the situation. It posed no significant threat. There was no need for alarm. Having grasped the unfolding events, the Buddha dismissed any concerns, returning to his game. The merging of the golden staff's power was hardly a cause for alarm. At this, the Primordial Supreme felt a surge of indignation. Was he being accused of lacking discernment? Do you not find it peculiar that Sun Wukong has suddenly returned to the kingdom of demons? He pressed. What is peculiar about it? The Buddha shot him a glance that suggested he was being overly dramatic. Tang Xing merely allowed him to roam, and he happened to wander into the kingdom of demons. Is that not entirely reasonable? The Primordial Supreme concluded that this old fellow lacked insight. Was such a minor event truly worthy of such alarm? Was he to be distracted from his mahjong game for this? The Buddha, in his naivety, had drawn the Primordial Supreme's ire. If it were indeed such a trivial matter, would he have gone to the trouble of summoning him? The Primordial Supreme regarded the Buddha as one mighty simpleton. Have you not considered that there might be something amiss in this situation? From his recent conversation with the Supreme Laozi, the Primordial Supreme now harbored doubts. Was Sun Wukong's reckless return to the kingdom of demons not perhaps a consequence of his covert interference? What is strange about it? The Buddha, unfazed and still puffing on his cigarette, retorted. That monkey, riding the clouds, taking a stroll in the kingdom of demons. How is that not normal? Speechless. The Primordial Supreme Being was rendered utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I suspect that the variable is that monkey, Sun Wukong. I even contemplated his past and present. It seems he is merely pretending, deceiving us all. The Tathagata Buddha cast a profound glance at the primordial supreme being. Comprehending the situation, it was evident that he suspected the Buddhist sect had already discerned that the variable was Sha Wujing. Thus, the primordial supreme being feared that the Buddhist would uncover his manipulative presence behind the scenes and chose to cast Sun Wukong into the spotlight instead. Quite clever indeed. Had the Buddhist sect not been aware of the variable, they might have fallen prey to the schemes of the primordial supreme being. Although the Tathagata Buddha dispatched Guanyin Bodhisattva to descend to the mortal realm, wishing for her to subtly engage with the variable for potential collaboration, only Taishang Laojun seemed inclined towards an alliance. The higher-ups typically remained in the shadows, such as myself. Since the primordial supreme being was willing to take risks and infiltrate the Buddhist realm to discern the enemy's intentions, it indicated that, despite his involvement in the matter of the variable, he was merely a pawn, with Taishang Laojun orchestrating events from behind the curtain. Noticing the Tathagata Buddha's silence and peculiar gaze fixed upon him, the primordial supreme being could not help but inquire, "What is it? Do you dispute my words? You claim Sun Wukong has remembered? His soul remains trapped. How could he possibly recall?" The Tathagata Buddha dismissively replied, "It is intentional. The Buddhist sect has undoubtedly learned of the variable and has deliberately thrust Sun Wukong forward. How am I to know? Although he has been fragmented, resulting in a significant decline in his combat prowess, it is still possible for him to recollect everything." The voice of the primordial supreme being wavered with uncertainty, for he was cognizant of Sun Wukong's situation. In the land of the 10,000 demons, the overwhelming power reverberated throughout the realms, even reaching the site of the incident itself. The land of the 10,000 demons trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. The myriad demons turned their gazes in unison. A golden brilliance ascended towards the heavens. The demon queen, naturally, was the first to sense the commotion. Her figure flickered as she reacted. Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, stood dazedly in place, unexpectedly exclaiming, "I am the king of 10,000 demons, Sun Wukong." Even he was unaware of how those words escaped his lips, as if they were a long-buried echo from deep within his heart. The imposing aura gradually faded. Sun Wukong gazed at the golden staff in his hand and, at that moment, seemed to feel something stirring within him. He turned to look behind him, where a purple figure stood not far off, gazing at him intently. Her eyes unblinking. There was an inexplicable familiarity in those eyes, as well as in her presence. A single crystalline tear, shimmering with light, slowly traced down her cheek. Sun Wukong's heart clenched. Witnessing this woman in tears filled him with an unexpected pang of sorrow. "Have we met somewhere before?" he softly inquired, his gaze fixed on her delicate face. The demon queen stared at him in a daze. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly smiled, her tears transforming into a radiant smile, as beautiful as blooming flowers. "I am Zixia." Chapter 285. I am waiting for someone. Her smile was as radiant as a flower. Gazing at Sun Wukong, he found himself smiling back. "Oh, I am Sun Wukong." For reasons unknown, even in her laughter, there lingered a pang of heartache within him. "Have we met before?" Sun Wukong inquired once more, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her. "Yes, we have," Zixia replied with a gentle laugh. "Have you forgotten? It was at the White Bone Ridge." In that moment, when Sun Wukong's golden staff struck, it had revealed her true form, the original visage of the White Bone Demon. Yet, as the purple silk draped over her, she was restored to her true self, the very appearance she bore now. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "It's you." After a pause filled with astonishment, he finally asked, "How is it that you are not dead?" He distinctly remembered delivering a fatal blow. "By a twist of fate, I was spared," she responded. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape him. "That is good. That is good." Even he was unaware of why those words came forth, his heart a mix of gratitude and bittersweetness. Her familiar face was so close, yet he could not summon the memories associated with it. "Why are you here?" Sun Wukong queried. Logically, after having killed her once, she should harbor animosity towards him, or he should have raised his iron staff to strike again. However, no trace of hostility emanated from her. Looking at her, he found it impossible to lift his weapon. This woman possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, a fact he could easily perceive. Yet, he had never shied away from battle, nor would he flee, no matter how formidable the opponent. "I was meant to be here," Zixia said softly. "I am waiting for someone." "Do you know where this place is?" "The kingdom of 10,000 demons," Sun Wukong replied. Yes, the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Once, there was a demon king here, and I await his return. Zixa's laughter was radiant, her beauty shining like a flower in bloom. Looking at her smile, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile back. Have you seen him? He should be returning soon. He is on his way back, she said. In truth, he has already returned, but he does not remember. With a wistful gaze fixed on Sun Wukong's face, Zixia continued to smile, though a trace of sorrow lingered in her expression. He has forgotten everything, even me. The two sat side by side, the twilight casting a warm glow upon their silhouettes. In that moment, their figures seemed to merge into one. This very formation had been laid down by him in years past, intended to safeguard the kingdom of 10,000 demons. He had drawn upon the power of his own weapon to sustain the formation's operation, though the formation had long since fallen into disrepair. The essence of his weapon's power still remained. Zixia continued to smile, tilting her head to look at Sun Wukong, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, a profound change swept across Sun Wukong's face as the golden staff floated before him. The golden staff. It must indeed be the golden staff. From the very beginning, he sensed that this power seemed intrinsically linked to the staff itself. Now, hearing the words of this woman, he was entirely convinced. It was the essence of the golden staff. Could it be that the staff still harbored the presence of its previous master? Sun Wukong's eyes filled with confusion. He seemed to recall something, yet his mind remained shrouded in an overwhelming sense of dread, devoid of clarity. The voice of Zixia echoed softly. Do you see? The desolation of the myriad demons' kingdom. All of this stems from a great battle that occurred many years ago, the conflict between the demon clan and the celestial court. The celestial court emerged victorious, while the myriad demons' kingdom faced utter defeat, suffering countless casualties. Even the demon king was vanquished. Tears fell from Zixia's eyes. As if that cataclysmic battle unfolded before them, Sun Wukong opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. As though something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. His heart was heavy with bitterness and sorrow. Bowing his head, his body trembled slightly. Even I perished, he reflected. Yet the remnants of my existence lingered upon a white bone in the lower realms, and I forgot everything. Since that moment, Zixia was gone, replaced only by a skeletal specter, and later, you took my life. It was then that I began to remember everything. Zixia continued to speak gently. Do you know why you are called Sun Wukong? My master named me so, Sun Wukong replied. This master, of course, was not Tang Yu, but rather the venerable Bodhi patriarch. No, she countered, it was because, long ago, you were known by that name. Zixia gazed at him. This name had accompanied Sun Wukong for an eternity, from the moment he took form. Then, why are you called Zixia? Sun Wukong suddenly retorted. I am crafted from the essence of the purple twilight at noon, hence the name Zixia, she replied with a smile, rising to her feet. Shall we take a stroll? The myriad demons' kingdom is vast. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong nodded, albeit hesitantly. A sense of avoidance tugged at his heart as he approached the myriad demons' kingdom. Nearby, Chunjia and several elder demons knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Sun Wukong and Zixia walked side by side, traversing every corner of the myriad demons' kingdom. At each ruin, Zixia paused to recount tales of the past, explaining how each fragment of crumbled wall came to be. Sun Wukong listened absently, his thoughts wandering. He began to suspect whether the demon king was, in fact, a reflection of his former self. As for the name Sun Wukong, she claimed it was not bestowed by the Bodhi patriarch. Then who, he pondered, could have named him? A deep confusion enveloped him, as he felt a profound sense of loss, as if so much had been stripped away from him. No matter how hard he tried to recall, the memories eluded him, leaving an uncomfortable ache in his heart. This place witnessed the most ferocious battle in the history of the myriad demons' kingdom, Zixia remarked. At that time, hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers descended upon us, while the demons fought valiantly to defend this sacred land, unafraid of death. Despite the heavy casualties at that time, under the leadership of the demon king, they still managed to repel their formidable foes, safeguarding the only sanctuary belonging to the demons. As one gazes around, remnants of shattered walls and debris abound, with faint traces of crimson still visible upon them. Once, this land was adorned with a breathtaking peach orchard, where petals danced like dreams in the air. Suddenly, Zixia broke into laughter, recalling a moment when someone held her hand and solemnly declared, with heaven and earth as witnesses, The sun and moon as witnesses, the land as a betrothal, and the mountains and rivers as mediators, shall we, together with this Holy One, reach the heavens? Chapter 286, The Bewildered Simpleton. Now, it appears to be nothing but desolation. Yet, Sun Wukong faintly glimpsed the former peach grove, with blossoms cascading like a vibrant tapestry. He wandered aimlessly alongside Zixiao in the land of 1,000 demons, oblivious to his own thoughts. A profound emptiness enveloped his heart. Everything felt eerily familiar. Yet the memories eluded him. In this place, he experienced a tranquility he had never known before, a sensation that was remarkably soothing. As for the woman beside him, he was filled with both tenderness and affection. In the kingdom of women, Tang Yu had been living in close quarters with the queen for several days, seemingly casting aside all concerns regarding the journey to the west. To be honest, Tang Yu found this peculiar. Logically, he should have been contacted by the Buddhist sect by now. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the scorpion demon, yet it seemed she had forgotten him. If she had indeed forgotten, so be it. Whether it was the Buddhist sect or the scorpion demon who had overlooked him, it might not be such a misfortune after all. He could remain in the kingdom of women indefinitely. Tang Yu believed that with enough time, he could address the issue of the kingdom being composed entirely of women. Moreover, Daisy had been tirelessly striving for this cause, never pausing in his efforts. At this rate, Tang Yu began to worry for Daisy's health. He had noticed that his companion had lost weight and appeared increasingly lethargic. When he offered him a cigarette, he noticed that even the hand holding it trembled slightly. It was evident that after days of struggle, Daisy's body was far from its original state. Nevertheless, he continued to fight valiantly despite his frail condition. As Daisy's mentor, Tang Yu felt a deep concern for his well-being. Each day, he instructed the kitchen to prepare nourishing dishes for Daisy, ensuring he received ample sustenance. Guanyin Bodhisattva discreetly sent word to Tang Yu, and soon his figure appeared by her side. "What is it?" Tang Yu inquired. Guanyin looked at him with a bemused smile. "Are you truly not preparing to embark on your journey for scriptures? The Buddhist sect will send someone to urge you." Tang Yu shrugged. "I never anticipated you would be the one sent. I had hoped to extract a favor from the Buddhist sect, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. The Buddhist sect has now confirmed the identity of the variables." Upon contemplating the unfathomable suspicion cast upon Sha Wujing by the Buddhist community, Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't help but chuckle. It was utterly bewildering how such doubts could extend to the likes of Samlingzi. Tang Yu was taken aback. During his time at the Xili Lion Temple, even Maitreya Buddha had sought his confirmation. A gust of wind swept by, prompting him to blink. When he attempted to explain, declaring himself as the variable, they were met with incredulity. Indeed, it had been confirmed that the variable was none other than Sha Wujing, though the means of such confirmation eluded him. Guanyin Bodhisattva laughed heartily. How amusing! Tang Yu found himself increasingly admiring the Buddhist order for their ability to ascertain the identity of the variable. This time, the Buddha has tasked me with conversing with the variable to explore the potential for collaboration, Guanyin remarked. I have long perceived the Buddha's divided intentions. He even contemplated abandoning the journey to the west, yet felt compelled to continue due to the obligations to the saints behind him. The Buddhist community engaged in analysis, positing that at least 2 saints were covertly orchestrating events behind the variable. Hence, it seemed the object of the Buddha's desire for collaboration was, in fact, the saints believed to be manipulating the variable. Should a partnership materialize, it was evident that the Buddha sought to strategize for his future, displaying a remarkable disregard for the saints lurking in the shadows. Tang Yu was astonished. Could it be that he wishes to act independently? After all, he is someone with whom I have shared a drink or two, he mused. If he harbors such intentions, I ought to facilitate them. He suggested a brief conversation with Samlingzi, merely to present a facade for the Buddha's observation. As for the collaboration, I shall take it upon myself to agree on behalf of Samlingzi, but it hinges on what capital the Buddha possesses. If he truly seeks sincere cooperation, he must have something to offer. Tang Yu chuckled, recognizing that even the notion of refraining from extortion was becoming impractical as they were openly offering themselves up. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Observing Guanyin's sinister smile made him shudder. It seemed the Tathagata was destined to be deceived. Nevertheless, it was worth noting that Tang Sanzang had deceived the Buddhist order on numerous occasions. Each and every one who had interacted with him had felt the sting of loss. Reflecting on this, Guanyin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortuitously, he had aligned himself with Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, Who could predict how he might be ensnared? I will report this to the Buddha, Guanyin continued, and my visit today is also to urge you to hasten your journey. The Buddhist order has even set their sights on the queen of the daughter nation, intending to threaten you through her. Tang Yu's gaze turned icy. Ah, the Buddhist order? How splendidly despicable. To expedite my journey for the scriptures, they resort to such underhanded tactics. How shall I report this? Guanyin inquired. You may convey that if the queen of the daughter nation were to perish, I would ascend to the throne, and then the daughter nation would be mine. As for retrieving the scriptures, not a chance. Let them handle it as they wish, Tang Yu said coldly. If he yielded to this threat, it was likely that the Buddhist sect would incessantly resort to such despicable tactics. Bodhisattva Guanyin nodded, pausing for a moment before speaking. There is another matter. Gao Zuelan has been transformed into a bodhisattva? What did you say? Tang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't she a Gao Laozhuang? How could she possibly be transformed into a bodhisattva? Shortly after your departure from Gao Laozhuang, Intu Jietti took Gao Zuelan to Lingshan, under the pretext that she possessed the wisdom to cultivate the supreme path. Guanyin sighed. I forgot to mention this to you. If I had not seen that Gao Zuelan has indeed become part of Lingshan, I might still not have recalled her existence. Tang Yu's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Although he had known Gao Zuelan for only a few days, she was his first love. He had promised her that he would return to take her with him. Tang Yu was not jesting. He had even planned to secretly return to retrieve the peaches he had stolen from the peach garden for her. Yet, she had unexpectedly been transformed into a bodhisattva. Humph, even if she has become a bodhisattva, I shall find a way to restore her to the Gao Zuelan she once was. Tang Yu's perception of the Buddhist sect's treachery deepened. After a moment, Guanyin sought out Sanlungzi. Upon seeing her, Sanlungzi quickly knelt in reverence. Guanyin, either intentionally or inadvertently, mentioned that the Buddha wished to collaborate with him. This left Sanlungzi utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the implications. Guanyin then added, regarding the collaboration, the Buddha would certainly extend some sincerity. Sanlungzi understood little, but upon hearing it was the Buddha's intention, he nodded in agreement, still in a daze, completely oblivious to the meaning behind it. Chapter 287. Addressing the issue at its source, poor Sanlungzi's head was spinning. What does collaboration with the Buddha entail? If the Tathagata had something to discuss, why not simply give a direct command? Thus, regardless of what was required, Sanlungzi felt he could not refuse. Yet, he was left puzzled and still unable to comprehend the situation. Moments later, Sanlungzi resumed eating. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata casually monitored whether Guanyin had conversed with the variable. Although he could not hear their specific words, he could deduce from their discussion. It was conclusively confirmed that the variable was Sha Wujing. The naive Yuanshi Tianzuan absurdly suggested it was Sun Wukong, clearly intending to use Sun Wukong to divert the Buddhist sect's attention. Such naivety was remarkable. Did Yuanshi Tianzuan truly believe he could conceal Sha Wujing's identity and keep him hidden from the Buddhist sect? The Tathagata scoffed inwardly. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding Sha Wujing's role as a variable, it was dispelled through his conversation with Guanyin, solidifying the truth of the variable's identity. Poor Sanlungzi, inadvertently burdened with such a heavy blame. The disciples pay their respects to the Buddha. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva offers a slight bow. The multitude of Buddhas in the Lingshan looked towards her, particularly Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, who believed his suggestion was flawless. He thought that leveraging the daughter kingdom to coerce Tang Sung would undoubtedly compel him to comply. Revered Buddha, Tang Sung remarked that if the queen of the daughter kingdom were to perish, he could ascend the throne. He could utilize the daughter kingdom as a foundation to propagate our compassionate teachings. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva responded with a bitter smile. Instantly, an uproar ensued in Lingshan, especially Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, whose brows furrowed in confusion. Something was amiss. This was entirely contrary to expectations. Logically, Tang Sung should have yielded without resistance. Yet, he was straying from the anticipated course. Some of the Buddhas remained expressionless, particularly silver-headed Jietti, who had interacted with Tang Sung multiple times. He had foreseen this outcome. When had Tang Sung ever heeded anyone as counsel? Moreover, this situation could potentially provoke Tang Sung's anger, making him even less inclined to proceed on his journey. The Tathagata Buddha, after a brief contemplation, became aware of the implications, casting a disapproving gaze at Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Instantly, Samantabhadra was taken aback, his expression filled with bitterness. Could this individual be a hidden traitor within the Buddhist domain? The Tathagata's countenance darkened. On the surface, it appeared as though they were acting in the best interest of the Buddha's teachings, using the queen's threat against Tang Sung. Yet in truth, it would only serve to infuriate him. This incident would render Tang Sung even less likely to embark on his journey. Samantabhadra, do you have a solution? Must we truly resort to killing the queen of the daughter kingdom, allowing Tang Sung to ascend as emperor within her realm? The Tathagata Buddha's voice was cold, akin to the chilling winds and snow of December, causing Samantabhadra Bodhisattva to shudder involuntarily. Please forgive me, Buddha. I admit my considerations were somewhat lacking. Samantabhadra hastily fell to his knees in repentance. Yet, he felt a twinge of grievance within. This plan was indeed his suggestion, but the ultimate decision resided with the Buddha, and had they not all agreed? Now that the plan had faltered, the blame was placed squarely upon him. Such a predicament was truly vexing. The Tathagata Buddha scoffed softly, sighing, through this incident, do we truly intend to take action against the queen of the daughter kingdom? If we proceed in this manner, who can guarantee that Tang Sung will not ascend to the throne? At that point, surrounded by charming companions, will he still seek the scriptures from the West? As for Tang Sung's assertion of using the daughter kingdom as a base to promote the Dharma, such safety is but a pretense. He is likely to propagate his own lineage instead. The Tathagata was utterly convinced that, given 5 years, he could entirely transform the daughter kingdom. The assembly of Buddhas bowed their heads in silence, for they were at a loss. Particularly, the notion of employing such tactics to coerce Tang Sung left them feeling dishonorable. In retrospect, they felt a sense of disgrace. Yet, if this endeavor were to succeed, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a clever stratagem. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, with a cigarette held delicately between his lips, closed his eyes and joined his hands in prayer. Uttering a mantra, we must indeed find a way to hasten Tang Sung's journey. Your Holiness, Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke. Tang Sung has asked his disciple to pose a question to the Buddha. Given the current state of the Buddhist community, which has descended into such depravity, akin to the petty miscreants of the mortal realm, where then lies the compassion of the Buddha? Is there truly equality among all sentient beings? These words struck like a resounding slap upon the face of the Buddhist order. After a prolonged silence, the Buddha finally responded. Does anyone have a solution to expedite Tang Sung's departure? The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, each remaining silent, for they possessed no answers. Particularly, those who had interacted with Tang Sung, Intu Jiete, Lingji Bodhisattva, and Maitreya Buddha, lowered their heads further in trepidation of being dispatched by the Buddha. To descend at this juncture would invite scorn, and they would have to endure it. Useless, the Buddha murmured softly, gazing down with hollow eyes. In the vastness of Ling Mountain, among so many Buddhas, not a single one proved to be of use. Given their past interactions with Tang Sung, it would be prudent to send Maitreya Buddha to the mortal realm to communicate with him and urge him to embark on his journey, proposed the ancient Buddha of light. Maitreya Buddha raised his eyes to regard the elder, inwardly cursing, you seem to hold a grudge against me. With his head bowed so low, there seemed little room for evasion. Your Holiness, I find this course of action ill-advised, Maitreya Buddha interjected. Our Buddhist community has just employed such measures to coerce Tang Sung, and now we intend to urge him to continue his journey, setting aside the fact that he may not have had any intention to depart initially. Pressing him at this moment would be futile. Even if he were to set forth, it stands to reason that our order would incur some consequence. At this juncture, Maitreya Buddha blinked a few times, suddenly enlightened. Your Holiness, I see it now. It is not that Tang Sung refuses to depart. Rather, external variables are preventing his journey. Clearly, these forces are using this situation to extort our Buddhist community. Consider, I have already shared with Tang Sung some matters regarding the journey to the West. And as a practitioner of Buddhism, if he possesses even a modicum of devotion, he would undoubtedly wish to undertake the journey. Let us not forget that the westward journey benefits not only our Buddhist order, but also serves to elevate Tang Sung himself in achieving enlightenment. Upon this realization, Maitreya Buddha's face brightened with joy. He continued, thus, it is evident that external forces are meddling in Tang Sung's affairs, obstructing his journey, likely intending to extort our order through this very situation. Therefore, I believe we should address the root of the problem rather than focusing solely on Tang Sung. Chapter 288. Awaiting my return, side by side with the Holy One, Maitreya Buddha's intention was to first pacify the obstinate one. Once the matter regarding this stubborn individual was resolved, all subsequent issues would naturally follow suit, and Tang Sung would embark on his journey without hesitation. All of this is undoubtedly the doing of Sha Wujing. Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a profound glance at Maitreya Buddha, then turned her head away in silence. Truly, he is the Maitreya of the Western paradise. This analysis was so astute that even Guanyin felt it had merit, though she couldn't help but smile. The Tathagata Buddha, with a serene countenance, inquired, according to Maitreya's words, how should we arrange for the variables? Arrange for the variables? Huh. The Tathagata had never contemplated such a notion. Moreover, based on their analysis, there were at least 2 saints behind these variables, rendering the situation unmanageable. Furthermore, the Tathagata had long ceased to concern himself with the journey to the West. His greater desire was to collaborate with the variables, laying a foundation for his future uprising. Maitreya Buddha was instantly troubled, for how could he maneuver these variables when 2 saints stood behind them? It was a daunting task. The Tathagata narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, "This matter shall be discussed later." With a wave of his hand, he led Guanyin Bodhisattva deep into the chaos. What news? The Tathagata inquired. I report to you, O Buddha, that the variable has agreed to cooperate, but it requires ample sincerity. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke truthfully. The variable indeed consented to collaborate, for Tang Sanzang was the variable, and he had genuinely acquiesced, thus it was no falsehood. By the 12 grades of merit lotus. The Tathagata spoke slowly. This clearly indicated the Buddha's determination to venture forth independently, willing to part with the 12 grades of merit lotus. However, only 8 grades remained. During the calamity of the Fengshen, 3 grades had been devoured by the mosquito Taoist, thus the 12 grades of merit lotus had become incomplete. Originally belonging to the guide Taoist, its remaining 8 grades necessitated a significant investment to persuade Duobao, leading to the transfer of the 12 grades of merit lotus to Duobao, now known as the Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata cherished this treasure dearly. His 9-grade lotus throne had been crafted from the 12 grades of merit lotus. Alas, following the Lingshan theft incident, his lotus throne was lost. Yet, he had always kept the 12 grades of merit lotus by his side, which spared him from calamity during the Lingshan theft. Guanyin Bodhisattva was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the Buddha would offer even the most crucial 12 grades of merit lotus for collaboration with the variables. Should I send a disciple to the mortal realm to communicate with the variables again? After a moment of contemplation, the Tathagata replied, for now, it is unnecessary. The immediate priority is to facilitate Tang Sanzang's journey, at which point you may also converse with Sha Wujing. Poor Buddha, she thought. I speak of variables. Yet you continually mention Sha Wujing. Guanyin Bodhisattva found herself at a loss for words. In the land of 10,000 demons, Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Yet, Zixia sensed the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him, each cresting higher than the last. She spoke extensively, trusting that Sun Wukong had come to comprehend who the former demon king truly was. However, Zixia refrained from recounting the initial tale of her and Sun Wukong, for such matters were meant to be discovered and understood by him alone. She merely spoke of the kingdom of all demons and the demon king. In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, Empress Hutu had once inquired of him why the colorful stone had descended upon the Eastern Victory divine continent, and why he possessed the ability to communicate with spirits. Sun Wukong had been oblivious to all of this, yet it seemed that he had begun to grasp certain truths. The former demon king had been vanquished, reduced to his original form, transformed into stone, and cast down to the Eastern Victory divine continent. After the passage of countless years, he had emerged anew from the stone. He journeyed across the Eastern Sea to acquire knowledge, caused an uproar in the heavenly palace, and was subsequently imprisoned beneath the 5-Finger Mountain, awaiting the arrival of the one seeking enlightenment. It appeared as though all of this was a grand scheme. Tang Sanzang had also vaguely pondered why he could so effortlessly traverse the Eastern Sea, and why he encountered the Bodhi patriarch, who took him as a disciple. Vaguely, Sun Wukong began to comprehend something. He turned his head to gaze at the woman beside him. Her smile was like a blossoming flower before him. She was both achingly familiar and strikingly unfamiliar. The sight of her inexplicably evoked a strange, tender ache within him, compelling Sun Wukong to yearn for closeness, to protect her. Should a formidable foe approach at that moment, he would undoubtedly position himself before her, willing to sacrifice everything to shield her, even if it meant shattering his own form and perishing. Instinctively, he felt the urge to guard her, to cherish her, wishing to spare her from any harm. Even if I forget this world, forget myself, I could never forget you. In time, the former demon king lost all recollection. He forgot everything, the kingdom of all demons, his past, and even me. Xia stared at him vacantly and spoke. The sun rose gradually, then descended slowly. Brilliant starlight fell upon the river's surface. Delicate teardrops sparkled, gently cascading into the water. Thus, the entire river transformed into tears. I must take my leave. This utterance seemed to drain Sun Wukong of all his strength. He averted his gaze, unable to confront her tear-streaked face, as if each tear were an unseen hammer striking his heart. Bitterness spread, coalescing within. Suddenly, Sun Wukong spoke hoarsely. What was the name of that demon king? Xia turned her head to look at him, articulating each word with precision. His name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong felt little surprise at this revelation, for he had already surmised the truth. The power of the Rui Jingu Bang had lingered here, and with the woman beside him speaking of these matters, he naturally connected the dots, realizing that he was indeed the former demon king. But why had he forgotten everything? It seemed that the name Sun Wukong had accompanied him long before, not one bestowed by the Bodhi patriarch. He had always borne this name. With a few motions of the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong rose to his feet and waved his hand. A vast peach orchard materialized beside him. The blossoms swaying in the breeze, petals fluttering down like a vibrant rain of flowers. He gazed at the woman and said, I have forgotten. I have forgotten everything. This place, and even you. Yet, my vow remains unchanged. Sun Wukong declared. In an instant, Xia was in tears, staring blankly at the monkey, silent, her tears flowing silently. With heaven as witness, the sun and moon as witnesses, the mountains and rivers as matchmakers, Sun Wukong spoke softly, yet his voice was resolute. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, the voice that cannot be suppressed shall echo. When I return, shall we stand side by side as equals? He intended to leave this place, to seek the lost essence of his former self. After speaking, Sun Wukong cast a lingering glance at Xia, then soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xia watched in a daze as he departed. Chapter 289, Slaying the Scorpion Demon in the West. Discussions on how to set Tang Sung on his journey were still ongoing. However, what was even more surprising was the reason behind the Scorpion Demon's reluctance to take action. Logically, the Scorpion Demon should have already captured Tang Sung and brought him to the lair. Yet, at this moment, the Scorpion Demon remained in seclusion, cultivating in the cave, which was quite unusual. Calculating with his fingers, the Buddha's expression turned peculiar. Ah, I see. Tang Sung and his companions have arrived too early. It may seem they have wasted much time, but they overlooked the fact that the Scorpion Demon can fly. Although they squandered time in some areas, they saved time on the road, leading them to arrive ahead of schedule in the Kingdom of Women. This is fortunate. Otherwise, Tang Sung might have ended up with the Scorpion Demon, which would have created even greater complications. It is not unreasonable for the Buddha to worry, as this scenario was highly probable. The Scorpion Demon's hesitation is indeed a stroke of luck. The Buddha said, otherwise, with Tang Sung's virtue, he would undoubtedly be entangled with the Scorpion Demon. In my view, it may be best to let this difficulty pass. As for the Scorpion Demon, let our Buddhist disciples handle its subjugation. The pressing issue at hand remains Tang Sung's journey. The Buddha surveyed the area and remarked, Maitreya, you shall descend to the mortal realm and urge Tang Sung to clarify his intentions. Maitreya wore a pained expression. No matter how hard I try to evade, I cannot escape. I am thoroughly frightened, having unknowingly fallen victim to misfortune. If it happens again, it may cost me my life. He was also to subdue the Scorpion Demon, lest it fall into Tang Sung's hands. The Buddha's voice held a hollow tone, tinged with irony. All these tribulations were orchestrated by our Buddhist sect, and now we must personally intervene to resolve them. Truly a case of stumbling over one's own stone. By the Buddha's decree, Maitreya sighed and accepted the command, making his way to the mortal realm. He resolved to subdue the Scorpion Demon and ponder how to address Tang Sung regarding the urgency of their journey. Shortly after Maitreya departed, the Scorpion Spirit opened its eyes, its gaze illuminating as it listened to the reports from the little demons below and set forth towards the Kingdom of Women. In a moment of alarm, the Buddha was taken aback. He had already employed various means to intervene, even contemplating abandoning this ordeal. Yet, the Scorpion Spirit bravely approached the challenge. Indeed, It made its way to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Women. At that moment, Tang Yu and the queen were enjoying the blossoms. A gust of wind swept through, and Tang Yu soared into the clouds. When the queen opened her eyes, she discovered that her beloved brother had vanished. "Bring help quickly." She urgently commanded her attendants to search for him. Upon hearing that her master had been captured by a demon, both Days and San Lungzi were astonished. However, Days, seasoned from countless battles, struggled to maintain his footing. How could he possibly confront a demon in such a state? Meanwhile, their elder brother, Sun Wukong, was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, only San Lungzi remained. Yet, prioritizing his own safety, he resolved to abandon the pursuit, deciding to wait for Sun Wukong's return. They may have given up, but the queen did not. She promptly mobilized the entire nation's forces to search for her brother. Within the Pipa Cave of Poison Bottom Mountain, Tang Yu maintained a composed demeanor as he surveyed his surroundings. From the moment he arrived in the Kingdom of Women, he sensed the presence of the scorpion spirit. However, he refrained from putting up much resistance, understanding that this scorpion spirit was a formidable entity. In fact, she had once startled the Buddha himself at Ling Mountain. Thus, it was essential to nurture her potential. The scorpion spirit, clad in revealing garments, with skin as white as snow, gazed at him with a smile, exuding an intoxicating allure. Each smile and frown was filled with irresistible charm, captivating even Tang Yu, who had encountered many beauties on his journey, momentarily lost in her enchanting presence. The scorpion spirit was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had captured the wrong person. Wasn't Tang Sanzang supposed to be a virtuous monk? Yet, this individual before her hardly resembled one. The robe he had once worn had been replaced with the resplendent attire provided by the queen, and his hair had grown long, transforming him into a dashing young man, a noble figure. This appearance was in stark contrast to that of a monk. What was the meaning of this? Surely he could not be a fool. What was he up to? "Are you truly a monk from the Tang dynasty?" The scorpion spirit inquired uncertainly, having never encountered a monk of such a disposition. "It is I," Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "You have summoned me. What is your intention?" This statement left the scorpion spirit momentarily speechless. After appraising Tang Yu for some time, she was about to respond with a seductive smile when suddenly, the figure of Maitreya Buddha materialized, and a prayer bead was hurled towards her. In an instant, the scorpion spirit's body shattered to pieces. Maitreya Buddha, still panting heavily, felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to have arrived just in time. If I were to arrive even a moment later, once Tang Xing truly engaged in an illicit affair with this scorpion demon, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate her, for Tang Xing himself would likely object. Moreover, even the Buddha would be compelled to chastise himself. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the panting Maitreya Buddha, who leaned against the wall. After a considerable pause, he finally asked, "Maitreya, what are you doing?" He was somewhat displeased that the scorpion demon had not yet succumbed to temptation. Such an enchanting creature, once seduced, would undoubtedly provide a vastly different experience. "My brother, I sensed your plight and was specifically sent by the Buddha to rescue you." Maitreya Buddha replied with a smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, then comprehended the implications of the Buddha's message. Has the Buddhist order truly reached this point? The tribulations they imposed upon themselves are now being resolved by their own hands. This indicated a profound helplessness on the part of the Buddhist sect, evoking a tinge of sympathy within Tang Yu. "Maitreya, I am not in distress. You are meddling unnecessarily, do you not realize?" Tang Yu pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Next time, if you continue to flaunt your presence, not even a single cigarette will be left for you." This remark was directed at the denizens of the Western Paradise. Maitreya Buddha appeared somewhat aggrieved. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to engage Tang Xing in a forthright discussion. "Brother, tell me, is it not a matter of unpredictability that has led you to this state? Otherwise, how have you transformed so?" "Not at all. It is simply my true nature." Tang Yu sighed. "As a monk, I have witnessed the suffering of the world during my journey. Yet is the salvation of the Buddhist order truly necessary? Even if I were to obtain the true scriptures, could that alleviate the world's afflictions?" Chapter 290. Is it possible to write an IOU? "I am aware that during your time at the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple, you had already confided in me," said Maitreya. "Primarily, it is through your efforts that the Buddhist order can flourish." Tang Yu joined his hands in prayer and uttered a mantra. "As a monk, I must exert myself for the sake of the Buddhist order. However, I possess this limited character. If you do not wish for me to seek the scriptures, I can readily discard my robes and cease my endeavors. Seek whomever you desire. With a single disagreement, he threatened to abandon the cause. Maitreya Buddha grew anxious. Brother, what are you saying? How can you simply abandon your responsibilities? While the task of acquiring the scriptures may benefit the Buddhist order, it would also serve your interests. For eventually achieving Buddhahood would be effortless, would it not? In any case, I possess this limited character. If you do not require my assistance, then so be it. Tangyu replied, quite resolutely. Brother, the monumental task of acquiring the scriptures cannot be entrusted to anyone but you. Maitreya Buddha lamented, on the verge of tears. They had yet to address the core issue, and Tang Sung was already contemplating withdrawal. How could they possibly urge him to embark on his journey? Maitreya, I understand your intentions. You are concerned about my delay in setting forth, Tangyu sighed. To speak candidly, I am indeed mindful of the importance of this mission. Yet my heart is burdened with worry. What troubles you? Maitreya Buddha asked, puzzled. The journey to the West is long and arduous, spanning several years. I have already forged a bond of brotherhood with the king of the kingdom of women. No, we have already been wed. Time is fleeting, and beauty fades with age. Perhaps by the time the humble monk returns, the queen of the daughter kingdom will have become nothing but a mere skeleton. Tangyu spoke with profound emotion. Mortals are ephemeral, akin to flowers that bloom in the morning and are gathered in the evening, swiftly passing. Although I am but a corporeal being, I have been granted 2 ginseng fruits by the immortal Zenyuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple. Thus my lifespan is not a cause for concern. Therefore, I believe it would be wise for me to remain in the daughter kingdom, enjoying a lifetime of joy with her. It would not be too late to seek the scriptures from the West thereafter. Not too late. By then, the yellow flowers will have withered. Third brother, this is untenable. Consider the passage of time. Beauty is fleeting, and no matter how lovely the queen may be, she will eventually become frail and gray-haired, the Maitreya Buddha remarked. Tangyu waved his hand to interrupt. If I return after seeking the scriptures, she may have already lost her beauty. Even though time is merciless, I am willing to cherish her for a moment. Maitreya Buddha blinked a few times, and he understood. He comprehended the meaning behind Tang Sanzang's words. Third brother, this is not insurmountable. Here's what we shall do. I will return to the Western Paradise shortly to report to the Buddha and request a divine elixir from Taishang Laojun. This will ensure her beauty remains eternal, granting her longevity, so that she can await your return from the scriptures. Would that be appropriate? Tangyu's face brightened with joy. As for ensuring the queen's everlasting beauty and immortality, he had plentiful methods at his disposal. However, he dared not use them recklessly, fearing to arouse suspicion from the Buddhist sect. In the past few days, he had been contemplating how to have the Buddhist sect handle this matter. There is nothing amiss. Third brother, please wait a moment. I will return to the Western Paradise to report to the Buddha and manage this issue, Maitreya Buddha stated. Is it not merely a matter of ensuring the queen's beauty endures and granting her longevity? Compared to the journey to seek the scriptures with Tang Sanzang, it is a trivial matter. The Buddha would surely not refuse. Thank you, Maitreya. I am sincerely grateful, Tangyu said, as he thoughtfully presented a packet of cigarettes to Maitreya Buddha. In truth, he also wished to inquire about Gao Tsulan, having heard she had been transformed into a bodhisattva by Pudu. This troubled Tangyu's sleep for several days, leaving him restless. After some thought, he decided against probing them for information. He would take the opportunity to visit the Ling Mountain himself someday. Observing the packet of cigarettes in his hand, Maitreya Buddha instantly smiled. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, third brother. Tang Sanzang is indeed a commendable individual. Maitreya Buddha even contemplated that he need not report to the Buddha. He could procure an elixir himself. However, seeking the scriptures is a public duty, typically subject to reimbursement by normal organizations. Thus, Maitreya Buddha resolved to return to the Western Paradise first to inform the Tathagata. In high spirits, Maitreya Buddha hurried toward Ling Mountain. At the Pipa Cave, following the demise of the scorpion spirit, the lesser demons, upon sighting Maitreya Buddha, scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. The Pipa Cave now housed no demons whatsoever. Gazing at the spot where the scorpion spirit had perished, Tangyu sighed deeply before exiting the Pipa Cave. He cast a glance around, feeling somewhat bewildered. Where was this? How far was it from the Land of Daughters? If he were to take flight, he could swiftly return to the Land of Daughters. Yet, he hesitated. That damned fatty me. Who didn't he even bother to send me back? Tangyu sat upon a large stone, awaiting the arrival of the monks. He opened the system interface. Host, Tang Yu. Fortune value, 76, 450, 000. Cultivation level, pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian. Magic treasures, too numerous to display. Indeed, Tang Yu possessed quite an array of magic treasures, a testament to the contributions of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. However, his fortune value still felt woefully inadequate, once exceeding 90 million. It had dwindled to over 40 million after exchanging for the primordial purple chi. Recently, through a series of maneuvers, he had managed to accumulate 20 million. Yet he still felt impoverished. He was now reluctant to continue his cultivation, fearing he might inadvertently transcend his current realm and face tribulations. Is there no method within the system to transition directly from quasi-saint to saint? Tang Yu inquired. If he truly could not contain himself, then facing the tribulation would not be such a dire affair. Ideally, he could endure the quasi-saint tribulation and then ascend directly to saint. At that point, who would dare to show off? The saint pill, 500 million. Upon hearing this price, Tang Yu gasped in disbelief. He could not afford it. It was far too exorbitant. Could I perhaps write an IOU? Tang Yu suggested meekly. Knowing full well it was a fanciful notion, he pondered that without asking. He would never discover if credit was an option. What if it truly was? The system remained silent, seemingly disinclined to respond. I'll owe you for now, and I can double the repayment once I ascend to saint. I'll eliminate the 2 saints from the west, and that will surely suffice to settle my debt. What do you say? Tang Yu persisted. The system continued to withhold its response. Tang Yu sighed, realizing his hopes were unfounded. The system was indeed unyielding, offering him not a shred of leniency. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and looked ahead. He beheld the formidable Li Tianwang, still clutching that toothy bowl, striding forward with an air of authority. What brings you here, Li Tianwang? Tang Yu inquired with curiosity. Tang Sanzang, I have come to exchange for 2 packs of cigarettes, Li Jing proclaimed, holding the bowl aloft, his tone dripping with arrogance, as if merely conversing with Tang Yu was already a grand concession. Why such an attitude? Tang Yu lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, I have none. Chapter 291. The Business of Tai by Jin Xing. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Tang Sanzang's straightforward refusal. Observing Tang Sanzang's demeanor, it was clear he held little regard for someone of Li Tianwang's stature in the celestial realm, who did not respectfully address him as Li Tianwang. In Li Jing's view, his personal presence should make the exchange of 2 packs of cigarettes a trivial matter. It should not only be an exchange, but a simple act of courtesy. Yet, he never anticipated Tang Sanzang would so bluntly reject him. However, one cannot entirely blame Li Jing. He had not engaged deeply with the third brother and naively believed that his title as the heavenly king of the earth could intimidate Tang Yu. Had he possessed even a modicum of insight, he would not have dared to flaunt himself before Tang Yu. Tang Sanzang, I have come to exchange for 2 packs of cigarettes, Li Jing reiterated, his tone still laced with arrogance. The craving for tobacco was gnawing at him, and he was feeling rather uncomfortable. Typically, it was the Jade Emperor who would send down cigarettes for him, but this time, he could not locate the Jade Emperor and found himself without any cigarettes, resorting to surreptitiously descending to seek an exchange with Tang Sanzang. After all, his work hours had concluded, granting him some leisure time. Moreover, once he acquired the cigarettes, he would promptly return to the heavens, and no significant issues would arise. Tang Yu did not even spare him a glance, completely disregarding him. Why was it that he found such obstinate individuals so intolerable? He even contemplated whether he could discreetly send Li Jing away. Tang Sanzang, did you not hear my words? Li Jing barked. What are you crowing about? Tang Yu frowned and retorted, get lost. Li Jing's breath hitched, and his countenance turned ashen. How could he, the illustrious heavenly king of the earth, ever be so rebuffed? Yet, the mere thought of Tang Sanzang's status as a mere mortal filled him with resignation. Could he, a dignified heavenly king, truly lower himself to implore a commoner like Tang Sanzang for a mere 2 packs of cigarettes? Such a deed was beneath him. After a brief moment, Li Jing huffed heavily, deciding it best to return to the heavens and seek out the Jade Emperor to procure some cigarettes from him. Planning to retrieve a few packs for himself the next time he descended to meet Tang Sanzang. However, seeing Tang Sanzang savoring his cigarettes with evident pleasure, Li Jing felt an overwhelming urge to snatch them away. Yet he dared not. Ultimately, he strode away, bowl in hand, exuding an air of authority. Bah! What nonsense is this? Tang Yu spat dismissively. With the return of Maitreya Buddha, who reported Tang Sanzang's intentions, the Buddha of ultimate reality swiftly made a decision. He arranged for the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra to journey to the Do Shui Palace to exchange for elixirs. Compared to Tang Sanzang's journey, this was hardly significant. After all, it was merely a pill. There were no complications anticipated. As long as he set forth, everything would be manageable. However, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra wore a bitter expression. Once the Buddha had given his orders, there was no further action. It seemed he was destined for considerable expenditure once more. With no other choice, he proceeded to the Do Shui Palace. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, chanted a sutra, stating, "Since Tang Sanzang has agreed to embark on his journey, and this current tribulation is essentially declared null, I believe it prudent to seize this opportunity to contemplate the next tribulation, striving to ensure its completion." Completion? Not a chance. The Buddha of ultimate reality had lost all confidence. Who knew what unforeseen troubles might arise? With a furrowed brow, the Buddha picked up a cigarette and began to smoke. Why is this cigarette burning so quickly? It's about to run out again. Unintentionally, a cigarette pack was discarded at the feet of the revered Lingji Bodhisattva. After all, he had shared a drink with the Buddha on 2 occasions. Lingji Bodhisattva could discern that he had, in a sense, become a trusted confidant of the Buddha. Thus, during this period, he was the one providing the Buddha with cigarettes. Upon noticing the cigarette pack at his feet, Lingji Bodhisattva swiftly retrieved a fresh pack and presented it to the Buddha, who nodded in satisfaction. Observing the exchange, Maitreya Buddha fell into contemplation. This fellow truly had a knack for business. Lingji Bodhisattva had amassed quite a fortune recently, enough to provoke envy in Maitreya. Perhaps he should also approach Tang Sang to exchange for some cigarettes to sell. If he priced them just slightly lower than Lingji Bodhisattva's, he was certain to attract buyers. This thought illuminated Maitreya's eyes, and he resolved to proceed accordingly. Yes, and he must also find a way to acquire some erguotu for sale in tandem. Surely, this would yield a substantial profit. As for the next challenge, the matter could be deferred. Although Tang Sang had indeed agreed to set forth, could one guarantee his immediate departure? The Buddha spoke slowly. In my view, it would be prudent to wait for their journey to commence before contemplating the next challenge. What is there to contemplate? The sentiment was clear, for the next trial was formidable. The Buddha opined that it would be best to let things unfold naturally, allowing Tang Sang to navigate his path as he saw fit, thus alleviating any concern. The Buddha's reasoning resonated well, and Lingji Bodhisattva promptly echoed his thoughts. At this juncture, the ancient Buddha of Lamp remained silent. After all, the Buddha of the Lingshan was the supreme authority, orchestrating all matters. Should anything go awry, it would be the sage who bore the brunt, not himself. Yet, the ancient Buddha of Lamp sensed that the Buddha seemed somewhat indifferent to the events of the journey to the west. Moments later, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva returned, bearing the elixir exchanged from the Supreme Old Lord. The Buddha turned to Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Beloved Avalokiteshvara, you shall descend to the mortal realm and deliver the elixir to Tang Sang, while also urging him to embark on his journey post-haste. Avalokiteshvara understood the Buddha's intent, and she was to discuss the collaboration with the variable as well. However, she felt there was little need for extensive dialogue. With the 12-petal golden lotus of merit as the incentive, Tang Sang would assuredly acquiesce. Poor Buddha, who mistakenly believed that Sha Wujing was the variable. One could only imagine the expressions that would unfold once the Buddha came to realize that their initial deductions had been entirely erroneous. By your command, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva accepted the wisdom of the Buddha. In the heavenly court, having failed to procure cigarettes from Tang Yu, Li Jing's first endeavor upon returning to the heavenly ladder was to seek out the star of the White Emperor. After a thorough search, he found no trace of him. He arrived at the chambers of the White Emperor, calling out, White Emperor, before entering uninvited. Cigarette butts littered the floor, and the bedding was in disarray. White Emperor, Li Jing sighed, lowering his gaze to pick up a relatively long cigarette butt from the ground. He blew gently on the dust that clung to the surface before placing it in his mouth. Why does it taste somewhat salty? Nevertheless, Li Jing lit it and took a deep puff, a hint of long-lost pleasure gracing his face. This was the flavor he craved, refreshing. At that moment, the star of the White Emperor was diligently expanding his circle of followers. No, to be precise, he was cultivating clientele. Chapter 292, Departure from the Kingdom of Daughters. Heaven had begun to gradually succumb to the disdainful efforts of the star of the White Emperor. a fact that brought him considerable satisfaction. If this continued, he might very well become the wealthiest individual in heaven, aside from the Jade Emperor, of course. Many had already taken to indulging. However, as his enterprise flourished, the ambitions of the Star of the White Emperor clashed incessantly. He continued to develop his clientele, confident that once they experienced the invigorating essence of this remarkable smoke, they would undoubtedly recognize its benefits. Thus, whenever someone showed interest, he would promptly produce his magical artifacts, offering to bring along several boxes. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals, the Star of the White Emperor feared chaos might ensue. So he resorted to jotting down names in a notebook. Yet, one person could only achieve so much alone. Each task required his personal involvement. And after a round of this endeavor, the Star of the White Emperor found himself panting, exhausted. Nonetheless, he possessed a keen business acumen. Realizing he was overwhelmed and utterly fatigued, he decided to enlist a few subordinates. The first to be approached was the giant spirit god. Why him, you may wonder. In the eyes of the Star of the White Emperor, this individual lacked intellect, easily appeased with a single pack of cigarettes. He informed him that by recruiting 10 individuals, he would be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. However, the Star of the White Emperor remained skeptical about entrusting him with the magical artifacts. He instructed him to record the names of those exchanging for cigarettes, promising to gather everyone together for him to personally collect the artifacts. Thus, the Star of the White Emperor's business model took shape almost unconsciously. Some, upon hearing the offer of free cigarettes, even bestowed certain benefits upon him. The implication was clear: "Brother Star, I wish to collaborate with you." This nearly led the Star of the White Emperor to dismiss the giant spirit god, as he had received no benefits in return. Yet, recalling that the giant spirit god had been with him since the inception of this venture, he refrained from such a course of action. Through the collective efforts of the Star of the White Emperor and his associates, nearly all of heaven had succumbed. With a beaming smile, he turned to reform his business strategy. He vacated one of his personal chambers to serve as a venue for selling tobacco and alcohol, instituting strict hours of operation. Only during a specific hour after work were patrons allowed to exchange for cigarettes, and he also procured some ergot liquor. By day, they were revered, untouchable deities. By night, they stood in line to purchase cigarettes and alcohol. The commercial unfamiliarity associated with the celestial prince of the White Tiger has been thoroughly established, heralding the dawn of his commercial era. Naturally, the Jade Emperor had already been apprised of these developments. However, he chose not to intervene. Why, you may ask? Simply because the celestial prince generously provided him with tobacco and libations. The relationships above were managed with remarkable finesse. The sole grievance arose during morning meetings, where the deities indulged in smoking, creating a thick cloud of smoke that nearly choked the Queen Mother, leaving her on the verge of retching. In response, the Jade Emperor was compelled to issue an edict. Henceforth, no one was permitted to smoke during morning assemblies. Everyone was to adopt a serious demeanor and approach their duties with utmost diligence. Smoking during meetings was simply unacceptable, reflecting a lack of enthusiasm for work. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Guanyin Bodhisattva had brought back the daughter kingdom for Tang Yu, also presenting him with elixirs. Regarding the matter of collaboration, Tang Yu readily agreed. Little did he expect that his brother would truly invest heavily, even producing the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Before departing, Guanyin Bodhisattva once again sought out San Lungzi, seemingly engaging him in extensive conversation, though San Lungzi remained bewildered. He presented the elixirs to the queen of the daughter kingdom, instructing her to make a payment. "I must confide in you," Tang Yu said earnestly. "I cannot linger here for long, as I still need to journey to the west to acquire the scriptures. However, rest assured, I shall return." Gazing at her exquisite visage, he spoke with deep sincerity. "The elixir you just ingested will grant you longevity and preserve your beauty. Why must you embark on this quest for scriptures?" The queen inquired, perplexed. "The intricacies of this matter are beyond your understanding," Tang Yu replied. "Regardless, I must go. Just remember, I will indeed return." Taking her hand, he sighed. "If it were possible, I would remain here, but at this juncture, it is beyond my capability." During his time here, Tang Yu had experienced an unparalleled tranquility, one that perhaps would not be replicated in the future. He recognized that some matters must reach their conclusion. Having lingered for an extended period, it was time to set forth. Otherwise, one could only speculate as to what unscrupulous methods the Buddhist sect might devise, especially considering their willingness to use the daughter kingdom's queen as leverage against him. The queen gazed at Tang Yu with a dazed expression, eventually murmuring, "I will await your return." Her voice brimmed with reluctance, yet she sensed that her husband bore a weighty reason for his departure. Tang Yu nodded solemnly, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will come back." The following morning, Tang Yu and the queen walked hand in hand beyond the city gates, where he conveyed to her the necessity of her return. Reluctantly, she accompanied him a short distance further, her gaze lingering on him. After a final, heartfelt glance, Tang Yu boarded the carriage with his 3 disciples and set off. Sun Wukong appeared more contemplative than usual, his demeanor less buoyant, often lost in thought. The queen stood transfixed, watching the carriage fade into the distance. Until the vehicle had completely vanished from sight, she remained standing still. The journey to the Western Paradise was long and uncertain, and it was unclear when they would meet again. Yet, since Tang Yu had promised to return, she resolved to await his return faithfully. Moreover, her husband had even sought a potion from the Buddhist realm to grant her everlasting beauty. With a wistful gaze fixed on the direction in which Tang Yu had departed, the queen of the Daughter Kingdom stood motionless. Indeed, she did await Tang Yu, but it was many years later that he finally returned, carrying the weight of time upon his face. By then, he was a figure so changed that she could scarcely recognize him. As for the 3 disciples, none returned, leaving only him, who descended from the heavens, weathered by trials. His eyes filled with sorrow and emptiness. In the Western Paradise, the moment had come for Tang Sanzang to embark on his journey. The assembly of Buddhas collectively sighed in relief. The Buddha of infinite light, contemplatively puffing on his pipe, was absorbed in thought. He had already received news from Guanyin Bodhisattva that the variable had consented to cooperate. Thus, he pondered the matters of his own enterprise, contemplating the idea of re-establishing his own company. He refrained from sharing this with anyone, fearful of leaks. Some individuals within Ling Mountain, he felt confident, could be persuaded to join him, laying the groundwork for his ambitions. Naturally, dissenters would arise, such as the ancient Buddha of Lamp, who he had previously tested and found to be potentially an obstacle in his path. The Buddha of infinite light was now devising strategies to circumvent this old hindrance. Chapter 293, a discussion on the impending tribulations due to the variable's agreement to collaborate. The Buddha of infinite light found himself contemplating the eradication of opposition, primarily targeting the ancient Buddha of Lamp. This venerable figure not only possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, but was also well-liked among the Buddhas, wielding considerable influence. It was imperative to seek another opportunity to discreetly assess the sentiments of the other Buddhas, despite the Buddha of infinite light having a rough estimate of their loyalties. However, to ensure absolute certainty, further probing was necessary. On the other hand, Guanyin Bodhisattva was undoubtedly an ally. The Buddha of infinite light even considered whether he should convene with her to discuss matters in depth. The presence of many would facilitate decision-making. Amitabha, with Tang Sanzang now on his journey, the old monk mused on how to confront the next tribulation, which was of utmost urgency. The ancient Buddha of Lamp, hands clasped together and pipe in mouth, spoke wisely. The Buddha of infinite light echoed this sentiment and then retrieved the script. Spitting twice in disapproval, he opened the script. Understood. The kingdom of Chechi was mentioned, along with the 3 demons, the great master of tiger strength, the great master of deer strength, and the great master of goat strength, who resolved the drought afflicting the kingdom of Chechi and were subsequently honored as national advisors by its king. However, the 3 malevolent creatures were up to no good, and they exalted Taoism across the nation, expelling numerous monks who sought to establish temples in the kingdom of Chechi. This predicament inadvertently provided an opportunity to disseminate Buddhism. Having gathered a basic understanding of the situation, the Buddha inquired below about the potential issues that might arise from this tribulation. He urged everyone to ponder, as he wished to prepare in advance, encouraging the assembly of enlightened beings to contemplate possible problems and devise corresponding strategies. Thus, even in the face of unforeseen events, they could respond with composure based on their anticipations. It must be acknowledged that the entire journey to the West was fraught with uncertainties, and the assembly of Buddhas had lost their confidence entirely. They had even begun to preemptively arrange for potential complications. The gathered Buddhas exchanged glances, and soon began to discuss various conceivable issues. The first was the possibility that Tang Sung might simply disregard the matter altogether. The second considered that if he chose to intervene, how he would manage the situation could lead to methods divergent from Buddhist teachings. resulting in a cascade of subsequent problems that the Buddhist community would need to address. The third scenario posited that if Tang Sung adhered strictly to Buddhist principles, then this tribulation would be surmounted, though the likelihood of this occurring was exceedingly slim and could be temporarily set aside for discussion. Initially, attention focused on the first 2 points, seeking to devise strategies for how to respond. If Tang Sung chose not to intervene, how should this tribulation be managed? Conversely, if he did take action using his own methods, what potential repercussions might arise? Concentrating on these 2 issues, the Buddhas convened a lively discussion, forming several distinct groups to deliberate and later report their findings to the Tathagata. Some Buddhas even sat on the ground, eyes wide, animatedly sharing their analyses. The atmosphere within the Great Thundersound Temple was bustling. At this moment, Tang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had inadvertently caused within the Buddhist realm. As discussions unfolded regarding the myriad potential challenges of the impending calamity, had he known, he would likely have laughed heartily and remarked without a trace of sympathy that the Buddhist community was indeed in a pitiable state. Slowly, he departed from the borders of the Kingdom of Daughters. As night fell, Tang Yu experienced a touch of insomnia, unaccustomed to the absence of the soft embrace he had enjoyed for several days. Meanwhile, Daitzi, having rested and recuperated over the past few days, was now brimming with vitality. In contrast, Wukong appeared more subdued than usual, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries. Tang Yu had inquired twice, but the monkey merely shook his head. It seemed he was becoming rather enigmatic with his master. Reclining in the caravan, Tang Yu began to contemplate the next calamity concerning the kingdom of Che-Chi, where, under the leadership of the 3 wicked beings, Taoism had been exalted while Buddhism was driven out. On this matter, Tang Yu felt a sense of contentment. These few creatures were not entirely without merit. As for Buddhism being expelled, it was simply a matter of acceptance. Regarding this matter, Tang Yu had no intention of intervening. The 3 demons had indeed performed admirably. Although they were creatures of the dark, they did not engage in wanton misconduct. They merely drove away some troublesome monks without causing harm to anyone's life. Tang Yu was now contemplating how to maximize the benefits from this situation, seeking to gain as much fortune as possible. After much deliberation, he could not devise a suitable plan, so he decided to go with the flow. Once he exchanged the travel documents, he would depart without hesitation. The reason for such a decision was his apprehension regarding the actions of the Buddhist sect. Most importantly, he did not wish to harm those 3 demons, who had proven to be quite benevolent. Despite their nature, they ensured the prosperity and tranquility of the kingdom of Che-Chi, causing no harm to the innocent. Their only fault lay in differing beliefs, as they did not revere Buddha. Was it justifiable for the Buddhist sect to seek their demise for that? Master, San Lungzi tapped on the carriage. Tang Yu sat up and peered outside, asking, "What is it?" "There are fish." San Lungzi pointed to the nearby stream. "This glutton." Tang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Go ahead and catch some. We shall rest here for a while." He disembarked from the carriage and surveyed his surroundings. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a crimson hue across the landscape, as if painting the world in a delicate shade of blood. San Lungzi dove into the river with vigor and soon emerged with 2 fish. Skillfully, he kindled a fire and began to roast them. San Lungzi's culinary skills had been rapidly improving throughout their journey. As twilight enveloped the sky, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Tang Yu settled down to rest right where he was. After all, he was in no rush. As they continued onward, they encountered a number of monks who had been expelled, each wearing a look of despair. Some sat on the ground, gnawing on hard buns. A few monks glanced at the master and his disciple, involuntarily rising to their feet, for the unusual appearance of this group might invoke fear in any ordinary person. Yet, they bore none of the serene demeanor expected of monks. Tang Yu still wore the splendid robe prepared by the queen of the kingdom of girls, and his hair had grown significantly long, which he had tied back. Coupled with his naturally fair complexion, he appeared more like a noble scion than a monk. Of course, if he had a folding fan in his hand, it would have been even more perfect, surely captivating countless maidens. However, as soon as Tang Yu spoke, he disrupted this ethereal charm. "What are you bald donkeys up to?" Chapter 294. All deceived and crippled. This question was rather rhetorical, as it was evident that these were monks expelled from the kingdom of Che-Chi. Each one appeared disheveled, devoid of youthful vigor. From among the group of bald heads emerged an older monk, who pressed his palms together and recited a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. We are monks from the Great Compassion Temple of the Kingdom of Chechi. A year ago, His Majesty the King suddenly appointed 3 national masters. But these 3 masters favored Taoism, expelling the entire monkhood from the Kingdom of Chechi. Furthermore, His Majesty decreed that any monk found propagating Buddhism within the kingdom would face execution without mercy. The old abbot sighed deeply, lamenting that, in the face of overwhelming despair, he had no choice but to depart from the land of Chechi. He had heard that even their temple had been dismantled and transformed into a Taoist establishment. His disciples had followed the old monk through arduous journeys, enduring countless hardships, with some tragically succumbing to exhaustion along the way. The old monk, though guilty of leading them into peril, was indeed a victim of circumstance. Having been ordained from a young age and raised within the monastery, where could they possibly turn now? Why not simply join the Taoist sect? Suggested Tang Yu, his voice startlingly candid. The old monk's eyes widened in disbelief. Having devoted my life to the Buddha, how could I betray my faith over a mere setback? Then proceed as you wish. I do not fear to inform you that for hundreds of miles ahead lies desolation. With your current company, I estimate that traversing that stretch will cost you half your party, if not more, Tang Yu warned, his tone tinged with foreboding. Moreover, you have admitted to being responsible for the demise of many monks. Can you bear the thought of leading them further on this treacherous path? Are you truly a monk? Tang Yu questioned, skepticism etched on his face. It is said that monks are embodiments of compassion, yet it seems you are leading your disciples towards certain doom. The simple-minded disciple cast a glance at his master before lowering his head, filled with admiration for the wisdom of his mentor. Meanwhile, some monks began to ponder his words. What he says holds merit. If we were to join the Taoist sect, we would no longer need to endure such grueling travels in search of refuge. Chechi is our homeland, the place where we grew up. Leaving so abruptly fills our hearts with sorrow. Besides, as you mentioned, ahead lies a vast wilderness, and many may not survive the journey. Why had we not considered this earlier? Had we chosen the path of Taoism from the outset, perhaps some of our brethren would still be alive. The old monk's beard trembled with indignation as he pointed a quivering finger at Tang Yu. I have devoted my life sincerely to the Buddha. It is utterly inconceivable for me to join the Taoist sect. Oh, then you shall lead them to their demise, Tang Yu retorted coldly. Monks are said to be compassionate, yet you are fully aware of the treacherous road ahead and obstinately insist on bringing them along. Is this not akin to willfully endangering lives? Look at these young monks. They are still in the bloom of youth, while you, aged and frail, have little to lose. Their lives are yet to be fully lived. Tang Yu pointed emphatically, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Where is the compassion of Buddhism that I failed to see in you? The old abbot was momentarily taken aback, for Tang Yu's words seemed to possess a certain logic that left him without a retort. If they continued on this path, it would indeed resemble an act of deliberate harm. Moreover, their food supplies were dwindling. They could barely manage a single bun per day, setting aside the dangers ahead. Should they run out of provisions, a significant portion of their group could perish. Yet, the thought of abandoning his lifelong commitment to the Buddha in favor of Taoism was a burden he could not bear. Master, I do not wish to leave the land of Chechi. A timid little monk spoke softly. As soon as he uttered those words, a chorus of agreement erupted from several other monks. Master, I believe the sentiments expressed by this benefactor hold considerable merit. If we continue down this path, it is likely that few of us shall remain. The Master, despite our sincere devotion to the Buddha, would not wish to abandon our faith for the path of the secular, yet we find ourselves in a state of desperation. Perhaps we should consider not only our own plight, but also that of our younger brothers. The old abbot's expression wavered, clearly deep in thought. Tang Yu secretly smirked, then instructed the clumsy ones to prepare a meal while another prepared for the hunt. We must make ample provisions, as it seems many will gather for the meal soon. Just as the elder abbot was reciting scriptures, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing him to swallow hard. The little monks gazed longingly at Tang Yu and his companions, who were roasting a small deer, hares, and a variety of fish. The monks could not help but salivate. It had been days since they had last enjoyed a hearty meal, and the tantalizing scent sent them into a frenzy of hunger. Tang Yu, with great kindness, declared, I know you are hungry. Come forth to partake of this feast. The monks collectively turned their gaze towards the old abbot. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, Very well, you may go. This benefactor speaks true. To lead you further down this path would be akin to taking lives. Yet, I must solemnly vow to defend the last dignity of the great compassion temple. With that, he closed his eyes, resolute in his refusal to partake. The little monks, after a brief moment of hesitation, rushed over and began to feast. Delicious. Exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. Hearing this, the old abbot swallowed hard, his hands clasped together in prayer. The alluring aroma was simply irresistible, stirring his restless heart. Master, do partake. Nothing is more important than your well-being. This self-imposed starvation is unwarranted, Tang Yu said, waving a piece of rabbit meat enticingly before him. The old monk opened his eyes, pointed at Tang Yu, and declared emphatically, I would rather starve to death or jump into this river than consume a morsel of your food. Tang Yu gave a thumbs up, muttering to himself, let us not act in a manner unworthy of our integrity, for he is sincere in his devotion. The old abbot cursed under his breath and suddenly rose with great fervor. He strode swiftly to the table, seized a fish, and began to eat heartily, exclaiming, oh, how fragrant! Why is it so delightful? Tang Yu stared in astonishment at this scene, realizing that the allure of true flavor could not be escaped. Master, why do you weep? The little monk asked, perplexed. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life, the old monk replied, tears streaming down his face as he raised his gaze. Is there more? His tears were not for the fish alone, but for the very faith he had held throughout his life, now seemingly shattered by the simple pleasure of this meal. Tang Yu proactively handed him another piece of meat, exuding a commanding presence as he declared, eat. Everyone, indulge yourselves, there is plenty to go around. Feel free to feast. Chapter 295. All join in. San Lungzi tirelessly stoked the fire for the barbecue, his hands weary and sore. Yet, the monks voraciously devoured the food before them. They had been skillfully persuaded by Tang Yu. Once satiated, they belched contentedly, their spirits and energy significantly replenished. Tang Yu assured them that once they had decided to join the Taoist faith, there would be no further concerns. Otherwise, enduring such tumultuous journeys could lead to dire consequences for them all. Initially, the old abbot, steadfast and principled, had resolutely refused, vowing to uphold his beliefs. However, with the first bite of meat, he found himself at a loss for words, though his expression subtly betrayed a complex mix of emotions. Tang Yu understood this well. After a lifetime of devotion to Buddhism, suddenly breaking the precepts to embrace Taoism was understandably jarring. Nevertheless, in time, they would come to relish such sumptuous fare. Observing their gaunt figures, it was clear their nourishment had been insufficient. They had to ensure these monks were well-fed and robust before departing from the land of chariots. Once they were full, Tang Yu led the group of monks onward with great enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving the kingdom of women and seizing fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 500,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for secretly maneuvering to cause Maitreya Buddha to conceive, thereby plundering fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 1,000,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for altering the crisis of Pipa Cave, resolved by the Buddhist sect, and seizing fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 500,000 fortune points. It took some time after exiting the kingdom of women for the system notifications to arrive. Was there a glitch? Regardless, as long as the rewards were credited, that was what mattered. However, such modest gains had begun to seem trivial to Tang Yu. As he continued toward the kingdom of chariots, he gathered more bold monks. A growing entourage of those expelled from the kingdom of chariots, all of whom had now been persuaded to embrace Taoism. They began to enjoy their first tastes of meat, realizing that Taoism permitted such indulgences. How had they not known of this delightful fare before? Had they been aware, they would have joined Taoism long ago, sparing themselves the hardships they had endured. This procession was steadily expanding, like a lion pulling a cart, with a large group of monks trailing behind. When mealtime approached, they instinctively sought out food without needing Tang Yu's prompting, fishing in the waters or hunting for wild rabbits. Tang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing their return to the right path. In the West, all the Buddhas were taken aback, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing the most astounding event. Regarding this crisis, they had conducted various analyses, concluding that the likelihood of Tang Sung disregarding it was the greatest. Thus began a series of investigations to uncover effective countermeasures. Now, Tang Sanzang was in charge. employing an unexpected approach from the Buddhist realm. This situation seemed worse than neglect. A once harmonious group of monks had been swayed into rebellion. There was no remedy. The Buddha sighed deeply, having anticipated such upheaval. However, no one foresaw the peculiar maneuvers of Tang Sanzang. His actions left them utterly bewildered, their resolve shaken. Amitabha, we are caught off guard, murmured the ancient Buddha of light. Originally, due to the various discussions among the Buddhas, the ancient Buddha of light had believed they would remain focused on the issues at hand. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow, leaving them stunned. Just as they were about to reach the kingdom of Chechi, such an enormous incident occurred. What unforeseen calamities might lie ahead? How should they proceed? The Buddha's gaze was vacant as he inquired. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, then bowed their heads, for they were equally at a loss. Why do I feel that Tang Sanzang is the true variable? Whispered Intu Jeti, instantly drawing the attention of the others. However, they deemed his words impossible, especially Maitreya Buddha and the Buddha himself. In their view, the confirmed variable was Sha Wujing. Moreover, the Buddha had already sent Avalokiteshvara to engage in dialogue with the variable and had agreed to cooperate. The matter of the variable has been affirmed, declared the Buddha. Our immediate concern is how to address these monks. Shall we merely watch as these devotees join Taoism? Would that not amount to unwittingly crafting a wedding gown for our rivals? What on earth was happening with Tang Sanzang? Was he truly a follower of Buddhism? While neglecting them may be an option, he certainly should not lead them to Taoism. Is this the conduct of a person? Humph. As a follower of Buddhism, one must possess unwavering determination. Such wavering believers are better off without. These monks are shockingly unstable, huffed Samantabhadra. They have been so easily swayed by Tang Sanzang's words that they seem lost. They have begun to break their vows, indulging in meat, and even wish to join Taoism. Yet, we cannot allow them to benefit Taoism so freely. Maitreya Buddha furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. I implore you, my Buddha, it would be wise for us to refrain from intervening for now and observe how this tribulation unfolds. In due course, we can devise a plan to guide these monks back to the fold. Even if they do not return, we must not allow Taoism to gain from this situation. His reasoning was sound. The Buddha nodded in silent agreement. Maitreya speaks wisely. Let us observe this tribulation first, and then devise a means to guide them back. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Tang Yu had already arrived at the borders of the kingdom of Chechi. Some officials, upon witnessing this large assembly of monks, hurried to report to the emperor. Are these monks planning a rebellion? The king of Chechi had also considered this possibility. In haste, a battalion of soldiers was dispatched, encircling a large group of monks along with Tang Yu. You bald donkeys dare to return here? His Majesty, in his benevolence, has allowed you to seek another path. The kingdom of Chechi exclusively venerates Taoism. Your Buddhism is no longer viable. Now be gone. You gather here, as if plotting rebellion. Should you not disperse? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The general, brimming with vigor, gestured with his hand. Instantly, the surrounding officials and soldiers raised their bows and arrows, aiming them at Tang Yu and the others. The monks were thrown into a flurry, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, and their anxiety grew palpable. Stop! Tang Yu stepped forward, speaking slowly. General, here is the matter. I have heard of their plight and express my deepest sympathy. Under my gentle persuasion, they have found their way back and have resolved to embrace Taoism, thus becoming disciples of the Tao. Chapter 296. Better to take initiative. The kingdom of Chechi's exclusive reverence for Taoism is commendable, and I wholeheartedly concur. It is indeed reasonable. Tang Yu continued. These individuals are not guilty. They have merely been misled in their faith. They have committed no grave error. Given their return to the right path and their willingness to join Taoism, let us grant them this opportunity. The monks gazed at Tang Yu, their eyes brimming with tears, moved by his words. Throughout their journey, Tang Yu had cared for them, providing ample sustenance, and their camaraderie had flourished. They had come to understand that Tang Yu was the monk sent to the Western paradise to seek scriptures. When the news reached the other monks, they were astonished. This individual, who bore no resemblance to a monk and indulged in meat, was chosen by the Bodhisattva for such a significant task. They, who had devoted their lives to the strict rules of the Buddhist faith, had never once laid eyes on the Buddha and were now expelled from the kingdom of Chechi, facing such tribulations. Meanwhile, the sight of this long-haired individual, indulging in meat and breaking vows while being the scripture seeker, unsettled many hearts. Let it be, they thought. We shall no longer believe in Buddhism. as they felt the collapse of their faith. The allure of meat was undeniably tempting. The general pondered for a moment before hastily sending word to the emperor and the national master. These bald donkeys have found their way back. They have returned to Taoism. Soon, the king of Chaji received the news and convened with the three national masters to discuss the matter urgently. Ultimately, the three national masters decided that since the monks had chosen to convert to Taoism, they would be granted an opportunity. The temples that had been dismantled could be repurposed into Taoist temples. With followers and a location secured, it was a win-win situation. Upon hearing this news, some monks were moved to tears, relieved that they would no longer be uprooted. Quickly, the soldiers escorted them away, and as they departed, they bid farewell to Tang Yu. Reluctant to leave, "Go on, all of you," Tang Yu waved his hand. "Thrive in Taoism, and one day, when I return, I shall come to visit you." Thus, the matter concerning these monks was resolved. He also prepared to enter the palace to meet the emperor of Chiji Kingdom. To thwart any insidious schemes from the Buddhist sect, Tang Yu resolved to exchange the necessary documents and depart. As for the mess left behind, let the Buddhists clean it up. He harbored no desire to harm the three demons. However, Tang Yu surmised that once this ordeal concluded, the Buddhist sect would not allow them to survive. Had it not been for the current predicament, they likely would have acted much sooner. Some monks had already turned to the Taoist sect, which must be quite troubling for the Buddhists. This maneuver should yield a considerable amount of fortune. How clever I am, Tang Yu thought with a sense of pride. To preempt any unforeseen events, he first cautioned son Wukong. "Wukong, listen to your master and refrain from fighting, understood?" He was well aware that this monkey had a penchant for brawling at the sight of demons. It was in his nature to be a fighter. Son Wukong glanced at him, said nothing, and nodded in agreement. In the West Heaven, the Buddha was experiencing a tempest of emotions. He could only watch in disbelief as the monks shed their robes and donned Taoist garments. Such a swift betrayal. What on earth was happening? The betrayal was alarmingly straightforward. The entire Lingshan fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the Buddha exhaled deeply. "Is there still hope?" After a moment's contemplation, he spoke with subtle significance. "Perhaps we should abandon the journey to the West. If this continues, I fear we shall have no followers left, and the Taoists will benefit." This was indeed a plausible concern. One must consider how much influence Tang Sanzang had exerted on the monks throughout their journey. Moreover, Tang Sanzang had inadvertently conveyed that he was the designated scripture seeker, which inevitably left many earnest monks feeling somewhat unsettled. Initially, some monks had strayed from their vows under Tang Sanzang's influence, indulging in wine and meat, and seeking out brothels. Now, they had escalated further, beginning to join the Taoist sect. After nurturing so many followers, were they not merely sewing garments for another's benefit? The ancient Buddha of Randolite recited a mantra, Amitabha, asserting that regardless of the obstacles, the journey to the West must persist. After all, the two saints held great expectations for this endeavor. To abandon it now would certainly be difficult to justify to them. As for the matter of the monks, I believe we should heed what Maitreya Buddha suggested. Once this trial concludes, we shall devise a way to guide them back to the fold. The Buddha said no more and merely nodded. It was evident that his spirits were profoundly low, devoid of hope for the entire journey to the West. Reflecting on the initial fervor with which they embarked on this quest, each was filled with ambition, eager to elevate the Buddhist faith. Yet now, they found themselves praying that no further complications would arise. Unconsciously, their mindset had shifted rather rapidly. However, in light of the numerous setbacks faced by the Buddhist sect, it was perhaps understandable. Some rejoiced while others despaired. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of Lingshan, the heavenly court was enveloped in jubilation, their spirits high. Especially when observing those bald monks, one by one donning their robes and embracing Taoism, the Jade Emperor chuckled heartily, slapping his thigh in amusement. This Tang Sanzang is truly a remarkable talent. Were it not for the selection made by the Buddhist sect for their scripture seeker, one might suspect that everything was predetermined from the outset. At this moment, the Jade Emperor began to harbor doubts. Could it be that they have planted an undercover agent within our ranks? He laughed again. Tang Sanzang is rather impressive. The plump star nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Although Tang Sanzang had a tendency to be confrontational and somewhat pretentious, he was quite agreeable when it came to exchanging incense and other offerings, often bestowing an extra pack at times. The old minister also recognized Tang Sanzang's merits. "However, Your Majesty," Tai Bai Jingxing cautioned, I fear this matter may bring unnecessary troubles upon you. The Jade Emperor looked puzzled. Your Majesty, consider the implications. A multitude of monks has suddenly been persuaded by Tang Sanzang to join our Taoist sect. In my humble opinion, the Buddhist sect may seize this opportunity to allege that our heavenly court has covertly meddled in their affairs. It is certainly within the realm of possibility, Taibai Jingxing elaborated. We are well aware of the unscrupulous actions they have committed in the past. All of this is the doing of Tang Sanzang. What relation does it bear to our heavenly court? The Jade Emperor scoffed. I refuse to believe that the Buddhist sect could be so shameless as to make me an unwitting scapegoat. Should that occur, I shall have a serious discussion with the Buddha. With that, the Jade Emperor produced a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff. He had already decreed that smoking was prohibited in the Lingxiao Palace, yet he was exempt, for the entire heavenly court belonged to him. Your Majesty, perhaps I am overthinking this, yet we must remain cautious, Taibai Jingxing continued after a moment of contemplation. In my opinion, it would be prudent for us to take the initiative. Chapter 297. The discovery of Taibai Jingxing. The Jade Emperor was somewhat baffled by this statement. However, upon careful consideration, he found Taibai Jingxing's words quite reasonable. Despite this affair having no bearing on the heavenly court and entirely being the actions of Tang Sanzang, the infamous shamelessness of the Buddhist sect could not be overlooked. If they were to exploit this situation, it might bring about unnecessary complications for the heavenly court. In your view, how should we take the initiative? The Jade Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, we could send emissaries to the Western Paradise to advise the Buddhist sect to manage their own followers and refrain from tarnishing the reputation of our Taoist sect. Taibai Jingxing suggested with a faint, somewhat sinister smile. His meaning was clear. While the Buddhist followers had abruptly joined our Taoist sect due to Tang Sanzang's machinations, we do not desire them, and the Buddhist sect ought to exert some control. This was akin to benefiting while feigning innocence. A significant number of individuals had joined your Taoist sect due to Tang Sanzang's actions, yet you still wish to create trouble for us. Nonetheless, Taibai Jingxing's perspective was indeed quite sensible. To avert the Buddhist sect from exploiting the situation, the heavenly court resolved to take the initiative and confront them. The Jade Emperor fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he too broke into laughter. Wu Cao, Taibai, your concerns are indeed justified. I have not misjudged you. Truly, you are my most astute subordinate, always considering every angle. Take the initiative and confront the Buddhist sect, leaving them speechless. Poor Buddhists, left utterly flabbergasted by Tang Yu's deft maneuvers, unable to devise a counteraction while facing inquiries from the heavenly court. The deities of the heavenly court unanimously concurred, agreeing wholeheartedly with Taibai Jingxing. Regardless of the truth, one must always align with the favored, for he is not only a favored figure before the Jade Emperor, but also a tobacco merchant. Taibai Jingxing has significantly elevated his status and must not be offended, for should he take offense, he might well refuse to sell you tobacco, leaving you with nowhere to lament. Very well, Taibai, you shall journey to the Western Paradise and inform the Tathagata Buddha. Let him manage his followers. We, in Taoism, have no need for the misfits of Buddhism. The Jade Emperor decisively decreed, appointing Taibai Jingxing as a diplomatic envoy to engage with the Buddhist leadership. Crucially, Taibai Jingxing held a special place in the emperor's heart, demonstrating remarkable understanding. Often, a mere glance sufficed for him to discern the appropriate course of action. With the imperial edict in hand, Taibai Jingxing leisurely withdrew, preparing to travel westward to seek an audience with the Tathagata Buddha and report the matter. In the Western Paradise, the Buddhas continued their deliberations regarding this calamity. Having initially missed the correct answer, no one anticipated that Tang Sanzang would act in such a manner, leaving them utterly astonished. The subsequent issues could prove even more severe. Thus discussions were held to devise preemptive strategies. Only by comprehending the enemy's tactics could they seize the initiative, transforming passivity into proactivity. Otherwise, they would perpetually be led by the nose, always at a disadvantage. The Buddhas established various discussion groups to deliberate on this calamity, harnessing their intellect to catalog all conceivable scenarios and corresponding countermeasures, which would ultimately be presented to the Buddha. Though termed discussions, several groups fell into silence, lacking any viable ideas, particularly regarding Tang Sanzang, whom they preferred to avoid. His cunning was notorious, and he had previously ensnared the Buddhas into Taoism, a testament to his unpredictable nature. Your Holiness, Taibai Jingxing requests an audience, reported Kasayapa. What brings Tai Bai jinxing here? The Buddha queried, somewhat perplexed. However, following the recent theft incident, although the Buddhist community had shown some signs of economic recovery, they remained vastly diminished compared to their former glory. Each was seated upon a small stool, a sight that must not be witnessed by Tai Bai jinxing. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of the celestial court. At that time, the heavenly treasury had been plundered, and the Jade Emperor was consumed with worry for several days, fearing the ridicule of the Buddha. However, unbeknownst to the Jade Emperor, the celestial court had merely lost more than half of its treasures, while the entirety of Ling Mountain had been completely emptied. Thus, the Buddha refrained from mockery. Had it been otherwise, the Buddha would have relished the opportunity to covertly deride them. The Buddha lit a cigarette and stepped out. Arriving directly at the entrance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he felt as though his divinity had diminished. How could the illustrious Tai Bai jinxing require his personal audience? Tai Bai jinxing, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Buddha, gazed upward at the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his mouth agape in disbelief. As if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle, the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had once been a treasure forged by the Buddha himself. Now, it was nothing more than a common piece of wood. Yet, the characters inscribed upon it remained strikingly clear and resplendent. Great Thunder Sound Temple Brothel. Tai Bai jinxing rubbed his eyes again, convinced he must have misread. When had the Great Thunder Sound Temple undergone such a transformation, adopting such a fashionable and extraordinary name? What brings you to the Western Paradise? The Buddha inquired, his voice imbued with a sense of pride. This sentiment was justified, as he possessed the capital and strength to uphold it. He stood on equal footing with the Jade Emperor, while Tai Bai jinxing was merely his sycophant. Nevertheless, the Buddha felt a tinge of envy toward this sycophant, for having such a follower could alleviate many burdens. At that moment, Tai Bai jinxing finally lowered his gaze and bowed respectfully to the Buddha, stating, Tai Bai pays his respects to the Buddha of the Western Paradise. He then expressed his admiration. I never anticipated that the Great Thunder Sound Temple had undergone a name change. This is indeed a cause for celebration. However, why did the Buddha not inform His Majesty? Had His Majesty known of the renaming, he surely would have prepared a lavish gift to extend his congratulations. What name change? The Buddha replied, somewhat bewildered. He instinctively looked up, and his countenance paled immediately. The plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple Brothel had replaced the original insignia, now reduced to a mere piece of ordinary wood. The characters, despite their unique style, had become somewhat obscured due to prolonged exposure to the elements. Yet, the words were still discernible, indicating that they had likely been hanging there for some time. Chapter 298. Discovering the plaque's alteration at that moment. The Buddha felt as though his breath had been suspended. He inhaled deeply, consuming an entire cigarette in one go. His gaze fixed in a stupor upon the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple Brothel. After a considerable pause, he finally exhaled. The dense smoke enveloped Tai Bai jinxing's face, causing his wispy beard to visibly yellow at an alarming rate. Nevertheless, Tai Bai jinxing closed his eyes, enduring the onslaught of the smoke. After a brief moment, Tai Bai jinxing opened his eyes and began to cough incessantly. The face of the Buddha was ashen, strikingly fearsome. Buddha, Tai Bai jinxing called out weakly. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. This was certainly not the work of the Buddha. For who would casually rename the majestic Delayin Temple to such an unseemly title? The other deities dared not speak either. At that moment, Tai Bai jinxing's mind raced with possibilities. It seemed that something was amiss in Lingshan. During his recent visits to the Buddha, he had noticed that the Buddha himself had emerged from the Delayin Temple, a rarity that sparked his curiosity about the happenings within. It was astonishing that even the temple's plaque had been altered. If there is no significant matter at hand, please take your leave. I have other affairs to attend to. The Buddha said in a calm tone, though a hint of anger simmered beneath. Tai Bai jinxing could easily discern the Buddha's displeasure. Given the Buddha's current mood, it was unwise to discuss the matter further, for the risk of provoking the Buddha to the point of fury, where he might strike him down, was far too great. After careful consideration, Tai Bai jinxing resolved to depart and wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject once the Buddha's spirits had lifted. Yes, I take my leave, he said, casting one last glance at the Delayin Temple, regrettably finding nothing amiss. As Tai Bai jinxing departed, the Buddha's voice thundered. Assemble. All the deities of Lingshan were summoned to gather outside the Delayin Temple, standing rigidly. their expressions betraying their confusion. Yet, the Buddha's countenance revealed that something significant had transpired. "Lift your heads and look," commanded the Buddha. At his directive, the deities raised their gazes, and the words the Yin Temple appeared clearly before them. A collective gasp echoed among them. Who could be responsible for this? They pondered. The very headquarters of the Buddhist realm, the Yin Temple, had been unwittingly renamed. "I must ask," the Buddha thundered, "how is it that you all wander about daily, traversing back and forth countless times, yet none of you noticed?" The disgrace of the Yin Temple being renamed without the knowledge of its guardians stung deeply. Bai Jinxing would undoubtedly report this to the Jade Emperor. The Buddha felt as though he had lost face entirely. He suspected that the plaque had been stolen during the temple's recent misfortune, a theft that incited a desire for vengeance within him. The deities stood with heads bowed, silent and ashamed. Who among them would casually glance upward? Even a fleeting glance could have revealed the theft of the plaque. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Buddha erupted in fury. Had it not been for the observation of the illustrious Bai Jinxing, one would not have been so enraged. "You lot, a band of incompetents. Do your minds merely serve as vents for frustration? After so many days, have you not discerned the peculiarities of the plaque?" With a mere wave of his hand, the Buddha of Enlightenment summoned the plaque into his grasp. He pointed at the characters representing the Grand Thunder Sound Monastery, once radiant in golden splendor. Yet what is this abomination? A congregation of ineptitude. The assembly of Buddhas bowed their heads, silent in their shame, yet harboring a sense of grievance within. Did you not also fail to notice? After a prolonged tirade, the Buddha finally ceased his rebuke, shattering the plaque of the Grand Thunder Sound Monastery with a single blow. Yet, a new dilemma emerged. Originally, the plaque had been forged from rare treasures, painstakingly procured through cunning dealings with the celestial realm. However, the Buddha did not wish to draw upon these funds. After all, the Buddhist order was amidst turbulent times, plagued by internal treachery, with news lingering in the shadows. Should the thief become aware that the Grand Thunder Sound Monastery was flourishing, it would spell disaster. "What purpose do you serve?" The Buddha sighed in lamentation, then continued, suggesting that the assembly should once again seek donations regarding the plaque, for it represented the dignity of the Grand Thunder Sound Monastery and could not be depicted with mere mortal artifacts, unbefitting the esteemed stature of the Buddhist faith. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a large basin, signaling that they could commence their contributions. The Buddhas exchanged glances, yet inevitably began to cast treasures into the basin. Maitreya Buddha felt a sense of déjà vu, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. He instinctively lifted the basin, approaching each Buddha as they deposited their offerings. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. What madness is this? Why not leave it on the ground? Must one lift it? The Buddha of Enlightenment cast a glance at Maitreya. In the celestial realm, although Bai Jinxing had failed in his mission, he embellished the tale of the plaque's exchange to the Jade Emperor, who erupted into hearty laughter. Had he learned of this sooner, he would not have hesitated to venture to the sacred mountain to behold the new plaque himself. Bai Jinxing then voiced his suspicions, suggesting that the Grand Thunder Sound Monastery must be facing some issues, for the Buddha himself had come forth to greet them without them even entering. Could this not seem strange? The Jade Emperor dismissed the concern, instructing Bai Jinxing to make another visit to the sacred mountain, as the matter of so many monks turning to the Taoist faith must be addressed preemptively. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun tirelessly calculated, ultimately revealing the image of the slumbering woman from the depths of hell's 19th layer before him. She remained in her deep slumber, yet her formidable presence was palpable. Is she on the verge of reuniting with her original essence? Hongjun mused. It seems the metamorphosis has succeeded, but how strong are you now, having undergone such transformation? Humph. Can you shatter the heavens? Even if you can transform and achieve success, what does it matter if you are oblivious to your own limitations? Will you await your transformation only to be eliminated, or shall it be now? Perhaps there may be some complications then. Yet, if you are eliminated now, how will you comprehend the profound truths you possess and subsequently seek a higher path? Hongjun furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the purple cloud palace. Although the three purities harbored ulterior motives, the fallen sage elixir could still be wielded to maintain control. They would ultimately remain subservient to me. Chapter 299. The Tiger Subduing Arhut. Hongjun had long sensed the discord among the three purities, particularly the schemes of the supreme old lord lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, Tongtian, having been exiled to the primordial chaos due to the defeat of the Jijia, harbored some resentment in his heart. As for Yuan Shi Tianzun, his motivations were rather intriguing. Nevertheless, due to the fallen sage elixir, even if they possessed dissenting thoughts, they remained firmly within my grasp. And as for the two saints of the West, it is not that Hongjun looks down upon them. Rather, they simply do not warrant his attention. I shall await your successful transformation and the reassembly of your essence. Let us see just how formidable you truly are. Do not let me down. Hongjun's gaze pierced through the void, extending far and wide, fixated on the slumbering figure of the woman in the depths of the 19th layer of hell. Aside from her, it could be said that the other saints were entirely under Hongjun's control. Thus, even if she were to grow stronger, she would still hold no significance in Hongjun's eyes. Furthermore, even if she were to take that final step and break through the heavens, Hongjun remained unfazed. He had merged with the heavenly Tao, serving as its spokesperson. Acting on behalf of the heavens, he could, when necessary, draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao to engage in battle. In the lower realms, Tang Yu and his companions made their way toward the imperial palace. However, as twilight descended, the emperor had already concluded his duties. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu resolved to take his disciples to a hotel for the night, with plans to meet with His Majesty at dawn. Following the completion of their official documents, they would depart immediately. After taking just a few steps, Tang Yu paused. Before him, a group of children was playing joyfully. Among them, a child of about 4 sat on the ground, weeping bitterly. Tang Yu's gaze fixed upon the child, motionless. What a pity. The tiger-subduing Arhut, one of the older children, around 7 or 8 years old, pulled the collar of the reincarnated tiger-subduing Arhut, tilting his head and saying, "How dare you secretly hoard Buddhist scriptures? Do you not know that our Chiji kingdom venerates Taoism above all?" With that, he pushed the weeping child to the ground. The child, now on the floor, continued to cry, while the scriptures were torn to shreds by a few others. One child squatted down and, in a rather unsightly manner, used the pages to wipe himself, pointing and laughing at the sobbing one. Tang Yu could not help but gasp in disbelief. The current incarnation of the dragon-subduing Arhut faced a rather tragic fate. Although once struck by the 6-eared macaque and reincarnated, some innate traits remained etched deep within the soul. From a young age, this child had a fondness for Buddhist texts. Indeed, this might not be devoid of the Buddhist sect's own design. At that time, the Buddhist community had already contemplated the possibility of unforeseen challenges arising. Hence, they had reincarnated the Arhut Fuhu in the kingdom of Chechi. At a critical juncture, he was to disseminate the teachings of Buddhism, rectifying the losses of the past and allowing Buddhism to once again take root in Chechi. "Wait for me, Iron Egg. I must inform my mother," Dog Shengzi said, wiping away his tears. Several children made faces at Dog Shengzi before gleefully scampering off into the distance. Tang Yu, with a glint in his eyes, approached. "Is your name Dog Shengzi?" Dog Shengzi looked at Tang Yu, suddenly ceasing his sobs, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and fear towards this person. "Who are you?" the little one asked, rubbing his eyes weakly. "I am Tang Sanzang," Tang Yu declared, revealing a rather endearing smile as he crouched down to pat the child's head. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the little one burst into tears once more. As he wiped his tears and gazed at Tang Yu, he remarked, "I don't feel like the name Tang Sanzang belongs to a good person." Pu Er, nearly bursting into laughter, quickly lowered his head. "How can you say I'm not a good person when we just met?" Tang Yu responded, somewhat disheartened. "Come, I find you quite delightful. Let me treat you to a meal." Although he was the reincarnation of the Arhut Fuhu, he still retained the innocence of a child. Upon seeing the Grand Lion pulling the cart, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He wanted to approach but hesitated. Tang Yu, cradling the child, climbed aboard the cart. Sitting on the large bed within, the little one exclaimed in awe, "Wow! Here, have some fruit. Don't be shy," Tang Yu said, handing him an apple from the small table before them. "Where are your parents, Dog Shengzi?" This was indeed a clever inquiry. With just a simple calculation, Tang Yu could discern the truth of the matter. Frankly, Dog Shengzi's family situation was relatively decent. His father was a well-known wealthy man. However, his mother was merely a maid, a result of an indiscretion by his father during a drunken stupor. While the family appeared prosperous, it bore no relation to Dog Shengzi, who, born of a maid, held a lowly status and was scorned by the legitimate wife. His childhood was marred by beatings and curses. This unfortunate child, especially after the death of his mother due to illness, faced neglect from his father, and often went hungry, suffering at the hands of his older siblings. Tang Yu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Poor dog Shangzi had endured so much hardship at such a tender age. A compassionate monk, Tang Yu resolved to extend a helping hand, aiming to impart the understanding that true love exists in this world. However, he also comprehended that when the Buddhist community arranged for the Arhat Fuhu's reincarnation, they likely sought a suitable family for him, inadvertently overlooking the trials that awaited him in life. The family was indeed well off, yet that bore no significance to dog Shangzi, for even the inheritance of the family's wealth would never be within his reach. I hear you enjoy Buddhist scriptures. What a coincidence, Tang Yu said with a smile. I am a monk on a pilgrimage to the west to acquire the sacred texts. Go Shangzi, though still young, had encountered monks before. However, it was his first time meeting a monk like Tang Yu, and a hint of skepticism flashed in his small eyes. Behold, this is the passage document of the great Tang, Tang Yu declared, producing the document. Li Shimin is my elder brother, and I have traversed numerous countries. It bears the seals of various nations. Go Shangzi's eyes sparkled with interest. I have a fondness for Buddhism, he admitted, lowering his head with a hint of sadness. But in our country, belief in Buddhism is forbidden. The scriptures I secretly hid were torn apart by Tai Dan and the others. And Guzi even used them as toilet paper. He sniffled, on the verge of tears. How could one not like it? In my past life, I was entwined with such matters, Tang Yu mused inwardly. Although he had reincarnated, faint traces of his previous life still lingered. Don't cry, Tang Yu quickly reassured him. After a moment, Tang Yu led Go Shengzi into a tavern and ordered a generous amount of meat dishes. Go Shengzi's small face depicted a mix of emotions as he hesitated with his chopsticks, unable to bring himself to eat. Eat, Tang Yu urged, gesturing towards the food. Aren't you hungry? Have some. I prefer vegetarian food, Go Shengzi whispered. I don't like meat. Vegetarian? That won't do, Tang Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide. You're at a stage of growth. You need to eat meat for nourishment. Come on, eat more. The child was still too young. If he were older, Tang Yu wouldn't mind taking him to explore the brothels. The Buddhist community truly had its flaws, allowing such a fine child to suffer in this manner. Tang Yu felt a pang of sympathy as he observed Go Shengzi's frail form, barely resembling a child. After a couple of bites, Go Shengzi suddenly looked up with yearning in his eyes. Can I accompany you to the Western paradise to seek the scriptures? He asked, tears welling up. Neither my mother nor my father cares for me. Witnessing the child's plight, Tang Yu felt a surge of compassion. He let out a deep sigh, inexplicably touched by a sense of sorrow. Some children, despite having done nothing wrong, were abandoned and unloved. Why bring such a child into the world if they were to be neglected? Snapping back to reality, Tang Yu promptly agreed. Very well. I shall take you to the Western paradise. Let me tell you, little one, the Buddha is like a brother to me. When the time comes, I shall speak to him, and ensuring your enlightenment will be no trouble at all. This was something that would happen without his intervention. As a guardian of the Buddhist temple, the child would eventually be embraced by the faith. After satisfying their hunger, Tang Yu and his small companion, along with several disciples, found an inn to rest for the night. The following morning, they would present themselves before the king of the country of Chechi, exchange the passage document, and set off for the Western paradise. Upon their arrival, the Buddhas recognized the child immediately. He was one of their own, a guardian of the Buddhist teachings. As Tang Yu entered, they greeted the child warmly. Suddenly, the Buddha felt a jolt of alarm. What a predicament! What virtues does Tang Sanzang possess? And what kind of child might he raise? Even if this child is a reincarnation of an Arhat from their Buddhist order, the Buddha himself firmly believes that, given some time under Tang Sanzang's influence, the child is bound to stray from the path. The possibility of betraying the Buddhist teachings cannot be dismissed. What shall be done? Just as one wave subsides, another rises. The unfolding of events is truly unpredictable. Tang Sanzang has now begun to guide the child, and some cannot help but speculate that, through various circumstances, he has already discerned the child's true identity as the reincarnation of the Arhat who subdues tigers. If Tang Sanzang leads him astray, returning to the righteous path may not be an easy endeavor. What shall the Buddha do? Manjushri Bodhisattva inquires. The Buddha has no favorable solutions. Should they immediately attempt to elevate the Arhat? Yet, the poor child's spirit has not yet fully coalesced. Moreover, caring for such a young child poses numerous challenges: feeding, hygiene, and other basic needs are significant concerns. Perhaps it would be best to bring the Arhat back to Mount Ling. The ancient Buddha, too, begins to feel anxious. Shall I then take a trip? The Buddha suggests, pondering the logistics of caring for such a young child. The assembly of Buddhas, lacking any experience in child-rearing, falls silent, fixated on the task of guiding the Arhat without considering that he is still merely a 4-year-old child. All the Buddhas turn to the Shuangguang mirror, where they see Tang Sanzang handing the Arhat a stick. Tomorrow, when those little rascals bully you, use this stick to fend them off. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry, Tang Yu says with a smile. The Arhat shakes his head vigorously like a rattle drum, but I am afraid. Fear not. If you're hesitant to use the stick, I will teach you a few combat techniques. Tang Yu contemplates and declares, first technique, the resounding slap. As he explains, he demonstrates. See, extend your hand, channel all your strength into your arm, using your waist to propel the motion, and then swing your palm out. He illustrates with a swift motion, creating a whooshing sound. Curious, Dog Sheng mimics the action like this? Yes, yes. Use your waist to generate power. Only then will you unleash formidable strength, Tang Yu replies, clearly satisfied. Second technique, the eye strike. As the saying goes, strike the face before the eyes. With the speed of lightning, deliver a sudden punch to the eyes. Witnessing the little one being bullied stirs Tang Yu's compassion, prompting him to impart more advanced skills. Third technique, the electric cannon. This move possesses tremendous power. First, position your hands as if forming a sphere, quickly reach out, grasp your opponent's head, and forcefully press down while simultaneously raising your sturdy knee to strike their forehead. Downward press, strike, repeat this sequence 8 times, and your opponent will undoubtedly lose their combat ability. This technique is immensely powerful. With diligent practice, you will find your place in any setting. However, it is highly probable that it is a prison, Tang Yu added silently in his heart. The myriad Buddhas of Lingshan, upon witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, drawing in a sharp breath. If this child were to remain with Tang Sanzang for another 2 days, he would undoubtedly be rendered utterly useless. Initially, there was some concern among the crowd regarding subsequent care. However, upon witnessing the current state of affairs, the Buddha of Infinite Light hastily declared, "We must retrieve him at once." His gaze fell upon the ancient Buddha of Lamp. Let the ancient Buddha personally undertake this task. The ancient Buddha of Lamp displayed a pained expression, clearly indicating that he would henceforth be responsible for the child. With the Buddha's decree acknowledged, the ancient Buddha of Lamp pondered internally whether he should take the opportunity to issue a warning to Tang Sanzang. To speak candidly, he had long been unable to tolerate the obsequiousness displayed by certain members of the Buddhist community towards Tang Sanzang. While it was indeed an honor to be the designated pilgrim as per the Buddhist sect's mandate, such a revered position should not grant one the license to act recklessly. A few judicious reminders would be appropriate. Lost in these thoughts, he descended to the mortal realm, observing the departing figure of the ancient Buddha of Lamp. The Buddha of Infinite Light's eyes revealed a hint of profundity. This old fellow would undoubtedly become a stumbling block on his path. However, eliminating him discreetly would not be an easy endeavor. If possible, it would be preferable to enlist the aid of unforeseen variables. It seemed that a forthright discussion with Sha Wujing was necessary. After glancing at Maitreya Buddha and the joyful Buddha, the Buddha of Infinite Light waved his hand, drawing Maitreya Buddha into the chaos. He produced a cigarette and offered it to Maitreya Buddha, who accepted it with a degree of trepidation. After taking a puff, the Buddha of Infinite Light squinted slightly and inquired, "What is your perspective on the events of the journey to the West?" Maitreya Buddha, perplexed, contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. The calamities faced thus far in the journey to the West are few and far between. In my view, as long as there are variables at play, it will not be an easy task to complete the journey. You speak wisely. I have also considered this matter. The Buddha of Infinite Light remarked, casting a deep glance at him. What if we were to abandon the journey to the West? Maitreya Buddha regarded the Buddha of Infinite Light intently. This was not the first time the Buddha had broached the subject of abandoning the journey. Maitreya Buddha sensed the gravity of the matter. The Buddha was indeed contemplating relinquishing the endeavor. However, how could one so impulsively abandon the journey to the West without addressing the concerns of the 2 revered sages behind the scenes? The journey thus far had indeed been fraught with tribulations. Maitreya Buddha sighed. Even I, who am not dissatisfied with the Buddha, have little confidence left. I am uncertain whether we can ultimately succeed. He refrained from explicitly stating whether to abandon or persist with the journey to the West, instead offering his perspective on the current situation, providing the Buddha with an ambiguous response. The Buddha of infinite light appeared to be speaking to himself. Rather than continuing down this path, which has become exceedingly difficult to traverse, it would be wiser to seek an alternative route. A faint wisp of smoke escaped from the Buddha's nostrils as he squinted, his gaze appearing somewhat profound. Continuing the journey to the West would merely be a waste of time. The Buddha spoke slowly. However, should we abandon our course recklessly? The two sages would surely not acquiesce. After all, you and I remain disciples of the Buddhist order. At this point, he cast a glance at Maitreya Buddha, whether intentionally or not. Maitreya's heart raced wildly, prompting him to take a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. The implication of the Buddha's words seemed to suggest a desire to sever ties with the Buddhist realm, a notion so audacious that Maitreya couldn't help but admire it. This was a true embodiment of manliness in the Buddha, for such thoughts were beyond his own imagination. Yet, Maitreya was acutely aware that the Buddha had drawn him into a state of confusion, and this seemingly casual remark bore profound significance. It was evident that the Buddha sought to win him over or perhaps to gauge his stance. On one side stood the preeminent figure of the Western paradise, while on the other were the two sages. If Maitreya were to choose, he would undoubtedly align himself with the sages, for as long as they remained powerful. The Buddha's ambitions might never come to fruition. After all, strength is the foundation of all endeavors. Nevertheless, the Buddha's intentions were clear. He would prepare thoroughly for any eventuality. The Buddha was correct. I now possess little confidence regarding the journey to the West, Maitreya thought with a wry smile. However, if we were to abandon the journey to the West in such a manner, the two sages would never consent. He paused and continued, as disciples of the Buddhist order, we must strive to seek great benefits for our faith. His words indicated his current position as a disciple of Buddhism, a sentiment the Buddha understood well. Yet, this portly figure spoke somewhat ambiguously, failing to provide a definitive answer, evoking a sense of uncertainty. In the Buddha's eyes, Maitreya appeared as an indecisive entity, a variable in this unfolding scenario. Indeed, the Buddha nodded. Regarding the sages, I shall certainly provide an explanation. Maitreya's expression shifted slightly in surprise. The Buddha's assertion suggested he had devised a means to confront the sages behind the scenes. Amitabha, Maitreya murmured a sutra, choosing not to voice further thoughts. In the mortal realm, in the kingdom of Wujing, Tangyu continued to educate the young monk, Little Fuhu, imparting lessons about the importance of not being at a disadvantage in life, reminding him that as novices in humanity, none should fear the other. Suddenly, Erudite knocked and entered, appearing somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head, seemingly hesitant to speak. Tangyu, sensing his unease, swiftly replied, "Go ahead. I have indeed noticed some fine establishments. Feel free to experience them." "Thank you, master," Erudite exclaimed joyfully. Having emerged from the kingdom of daughters for some time, he had yet to indulge. During the day, he had seen numerous establishments and yearned to enjoy himself, yet out of respect for his master, he had refrained from expressing his desires. As night fell, his restlessness grew, prompting him to knock on the door for permission. Erudite rushed out in eager haste. After a long while, Dog Xingzi fell into a deep slumber. Observing his serene visage, Tangyu couldn't help but smile quietly. Such a young child is akin to a blank canvas, easily influenced by the strokes of others. Despite a lingering attachment to Buddhism from his past life, Tangyu was confident that he would soon rectify this unfavorable trait. A figure swiftly emerged from the room. It was imperative for Tangyu to remind the three monsters of their obligations, as it would facilitate his own endeavors. At the Sanqing Palace, statues of the three pure ones stood prominently, surrounded by numerous offerings. However, upon seeing the statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tangyu felt a wave of displeasure. This old fellow had long established a partnership with the Western Buddhist sect and had not missed an opportunity to target him. An impulse to shatter the statue surged within him, though it remained merely a fleeting thought. With a wave of his hand, he obscured the heavenly mechanisms, enveloping the area in secrecy. He then positioned himself within the statue of Taishang Laojun, intentionally creating a stir. At that moment, the three monsters were engrossed in discussions about their grand aspirations. In their eyes, their immense contributions to Taoism made their ascension to the celestial ranks an inevitable destiny. Unbeknownst to them, they had already drawn the attention of the Buddhist sect, which sought to ensnare them for a particular purpose. These three creatures were, in a sense, pitiable beings. Though they were demons, they had never committed any heinous acts. They refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, even showing mercy to the monk practitioners of Buddhism, merely driving them away without resorting to violence. Yet, they found themselves entangled in a deadly predicament. Their misguided piety was deemed insignificant in the eyes of Taoism. As for their dreams of ascending to celestial ranks, they were nothing more than illusions, and they would ultimately pay with their lives. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the Sanqing Palace. Instantly, the three monsters sprang to their feet, exchanging bewildered glances before hastening towards the source of the sound. They discovered that a considerable portion of the offerings had been consumed. What in the world happened? Duli Daxian questioned, surveying the scattered fruit peels. The three monsters looked at one another, their gazes soon settling upon the statues of the three pure ones. Could it be that the three pure ones had manifested? Cough. Cough. A soft cough echoed from the statue of the three pure ones. The three monsters froze, then promptly knelt, trembling with excitement. We pay our respects to the venerable three pure ancestors. Their bodies quaked with exhilaration. The three pure ancestors had indeed manifested. Your sincere devotion to the way brings me great joy, intoned the voice from within the statue of Taishang Laojun. However, your actions will inevitably attract calamity upon yourselves. Feeling this, I have come to offer guidance. Please, ancestor, enlighten us on the path forward, the three monsters implored eagerly. Though they were baffled as to what calamity awaited them, the words from the three pure ancestors left no room for doubt. Tang Yu pretentiously pondered for a moment. I have deduced that tomorrow a monk from the Tang dynasty will visit the king to exchange for the passage documents. As long as the three of you heed his commands, you shall surely avert calamity. A monk? The three demons were naturally aware of this. But is he not a Buddhist? Master, we uphold Taoism in the country of Chechi, expelling Buddhism. I have heard that the one who travels to the West for scriptures is a practitioner of Buddhist teachings, a monk. How can he assist us? The great demon of tiger power spoke with a hint of concern. Are you questioning me? A sudden low voice erupted. A hazy figure materialized, with a resounding slap. The great demon of tiger power was struck across the face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Yet, he dared not voice any complaint. Hastily kneeling upright and pleading for forgiveness. I beg for your pardon, master. The great demon bowed his head repeatedly. Humph. If it were not for your sincere desire to follow the way, how would I bother with your trifling affairs? Yes, it is my fault. The sensation of hitting a wall was indeed refreshing. No wonder so many were willing to face such consequences. In this manner, even after receiving a slap, they dared not retaliate, continuing to admit their mistakes. Remember my words. With that, Tang Yu vanished without a trace. The three demons remained kneeling in reverence. After a considerable time, upon hearing silence, they finally lifted their heads. The face of the great demon of tiger power was swollen and red. The three exchanged glances. Feeling increasingly convinced that their reverence for Taoism was justified, it appeared that attaining immortality was no longer a distant dream. The monk from the Tang dynasty. Obey him. Heed his words. We must obey. Tang Yu's figure flickered and reappeared in the room. All set. Tomorrow we shall proceed directly to exchange for the passage documents. As for telling the three demons to listen to him, that was merely an afterthought. Tang Yu primarily feared that due to his identity as a monk, they might cause him trouble, hence the warning. Gazing at the sleeping dog, Tang Yu carefully tucked the blanket around him. Though he was the reincarnation of the Buddhist Arhat who subdued tigers, he was still just a child. Moreover, Tang Yu possessed unwavering confidence that he could guide him back to the right path, turning away from the brink. The next morning, Air Days had yet to return. It was a refreshing bout of indulgence. Tang Yu, accompanied by his two disciples and a small Arhat, prepared to enter the palace. The previous night's manifestation of the three pure ones had left the three demons sleepless. Early in the morning, they arrived at the palace gates, awaiting the monk. From a distance, they spotted the three demons. Tang Yu approached the palace entrance and presented the passage documents. I am from the Tang dynasty, here to see the king. The three demons, who had been watching for the monk, rushed over at this sight. May I inquire if you are a high monk from the Tang dynasty? The great demon of tiger power spoke with great courtesy. We are the national priests of Chechi. Last night, a celestial being manifested, proclaiming that a high monk from the Tang dynasty would arrive from afar, and we specifically came to welcome you. As he spoke, he scrutinized Tang Yu, who bore no visible traits of a monk, which struck him as rather peculiar. Oh, oh, said Tang Yu nonchalantly, if that is the case, then lead me to meet your majesty. He intended to complete the formalities and embark on his journey. He held a deep admiration for the three demons. Yet he was acutely aware that the Buddhist sect would never allow them to survive. Tang Yu's suspicions were well-founded. The ancient Buddha of light had long concealed himself in the shadows. Initially, he had planned to directly escort the tiger subduing Arhot away, but fearing unforeseen complications, he opted to remain hidden, ready to intervene to ensure the challenge's completion, should an abundance of unexpected events arise. And if these three demons managed to evade death due to Tang Sanzang's presence, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The three demons were bowing and scraping in a most courteous manner towards Tang Sanzang. What was happening? The ancient Buddha of light was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. In the West, the other Buddhas remained remarkably calm, their hearts devoid of turmoil, for they had anticipated such unforeseen occurrences, thus feeling no surprise whatsoever. It's going to be a disaster, the Buddha of infinite light remarked calmly. He then gestured to the Bodhisattva Lingji, who hastily produced a packet of incense and presented it. Buddha, what shall we do? Inquired the Bodhisattva Puxian. Let it be. The Buddha replied, casting a glance at him. What else can we do? Do you have a solution? This left the Bodhisattva Puxian momentarily speechless. What means could he possibly possess? Buddha, I simply find it strange that the three demons are treating Tang Sanzang with such courtesy, he mused. Intervention from the unforeseen. Of course, the Buddha of infinite light said, puffing on his incense with an expression of serene composure. It is evident to all that this challenge has once again met its demise. Does anyone have a solution? Buddha. Now that the ancient Buddha of light is in the mortal realm, perhaps he could facilitate the completion of this challenge, the Bodhisattva Puxian suggested quietly, though he himself held little confidence in that notion. The Buddha chuckled softly, clearly skeptical. Such distrust was not unwarranted. The repeated setbacks had eroded his faith in the journey to the West. Reporting to you, Buddha, the star of Venus seeks an audience, announced Ananda. The Buddha felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding at the arrival of this old acquaintance. Nevertheless, he made his appearance outside the Great Thunder Monastery. The star of Venus cast a casual glance at the monastery's plaque, which had recently been refurbished with treasures donated by the Buddhas and personally crafted by the Buddha himself. The four characters of Great Thunder Monastery gleamed brightly, yet compared to the previous plaque, it now appeared somewhat shabby. At that time, the Buddha even contemplated reclaiming the plaque from the southern heavenly gate to fashion it anew for the Great Thunder Monastery. However, he dismissed the thought. As a Buddha, how could he engage in such thievery? I pay my respects to you, Buddha. Tai Bai Jin Xing offered a slight bow. What brings you here? Inquired the Tathagata. After a moment's contemplation, Tai Bai Jin Xing slowly began. I come to report to the Buddha that a number of devotees from the Buddhist sect in the realm of Che-Chi have shifted their allegiance to the teachings of Taoism. They are but a handful of followers, yet faith is a matter of personal conviction, be it in the Tao or the Buddha. The Tathagata, appearing gracious on the surface, was inwardly troubled, nearly to the point of bloodshed. Good, devoted followers of the Buddhist faith had been led astray by Tang Sanzang into Taoism. Whose side was he truly on? The Buddha felt a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, the Buddha acknowledged, faith is a matter of the heart. Stealing a furtive glance at the Tathagata, Tai Bai Jin Xing continued, however, your holiness has sent me with the expectation that you might find a resolution to this predicament. For the conversion of Buddhist followers to the Taoist path could result in negative implications. Chapter 303, The Explosive Elixir. Tai Bai Jin Xing's words were laced with delicacy. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Your Buddhist followers have aligned themselves with our Taoist sect, and we wish for this to cease. The Tathagata's complexion darkened, his corpulent form quivering slightly in agitation. He had believed the Buddhist sect to be shameless enough, but he had not anticipated that the heavenly court would approach him directly with such an issue. It was akin to receiving a favor, only to be reproached for it. Nevertheless, this matter piqued the Tathagata's curiosity about visiting the heavenly court to question the Jade Emperor as to why Buddhist devotees were defecting to Taoism, suspecting covert intervention on their part. Yet, at this moment, the heavenly court had taken the initiative to approach him, demanding he resolve the situation. The Tathagata felt aggrieved. Devoted followers had turned to Taoism, and now they were being reproached. Humph, he thought. I have already stated that faith is a matter of the heart. Whether one follows Buddhism or Taoism, it is of no consequence. The Tathagata replied with a composed demeanor, as for the adverse implications mentioned by Tai Bai, I am well aware of the Jade Emperor's sentiments. Rest assured, I am not so petty. They are merely a few followers, it matters not. Are you not a petty being? Tai Bai Jin Xing silently mused, then remarked, truly, the Buddha embodies great magnanimity. Since you have proclaimed that faith is a matter of the heart, I find that to be quite reasonable. In that case, I shall return to report to His Majesty. With a slight bow, Tai Bai Jin Xing took his leave. Devotees of the Buddhist faith had transformed into disciples of Taoism, and now questions were being raised. Yet, the Tathagata was compelled to smile and recite the words of faith being a matter of the heart, despite the turmoil within. At that moment, the Buddha felt as if he were on the verge of an explosion of fury, grumbling under his breath as he watched Tai Bai Jin Xing depart. The Tathagata scowled and slowly retreated into the grand Thunder Sound Temple. In the realm of Che Chi, 3 demons treated Tang Yu with utmost deference, as if he were an esteemed ancestor, leading him into the imperial palace. Among them, the great strength immortal whispered a few words into the emperor's ear, instantly earning the emperor's respect. Truly, he was a monk of great renown from the Tang dynasty, not just an ordinary priest. King of Che Chi remarked, the Tang dynasty is prosperous, attracting veneration from all directions. I hold great admiration for the Tang emperor. Mediocre, Tang Yu retorted, producing an official document and handing it to a nearby eunuch. Just stamp it, and I shall take my leave, for I must embark on a journey for enlightenment. The king of Che Chi suggested, why not linger a while longer in my humble realm, esteemed monk? Your presence is most welcomed. This was the first time the king felt the title of high monk was somewhat peculiar. To be precise, it was Tang Yu who appeared rather unusual, lacking any semblance of a traditional ascetic. Indeed, the holy monk should extend his stay in Che Chi, remarked the great deity Huli. Last night, the celestial master had manifested at the Sanqing Palace, foretelling impending tribulations that could only be averted by heeding the words of the Tang high monk. Yet, they felt no signs of calamity. Could the deities have miscalculated? However, they quickly dismissed that notion. How could divine beings err? This only indicated that calamity was indeed forthcoming, perhaps yet to arrive. Very well, I shall set forth on my journey tomorrow, Tang Yu mused, casting a fleeting glance at the 3 demons. Their demise was inevitable, yet the manner of their end held potential value, allowing him to accrue more fortune. It could be seen as them expending the last remnants of their lives in a meaningful way. Nevertheless, this required careful contemplation. The king of Che Chi, elated, hurriedly instructed his attendants to prepare a feast. Tang Yu, with a casual yet pointed remark, indicated his preference for meat. The king paused momentarily but complied with the request. After a sumptuous meal, Tang Yu retreated to his quarters, followed closely by the 3 demons. Little Fu Hu, the monk, nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, appearing somewhat fearful. We beseech you, holy monk, save us. The 3 demons knelt fervently, exclaiming, last night at the Sanqing Palace, the celestial master manifested, proclaiming that we would face a trial, and only the holy monk can deliver us. We humbly seek your compassion and guidance. Tang Yu, casting his gaze thoughtfully, sighed, I see now. But alas, I am but a humble monk, powerless to assist you. The 3 demons exchanged glances, and Huli, the great deity, replied, we do not know the means. But the celestial master informed us of a resolution, urging us to heed the words of the Tang holy monk. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. I comprehend the origins of your tribulation. Please allow me to enlighten you. The demons knelt even more reverently, eager for his insights. Consider this. In Che Chi, you exalt Taoism, which surely irks the Western Buddhist sects. Tang Yu articulated slowly. Thus, I believe your tribulation stems from this. To be candid, in recent dreams, celestial beings have visited me, instructing that these 3 must promptly journey westward to atone, and they entrusted me with 3 elixirs. Initially, I was perplexed, but now it is clear, these 3 refer to you. Tang Yu continued to weave his tale, all the while subtly communicating through his inner channels. The system, known colloquially as Brother System, was queried about a type of elixir capable of explosive devastation, one potent enough to vanquish even the De Luo Golden Immortal. In a prompt response, the system revealed the existence of the explosive heaven pill. The very name suggests an extraordinary nature. It is rumored that an organization named the Explosive Heaven Gang exists, though its authenticity remains uncertain. Upon consumption, This pill generates immense explosive power, sufficient to eliminate a Tai golden immortal. It is worth noting that this elixir is a self-detonating concoction. Despite its formidable strength, it can only be utilized once by an individual. The method of activation involves the host infusing their magical energy into the pill, allowing for instant detonation at will. The exchange cost is a staggering 150,000 fortune points. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu redeemed 3 of these potent pills, reasoning that since the 3 monsters were destined for death, it would be more worthwhile for them to perish in such a grand fashion. A journey to the western heavens to unleash their explosive potential could indeed epitomize the value of their existence. Upon hearing about the elixir, the 3 monsters' eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Pray tell, holy monk, what manner of pill is this?" they inquired. The monk, with humble demeanor, admitted, "I am not fully aware of the specifics of this pill. However, a celestial being once visited my dreams and conveyed that if you 3 consume it, you must promptly proceed to the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to repent. These 3 pills will ensure your survival." Tang Yu produced the 3 pills, and the trio hastily accepted them, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, holy monk. Thank you. You have held the Taoist teachings in high regard within the country of Chaoqi, driving away Buddhism, which has undoubtedly stirred discontent among the Buddhist sect in the West. By voluntarily seeking repentance at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhists will surely show you mercy." The Buddhist faith is characterized by compassion and the desire to save all beings, naturally allowing for forgiveness. Tang Yu articulated with the poise of a wise monk, albeit his peculiar attire lent an air of oddity to his appearance. Chapter 304. Brother comes to drink with Tang Yu. The 3 monsters, holding the pills in their hands, nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the words spoken by the esteemed monk. Given that they had been suppressing the Buddhist sect, it was evident that the Western Buddhists had long harbored grievances. Yet, the essence of compassion within Buddhism suggested that as long as they took the initiative to seek atonement, no significant repercussions would arise. With such life-preserving elixirs at their disposal, the trio exchanged glances and resolved to immediately journey westward to seek forgiveness from the Tathagata Buddha, repeatedly thanking the holy monk as they rose and departed. Upon returning to their quarters, the 3 engaged in further discussion, swiftly deciding to set out for the Western Buddhist sect to repent. Tang Yu sensed their departure and felt a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment. In the western heavens, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata Buddha lounged casually, one leg crossed over the other, seated upon a small stool. A cigarette dangling from his lips, his brows furrowed in mild irritation. His discontent was palpable, understandable given the circumstances. Some devoted followers of Buddhism had turned to Taoism, prompting intervention from the heavenly realm, leaving the Buddha with little recourse. Even the prospect of leveraging the situation for small advantage had been rendered impossible. With the current changes, cooperation had been agreed upon. It seems I must find a suitable time to descend to the mortal realm and engage in an open dialogue with Sha Wujing. He mused, though he had largely relinquished his involvement in the journey to the west. However, with such incessant surprises, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide a satisfactory explanation to the sage behind it all. Thus, the Buddha resolved to casually converse with Sha Wujing, advising him not to overstep his bounds. After all, it is essential for the Buddhist realm to occasionally face a challenge, thereby offering some form of accountability to those ancient beings behind the scenes. Meanwhile, he secretly plotted his own affairs. One cannot deny the comprehensive nature of the Buddha's contemplations. Lingji Bodhisattva subtly signaled to the Buddha, indicating that it was time to clock out. He cast a knowing glance at the Buddha, clearly suggesting a drink. Time to clock out? The Buddha snapped back to attention, fully understanding Lingji Bodhisattva's implication. A drink? Given the mounting pressure lately, a little indulgence might be just what he needed. Consequently, he rose and made his way to the back hall. Upon entering the room, Lingji Bodhisattva waved his hand, and instantly, 2 bottles of erguotu appeared, followed by a table laden with vegetarian dishes. He took a large bowl and promptly filled it for the Buddha. The Buddha appeared somewhat troubled as he lifted the wine bowl, downing nearly half in one go. Exhaling deeply, he hastily grabbed a cucumber to quell the alcohol's effects. "Buddha, what seems to be the matter?" Lingji Bodhisattva inquired. When at work, they maintained a superior-subordinate relationship, but after hours, they were merely drinking companions. Lingji Bodhisattva had begun to feel as though he had unwittingly become a trusted confidant of the Buddha. What else could it be but the trials of the journey to the West? The Buddha tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth, puffing on a cigarette as he continued. Regarding the journey to the West, I have little confidence left, yet I remain uncertain how to account for the sages behind me. I sense it too, Lingji Bodhisattva sighed. Since the journey to the West commenced, it seems our Buddhist realm has known no peace, marked by a history of bloodshed that had never before been witnessed. This gruesome history loomed large in their minds. Even Lingji Bodhisattva himself had been ensnared in a troublesome predicament for quite some time. Moreover, the Buddhist realm had been plundered, and the merit pool lay empty. Although it was slowly beginning to rebuild, it paled in comparison to its former glory. This predicament necessitated extreme caution in dealings with the travelers of the journey to the West, for one could easily be caught off guard, leaving them with no place to lament. After all, the Buddhist realm had drastically changed. They lacked the resources to squander. The Buddha downed another bowl of white wine, sharing a drink with Lingji Bodhisattva, yet he felt a lingering gloom. Why? Because he was, after all, Lingji Bodhisattva's superior and dared not indulge too freely. Thus, he found himself devoid of the carefree camaraderie he experienced when drinking with Tang Sanzang, where they could speak their minds without restraint. The Buddha cherished that feeling. He had always held a position of authority, and while many deities surrounded him, they were mere subordinates who would never dare to act unruly in his presence. The Buddha's complexion took on a slight rosy hue. His cheeks flushed, yet his brow remained furrowed, indicating that even the solace of drink could not alleviate his discontent. Having indulged in some alcohol, the Buddha found himself increasingly despondent, his heart heavy with bitterness and devoid of an outlet for his feelings. He consumed more liquor and, with a belch, procured 2 bottles from the Bodhisattva Lingji. He resolved to seek out the third brother for a drink, for at least with him conversations flowed freely and sincerely. In a flash, he descended to the mortal realm. At that moment, 3 demons were nearing Ling Mountain, barely brushing past the Buddha. Under ordinary circumstances, the Buddha would have sensed their presence. However, in his current inebriated state, his perception was dulled. His mind was solely preoccupied with finding the third brother to unburden his woes, leaving him entirely oblivious to the trio. "Big brother, that seems to be the Buddha," remarked the great deer spirit. "I couldn't see clearly. It passed by in an instant," the great tiger spirit replied, bewildered. "The Ling Mountain is just ahead. We should hasten our steps to apologize. Surely, in the spirit of compassion, the Buddha will not hold our transgressions against us." Meanwhile, the Tangyu was quietly amused, wondering whether the 3 of them could level Ling Mountain. Suddenly, a flash of golden light startled him. The Buddha, cigarette in mouth and 2 bottles of erguo-tu in hand, appeared in the room. Tangyu gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Setting the erguo-tu on the table, the Buddha belched again, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Third brother, I have come to drink with you." Tangyu exclaimed, looking at the 2 bottles. "Brother, if you're here to drink with me, why did you bring your own liquor?" "To drink with you. Of course, I cannot allow you to bear the cost," the Buddha replied, taking a seat on a stool. With a wave of his hand, a feast appeared as if summoned from thin air, a delightful spread of both meat and vegetables. The Buddha swallowed hard, placing the meat before Tangyu. "Brother, what suddenly prompted your desire for a drink?" Tangyu inquired, noting that the Buddha seemed already inebriated, suggesting this was merely a second round. "Isn't it the result of my melancholy?" The Buddha sighed deeply, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, perhaps influenced by the alcohol. Seeing him in such a state, Tangyu felt a twinge of compassion, reluctant to further provoke the sanctity of the Buddha's domain. Chapter 305. The ancient Buddha also arrives. It could be said that the current state of the Buddhist realm was a consequence of Tangyu's influence. Now, in his despondent state, the Buddha's first thought of solace was to seek out Tangyu. A wave of guilt washed over Tangyu, prompting an inward sigh. It seemed that brother was a person of discernment. "Brother, would you care to share what troubles you?" Tangyu stood and poured a bowl of wine for him. In the presence of Tangyu, the Buddha seemed to have found a confidant, sharing the recent events that had transpired, including the earlier confrontation with the Jade Emperor regarding the Buddhist order. "Third brother, do you think the heavenly court still possesses any dignity?" The Buddha, in a state of inebriation, gently patted his own face and remarked, "To speak candidly, I find myself rather shameless. However, I have come to realize that the affairs of the heavenly realm are even more despicable." Tangyu was taken aback, astonished by the fact that the celestial court had taken the initiative to confront the Buddhist sect. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. It was simply due to the Buddhist sect's habitual shamelessness, prompting the heavenly court to act preemptively, fearing that the Buddhists might exploit this incident for their own gain, thus rendering them speechless. "Come, brother, let us indulge in some wine. Today, we shall say nothing but drink," Tang Yu said, raising his cup in a gesture towards the Buddha. The Buddha gulped down several mouthfuls and belched, proclaiming, "Indeed, my dear brother, let us not discuss anything else but drink." Their conversation ebbed and flowed, with Tang Yu occasionally interjecting while the Buddha dominated the dialogue with his complaints, slurring his words as though he were a jilted lover lamenting his woes. "Brother, I must confess, I am rather displeased. Why have you led the followers of Buddhism towards Taoism?" The Buddha questioned, a hint of reproach in his tone. What could Tang Yu possibly say? Should he reveal that he was the variable? He faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "I have come to understand, dear brother. Is this related to the matter of the variable?" The Buddha smiled enigmatically, his expression imbued with a subtle mystery. No, Tang Yu hastily waved his hands. "Everything is as I desire it to be. It has nothing to do with any external factors." "Brother, why do you still conceal matters from me?" the Buddha said, pulling Tang Yu closer, resting his arm on his shoulder. "We have already discerned the identity of the variable. This journey has been arduous for you." Not at all, Tang Yu replied, his voice quick to deny any hardship. In truth, he felt no burden. It was the Buddhist sect that bore the weight of strife. He pondered suddenly. The three of them, the great immortal Tiger Force and his companions, must be nearing the Western paradise by now. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. He felt a twinge of reluctance to bring misfortune upon the Buddhist sect merely for the sake of drinking with the Buddha. Yet, upon further reflection, he resolved that accruing fortune was paramount. Although the system served as an unparalleled boon, he understood that true strength must be cultivated through his own efforts. "Brother," Tang Yu said, somewhat pointedly, "if I continue down this path, it will spell disaster for our journey. How will you manage the two imbeciles lurking behind?" He had already gleaned from Avalokiteshvara that the Buddha harbored ulterior motives, contemplating a schism from the Buddhist order, even offering the 12-petaled golden lotus as leverage for an alliance with the variable. He seeks to collaborate with the foolhardy. If the Buddha truly intends to sever ties with the Buddhist sect, perhaps Tang Yu might lend his assistance in the future. Although the Buddha wielded control over the entire Buddhist realm, he was, in essence, a mere puppet, with the true power residing in the hands of the two sages. "Let us refrain from such discussions," the Buddha interjected, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that certain matters ought not to be spoken of directly. Though he appeared intoxicated, he was acutely aware that some truths were best left unvoiced. "Enough of this, let us drink," Tang Yu called out, urging the continuation of their revelry. Hidden in the shadows, the ancient Buddha of the lamp beheld this scene with bewilderment, feeling utterly at a loss. When did the Tathagata Buddha and Tang Sung become so closely intertwined? Moreover, they referred to each other as brothers, with affectionate terms like brother and little brother flowing effortlessly from their lips. The two were reveling in their libations, and the ancient Buddha of the lamp swallowed hard, feeling a pang of desire. However, witnessing the Buddha in such a state, he could not help but furrow his brow, harboring a sense of discontent. The venerable Tathagata, the epitome of dignity, was drinking with a mere mortal, indulging in such camaraderie, and had descended to this deplorable state. It was a disgrace to the Buddhist order. Gazing at the dishes and the wine, the ancient Buddha of the lamp swallowed again. No, he could not stand idly by and watch the Buddha's decline. He had to intervene. Amitba. With the utterance of this sacred phrase, the figure of the ancient Buddha of the lamp materialized. "Buddha, the Buddhist realm is currently beset with troubles. To act so recklessly and become intoxicated does indeed tarnish the honor of our order, does it not?" He fixed his gaze on the wine while imparting this admonition. The sudden appearance of the ancient Buddha of the lamp momentarily startled Tang Yu. What a day it was, with these two divine beings present. If only Maitreya Buddha were here, then the three most esteemed figures in Buddhism would be gathered together. Humph. The Tathagata Buddha let out a silent huff, thinking, "I have my own plans. The affairs of the Buddhist realm do not require the intervention of the ancient Buddha." The Buddha held a rather unfavorable opinion of the ancient Buddha of the lamp, even contemplating using a twist of fate to eliminate him. However, such a scheme required careful planning. It could not be executed recklessly, and it was best to keep it discreet. The old monk merely offers a kind reminder. The ancient Buddha of the lamp said with a benevolent expression and a calm voice. This demeanor radiated the essence of a wise monk, embodying compassion for all sentient beings. Yet, in the next moment, as he lit a cigarette, that compassionate visage dissipated instantaneously. I know how to conduct my affairs, the Tathagata Buddha replied. In truth, this statement effectively served as an eviction notice, implying quite clearly that the ancient Buddha should take his leave and not intrude upon the Buddha's revelry with Tang's son. However, the ancient Buddha of the lamp remained motionless, cigarette in mouth, as if he had not comprehended the Buddha's words. Tangyu glanced at him, and a flicker of realization dawned upon him. He hastily rose, calling out, "Old lamp, come, sit with us and share a drink." This was not proper behavior. The ancient Buddha of the lamp maintained his composure, yet inwardly he thought, if only I could be given just a moment's grace, I would gladly take a seat. To his surprise, Tangyu sighed. The ancient Buddha is indeed a person of the Buddhist order. In that case, I shall refrain from further comment. The ancient Buddha of the lamp was taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. "Come, little brother, let us drink, do not mind him." Acting like a lunatic, the Tathagata Buddha beckoned, not even glancing at the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the room. The radiant lamp ancient Buddha indeed ascended, enveloping the surroundings. With a thunderous sound, chapter 306, yet buried again. The palace where Tangyu rested was instantly reduced to ashes. This scene felt oddly familiar to Tangyu, who cursed internally. Without any resistance, he allowed the ruins to cover him. The radiant lamp ancient Buddha was momentarily stunned. Alas, he had lost control of his breath due to the wrath of the Tathagata, resulting in such an unforeseen incident. The seeker of the scriptures seemed to still possess a faint breath of life. However, the small monk Fu, who lay in the room, passed away prematurely. The Tathagata, suddenly sober from his intoxication, looked at the radiant lamp ancient Buddha with a mixture of anger and mockery. "Ancient Buddha, you have done well." With that, the Tathagata vanished in an instant, leaving the mess for the radiant lamp ancient Buddha to resolve, as it was clearly not his doing. Sun Wukong and San Lungzi gazed in disbelief at the scene. In the distance, some individuals from the palace approached. At this juncture, the radiant lamp ancient Buddha had no choice but to manifest, standing tall in the heavens above. His golden Buddha light illuminated half the sky, seemingly enveloping the entire Chaoqi kingdom. "You mortals act recklessly, driving away the followers of Buddhism. Do you comprehend your sins?" The radiant lamp ancient Buddha stood high, his countenance compassionate, yet his voice thundered in the ears of the crowd. He glanced at the ruins, where smoke and dust swirled violently. San Lungzi, in a daze, remarked, "Master, it seems our teacher has perished again?" "You are the one who perished." Tangyu cursed at San Lungzi from beneath the debris. Currently, Tangyu had transformed beyond recognition. There was no way he could be crushed to death. However, he was helpless, forced to watch as he was buried alive. His formidable powers had no avenue for expression. "Damn that old lamp. Is it such a crime to prevent you from drinking? Why such a temper? All those teachings of serenity in Buddhism have been in vain. It seems he hasn't perished." Sun Wukong sensed Tangyu's lingering presence. The Buddha manifested. The king of Chaoqi hurriedly approached, kneeling on the ground. "Your humble king pays his respects to the Buddha." "Humph. You foolish mortals, ignorant and reckless, driving away the followers of Buddhism? Do you understand your transgressions?" The radiant lamp ancient Buddha inquired. The king of Chaoqi trembled as he knelt, speechless. "Does the Chaoqi kingdom harbor monsters? You fail to comprehend the essence of the matter. Yet you honor them as national teachers, aiding the demons and suppressing the followers of Buddhism." The radiant lamp ancient Buddha continued his interrogation. "Monsters? Are those three national teachers monsters?" However, ever since their arrival, despite driving away Buddhism and promoting Taoism, they had ensured favorable weather for the Chaoqi kingdom. "For my sins, I beseech the Buddha for forgiveness," the king of Chaoqi stated. "I shall promptly issue orders to construct temples and recruit monks. Henceforth, the Chaoqi kingdom shall not dare to suppress Buddhist monks. I hope the Buddha will forgive my transgressions." The radiant lamp ancient Buddha let out a snort, seemingly approving of this plan. He contemplated, trying to ascertain the whereabouts of the three monsters, hoping to eliminate them at the opportune moment. Yet, upon calculation, he was left bewildered. The three monsters had actually gone to Ling Mountain. What could this mean? The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp suddenly regained his composure and with a wave of his hand, summoned Tangyu. who appeared gasping for breath. Looking as though he were on the brink of death, the Buddha hastily produced a pill for Tang Yu to consume. "Master, are you all right?" inquired Sun Wukong. Stepping forward, though he was somewhat perplexed as to why the Buddha had suddenly lost his senses. I'm fine, Tang Yu coughed twice, appearing remarkably frail. As for the little Vajra Arhat, he was utterly finished. The burning lamp Buddha held the little Vajra Arhat with a sorrowful expression, resigned to the fact that he could only assist him in his rebirth. Poor Vajra Arhat, destined to endure the cycle of reincarnation once more. With a wave of his hand, the collapsed palace restored itself to its former glory. Then, the celestial light of Buddhism vanished, and the burning lamp Buddha departed. King Chaji and several others remained kneeling on the ground for some time before rising. "Bring someone here," commanded King Chaji. "Immediately issue an edict. Chaji Kingdom shall no longer exalt Taoism nor expel monks. Furthermore, we shall promptly construct temples and send word that the expelled monks may return to Chaji Kingdom." The manifestation of the Buddha's divinity left King Chaji, a mere mortal emperor, with no choice but to show utmost deference. The Tathagata Buddha swiftly entered the depths of chaos, seeking audience with the two sages. "What is it?" came the voice of Zhuanti from the abyss. The Buddha, unable to control himself, let out an unrestrained belch and quickly covered his mouth. Alas, he could no longer contain himself, and with a grand heave, he expelled the contents of his stomach. Although the incident with the burning lamp Buddha had somewhat sobered him, the alcohol still coursed through his veins, and as he delved deeper into chaos, he felt an overwhelming dizziness. With a series of retches, the Tathagata finally wiped his mouth, sighed in relief, and murmured, "Much better now." Zhuanti and Jane, the two sages, fixed their cold, piercing gazes upon the Tathagata, their expressions grim. Was this truly the Buddha they had chosen? On ordinary days, the Tathagata would have sensed their discontent. However, due to his inebriation, he felt only a slight chill. Taking a puff to quell the effects of the alcohol, the Buddha then reported, "Esteemed sages, it appears that the burning lamp Buddha has descended for reasons unbeknownst to me," and he belched again, unable to control himself, as he spoke in a fragmented manner. His inability to maintain his composure had resulted in the burial of the scripture seeker, and the reincarnated Vajra Arhat had also perished. This statement, though difficult to convey, was finally articulated. A puff of smoke accompanied another belch, and a smoke ring formed. The Tathagata's eyes brightened. He had long studied the art of smoke rings, but had never succeeded until now, unexpectedly producing one by chance. "Regrettably, this is not in Ling Mountain. Had it been, I would have insisted that all the Buddhas take a look. Thus, this predicament has come to naught." The Buddha gazed at the dissipating smoke rings and murmured softly. After a moment's hesitation, he took another drag, contemplating another exhalation. For reasons unknown, the Buddha felt a chill in the air. How curious it was that he, a being of quasi-saintly cultivation, could feel cold. Neither Zhuanti nor Jane uttered a word, merely observing the Buddha. Zhuanti's chest rose and fell slightly, as though a breath was trapped within. Even the sound of his breathing grew noticeably louder. Did the ancient Buddha of light descend to the mortal realm, inadvertently burying Tang Sung under the weight of his own unbridled aura, along with the newly reincarnated Fuhu Arhat? Zhuanti repeated this, his voice laced with a hint of suppressed rage. Chapter 307, The Explosion at Ling Mountain. Gazing intently at the Buddha, Zhuanti's gaze was cold and somewhat intimidating. However, the Buddha had indulged in drink and was somewhat inebriated, oblivious to the tension surrounding him. Indeed, it is precisely so. He nodded emphatically, secretly amused within. He had long harbored a disdain for the ancient Buddha of light, and had finally found an opportunity to lodge a complaint. Moreover, the Buddha astutely articulated that it was due to the ancient Buddha's failure to control his own aura that the pilgrim was buried, resulting in this calamity. The failure of this trial had nothing to do with him. It was entirely the fault of the ancient Buddha. The Buddha felt a deep sense of admiration for his own cleverness, nearly bursting with pride over this maneuver. Zhuanti reached out, grasping the Buddha by his collar and yanking him close, delivering a resounding slap. The Buddha's vision blurred, and his head buzzed. He felt utterly aggrieved. What is the meaning of this? Have I not stated that it was the ancient Buddha of light whose actions led to this failure? The Buddha nearly resisted with all his might, but recalling that Zhuanti was a sage, he refrained from such folly, realizing that dying in such a manner would be too humiliating. Look at yourself. Where is this semblance of the Western paradise Buddha? Zhuanti's ire escalated, and he delivered another 2 sharp slaps. I warn you, Buddha, take heed, or do not blame me for being unkind. The Buddha, feeling wronged, was left dizzy from the blows, already somewhat disoriented, and these additional strikes only compounded his confusion. With a sudden retch, he expelled the contents of his stomach. Zhuanti still clutched the Buddha's collar, and as the Buddha leaned forward instinctively, he vomited all over Zhuanti's arm. Instantly, a nauseating odor filled the air, nearly causing Zhuanti to lose his own composure. You wretched being! Zhuanti cursed through clenched teeth, eyes shut tight. Amidst the anguished cries of ouch, a thunderous reprimand echoed through the chaos. The Buddha, bruised and battered, rose to his feet, his visage appearing rounder than ever. Even now, he remained somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether his disorientation stemmed from intoxication or the inexplicable beating he had received. The 2 ancient beings exhibited an unsettling bias towards the ancient Buddha of light. What was this? Were they no longer permitted to speak the truth? After enduring the thrashing, the Buddha regained some clarity. Rather than returning directly to the holy mountain, he began to heal amidst the tumult. At the Great Sound Temple, the 3 beings, Great Sage Tiger Strength and his companions, suddenly arrived at the holy mountain to seek forgiveness, leaving the assembled Buddhas in a state of confusion. However, with the absence of the Buddha, it fell upon Maitreya Buddha to oversee the situation. He pondered deeply. Now, due to the actions of these 3, the nation of Chaji had been rendered inhospitable to Buddhism. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Although the 3 were unaware of the reasons behind their visit to the holy mountain, it was evident they had come to recognize their misdeeds. Thus, if they were dispatched to propagate the Dharma anew, Buddhism could swiftly regain its foothold in Chaji. After a moment of consideration, Maitreya Buddha permitted the 3 creatures to enter. The trio was taken aback, marveling at the frugality of the Buddhist order, where each sat upon a humble wooden stool. This thriftiness instilled a sense of shame within them. Great Buddha, we humbly bow before you, they proclaimed. We have come to atone for our actions concerning the nation of Chaji, and we implore your wise judgment. We assure you, we shall never again exalt Taoism above Buddhism, and we will ensure the coexistence of both. Great Sage Tiger Strength knelt, his head bowed in submission. Humph. Do you think that merely seeking forgiveness will absolve you of your expulsion of Buddhist followers? Maitreya Buddha replied, his voice steady. Your actions have indeed harmed the Buddhist community. Yet, recognizing your sincere repentance, the Buddha is magnanimous and will not dwell on this matter. However, the law of cause and effect is inescapable. The absence of Buddhist followers in Chaji is the consequence of your actions, and thus, you must bear the responsibility of rectifying it. The meaning was clear. You were the cause of the monks' expulsion, and now you must work to restore them, which is the necessary consequence. The matter was settled. Reflecting on their previous expulsion of monks, particularly as many had been lured into Taoism by Tang's son, Maitreya Buddha felt a strong impulse to punish them. Yet, he realized that Buddhism had already been completely expelled from Chaji, making it difficult for the community to re-establish itself. The initial challenge lay in utilizing Tang's Sung to disseminate Buddhism and secure its standing in Chaji, followed by eliminating these troublesome creatures. However, what they did not anticipate was that everything exceeded their expectations. This calamity had completely spiraled out of control. The only solace was that these few demons had taken the initiative to come to the mountain of spirits to admit their faults. Although Maitreya Buddha found this somewhat peculiar, he could understand it. Perhaps they genuinely felt remorse for their misdeeds, fearing the retribution of the Buddhist forces, and thus arrived early to seek forgiveness. It must be said that these demons were quite astute. Otherwise, as soon as Tang Sung and his companions set forth, the Buddhist sect would undoubtedly have dispatched someone to eliminate them. Indeed, we recognize our errors, declared the great sage of Tiger Power. Shortly, we shall return to the kingdom of Chao Chi, promptly rebuild the temple, and propagate the Dharma. Just as Maitreya Buddha was about to continue speaking, a sudden flash of golden light appeared, and the Buddha of all Buddhas manifested before him, his countenance a stormy hue. Maitreya Buddha offered an awkward smile. Buddha, they have come to the mountain of spirits to confess their sins. As he spoke, he rose from the small bench belonging to the Buddha, offering it back to him. Confess? The Buddha's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the 3 demons, his expression chillingly fearsome. A faint aura of sanctity enveloped the 3, causing them to tremble in terror, unable to lift their heads. Approaching the trio, the Buddha seized the great sage of tiger power by the hair, delivering a series of resounding slaps. Having suffered indignities at the hands of the two saints, the Buddha's heart brimmed with frustration. At this moment, the sight of the three demons served as a perfect outlet for his vexation. The slaps flew left and right, and the great sage of tiger power felt an overwhelming force welling up within him, as if tears were about to burst forth. Buddha, he attempted to speak, but was silenced by the Buddha's striking hand. The great sage of deer power and the great sage of goat power felt the peculiar force within them as well, unable to contain it. Suddenly, three deafening explosions reverberated through the air. Chapter 308. The Buddha contemplates resignation. The entire great thunder sound monastery trembled, its walls cracking, dust swirling into the air. Several nearby Buddhas were hurled away, sustaining serious injuries, while some less skilled arhats were outright blown away. However, the situation was not dire. The sauna could still provide some healing. Regrettably, the Buddhist sauna pool was devoid of water. As for the Buddha of all Buddhas, he stood at the heart of the explosion, bearing the brunt of it. Yet, with his quasi-saintly cultivation, he naturally emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, amidst such explosive force, his visage was left blackened, and his robe was torn into tatters. Bits of blood and shattered flesh rained down upon him. With his eyes closed, he seemed a solitary warrior enduring the relentless barrage of adversaries, embodying both grandeur and darkness. Moments later, he opened his mouth, exhaling a thick plume of black smoke, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. His expression was peculiar, as if caught between laughter and fury. The assembly of Buddhas stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. In the aftermath of the explosion, the Buddha remained still, a distant figure among the chaos. The tremendous blast reverberated at the moment it transpired, leaving its echo resonating in the ears of those nearby. Just as Maitreya Buddha was about to inquire, dust cascaded from the ceiling of the great thunder monastery, settling upon the Buddha. He stood motionless, resembling a soulless shell. A low, raspy cough escaped his lips, and some remnants of flesh began to fall from his head. Buddha, are you all right? Maitreya Buddha's heart raced. He had been perplexed by the arrival of the three demons seeking penance in the spiritual realm, but now, clarity dawned upon him. Understanding emerged only after the tragedy had unfolded. The long-browed and meditative arhats had their physical forms obliterated, while others among the arhats bore varying degrees of injury. Even Samantabhadra Bodhisattva coughed out blood due to the explosion's overwhelming force. The situation in the Buddhist realm had become dire indeed. It's all right. The Tathagata Buddha opened his eyes, his voice eerily calm, devoid of any tremor, even unsettlingly so. With a gesture, his robe transformed into pristine condition, and he resumed his plump appearance, yet his countenance was particularly fearsome. The gathered Buddhas dared not breathe a word, their silence palpable. Dust fell once more from the walls of the great thunder monastery, revealing the devastation wrought upon the two arhats, who, pitifully, gazed at the Buddha, unable to comprehend the explosion that had claimed their forms. What has transpired? Maitreya Buddha inquired weakly. What is the meaning of this? But who could truly fathom the circumstances? It's all right, the Buddha replied calmly, as if nothing had occurred. He settled onto his small stool, silently lighting a cigarette to smoke. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances. Their voices stilled. The walls of the great thunder monastery bore significant cracks, and a gentle breeze wafted through, causing the pink curtains to sway delicately. What is the nature of these three demons? The Tathagata Buddha asked, his voice low. Previously, he had only heard they came seeking forgiveness, not delving into the specifics. Your Holiness, Maitreya Buddha, summoning his courage, stepped forward as no one else moved. The three demons claim they have come to atone for the expulsion of monks by the kingdom of Chaji, as well as the exaltation of Taoism. I thought to myself, the trials of Tang Sung would surely falter if our monks recklessly ventured into Chaji to preach, incurring considerable effort. Thus, an idea struck me. Since these three demons acknowledge their wrongs, why not allow them to undertake the mission of evangelism? This way, it would relieve our Buddhist order from the burden. Moreover, their involvement could simplify matters far more than if we dispatched our own. Yet, he lamented, he had not anticipated such disastrous consequences. In the end, Maitreya's voice was barely audible as he cautiously observed the expression on the Buddha's face, aware that the situation had indeed darkened. It was only natural for the Buddha to be incensed. Thus, Maitreya treaded carefully, taking in the sight of the two arhats. Their once vibrant forms now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, alongside the severely injured Buddha. Suddenly, the Tathagata Buddha erupted into an odd laugh, startling the assembly of celestial beings. What could be the cause of such mirth? Surely, it could not be a sign of mental instability brought on by distressing events. Reflecting upon the matter, such a possibility seemed plausible. The burdens of the journey to the west weighed heavily upon the Buddha, and to add insult to injury, the headquarters of the Buddhist order had also suffered calamity. The self-detonation at the Great Thunder Sound Temple was far graver than mere theft. The latter was a matter of negligence, but this act of destruction was an outright assault on the core of the Buddhist faith. Was there an impending attack on the Buddhist stronghold? This decisive explosion marked the commencement of hostilities, inflicting severe losses upon the order from the very outset. Buddha, hold strong, pleaded the first to speak up, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, his face etched with concern. Over the course of their recent gatherings over drinks, their bond had deepened. If the Buddha were to succumb to madness, who would protect him? Buddha, you must be resilient. This is merely a setback. As long as we remain united, no obstacle is insurmountable. Avalokiteshvara clenched his fists, rallying support for the Buddha. Indeed, Buddha, you must endure. Although the Buddhist order faces incessant challenges, as long as we stand together, these troubles are trivial. Buddha, stay strong. We are here with you. The assembly of Buddhas echoed their agreement, each tightening their fists in solidarity. It was evident that the Buddha bore immense burdens for the journey to the west, and with the continuous upheavals within the order, his fortitude was truly commendable. Had it been anyone else, they might have lost their sanity under such pressure. Maitreya and the joyful Buddha had long coveted the Tathagata's position. Yet as calamities befell the Buddhist order, they found themselves relieved that they were not in his position, for it was he who must navigate these turbulent waters. Moments later, the Buddha's laughter ceased, and the voices of encouragement fell silent as all stood erect, awaiting his words of wisdom. Lighting a cigarette, the Tathagata took a drag. His demeanor calm, his eyes hollow, resembling ashes. Maitreya, joyful Buddha, I am aware that you have long desired my position. As for the role of Tathagata, I entrust it to you. What did the Buddha mean by this? Was he contemplating self-destruction? The multitude of Buddhas suddenly felt a wave of tension enveloping them. The Buddha continued, I have decided to resign. I shall seek out my superiors to tender my resignation. As his words echoed through the air, an enveloping silence descended upon the entire Lingshan. The Buddha's intention to resign sent shockwaves among the assembly of Buddhas, each exchanging glances, their mouths agape as if they wished to speak. Maitreya and the joyful Buddha exchanged a knowing look. They had long coveted the Buddha's esteemed position, yet upon hearing of his resignation, their emotions became complex. If the Buddha were to leave, they would be left to contend with a chaotic situation, particularly as the Buddhist community was already facing tumultuous times. They were reluctant to inherit such a burden, especially given the current circumstances which they felt ill-equipped to manage. Buddha, please reconsider, implored Lingji Bodhisattva, dropping to his knees and clutching the Buddha's legs, weeping profusely. We have only just established a rapport with you, and now you wish to resign? If you truly depart, it would bring no benefit to me, while I could easily navigate my connections as a second-hand merchant. The thought of parting from you, the Tathagata, fills me with sorrow. If you leave us, we shall feel as lost children without a mother. Buddha, please do not go. If you must leave, take me with you. Tears streamed down Lingji Bodhisattva's face as he clung to the Buddha, crying out in despair. Indeed, you cannot abandon us. For the Buddhist community needs you, we need you. The assembly of Buddhas fell to their knees, wiping away their tears. The Tathagata sighed deeply, rendered speechless for a long while, as if his heart was truly set on departing. He was weary, having tirelessly managed the affairs of the Lingshan, striving diligently for the sake of the journey to the west. Yet, his efforts seemed to yield little reward. Neither the journey nor Lingshan had been properly tended to, and he faced discontent from the two saints, receiving reprimands for any misstep. Any other person might have long since resigned under such pressures, but the Buddha's resilience was commendable. Lingshan had been plagued by theft and economic decline, and this time, the situation was dire, culminating in a catastrophic event at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. While outsiders might perceive the losses as insignificant, given the vastness of the Buddhist establishment, who could fathom that the community had been reduced to little more than a hollow shell? If Tang, you were to realize the extent of the damage, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt for the turmoil caused. I have made my decision, the Tathagata sighed once more. Yet, witnessing the assembly kneeling before him filled him with a sense of comfort and pride. His leadership abilities, it seemed, were recognized, as was his character. Buddha, you cannot leave us, implored Maitreya, also kneeling. Without you, who can lead Lingshan? These monks require your guidance. The Buddhist community needs you. In this moment, the Maitreya Buddha pondered deeply. At least for now, he felt incapable of leading the Buddhist community of Lingshan. Buddha, you are the Tathagata personally chosen by the sages. How can you resign in a fit of anger? The joyful Buddha remarked. Moreover, the sages would not consent to such a decision. You cannot leave us. Casting a lingering glance at the familiar Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. After years of service, he had forged bonds with his colleagues, and the thought of departing filled his heart with sorrow. Little G, the Tathagata sighed as he gently touched the thigh of the Lingji Bodhisattva. Let go of my leg. The lush greenery of Lingshan was so familiar to him. The Buddha, steeped in reminiscence, surveyed his surroundings, lamenting. It is my inadequacy that prevents me from leading this group of bald-headed monks. Observing the Maitreya and joyful Buddhas, he continued, I hope the next Buddha will possess greater capabilities to guide you and lead the Buddhist community. Buddha, please reconsider. In my heart, you are the sole Buddha. Without you, none can suffice, wept the Lingji Bodhisattva, clinging to the Buddha's leg and sobbing uncontrollably. Silver-headed Jiti hesitated momentarily before turning and soaring into the sky. He intended to journey to Mount Lojia in the South Sea to seek the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. The Buddha's resignation was a monumental event. As one of the Bodhisattvas and a trusted confidant of the Buddha, perhaps Avalokiteshvara could provide some solace. Curse this unpredictable turn of events. Silver-headed Jiti muttered inwardly as he hastened towards Mount Lojia. Lingshan was enveloped in an atmosphere of grief. All the Buddhas gazed upon their leader. Lingji Bodhisattva wept while clutching the Buddha's leg, and several other Buddhas discreetly wiped away their tears. Previously, they had harbored resentment and disbelief towards the Buddha, questioning his worthiness of the title Tathagata. Yet, in this moment, as he prepared to resign, they truly recognized his merit. Setting aside all else, in terms of capability, no one in Lingshan could compare to the Buddha. Before the onset of the journey to the West, the Buddhist community thrived under his governance. All of this turmoil arose only after unforeseen changes began to manifest, leading to a cascade of incidents that overwhelmed them. Buddha, you must not. Maitreya implored repeatedly. Though we face some adversities, we believe that as long as we unite in purpose, we can overcome anything. Do not falter at the first setback. If you leave, who will lead the Buddhist community? These bald-headed monks need you. Lingshan needs you. The entire assembly of Buddhas rallied to dissuade him, hoping the Tathagata would not act impulsively and resign. Rising to his feet, the Tathagata gently pried Lingji Bodhisattva's hands away. With a heavy sigh, he gazed upon the congregation, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. No further persuasion is needed. My decision is resolute. It is my own inadequacy that renders me incapable of leading you all. I am grateful for the support and assistance you have extended to me over the years. With that, the Tathagata bowed deeply to the assembly below. To speak candidly, my time working alongside everyone has indeed been quite joyful. If circumstances allowed, I would wish to remain here, continuing our collaboration. However, I find myself lacking in ability, unable to lead the team any further. As I pondered this, I gently touched my humble seat and made my way towards the back hall. Buddha, Buddha, the assembly of Buddhas called out behind me, hastily following my lead. Upon returning to my meditation chamber, I tidied up a few necessities and packed them into a triangular pouch, fastening it to my person. Lighting a cigarette, I cast a slow, lingering glance at my chamber, my heart heavy with reluctance. After a moment, I took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped outside. The assembly of Buddhas gazed at me, bewildered. With a bittersweet smile, I addressed them. I have resigned and shall leave immediately, not returning to the company. Take care, everyone. Chapter 310. The sage in distress. The assembly of Buddhas looked upon me with faces filled with sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. After so many years of camaraderie, the sudden announcement of my resignation naturally evoked a sense of loss. My heart, too, was steeped in bitterness as I surveyed the faces of my companions. Tightening my grip on the triangular pouch, I sighed, saying, from henceforth, the matters of the Buddhist community will rest upon the shoulders of Maitreya and the joyful Buddha. as well as the journey to the West. Truly, even in the face of resignation, my concern for the development of the Buddhist realm remained unwavering. Instantly, the assembly knelt in reverence, their voices choked with emotion. At Mount Lawajia, upon hearing of my departure, Avalokiteshvara was taken aback, uncertain of what Tang Sanzang had done to provoke such a significant impact on me. She was distressed at the thought of losing a capable leader. Hastily, she rose, joining the silver-headed Jeti in making their way to the Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the unfortunate Fuhu Arhut found himself once more in the realm of the dead, preparing for rebirth. The previous incident had been an accident. This time, however, he had met his demise at the hands of his own kind. After resolving all matters, the ancient Buddha of Lamp made his way to Spirit Mountain. Harboring resentment towards me, blaming my temperament for the turmoil that had ensued. In Chaochi country, Tang Yu remained oblivious to the events transpiring at Spirit Mountain. A seemingly trivial operation had inadvertently caused a significant upheaval. Regarding the explosive issue, Tang Yu merely calculated based on distance before triggering it. It was indeed unfortunate for me. Had I lingered a moment longer in the chaos, I would not have faced such dire consequences, nor would I feel so disheartened as to resign. Summoning my disciples, I prepared to set forth. Meanwhile, Erdes had been lingering in the brothel for days. As he emerged, he appeared unsteady. His complexion sallow and dark circles under his eyes betraying a sense of being utterly drained. Tang Yu inhaled sharply, solemnly advising, though women possess beauty, one must exercise caution and restraint. A woman can be a dagger that strikes without shedding blood. The ancients had long possessed profound insights regarding this matter. The simple-minded apprentice yawned and replied, Master, I understand. I shall be mindful. Observing his disciple's somewhat unsteady gait, Tang Yu felt a twinge of concern for him. He generously offered his vehicle to the apprentice, allowing him to regain his strength. The master and his few disciples gradually set forth, departing from the kingdom of Chechi. It could be said that all the tribulations faced by the Buddhist sect had culminated in utter failure, inflicting substantial losses upon the Buddha. With the manifestation of the ancient Buddha of Light, the king of Chechi issued a decree to construct temples and vigorously promote Buddhism. In his eyes, as long as the monks were not driven away, they would surely return. However, events often unfold unexpectedly. No monks returned. They had all embraced Taoism. The allure of delectable meat and the prospect of marriage and family, free from stringent adherence to monastic precepts, rendered Taoism exceedingly appealing and humane. The king of Chechi even took it upon himself to reach out to some former Buddhists, hoping to coax them back. Yet, the assembled monks informed him, "We have consumed meat and broken our vows. We are no longer disciples of the Buddha. Thus, we cannot return." The king found himself at a loss. Exhaling a deep sigh, he had no choice but to issue another decree, recruiting monks for Chechi, offering generous incentives, competitive salaries, and comprehensive benefits. As for the troubles plaguing Chechi and the spiritual realm of Lingshan, Tang Yu remained blissfully unaware, having already set off on his journey. Shortly thereafter, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for enticing the monks to join Taoism, thereby seizing fortune from the hands of Buddhism. Reward, 2 million fortune points. Congratulations, host, for influencing the 3 disciples of the great immortal Hu Li, disrupting the tribulations of Buddhism, and seizing fortune. Reward, 1 million fortune points. Congratulations, host, for sharing a drink with the ancient Buddha of Light, resulting in the rebirth of the tiger subduing Arhut, and seizing fortune. Reward, 500,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host, for utilizing the 3 disciples of the great immortal Hu Li to create a commotion in Lingshan, and seizing fortune. Reward, 5 million fortune points. Tang Yu could not help but break into a delighted smile. He had not initially considered how to navigate the tribulations of Chechi. He merely intended to exchange for the necessary documentation and depart. Yet unexpectedly, through a series of unforeseen events, he had garnered such immense rewards. Cleverly, Tang Yu admired his own wit, bestowing himself a hearty commendation for this operation. However, he remained oblivious to the chaos his actions had wrought upon the Buddhist sect, to the extent that even the Buddha contemplated resignation. Had Tang Yu been aware of the full extent of the consequences, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback, unable to fathom the severity of the repercussions. Strolling leisurely with his 2 disciples, he remained unaware that his simple-minded apprentice was soundly asleep inside the vehicle. The Tathagata Buddha bid farewell, to all the Buddhas. The ancient Buddha of light, who had returned from hell, was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such events to unfold in the spiritual realm. The profound impact on the Buddha was evident. He seemed on the verge of resignation. The Tathagata's gaze eventually settled upon Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, the one he trusted most among all in the sacred mountains. Avalokiteshvara, noticing the Buddha's demeanor, furrowed her brow slightly, as if she had grasped the gravity of the situation. The thought of the Buddha resigning was implausible. How could he abandon his duties at such a critical juncture? Moreover, the two revered saints behind him would never allow his departure. My term here has concluded. Take care, everyone, declared the Tathagata as he meticulously adjusted his triangular robe. He waved farewell to the assembly of Buddhas before vanishing in a fleeting moment. Buddha! The assembly of Buddhas called out, yet he had already departed, slipping into the chaos. Once enveloped in the void, the Buddha lit a cigarette, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if reflecting on profound matters. After finishing, he spoke. I seek an audience with the two saints. Just when I thought we were past the tumult, you return. What is it? The voice of the saint, Zhuanti, echoed from the depths of the chaos. I humbly inform you, esteemed saints, that I recognize my limitations and am unfit to lead the Buddhas of the sacred mountains. The journey to the West has been fraught with unforeseen challenges, and the tribulations I have endured are numerous. I have come to understand that I am inadequate for the role of Buddha, hence my request for resignation. I hope for your understanding. The previously closed eyes of the Saint Jane opened, exchanging a glance with Zhuanti. The notion of the Tathagata resigning was unacceptable, setting aside other considerations. His cultivation was already that of a quasi-saint. The Tathagata possessed considerable abilities, though he had recently faltered. Was his decision influenced by the recent reprimand he received? Upon this realization, Jane shot a disapproving look at Zhuanti, clearly blaming him for provoking the Tathagata. Zhuanti, scratching his nose sheepishly, materialized before the Buddha. My dear friend, what are you doing? We were merely jesting. Why speak of resignation? At that moment, Zhuanti felt a pang of regret, wondering if he had been too harsh with the Buddha. Indeed, a slap in the face was a response that no one could bear, especially not the revered Tathagata. However, discipline was necessary for growth. Without it, how could one mature and effectively manage the celestial realm? My dear friend, why speak of resignation? You are the Tathagata, esteemed and revered, standing equal in stature to the Jade Emperor. Please, do not jest in such a manner. Zhuanti began to feel anxious. The prospect of the Buddha truly resigning was a troubling matter. If a quasi-saint were to sever ties with the Buddhist order, it could lead to future conflicts with the very order he once guided. Regarding this matter, it is not devoid of possibility. One must recognize that Zhuanti often reprimands him, harboring deep-seated resentment. Should he truly persist in his obstinacy and sever ties with the Buddhist community, Zhuanti would undoubtedly refrain from nurturing a tiger in his midst. However, if the Buddha were to abandon the Buddhist realm at this juncture, what would become of it? It can be asserted that no other individual within the order possesses the Buddha's unparalleled capability to manage the flourishing Lingshan group. The endeavor of seeking scriptures has merely encountered a slight deviation, yet all of this arises from unforeseen variables. Each trial presents challenges that the Buddha strives to navigate. It is not that the Buddha lacks ability, but rather that the unpredictable nature of these variables is exceedingly daunting, catching him off guard time and again. The entire Buddhist community remains oblivious to the calamities that may ensue, as the variables can wreak havoc unexpectedly. Furthermore, if one were to depart from the Buddhist realm, where could one possibly go? Is that not so? Zhuanti continued, hoping to illuminate the situation for the Buddha, urging him to remain. Otherwise, if he were to leave the Buddhist community, there would be no refuge for him within the three realms. This assertion holds truth. There is no returning to the Jiejiao. The heavenly court and the Buddhist community have never been on amicable terms. Although there exists some rapport with the primordial supreme being, this connection is hindered by his identity as the Tathagata Buddha. Should he relinquish his position as Buddha, who would still recognize him? The primordial supreme being would never offend the Western two saints on his behalf. Thus, at that moment, the Buddha would indeed find himself without a sanctuary. Nevertheless, with his sanctified cultivation, there are indeed places within the vast three realms where he could find solace. My decision is resolute. The Tathagata Buddha once again lit a cigarette for himself. I find myself lacking in ability, unable to lead the Buddhist community, and I hope that both saints may grant their understanding. Ti began to feel a headache. Is it because I often chastise you that you have developed such a notion? With a sigh, Ti continued. In truth, I act for your benefit. Is there not a saying? A jade must be carved to become a gem. I concede that I have indeed been somewhat harsh on you. But my intention in admonishing you is to expedite your growth, enabling you to lead the Buddhist community more effectively. Why can you not comprehend my earnest intentions? Moreover, such trivial matters do not necessitate your resignation, do they? The Tathagata Buddha's hand, clutching the cigarette, trembled slightly. He found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by Ti's remarks, which he deemed shameless and audacious. With a mere disagreement, he would be met with a resounding slap. To claim it was for his own good? I thank you for that. Were it not for the inability to contend with Ti, the Tathagata Buddha would have desired to reciprocate his goodwill. Irrespective of these matters, I genuinely perceive my inadequacies, particularly concerning the affairs of the journey to the West. As I realize I have disappointed both saints, the Tathagata Buddha calmly stated, however, I have exerted my utmost efforts and can only hope that the next Buddha possesses exceptional abilities to overcome every challenge presented in the journey to the West, and that all endeavors may meet the satisfaction of both saints. I truly no longer wish to assume the mantle of the Tathagata Buddha. I feel powerless and increasingly aware of my inadequacy. Therefore, I earnestly hope that both saints, considering my years of dedicated management of the Buddhist community, may still offer their support. Ti found himself at a loss, gazing toward Jie amidst the chaos. The implication was unmistakable. My senior brother was somewhat bewildered by him. Come forth, he beckoned. However, Ti failed to grasp the message, while Jie understood it well. For the Tathagata had proclaimed that he was well-meaning, yet powerless. This was evidently a matter open to negotiation. Jie approached the Tathagata with a smile, saying, Buddha, in the past, my senior brother and I, recognizing the bond between you and the West, and acknowledging your extraordinary capabilities, took it upon ourselves to guide you to our Western paradise. You became the Tathagata of the West, a title you earned through your remarkable talents. Ti thought of the sting of a slap from the old master, while he himself remained silent. Now, he pondered the significance of such extraordinary abilities. The Tathagata, exhaling smoke, sat in contemplative silence. Indeed, the journey to the West had encountered certain troubles, but these disturbances were beyond control due to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, they were not to be blamed. Furthermore, my junior brother remarked, where else could you go if you were to leave the Buddhist order? If you truly felt discontent, any conditions or grievances could be voiced, salary and benefits were open for discussion. Jie began to retract his stance, determined to prevent the Tathagata from resigning. With ongoing issues in Lingshan, particularly the theft from the Buddhist treasury and economic downturns, I felt a deep sense of guilt as the Tathagata, believing himself unfit for the role. He loosened a small triangular pouch from his body and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting one anew before reattaching the pouch. Was it truly just about the loss of the Lingshan treasury? This was hardly a matter of great consequence, and the two of us would certainly find a way to address the economic concerns of Lingshan. Jie amicably assured, feel free to voice any further issues. You two ancient beings, how humble you are. The Tathagata felt an unexpected lightness, as if he were soaring in the heavens. Had he known it would be this simple, he would have resigned much sooner. Some individuals only recognize your work ethic when you mention resignation, though this is contingent upon genuine capability. I truly wish to resign. He sighed, though inwardly, he felt a wave of relief. What are you saying? Resignation? Consider your esteemed position as the Tathagata, Ti admonished with a smile. Return, for Lingshan still requires your stewardship. After a prolonged silence, the Tathagata reluctantly acquiesced, since both saints hold me in such regard, so be it. Upon hearing the Tathagata's agreement, both saints breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, return to your duties, and if any dissatisfaction arises, do not hesitate to express it. Jie encouraged. The Tathagata nodded in acknowledgement, but remained fixed in place. Why are you still here? Ti glared, instinctively uttering a curse, then quickly adjusted his tone. Smiling, little one, do you have any further matters to address? Chapter 3:13. Sending little one back to Lingshan. The Tathagata remained silent, unmoving. Upon reflection, it became clear. The matter of the Tathagata's resignation was undoubtedly known throughout the spiritual realm of Lingshan. Then, suddenly, he decided against leaving, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of returning. Junior brother, Please escort the Tathagata back to Lingshan, and kindly remind all the Buddhas to cooperate fully with his endeavors, instructed the guide. With a nod, the guiding sage conveyed a thought, returning the Tathagata to Lingshan, after which he chastised the disciples of the Buddhist order. Observing the Tathagata once again seated upon his modest throne, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. Yet, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had already anticipated this turn of events. The Tathagata's apparent resignation was, in fact, a strategic retreat, a maneuver to subtly assert pressure upon the two saints. The fact that the guiding sage personally returned him underscores a minor triumph for the Tathagata in his engagement with the saints. Quickly regaining his composure, the Tathagata immersed himself in his duties. As for the economic concerns of Lingshan, the two saints had assured him they would resolve the matter, leaving their methods to their discretion. Upon returning, he prioritized the repair of the great Thunder Sound Temple, addressing the issues that had arisen. The two arhats, Changmei and Jingzhua, were informed by the guiding sage, who assured them of a solution. Thus, there was no need for the Tathagata to worry about these matters. His only hope rested on the guiding sage's swift resolution of Lingshan's economic issues, restoring prosperity to the Buddhist realm. Unbeknownst to the Tathagata, the guiding sage had already begun addressing the economic dilemma. A manifestation of his essence wandered into the chaos, taking care to remain discreet around the Jia sect. For the celestial master was not one to indulge recklessness. If he dared to flaunt his power, the celestial master would likely scatter his essence, perhaps even pursue him into the chaos for retribution. As for the Chan sect, he could meander a bit, but not excessively. Likewise, he could traverse the teachings of others. But moderation was key. Thus, the guiding sage ventured forth, taking a leisurely stroll. He chanced upon a treasure that resonated with his Western domain, and with that simple observation, he returned laden with riches, which he subsequently contributed to the Buddhist treasury. The Tathagata chuckled inwardly, thinking that had he known this would work, he would have employed this tactic long ago. Even the two ancient beings had their days of reckoning. While feeling a sense of satisfaction, he knew he could not afford to neglect his responsibilities. He retrieved the script, spat lightly on his fingers, and opened it to review the next trials faced by Tang Sung and his companions. Chen Family Village, the Tongtian River. The Spirit King was originally a carp in the lotus pool of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, later transformed into a demon. Each year, Chen Family Village was obliged to offer a young boy and girl as a tribute for him to feast upon. At first glance, this arrangement seemed entirely reasonable. However, due to the unpredictability of fate, unforeseen events could still transpire. Suddenly, the Tathagata's expression faltered, his heart racing with anticipation. This trial is destined for failure before it even begins. Before the endeavor could commence, the Buddha has already rendered his judgment. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the reason behind such a proclamation. After all, how could one declare an end before the journey has even started? Tang Sung rides a lion that possesses the ability to fly, as the Tathagata elucidated. Crossing the river appears to be a trivial matter for Tang Sung and his companions. Thus, it can be confidently stated that this trial is doomed to failure. Upon hearing this, the Buddhas finally grasped the situation. Regarding Tang Sung's flying lion, should they inform him to proceed cautiously? However, when has Tang Sung ever been one to heed advice? What are the thoughts of everyone concerning this trial? The Buddha inquired of the assembly. Immediately, the Buddhas exchanged glances and engaged in lively discussion. The moment Tang Sung steps into Chen's village, the king of inspiration should take action and capture him, suggested Manjushri Bodhisattva. Yet, the Buddhas paid no heed to his proposal. To simply manifest and apprehend Tang Sung? Do they think Sun Wukong is a pushover? Such a suggestion would be tantamount to sending the king of inspiration to his demise. The Buddhas commenced deliberations on how to ensure the trial unfolds and reaches a successful conclusion. Although most were aware that it was essentially doomed, they felt compelled to maintain appearances and engaged in various discussions. However, no consensus emerged from their deliberations. Meanwhile, Tang Yu reclined in his mobile abode, nonchalantly tossing sunflower seeds. Utterly unconcerned about the impending calamity, that fish belonged to Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was on his side. If it were not for her, he would insist on stewing that fish to savor its flavor. It is said that the king of inspiration has been in the lower realm for several days. Each year, Chen's village is required to offer a pair of young boys and girls as a sacrifice. The Buddhist community claims they merely failed to keep watch, and hence, a calamity has arisen. Such a notion made Tang Yu wince in pain. How shameless could they be? Where is their professed equality among all beings and compassion? Having consumed so many lives, they simply dismiss it with an excuse of negligence? Master, the simpleton entered, yawning. Although he had rested for an extended period and regained some energy, he still appeared quite fatigued. What is the matter? Tang Yu asked without looking up. Junior brother asked me to inquire if you would like to take a break. Then let us rest. Such trivial matters need not trouble me, Tang Yu replied indifferently. Straightening his posture, he leaped from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. They were in a thicket, not far from a waterfall. Wildflowers bloomed abundantly across the hills. Indeed, this place was quite picturesque, with the air imbued with a hint of floral fragrance. The simpleton removed his clothing and dove headfirst into the waterfall, seemingly intent on fishing. Moments later, he emerged with a cry, clutching his head, blood streaming from an injury. The master and his disciples were puzzled. What transpired? Could a rock have caused such a wound? It seemed entirely implausible. Ordinary stones are utterly incapable of inflicting injury upon the simpleton. What a worthless object. The simpleton clutched his head with one hand while groping about with the other. Eventually, he unearthed a rusted item that resembled scrap metal. Yet, Tang Yu's eyes glimmered with excitement. This was another key to the heavenly treasure vault. How could it be found here? He already possessed 3 keys to the vault and was aware of their locations. However, due to the insufficiency of keys, he could not unlock it. In Tang Yu's estimation, at least 2 more keys were required. To his astonishment, the simpleton plunged back into the water and emerged with 1. Indeed, Tang Yu felt increasingly fortunate. As long as one had good fortune, they would be favored by the heavens. This sentiment held true. What a useless object. My head is bleeding, the simpleton grumbled, seemingly ready to discard it. Chapter 3:14. Bringing back the key to the heavenly treasure vault, Tang Yu was taken aback, yet remained inactive, watching as the simpleton prepared to throw the key away. Why not intervene or simply seize it? That was due to the multitude of observers. How foolish it would be to act in such a moment. It would be far wiser to leave and return discreetly. The simpleton soon resurfaced, clutching 2 fish in his hands and having stuffed another in his pocket. A shiver ran down Tang Yu's spine. He vowed never to consume the fish from the simpleton's pocket. Upon reaching the shore, the simpleton deftly started a fire and began cooking. This routine had become second nature to him. In the heavenly court, as the simpleton presented the key, the Jade Emperor's eyes brightened. He recognized it as the key to the heavenly treasure vault. It was said that another key resided within their court. In days of yore, during the Dragon Han plunder, Hong Jun and Luo, who had joined forces against the ancestral dragon. In a final act, they united to slay the ancestral dragon, shattering the key to the heavenly treasure vault into fragments that scattered across the cosmos. It is worth noting that their court possessed one of these keys. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Sha Wujing from the water, the Jade Emperor might have forgotten about this key altogether. Tai Bai Jingxing hastened to the heavenly treasure vault and ascertain whether any keys to the heavenly treasure vault remain. The Jade Emperor felt a surge of anxiety. After all, there had been past incidents of theft within the heavenly court. Surely they had not lost the key to the heavenly treasure vault? It was unlikely. Externally, it appeared as nothing more than a piece of rusted scrap metal, the very scrap that Sha Wujing had just retrieved. Immediately checked the heavenly treasure vault. The Jade Emperor, wary that Tai Bai Jingxing might be unaware, provided a detailed explanation. Cold sweat dripped from Tai Bai Jingxing's forehead. He recalled seeing such a piece of scrap metal discarded while exchanging cigarettes for the Emperor, dismissing it as inconsequential. At the time, he had thought it beneath the dignity of the grand heavenly treasure vault to be guarded by such worthless metal. He then picked up the key to the lower realm, seemingly exchanging it with Tang Sanzang for a cigarette. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his heart raced anxiously. Yet, Tai Bai Jingxing, a seasoned figure through numerous storms, maintained his composure and replied, "Indeed." However, he was deep in thought, contemplating whether he should discreetly retrieve the cigarette from Tang Sanzang. This, however, was not feasible. One could not act so rashly in public. What should he do then? If the Emperor discovered he had taken the key to the heavenly treasury and exchanged it for a cigarette with Tang Sanzang, he might as well be flayed alive. Suddenly, Tai Bai Jingxing's eyes brightened. He had a plan. He could shift the blame onto the thief who had previously raided the heavenly treasury. Then, he could find a way to reclaim the key from Tang Sanzang. After all, it was merely a worthless piece of scrap metal that most would not recognize for its true value. With a simple exchange of any magical artifact, he could retrieve it. Alternatively, he could seek a key from the Buddhist sect, as it was rumored they possessed one as well. The thought made Tai Baijin Xing smile inwardly, as he could almost envision a plethora of treasures from the Buddhist sect approaching him. Li Jing, I command you to descend immediately and retrieve the key to the heavenly treasury, the Jade Emperor instructed once more. As you wish, Li Jing replied, stepping forth from the crowd with a commanding presence, though the bowl he held appeared rather peculiar. Despite Li Jing's long-standing demeanor, some deities still felt an urge to laugh. At Ling Shan, upon seeing the key to the heavenly treasury, the Buddha's eyes glimmered with uncontainable excitement. Yet, he recalled the time when the entire Ling Shan had been plundered, even the robes and undergarments were stolen. The Buddhist treasury had been stripped down to the very earth beneath it. Thus, it was certain that the key to the heavenly treasury was lost. The thief might not even realize that this scrap of metal was indeed the key. The Buddha speculated that the thief might have discarded it, thinking it worthless. As for Sha Wujing, the piece he had just uncovered was evidently not the one from the Buddhist sect, as it was noticeably smaller. Ling Ji Bodhisattva, you must descend and ensure the retrieval of the key to the heavenly treasury, the Buddha commanded. Although the Buddhist sect's economy had improved, having extorted quite a bit from the heavenly court and recently returned with numerous treasures after a brief excursion, the people of Ling Shan still sat on their low stools. Aware of the wisdom in keeping wealth concealed, the Buddha was also suspicious of potential internal traitors within the sect, hence the others remained unaware of the newfound prosperity. While the Buddhist sect had indeed become more affluent, it still paled in comparison to its former glory. After all, it was the key to the heavenly treasury. How could one not be tempted? The Buddha extinguished his cigarette, placing the remaining half behind his ear. The Buddhist realm has flourished, yet it remains ever mindful of the days steeped in sorrow when even the means to procure smoke were beyond reach. The mere recollection of such times evokes a profound sense of grief within the Buddha. In accordance with the Buddha's edict, the Bodhisattva Lingji hastened to descend to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, ambled along the path. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily emerged from the caravan and plunged into the water, swiftly retrieving the key to the heavenly emperor's treasury. Pondering deeply, he realized that the key to the earthly vault had unexpectedly surfaced in plain view. It was certain that both the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm had taken notice, and emissaries would undoubtedly be dispatched to this location. System, is there any explosive device akin to the exploding heaven pill, one that can be detonated without ingestion? Tang Yu inquired of the system. Exploding heaven pill number 2, the system promptly responded. It can be concealed anywhere and detonated at your discretion, possessing the same potency as the original. Cost, 150,000 fortune points. Without hesitation, Tang Yu exchanged the points and concealed himself beneath the water. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed two presences approaching from different directions. Swiftly, he darted to a nearby tree, observing the scene below. The Bodhisattva Lingji and Li Jing arrived almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, each momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the other's intent. What brings you here, Bodhisattva Lingji? Li Jing was the first to speak. Amitabha, the Buddha has commanded this humble monk to retrieve a key to the earthly treasury and return it to Ling Shan. The Bodhisattva replied, palms joined in reverence. The implication was unmistakable. The key was sought by the Buddha, and none would carry it away. Do not overthink it. This key rightfully belongs to our Buddhist order, he asserted. Li Jing's breath caught in his throat at the audacity of the Buddhist claim. The Buddhist realm truly lacks shame. Boldly asserting ownership, I, too, am commanded by His Majesty to return this key to the heavenly emperor. With that, Li Jing's aura surged, and the worn bowl in his hand gleamed with a radiant light, suggesting he was prepared for conflict. Despite its battered appearance, the bowl was a sacred artifact, instilling in Li Jing a considerable confidence. He felt assured of his ability to subdue the Bodhisattva. Even if it comes to blows with the Bodhisattva, fulfilling His Majesty's task is paramount. Should the Buddha come forth, the Jade Emperor would surely ensure my safety. At that moment, the Bodhisattva Lingji was also deep in thought. As long as he could secure the key to the earthly treasury, other concerns would pale in comparison. If necessary, he would not shy away from combat. Thus, the two stood in a stalemate, their energies rising as if engaged in an invisible contest. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, hidden nearby, contemplated whether he should lend his assistance to the Bodhisattva. After all, Lingji often sought his company for exchanges and referred to him affectionately as third brother, indicating a bond of sorts had formed between them. In contrast to Li Jing, Tang Yu found his ostentatious demeanor rather displeasing. What purpose does that broken bowl serve? Humph. Does the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury belong to your majesty, Lingji Bodhisattva? Li Jing retorted, asserting that he would indeed reclaim the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. The key is not a possession of your heavenly court. Lingji Bodhisattva regarded Li Jing, radiating a divine light, exuding an ethereal and sacred aura. However, he is our leader, Li Jing proclaimed. Coincidentally, it is also what our leader desires, Lingji Bodhisattva responded fearlessly, as the tension between the two escalated, neither willing to strike first, resulting in a stalemate. Growing weary from the standoff, Lingji Bodhisattva produced a cigarette and placed it between his lips. A faint blue smoke wafted upward, obscuring his eyes, hinting at a trace of disdain. Li Jing instantly sensed his own momentum faltering. He reached for his own pack of cigarettes, eager to partake, only to be met with a moment of dismay. Alas, I have run out. Though he had 2 packs in his dormitory, he had been summoned in haste by the emperor and forgotten to bring them. Li Jing's expression darkened as he crumpled the empty pack in frustration and tossed it aside. Feeling increasingly humiliated, his aura diminished. Lingji Bodhisattva secretly chuckled, taking a drag and exhibiting a look of enjoyment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Witnessing this display further ignited Li Jing's desire for a cigarette. In a particularly vexing move, Lingji Bodhisattva discarded half a cigarette directly in front of Li Jing, seemingly inviting him to retrieve it. Li Jing's composure wavered, almost provoking him to engage in a desperate struggle. However, with Lingji Bodhisattva right before him, smiling, the situation became complicated. Representing the heavenly court, picking up a discarded cigarette in public would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of the heavenly court. Is the heavenly court's salary so meager that one cannot afford cigarettes, resorting to scavenging for butts? Lingji Bodhisattva suggested with a grin. If you wish for one, perhaps you should seek Tang Sanzang for an exchange. Should Li Jing depart, Lingji Bodhisattva would plunge into the waters to retrieve the key to the treasury and make a hasty escape. Li Jing snorted, taking a considerable time before responding. Lingji Bodhisattva, do not presume that this king is oblivious to your intentions. This remark left Lingji Bodhisattva somewhat perplexed. Li Jing continued, now speak plainly. How much do you sell your cigarettes for? Hidden in the shadows, Tang Yu nearly choked in disbelief. The kingly could actually make jokes, especially with his stern expression. Such words struck a humorous chord. Not for sale, Lingji Bodhisattva replied with a smile. Li Jing's face darkened ominously. Lingji, are you courting death? In that instant, Li Jing unleashed his fury, hurling the broken bowl toward Lingji Bodhisattva. Lingji Bodhisattva was taken aback, sensing the extraordinary nature of the bowl in Li Jing's grasp. As the prayer beads in hand radiated a golden Buddhist light, they stood in stark contrast to the shattered bowl. With a resounding crack, the beads were obliterated, causing the Bodhisattva Lingji to stagger backward a few steps, his countenance tinged with pallor. Although the two were engaged in combat, their mastery of spiritual power remained confined to their opponent. Otherwise, the release of their energies would have laid waste to the surrounding forest. Let this be a lesson to you, for I am no ordinary king. Behold the bowl, Li Jing declared with fervor, pressing his advantage. Indeed, the bowl, a treasure of near saintly caliber, surpassed his previous exquisite pagoda by leaps and bounds. Though its appearance was rather unseemly, its might was undeniable. Beneath the shattered bowl, the Bodhisattva Lingji continued to retreat relentlessly, and seizing the moment, Li Jing plunged into the water. Despicable, Lingji cursed, hastily following suit. The confrontation between the two was closely observed by the heavens, and when Li Jing's momentum faltered, the Jade Emperor even contemplated sending the Star of Venus with a pack of cigarettes to bolster him. Yet, true to his reputation as the King of Heaven, Li Jing's audacity brought honor to the celestial realm. Witnessing the Bodhisattva Lingji retreating step by step, the Jade Emperor nodded in approval, remarking, indeed, he is the kingly. In contrast to the Jade Emperor's delight, the Buddha was considerably vexed, having already dispatched aides to support Lingji. It was not that Lingji lacked strength. Rather, Li Jing's bowl was exceptionally formidable, resulting in Lingji's retreat. Maitreya, descend to assist Lingji and ensure you bring back the key to the heavenly treasure vault, the Tathagata Buddha commanded. Although the key held little intrinsic value, It was imperative that the celestial realm not acquire it with ease. Should they desire it, the Buddha could even consider selling it to them, complying with the Buddha's decree. Maitreya descended to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Tang Yu observed as both Li Jing and Lingji plunged into the water. His eyes flickered, and he promptly detonated explosive pill No. 2. At that moment, the two were still floundering in the water. Where could it have gone? I distinctly saw Sha Wujing toss it here. How can it be missing? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the very earth. The river surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, spraying water into the sky before cascading back down. Trees snapped under the force of the blast. The power of the explosive pill was indeed extraordinary. Tang Yu chuckled. The heavenly treasure vault is truly remarkable. Even the Buddhist realm seeks its treasures. As Li Jing and Lingji grappled with the aftermath of the explosion, Tang Yu couldn't help but commend himself for his poetic insight. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the scene, and Li Jing and Bodhisattva Lingji drifted upward. Chapter 316, Yet Another Twist of Fate. Why do I say they floated upward? Because both of their corporeal forms had been annihilated. Such was the potency of explosive pill number 2, capable of vanquishing even a great Luo golden immortal. The two individuals remained unscathed, thanks to Li Jing's broken bowl, which shielded him at a critical moment. Similarly, the string of Buddha beads belonging to Lingji Bodhisattva offered protection during dire circumstances, though that very string was ultimately destroyed. Both men appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable explosion that had occurred, resulting in significant losses for each of them, particularly for Li Jing, who had suffered bodily destruction on multiple occasions and was now plagued by hemorrhoids, leading to a sense of urgency and discomfort as he felt warmth surging down his back. In contrast, Lingji Bodhisattva fared relatively better. He had only perished once before, having rejuvenated himself in a hot spring. Yet, the tragedy had now recurred. However, Lingji Bodhisattva quickly regained his composure, for he had weathered many storms in life. This was but a trifling matter. Conversely, Li Jing was gritting his teeth in frustration, demanding to know the cause of this calamity. The key to the heavenly treasure vault remained undiscovered, and he had suffered an explosion. Poor Li Jing. Observing this scene, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, lamenting only that Li Jing had not been killed in the explosion, while he harbored no such intentions for Lingji Bodhisattva. Maitreya Buddha, having arrived from Ling Mountain, witnessed the spectacle of the two souls drifting aimlessly. His lips twitched in amusement as he swiftly positioned himself beside Lingji Bodhisattva. Li Jing's expression shifted slightly. Trouble was afoot. Maitreya Buddha's arrival surely meant the key to the heavenly treasure vault would remain elusive. To his surprise, Maitreya Buddha did not plunge directly into the water in search of the key, but instead surveyed the waters with a watchful gaze. Aware that the recent upheaval was a result of unforeseen variables, the explosion had ensnared both Li Jing and Lingji Bodhisattva. Who could ascertain whether diving in recklessly would result in further calamity? What is happening? Maitreya Buddha inquired. Reporting to you, Maitreya Buddha. This humble monk is equally in the dark regarding the events, Lingji Bodhisattva replied. As I entered the water to seek the key to the heavenly treasure vault, an explosive sound suddenly erupted. Were it not for the timely protection of my Buddha beads, I fear I would have perished. As he spoke, Lingji Bodhisattva winced at the loss of his precious beads. Li Jing's lips curled in disdain. Perish, you say? Do you believe yourself to be a sovereign? Had you met your end in that explosion, it would merely be a minor inconvenience to me. Gazing into the water, Maitreya Buddha's expression grew solemn. Cloaked in protective magic, he cautiously immersed himself. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Yu silently regretted not having detonated the area again, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. Maitreya Buddha searched beneath the surface, yet found nothing. A sense of unease washed over him. This was peculiar. He had distinctly seen Sha Wujing discard the key to the heavenly treasure vault in this very spot, yet it was nowhere to be found. Emerging from the depths, Maitreya Buddha lit a cigarette, appearing deep in thought. Might it have already been taken away? There exists a significant likelihood of this. Otherwise, how could it be lost? The individual in question is most likely Sha Wujing, who has deliberately created the illusion of misplacing the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasure vault, thereby luring the followers of Buddhism into a trap to seize the opportunity for treachery. This is undoubtedly the case. After all, how could the likes of Lingji Bodhisattva and others have vanished so inexplicably? It is evident that this was meticulously orchestrated. Contemplating this, the expression of Maitreya Buddha suddenly deepened. Observing Li Jing, he let out a scoff, then proceeded to guide the spirit of Lingji Bodhisattva towards the Western paradise. He felt it imperative to convey his suspicions to the Buddha for a final judgment. Meanwhile, Tang Yu pondered whether to confront Li Jing once more. In the heavenly court, the previously smug countenance of the Jade Emperor turned ashen in an instant. The key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury remained elusive, and Li Tianwang had suffered a setback. Though he had not perished, recovery would undoubtedly demand a substantial price. The Heavenly Court had already endured a theft, followed by extortion from the shameless Tathagata Buddha, leaving their finances in dire straits. The Jade Emperor surmised that Maitreya Buddha must have plunged into the depths, seizing the key to the treasure vault. Was he to venture to the Western paradise to demand it back? Such a notion was preposterous. Once something entered the possession of the Buddhist order, it was unlikely to be relinquished. The Jade Emperor could even foresee that if he were to seek out the Buddha, the latter would assert with righteous indignation that it was a matter witnessed by all, and the failure of the Heavenly Court was a testament to their ineptitude. Cursed be it. The Jade Emperor muttered a curse under his breath before hastily ordering that Li Jing be retrieved. After all, he was their treasured general, and they could not afford to neglect him. Yet, after a moment's reflection, the Jade Emperor comprehended that this entire debacle was undoubtedly due to unforeseen complications. In the Western paradise, the expression of Tathagata Buddha was equally grim, for he too had failed to obtain the key to the treasure vault, and Lingji Bodhisattva had been lost in the explosion. Maitreya Buddha proceeded with his analysis, suggesting that this entire affair was likely a deliberate scheme by Sha Wujing, designed to deceive them into a trap, ultimately leading to a covert assassination. One must admit, this analysis was quite cogent. The multitude of Buddhas in Ling Mountain nodded in agreement, finding it highly plausible. Tathagata Buddha, with a cigarette between his lips and eyes slightly narrowed, realized that it was indeed necessary to discuss matters with Sha Wujing. Having already agreed to collaborate with him, he could not allow such reckless behavior to continue. It was essential to ensure that the Buddhist order faced its challenges appropriately, providing a satisfactory account to the two ancient immortals thereafter. Observing Lingji Bodhisattva's pitiful state, Tathagata Buddha tested the waters and with a wave of his hand, summoned several treasures, instructing, "Puxian, you shall seek a pill from Laojun shortly." In response to the Buddha's decree, Puxian Bodhisattva accepted the mandate and proceeded towards the Doshui Palace. The assembly of Buddhas turned their gaze towards the Xiangui Mirror, where Tang Sanzang and his companions were leisurely entering Chun family village. Guanyin, this ordeal requires your intervention. With that in mind, descend to the mortal realm, adapt as necessary, and strive to achieve as much as possible. That said, in the eyes of the Tathagata, this challenge was doomed to fail 99% of the time. Nevertheless, it was essential to dispatch Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. At the very least, that fish belonged to her and must be retrieved. In accordance with the Buddha's mandate, Avalokiteshvara descended to the mortal realm. All the Buddhas observed the Xian Guang mirror, sharing the sentiment that this endeavor was also fated to fail, leading to an air of languor among them. Some Buddhas reclined casually, smoking, while others pondered whether to seek Lingji Bodhisattva after work to exchange for a couple of bottles of Erguo Tu, hoping to enjoy a drink with acquaintances. Nowadays, the Lingshan had become quite accustomed to Erguo Tu, indulging in a small sip after hours. Many would drift into slumber, and it seemed, whether by mere illusion or reality, that their spiritual powers felt subtly enhanced after drinking. Chapter 317. The Buddha seeks Sha Wujing. After gazing at the Xian Guang mirror for a moment, the Buddha took out a mahjong set. Instantly, the other Buddhas recoiled, fearful of being summoned to play. Who would dare to win against him? The Buddha, taking a small stool, sat down first. The assembly remained silent, and ultimately, the Tathagata had to personally designate players, Manjushri Bodhisattva along with two arhats. The gaze of the other Buddhas toward these three was filled with sympathy, while Manjushri and his companions bore expressions of despair. In the mortal realm, as Tang Yu and his group entered Chun family village, they drew a significant amount of attention due to their peculiar ensemble. Yet, Tang Yu did not pause. He proceeded directly to the Tongtian River. "Master, how do we cross the river?" Sun Wukong inquired, glancing across to the opposite bank. "Fly over," Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. As for Avalokiteshvara's carp, he considered that she was now his own, and otherwise, he wouldn't mind stewing a pot of fish soup. Within the Tongtian River, Avalokiteshvara was conversing with the carp spirit, informing him that there was essentially nothing left to be done. She had gleaned from the Buddha's words that hope for this challenge was virtually non-existent, and thus, should it falter, the Buddha would not hold her accountable. On the riverbank, Tang Yu did not fly across immediately, as he wished to observe how the Buddhist community would handle this challenge, contemplating if there might be an opportunity to accrue some fortune. San Linge gazed at the Tongtian River, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, likely recalling his own Liaches River. San Linge, are you homesick? Tang Yu asked. San Linge chuckled foolishly, but remained silent. If you miss the Liaches River, you may return to visit. It's no trouble. If you feel homesick, I'll simply grant you a break, Tang Yu stated thoughtfully for his disciples. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, several disciples felt a stir of emotion, especially Sun Wukong, who sensed a profound absence in his life. Moreover, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, feeling that without a fortuitous encounter, further breakthroughs would be arduous. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong bowed respectfully to Tang Sanzang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Go ahead, Tang Yu encouraged. Tang Yu nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the monkey. As for San Lungzi and Air Daizi, they remained motionless, harboring no affection for the desolate, barren expanse of Lusha River. To Air Daizi, the Yunjian cave was merely a temporary refuge. At this moment, however, both men felt a twinge of envy towards Sun Wukong. For at least he had a place to go, while they were utterly uncertain of their destination. After satisfying their hunger, Tang Yu reclined within the camper. Moments later, a figure soared into the air. What is it? Tang Yu appeared beside Guanyin Bodhisattva. It was evident that the Buddha had relinquished hope regarding this predicament. Guanyin Bodhisattva assured him, rest assured, I shall not consume your fish. Tang Yu flashed a grin, prompting a sense of relief in Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was fortunate to have realized this early on and aligned herself with Tang Sanzang. Observing the current state of the Buddhist realm, which was so dismal, even the Buddha seemed inclined to resign. The mere thought made Guanyin Bodhisattva's lips twitch slightly, evoking an urge to laugh. Not long ago, the Buddha had intended to retire. Yet the two saints had refused to acquiesce. Tang Yu was taken aback. It seemed he had not done anything significant. Why was it leading to the Buddha contemplating resignation? It was truly perplexing. How had the Buddha managed to hold his position for so long with such a lack of resilience? Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, his actions had inflicted considerable distress upon the Buddha, and yet he found himself disparaging the latter in his thoughts for lacking fortitude. Nevertheless, it was my belief that the Buddha did not genuinely wish to resign. Instead, he employed this tactic as a means of leveraging the two saints. Guanyin Bodhisattva remarked, I presume the Buddha indeed accomplished this. Even the Buddhist treasury has been replenished by Zhuan. As someone close to the Buddha, she was privy to the information regarding the treasury's replenishment, and the Buddha had not concealed this matter from her. He had even encouraged her to investigate for traitors, for the existence of such individuals had compelled the Buddha to refrain from revealing the treasury. Only a select few trusted individuals were aware of its existence. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Has the Buddha acquired wealth? He mused. It seems I must find an opportunity to stroll around Lingshan and borrow some funds. To avoid an overt invitation from the Buddha, he planned to be discreet in his approach. Regarding the Buddha's resignation, Tang Yu naturally connected it to a strategic maneuver, a retreat to advance. How could he consider resigning at this juncture when he was on the verge of venturing out independently? Indeed, you are correct. This is merely a tactic of retreating to advance, Tang Yu chuckled darkly. Seeing his sly smile, Guanyin Bodhisattva shivered involuntarily and tentatively asked, You do not intend to set your sights on the Buddhist treasury, do you? Absolutely not. I am not that kind of person, Tang Yu asserted with righteous indignation. Guanyin Bodhisattva rolled her eyes subtly, questioning whether he truly believed his own words. I thought the Buddhist realm would require some arrangements. Tang Yu's voice carried a note of disappointment. How could he not feel disheartened? Without arrangements from the Buddhist realm, how could he accrue fortune? Suddenly, Tang Yu lifted his gaze towards the distance, and then his figure swiftly vanished. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared somewhat puzzled. Shortly thereafter, a silhouette materialized before her. It was none other than the Buddha. I pay my respects to the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva slightly bowed. Yet her heart was filled with curiosity as she wondered why the Buddha had personally descended to the mortal realm. The Buddha nodded gently, stating, I have come to discuss certain matters with Sha Wujing. You are not an outsider, so join me. The Buddha deemed it necessary to converse directly with Sha Wujing regarding pressing issues. The trials of the journey to the west must be addressed. We cannot allow such chaos to persist. There were also matters of collaboration to consider. He intended to candidly express his intentions to Sha Wujing. I plan to establish a new company. In crucial moments, perhaps we can enlist the assistance of the sages behind the scenes. If Sha Wujing agrees, then I shall not fear Xuantai and Jane, for I will have devised a means to navigate around them. When the time comes, we shall depart from Ling Mountain and forge our own path, creating our own bald head gang. Contemplating this, the Buddha felt an exhilarating surge of passion, eager to embark on grand endeavors. You two ancient ones, always meddling in my affairs. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression turned slightly peculiar, as if she wished to smile but restrained herself. Poor Buddha, when I conveyed the message to you, I did indeed mention the variable agreeing to collaborate. However, that variable is not Sha Wujing. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha summoned Sha Wujing. The bewildered Sha Wujing, roused from a deep slumber, found himself before the Buddha and the Bodhisattva. I pay my respects to the Buddha and the Bodhisattva, he exclaimed, hastily bowing. In the presence of the Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva, Sha Wujing's heart raced. Kneeling on the ground, he dared not lift his head. Guanyin Bodhisattva stood nearby, her gaze lowered, lips pressed together, her expression somewhat unusual. The Buddha, gazing intently at Sha Wujing, furrowed his brow slightly. I am already aware of your true identity. Is there any need for such pretense? He observed Sha Wujing kneeling, as if he were a loyal hound. Had I not already known your identity, it would have been easy to be deceived. Nonetheless, this serves to demonstrate that your acting skills are indeed commendable. Otherwise, you could not have concealed your true self from the Buddhist realm for so long. The Buddha fixed his gaze upon Sha Wujing and spoke slowly. The meaning clear, there was no need for further pretense. You may rise and converse openly with me. With a thud, a peculiar sound escaped Guanyin Bodhisattva's breath, and she lowered her head even further. Hearing this, Sha Wujing was utterly perplexed. What did the Buddha mean by this? What identity? Yet, Sha Wujing had indeed felt something strange during this period. Initially, Guanyin Bodhisattva approached him with a series of nonsensical remarks that left him utterly baffled. However, the Buddha has now reappeared, uttering words that seem utterly perplexing. Is there a hidden significance within his speech? Indeed, the Buddha's wisdom is profound. Sanlungzi, having once served as a general, is well versed in the art of flattery, having spent many years in the presence of the Jade Emperor. Such high-ranking individuals can speak indiscriminately, regardless of whether their words are comprehensible. As long as they are deemed wise, they can do no wrong. The Buddha smiled subtly, his gaze flickering with sagacity. Though I am enlightened, you are not without merit. The Buddha was referring to Sha Wujing's adeptness in concealing his true identity. Sanlungzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the Buddha was commending him for his role in safeguarding Tangsung during his pilgrimage to the West. Indeed, it is my duty, he replied, filled with trepidation. My duty? The Buddha internally scoffed. Is it within your purview to deceive our order? Yet, it is not the time for grievances, for the pressing matter at hand is to clarify matters with Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing, I presume that Avalokiteshvara has conveyed my intentions to you not long ago. The Tathagata spoke slowly. You have consented. Yet I must inquire if you have communicated with the sage behind the scenes. Poor Sanlungzi, utterly bewildered by the Buddha's words. However, Avalokiteshvara had indeed approached him several times, speaking of a collaboration with the Buddha. He was even more confounded. Why not simply converse directly with the Buddha or the Bodhisattva? Yes, indeed, Avalokiteshvara has shared this with me. Sanlungzi nodded vigorously. What I inquire is whether you have established contact with the sage behind the scenes. Have you revealed my intentions to them? This was the essence of the Buddha's inquiry. Once the sage agrees to assist at a critical juncture, the Buddha can take action. Regarding the matter of resignation, the Buddha perceived that his character was commendable, particularly appreciating Lingji Bodhisattva's conduct. Thus, he contemplated confiding in a few trusted allies. The Buddhist order has indeed become more robust. I must find ways to enhance their individual strengths. Such improvements will foster their unwavering loyalty to me, and their enhanced abilities will be greatly beneficial as well. The Buddha mused, feeling an immediate surge of fervor and vitality, eager to take action and lead his brethren forth. Moreover, the resources destined for the kingdom of 10,000 demons must be expedited. After all, during the economic downturn of the Buddhist order, there was little to dispatch. If that woman were to exploit even this minor issue, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. With the collaboration of the kingdom of 10,000 demons and the potential to lead many away from the Buddhist order, what could hinder success? However, the only deficiency lies in the power of the upper echelons. Despite their shamelessness, those two ancient beings are indeed formidable saints. Yet, this is no longer a concern. As long as the sage behind Sha Wujing agrees to collaborate, with all preparations in place, only action remains. The Buddha's gaze flickered as he contemplated his grand design, envisioning ultimate victory. He aspired to conquer the three realms, treading upon the Jade Emperor while deftly outmaneuvering the deity of precise understanding. This thought filled the Buddha with immense joy, prompting him to light a stick for himself. Saint. The bewildered monk, known as San Lungzi, cast a confused glance at the Buddha, wishing to inquire if the Buddha was unwell, for the words uttered were incomprehensible to him. "I beg your pardon, Buddha, but I do not quite understand," San Lungzi stammered. The Buddha huffed, "At this juncture, there is no need for pretense. Indeed. Your wisdom is unparalleled," San Lungzi responded, trying to regain composure. "Have you communicated with the saints behind the scenes to convey my intentions?" The Buddha further inquired. San Lungzi's eyes blinked in confusion. He had entirely missed the Buddha's previous words, his thoughts wandering. Yet, he could not dare to ask the Buddha to repeat himself. Yes, your wisdom is unparalleled," he reiterated. "Good," the Buddha exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a beaming smile, full of vigor. It seemed that everything was now thoroughly prepared, allowing him to gradually commence action. The Buddha then entrusted San Lungzi with certain tasks, cautioning him not to squander his time on frivolous journeys, but rather to face some trials, ensuring he could report back to the saints. San Lungzi, perplexed, accepted the command, convinced of its wisdom. After a while, the Buddha waved his hand, sending San Lungzi off with a gentle gesture. San Lungzi, drenched in cold sweat, remained oblivious to the Buddha's meaning. After reflecting on his own words, he found no fault in them, and thus relaxed, returning to slumber. In the void, the Buddha strolled with hands clasped behind his back, a cigarette in his mouth, his cheerful demeanor evident. He even pondered whether to invite the third disciple for a drink. That doesn't sound unreasonable. It's not easy to come down. Perhaps a drink is in order. Bodhisattva Guanyin, head bowed, remained silent throughout, yet her face bore a peculiar flush, as if she were suppressing laughter. She wondered about the fate of the Buddhist order, sensing that the Buddha was convinced that San Lungzi was a variable. Poor Buddha, firmly believing in San Lungzi's potential, failed to realize the confusion he sowed. Meanwhile, San Lungzi, in his wisdom, could he not provide some clarity? Now, the situation had escalated, leaving them at a loss for words. The Buddha's intent to act independently was becoming increasingly evident. Guanyin suddenly felt a pang of compassion, questioning whether she should subtly offer a warning. However, seeing the Buddha's smiling visage, lost in his grand designs, she deemed it futile to intervene at this moment. Alas, are we truly to collaborate with San Lungzi? Guanyin cautiously ventured. Chapter 319, A Cause for Celebration. The phrase Bodhisattva Guanyin resonated profoundly, clearly binding her fate to that of the Buddha. Yet, she pondered deeply, recognizing the Buddha's inclination to venture forth independently. She does not belong to the Buddhist path, nor does she belong to the Buddha. What should be done? It seems necessary to consult with Tang Sing. However, given the numerous interactions between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Tang Sung, she has a slight understanding of him. In Guanyin Bodhisattva's perspective, considering Tang Sing's nature of being untroubled by complications, it is quite likely that she will have to continue to conceal herself beside the Buddha, and even at a crucial moment, she may be called upon to stir the pot. No, Sha Wujing's unpredictable identity is merely a pawn, a piece pushed forth by the sage behind him, while what I desire is to collaborate with the sage who stands behind him. The Buddha, with a faint smile, radiated wisdom, his eyes sparkling with the light of insight, exuding confidence as if everything were within his grasp. Witnessing such confidence in the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva found herself at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, the Buddha commanded, "You shall journey to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. The treasury of Ling Mountain has now become abundant. Select some treasures to send to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Furthermore, visit the Doshui Palace to exchange for some simple elixirs to accompany the treasures." Guanyin Bodhisattva had long sensed the covert collaboration between the Buddha and the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Yet, the Buddha remarked, "As for this trial, let it go." The Buddha spoke slowly, Have you not seen that Tang Sung has already released Sun Wukong? It is unlikely that the monkey will return. He will not embark on his journey without him. Thus, there is no need to waste our precious time on this trial. Buddha. Sun Wukong has now reached the pinnacle of Deluo Jingxian. Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a subtle glance at the Buddha. I understand. But he cannot break through to the quasi-saint level, at least not at present, the Buddha replied. Currently, Sun Wukong is incomplete and cannot achieve a breakthrough. The Buddha pondered whether to allow him to break through, considering that if Sun Wukong were to transcend to quasi-saint, it would serve as a significant advantage. However, the monkey is unruly and difficult to manage, which could also be used to leverage against the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha ultimately decided against facilitating Sun Wukong's breakthrough. The disciple understands. Guanyin Bodhisattva intoned a sutra and spoke softly. The Buddha, looking at her earnestly, said, "You are the one whom I have trusted from the beginning. I shall not treat you unjustly. Thank you, Buddha. During this time, you may wander through the 3 realms. Perhaps visit the Bodhisattva of the Blue Lotus," the Buddha suggested, initiating Guanyin Bodhisattva's efforts to gather allies. The disciple understands, she replied, though inwardly she sighed for the poor Buddha. Thus, you should return to Ling Mountain and await my return. When I return, I will open the Buddhist treasury, and you shall convey it to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, the Buddha instructed. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at him in puzzlement. Does the Buddha not intend to return to Ling Mountain? There are still significant matters I must address. The Buddha's expression grew grave, indicating the weight of the situation. Understood. Guanyin Bodhisattva acknowledged and then vanished. The Buddha swiftly entered Tang Yu's caravan, ready to share a drink with Lao San. After all, everything has been meticulously arranged. This is indeed a moment of great joy, deserving of celebration. Old 3, the Buddha called out to Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at the Buddha with a hint of surprise, vaguely sensing the Buddha's intent. This Brother Lai is quite the drinker. Brother Lai, Tang Yu called out, offering him a cigarette. It was only then that he recalled it was an ordinary cigarette, a rather careless choice. The Buddha took it, lit it, and after a puff, slightly frowned, seemingly unimpressed by the quality. However, given that it was from Old 3, he could not simply discard it. So he took 2 more puffs until the cigarette was finished, then quickly retrieved his own and lit it. Now, that was more like it, the familiar taste and feeling. Brother Lai, what brings you here? Tang Yu inquired. Nothing much lately. Just thought I'd find you for a drink, the Buddha replied, appearing a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Tang Yu pulled out 2 bottles of Erguo Tu and placed them on the table. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha summoned a table filled with dishes. Thus, they began to drink. After a few rounds, they toasted to Old 3 and Brother Lai, creating a warm atmosphere. Regarding this difficult issue, the Buddha directly informed Tang Yu, Old 3, just fly over. There's nothing to worry about. He had already decided to abandon this challenge. If it couldn't be accomplished, then so be it. Rather than stubbornly grappling with this difficulty, it would be more prudent to study what lies ahead or focus on one's own matters. Tang Yu felt somewhat disheartened. He had prepared himself for the arrangements of the Buddha, hoping to seize the opportunity to accumulate some fortune. To his surprise, it was so easily relinquished. Did this imply that there was no opportunity for operation in this challenge? Well, not entirely. After all, not long ago, he had made quite an impact on Lingji Bodhisattva and Li Jing, which would yield some benefits. Old 3, drink up, the Buddha raised a large bowl, beckoning to Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu was lost in thought about the now flourishing treasure trove of Lingshan. Should he find time to wander around again? Let me tell you, Old 3, the Buddha said, his complexion rosy and eyes twinkling with mirth. Not long ago, when I mentioned resigning, both saints were utterly shocked. They too have their days of reckoning, but alas, they cannot be defeated. At this point, the Buddha sighed with a touch of regret. Tang Yu, feeling invigorated, replied with a manly resolve, Brother Lai, a true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain beneath others for long. One may die in battle, but one must not shy away from it. Old 3, you are right. I shall no longer fear them. The Buddha's gaze flickered, still contemplating his grand ambitions. One must not be afraid, Tang Yu remarked. To be honest, Brother Lai, I know it hasn't been easy for you all these years. The Buddha lifted his head, eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Tang Yu, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You are absolutely right, sighed the Buddha, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. To the outside world, he may seem exalted, akin to the revered Tathagata of the Western paradise. standing shoulder to shoulder with the Jade Emperor. Yet who truly comprehends the anguish that resides within my heart? He sniffled, his voice momentarily choked with emotion. Working beneath others is no simple feat. No matter how well one performs, their efforts often go unrecognized. It is only when one falters that the weight of their mistakes is felt. Enough of that, he murmured, raising his cup and downing its contents in a single gulp, as if seeking solace in the wine. Chapter 320. Departing with Brother Lai. Upon witnessing the Buddha's pitiable demeanor, Tang Yu felt a flicker of sympathy, even reflecting on whether he had been too harsh. Surely not. In his eyes, he had done nothing amiss. It was merely the Buddha's lack of resilience, compounded by the tiresome dynamics with the two saints behind him, that rendered Brother Lai somewhat forlorn. It was only in the company of Tang Yu, sipping wine together, that the Buddha could find true relaxation, especially after enduring recent grievances and the impending upheaval. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, leading to an inebriated state, and he soon found himself asleep in Tang Yu's caravan, snoring thunderously. Lai Gu, Lai Gu, Tang Yu called twice, but Brother Lai was thoroughly intoxicated, lost in slumber. The thunderous snores elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Tang Yu's mouth, prompting him to step outside. Sen Lingzi awoke, seated nearby, still pondering the implications of the Buddha's conversation with the Bodhisattva. Should he confide in his master? Sen Lingzi, what are you doing awake at this hour? Tang Yu inquired. Beside him, Dai Zi turned over, mumbling something about weak waters. Tang Yu gazed at Dai Zi, sighing. A pig devoid of emotional ties is indeed a sad sight. Though incapable of feeling, the memories of those etched in his mind and heart remain difficult to erase. Occasionally, during the depths of night, they flicker back to life, their smiles as radiant as ever. Master, I am not tired yet, San Lungzi murmured. Approaching, Tang Yu sat beside him and tossed a small stone into the Tongtian River, creating ripples that quickly faded into stillness. The Buddha's snores echoed thunderously within the caravan, clear even from where they sat. San Lungzi, curious, wondered who it could be that lay within his master's vehicle, yet he refrained from asking further. The dense night enveloped them, bringing with it a sense of solitude. Regrettably, there were no brothels in Qinji village. Otherwise, Tang Yu might have sought some form of release. The thought ignited a surge of heat within him, fueling a desire to embark on their journey to the next destination. Suddenly, his gaze flickered toward the caravan, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light, causing San Lingzi to shiver involuntarily. San Lingzi, you and Bajie wait here. I must step away for a moment, Tang Yu declared as he boarded the vehicle, beckoning Huang Shijing, and together they ascended into the skies. Moments later, Huang Shijing guided Tang Yu to a bustling town. Certainly, there is also Brother Lai, who remains blissfully asleep, utterly unaware of his relocation. Night falls, and the lights flicker in a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a brothel's peak hours. The young maidens, standing beneath the eaves, wave energetically to the passers-by below, beckoning them to join in their revelry. Meanwhile, in the Western paradise, the celestial beings are taken aback by this unexpected scene. They never anticipated that Tang Sung would embark on a nocturnal escapade. Arriving in a town with intentions that are all too clear, he seeks to indulge in the pleasures of the night. How outrageous! How could Tang Sung, of all individuals, possess such audacious proclivities? At this moment, the Buddha is absent from Ling Mountain, leaving the assembled deities in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. In this critical juncture, not a single figure emerges to take the lead. However, it is Maitreya Buddha who steps forward, suggesting that someone ought to remind Tang Sung to refrain from aimless wandering. Moreover, where has the Buddha vanished to? Why this apparent negligence? Upon hearing this, all the deities bow their heads, reluctant to engage with Tang Sung, especially the unfortunate Intu Jiedi, who harbors a deep-seated fear of him. If given a choice, he would prefer never to confront Tang Sung again. Witnessing this scenario, the ancient Buddha of light sighed heavily, a sense of helplessness washing over him. How could it be that a mere mortal like Tang Sung casts such a formidable shadow over the Buddhist realm? Despite pondering this, the ancient Buddha is also reluctant to face Tang Sung. After all, such trivial matters hardly warrant his direct intervention. The assembly of deities, heads bowed, trembles inwardly, dreading the possibility of this arduous task falling upon their shoulders. Guanyin Bodhisattva, you have always overseen the journey to the west. It is only fitting that you undertake this task, Maitreya Buddha remarked, noting the lack of volunteers. Indeed, Guanyin has historically kept a watchful eye on the journey. But recent uncertainties have rendered her somewhat less vigilant, often retreating to her secluded sanctuary in the South Sea, rarely emerging. By the decree of the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva descended to the mortal realm, her mind puzzled by the Buddha's prolonged absence. It appears he has exerted considerable effort to conceal his whereabouts while seeking to share a drink with the third disciple. As the supreme leader of Ling Mountain, such an association with Tang Song, if observed by outsiders, could result in undesirable repercussions. One must concede that, in this regard, the Buddha's discretion is commendable, which has thus far shielded the celestial assembly from discovering his true location. It is only when Tang Sung enters the brothel that two attendants are dispatched to extract the inebriated Buddha from his vehicle. The deities finally catch a glimpse of the Buddha's figure, yet they stand motionless, as if struck by lightning, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The sight of the Buddha in such a state clearly indicates he has indulged too much. He has sought out Tang Sung for a drink, and more alarmingly, he has been led into a brothel by him. Maitreya Buddha, hasten, hasten, descend to the mortal realm, the ancient Buddha of light urged anxiously. If others were to witness the Buddha entering a brothel, what would become of the dignity of the Buddhist faith? Although Avalokiteshvara had already descended, Maitreya's exalted state of enlightenment allowed him to act with greater swiftness. Thus, he imparted his urgent command. In an instant, Maitreya vanished, accelerating with fervor towards the earthly realm. The assembled Buddhas of Ling Mountain remained in a daze, seemingly still reeling from the shock. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, chanted a sutra, yet upon closer inspection, his form trembled slightly, a manifestation of his anger. How could the esteemed Buddha from the Western paradise behave so absurdly, becoming intoxicated and taken to a brothel? Despite the ancient Buddha's attempts at damage control, he feared the celestial court's discovery. However, from the moment the Buddha was hoisted out of the caravan, the heavens fell into an eerie silence. After a brief moment, the Jade Emperor let out a hearty laugh. Well done, third brother. His gaze fixated on the Xian Guang mirror, observing the mortals laboriously carrying the Buddha towards the brothel, urging them on. Hurry, hurry, carry him inside. Chapter 321. A humiliation. The Jade Emperor relished the spectacle, laughing heartily, even prompting the mortals to hasten their pace in ushering the Tathagata Buddha inside. Once he crossed the threshold, how would the Buddhist community hold their heads high again? At this moment, the Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the celestial beings remained in a stupor, some even doubting whether this was truly the Tathagata Buddha. How could it be? The Buddha was knocked down by Tang Sung and had arrangements made to be taken to a brothel, just as the Buddha was on the verge of entering. A radiant display of Buddhist light filled the sky. Maitreya appeared high above, panting heavily, sweat glistening on his brow from the swift journey. How audacious! Maitreya began to reprimand the daring mortals, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. If these mortals were to comprehend that this was the Tathagata, it could easily sway the faith of his followers and bring shame upon the Buddhist order. Consequently, Maitreya huffed, waved his hand, and whisked the Buddha away without uttering a word. The mortals below stood in stunned silence. The Buddha had manifested, yet before they could prostrate themselves, he had already turned to leave. Only then did some mortals regain their senses, hurriedly kneeling in reverence. Maitreya, escorting the inebriated Buddha, journeyed back to the Buddhist realm of the West, inwardly sighing. What transgressions had the Buddhist order committed to encounter such a troublesome Buddha? Wait, this was not right. The previous Buddha had been commendable, diligent, and dedicated in his duties. The changes arose from unforeseen circumstances that had led the Buddha to an unintentional decline. Ultimately, it was all a consequence of the unpredictable nature of events. Even concerning this matter, it is likely that the arrangement of variables is at play. However, although the identities of these variables have been established, according to their contemplations within the Buddhist circle, there are at least two saints lurking behind them. A force to be reckoned with. Drink up, my third brother. The Buddha of infinite light mumbled hazily, opening his eyes to take a glance. He then turned his head, only to expel a torrent of vomit. Having indulged in alcohol, he was already dizzy, and with Maitreya Buddha's rapid speech, he became even more disoriented. Buddha, awaken. It is I, Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya called out twice. Yet, the Buddha merely groaned and drifted back into slumber. They returned to the spiritual mountain, placing the inebriated Buddha at the center of the grand hall. The other Buddhas gazed upon the slumbering figure of the Buddha of infinite light sprawled across the hall, their lips twitching involuntarily. A collective silence fell over them. After a long pause, the ancient Buddha of lamp recited a sutra, Amitabha. Upon closer inspection, his body trembled slightly, betraying a heart undoubtedly troubled. The Buddha of infinite light lay atop the grand hall, snoring thunderously, blissfully unaware of the happenings around him. Indeed, he had indulged a bit too much. In the Buddha's perspective, everything was perfectly arranged, warranting a celebration. A little overindulgence was only natural. The other Buddhas exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Maitreya Buddha and the ancient Buddha of lamp. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha of lamp recited another sutra. Let us not speak of this matter to anyone. It is hardly a commendable situation, should it be revealed. Our Buddhist community's reputation would be jeopardized. At that moment, the ancient Buddha of lamp hoped that the heavenly realm had not witnessed this debacle. Alas! The Buddha of infinite light sighed, rubbing his head as he sat up, his expression still somewhat bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. He felt reassured upon recognizing his own great sound temple. He retrieved a cigarette, lighting it to clear his mind. As the foremost among Buddhas, how could you indulge in such disgraceful behavior? The ancient Buddha of lamp admonished. How can one achieve greatness while behaving so recklessly? Although somewhat sobered, the Buddha remained in a daze. Upon hearing the ancient Buddha of lamp's words, he felt a surge of discontent, furrowing his brow slightly. He rose and settled onto his small Buddhist stool. Hiccup. The Buddha let out a belch, turning to glare at the ancient Buddha of lamp. Is it a disgrace to the Buddhist community simply because I shared a drink with Tang Sen? This old fellow must surely be a stumbling block on my path. The Buddha had long held a disdain for him, even contemplating how to rid himself of this annoying obstacle. Under normal circumstances, the Buddha of infinite light would not speak to the ancient Buddha of lamp in such a manner. However, still under the influence of alcohol, he disregarded propriety and confronted him directly. The ancient Buddha of lamp was momentarily taken aback, silently huffing in response. Observing the bald monk below, the Buddha began to ponder. It was time to seize an opportunity to discuss matters with certain individuals. After all, regarding the two sages behind him, he has now devised a means to confront them and can indeed take action. Casting a glance at the mystical mirror, he wondered what Tang Sung was up to. Upon closer inspection, the Buddha of enlightenment was momentarily taken aback before hastily shutting off the mirror. To his dismay, it appeared that once again, he had ventured into the brothel, laughing heartily. How vexing this was for the heavenly court. Although the Buddha did not actually enter, the Jade Emperor would surely seize any opportunity to mock him in the future. How curious that the Buddha of the Buddhist sect has descended to such behavior. Coupled with the unpredictable circumstances, one could say that the journey to the West has been rendered futile. The flourishing of the Buddhist faith? That is but a dream. The sole enigma that remains revolves around the issue of unpredictability, which lurks in the shadows, causing great frustration for the Jade Emperor. After all, the heavenly court has endured significant losses due to these unforeseen events. This time, even Li Tianwang was obliterated. Presently, Li Jing exists merely as a soul, drifting below, continually shedding tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. Why must he always be the one to suffer? Li Jing, cease your lamentations. Your incessant wailing is truly irksome. The Jade Emperor muttered in dissatisfaction. Initially, the Emperor had been quite pleased with Li Jing's confrontation against Lingji Bodhisattva, observing how the heavenly court's general fought valiantly, driving Lingji into retreat. Yet, this current display of despair bore no semblance to the valiant Li Tianwang. Was it merely a matter of a physical body being destroyed? What of it? Such a lack of resilience bodes poorly for achieving great things. Tai Bai Jingxing, go to Lao Jun and procure a pill for Li Jing. This lamentation has utterly ruined my good spirits. What a fool. With that, the Jade Emperor flung his sleeve and stormed off in a huff. Li Jing felt even more aggrieved. After all, he had bravely sacrificed himself for the heavenly court, only to be scolded by the Jade Emperor. It was indeed a harsh reality. Furthermore, his tears were not merely for the loss of his physical form, but rather for the recurring injuries he endured, which left him feeling wronged. In the mortal realm, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, summoning Tang Yu. The Buddha has already allied with Sha Wujing. I believe he will soon take action, Guanyin remarked. Chapter 322. The Buddha begins to act. However, Guanyin felt a sense of incredulity. Just like that, the unpredictable label had been placed upon Sha Wujing. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing, in his naivete, praised the Buddha's brilliance, leading to a grave misjudgment. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly, his expression turning peculiar. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Brother Lai is quite the talent, and San Lingzi is also a character to behold. I am now curious about what San Lingzi has done to so thoroughly deceive even the Buddha. The Buddha is now poised to rebel, collaborating with the unpredictability that is San Lingzi. If, at a critical moment, it is revealed that the unpredictable element is not San Lingzi, I wonder if it will send Brother Lai into a frenzy. What do you intend to do? Guanyin inquired, tilting her head toward Tang Yu. Since Brother Lai is set on rebellion, I must find a way to offer my assistance. Tang Yu smiled. As he beheld his smile, Guanyin Bodhisattva shivered slightly. After all, Brother Lai had produced the magnificent 12-petaled golden lotus. In light of such a precious item, I too felt compelled to act at a pivotal moment. It may seem that Buddhism rests in the hands of the Tathagata, but that is merely an illusion. He governs only the Buddhas of the Lingshan. In truth, the essence of Buddhism lies within the hands of the two saints, Zhuanti and Jian. As long as they remain immortal, Buddhism shall endure. For their expertise lies in the salvation of sentient beings, or rather, in the art of persuasion. Thus, Buddhism came to be. Even if Brother Lai were to venture out independently, he would ultimately take with him only a handful of disciples and resources, inflicting some damage upon the Buddhist realm. Yet, when it comes to the shamelessness of the Western deities, it is akin to scattering water. They merely need to stroll around to enlighten numerous souls. The sealing of the divine calamity may have restored the gods to their rightful places, but the substantial benefits accrued were solely to those two audacious figures. This scenario resembles a partnership where the first and second leaders conspire against the third. The second, having no prior experience, sought external aid, only to find that the assistance turned out to be advantageous for the newcomer. However, one must ponder whether the ancient figure Hongjun might also intervene. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. If there is a loss to be claimed from the sealing of the divine calamity, it undoubtedly falls upon Yuhua. For the fortune of humanity has been stripped away, usurped by the heavenly court and Buddhism. It is likely that Yuhua eventually realized she had been deceived, yet found herself devoid of any recourse. Subsequently, as the gods returned to their stations and the heavenly court flourished, the slaughter of myriad demons ensued, igniting a fierce battle between the demon clan and the heavenly court. The demon kings rose in defiance, yet the demon race was soundly defeated, and even Yuhua vanished amidst that conflict. Maitreya Buddha, I urge you to hasten your journey. This trial has already been relinquished. Shortly, I shall proceed to the Tongtian River to collect the carp spirit, Guanyin Bodhisattva declared. Indeed, should Brother Lai embark on any significant endeavors, please inform me. Tang Yu replied with a grin. Guanyin Bodhisattva departed swiftly, retrieving the carp spirit, for there was no need to linger now that this trial had been abandoned. She returned to her abode on Mount Luojia. Meanwhile, after a night of tranquility, Tang Yu returned to the banks of the Tongtian River, not in haste to set forth, as the monkey from Yukong had yet to return. In the west, the Tathagata observed Guanyin Bodhisattva as she directly took the carp spirit, blinking in surprise at the apparent chain reaction. After all, this trial was originally intended to rescue the river god, a great tortoise who would ferry them across the waters. This tortoise had connections to the trial as well. Reflecting on this, it seemed evident that the trial could not succeed regardless. Thus, Guanyin Bodhisattva's actions appeared justified. Instantly, the Tathagata regained his composure. Moreover, he had already prepared to embark on his own path, having communicated with Sha Wujing to grant him some leeway, confident that the next calamity would surely come to fruition. In this way, he had also provided some explanation to the two saints behind the scenes. Guanyin Bodhisattva promptly returned to Lingshan as the day drew to a close. The Tathagata Buddha led the Bodhisattvas Lingji and Guanyin into the Zen room, for they were his most trusted companions. At this moment, it was time to lay everything bare. With a mere wave of his hand, he shrouded the heavenly secrets. Lighting a cigarette and speaking slowly, I trust you both have discerned my intentions. I wish to embark on an independent path. The two bodhisattvas displayed no hint of surprise, as they had already perceived the unfolding situation. You are both individuals whom I hold in high esteem, thus I shall confide in you, should you remain by my side. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss. The Tathagata continued, now that the variable has allied with me, I have devised strategies to contend with the two sages behind the scenes. You need not worry on that account. We shall naturally follow the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva declared. Yet, regarding the Buddha's rebellion, failure seemed inevitable. Although Tang Sanzang claimed he would assist his brother in times of crisis, given his nature, it was improbable he would offer help without draining one dry. The Buddha, in his self-assured rebellion, believed he had devised methods to confront the two sages. But the question remained, what of Sha Wujing, who was not a variable? Guanyin sighed, suddenly feeling a tinge of pity for the Buddha. What had led to such a misjudgment? I, too, shall follow the Buddha, Lingji Bodhisattva affirmed, though inwardly he pondered whether this would hinder his cigarette trade. With their declarations, the Buddha's spirits soared. Guanyin, during this period, traverse the three realms and visit the sanctuaries of certain individuals. Lingji, you shall secretly engage with those of the Buddhist order. The Buddha took a puff of his cigarette, smiling. In your hands lies an undeniable advantage. This very cigarette. You understand my meaning, do you not? I comprehend, Buddha, Lingji responded. The group deliberated briefly, and then the Buddha opened the treasury of the Buddhist order, selecting various treasures and instructing Guanyin to visit the palace of Duoshui to exchange for some elixirs, which would be sent together with these treasures to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Meanwhile, Lingji began his endeavors to rally some individuals below, among whom was the formidable King Dizong. However, recalling King Dizong's oath, the Buddha relinquished this pursuit, recognizing that he could not escape from hell, and thus it was futile to waste time and resources on him. Poor old king, trapped in the depths of hell. Naturally, the ancient Buddha Randalite and Maitreya Buddha sensed the unusual activities within the Buddhist order. Maitreya, possessing a slight understanding of the Buddha's intentions, had long felt the Buddha's dual motives, having heard him express his desire to abandon the journey to the West on multiple occasions. The two had conversed amidst chaos, but at that time, Maitreya had not perceived anything amiss. Now, however, he found himself deep in contemplation. The Buddha was taking gradual steps, evidently possessing a hidden card, to face the sages lurking behind. Otherwise, the Buddha would never dare to act so brazenly. The question remained, how would the alliances be formed? The Maitreya Buddha remained in a state of indecision. Choosing the wrong side could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation further. As for certain arhats and even the silver-headed Kshatrapala, they had largely been subdued by the Bodhisattva Lingji. Why? Because he held the very essence of the Buddhist realm, namely, incense. Consequently, his endeavors bore fruit with minimal effort. In chapter 323, The Injured Monkey, the Bodhisattva Guanyin wandered through the three realms, engaging in conversation with the Bodhisattva Pylon, ultimately bringing him under her influence. The Buddha observed all these developments with keen interest, his spirits lifted. As long as he could remove all these bald-headed monks and establish a new faction with himself as the revered leader, he too could retreat into the shadows like a sage, yet maintain firm control over everything. The Buddha contemplated his grand ambitions, feeling a surge of fervor. One must admit, the Buddha's imagination was indeed splendid. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain. Would events unfold as he envisioned? Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong returned once more to this place. Alas, as he gazed around, he found only scorched earth. He wandered aimlessly across the mountain until he arrived at the water curtain cave, which lay in ruins. Yet remnants of the past still lingered. The throne of the great sage equal to heaven was cloaked in dust. Sun Wukong approached, and, compelled by an inexplicable urge, sat down. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him as he closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the glorious days gone by. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and turned to the wall beside him. He approached and caressed the surface, sensing something within that quickened his heartbeat. Abruptly, he swung his golden staff down with great force. The entire water curtain cave trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Strangely, the wall remained unscathed. At the moment of impact, a tremendous force rebounded from the wall, nearly causing the golden staff to slip from his grasp. The power of a sage. Sun Wukong was taken aback. What could this mean? He was intimately familiar with this place, having once ruled it. He was certain that such power had never existed here before. What had transpired 500 years ago? Why did this site harbor such formidable sage-like energy? Along with the legacy of the monkeys of Huagua Mountain? Just as Sun Wukong was about to strike again, the Buddha appeared before him. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? What is happening here? Sun Wukong looked at the Buddha and inquired, why is there a sage's ceiling formation here? After a brief moment of contemplation, the Buddha replied, Do you understand why Huagua Mountain has come to be this way? It is because a peerless demon once arrived here, transforming Huagua Mountain into its current state. Even your monkey descendants perished at the hands of this extraordinary demon. You should recall that in your youth. When you attained enlightenment, you burned the ledger of life and death concerning the monkeys. Though they have perished, they have transformed into ethereal spirits devoid of corporeal form. Thus, out of compassion, I have permitted a multitude of monkeys to reincarnate. The Buddha, Tathagata, sighed and remarked, at the time all this transpired, you were still trapped beneath the five-finger mountain, and thus, you were utterly unaware. The unparalleled great demon has been sealed here. The reason for this sealing is that this formidable demon possesses immense power, one that I am unable to eradicate. Hence, I employed the hands of a sage to establish a formation, confining him within. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the Tathagata, his eyes unblinking. He harbored doubts regarding the Buddha's words. Upon his last return, he had inquired about Huagua Mountain and the monkeys with both King Yama and the Jade Emperor. Yet both professed ignorance. If such an extraordinary demon truly existed, the Jade Emperor could not possibly be unaware. Turning his head, he scrutinized the wall, feeling a peculiar familiarity that quickened his heartbeat, as though something within were beckoning him. Return, and diligently safeguard your master on the journey to the west, the Tathagata instructed. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light and departed. The Tathagata approached a section of the wall, as if activating a mechanism. The wall slowly creaked open. Within, a monkey was imprisoned, its form appearing spectral, merely a feeble soul. Yet, its countenance retained an air of defiance, an innate arrogance as if it were its birthright. Ha ha, the proud monkey chuckled disdainfully. If you are willing to submit to me and swear an oath to the heavenly path, I shall grant you your freedom, the Tathagata proposed. Begone, was the succinct and unyielding reply that escaped the proud monkey's lips. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Then you shall remain eternally imprisoned here. With a huff, the Tathagata waved his hand, and the formation shifted, revealing the entirety of the myriad monsters' kingdom to the proud monkey's eyes. He fixated on the woman in purple, his gaze unwavering. His mouth opened. His throat quivered as if he wished to speak, yet words eluded him, as though his throat were constricted. Ultimately, all his unspoken sentiments coalesced into two syllables, Zixia. A pained howl erupted from the proud monkey, as he struggled fiercely, the chains clanking with a metallic sound, emanating a faint red glow, infused with potent magical energy that surged into his being. Ultimately, he surrendered. He knelt on the ground, the chains taut against him. Were it not for the chains binding him, he would have sprawled upon the ground like a mere puddle of mud. Is it painful? This sensation of your very soul. You are already aware that this is a treasure forged by a sage. You cannot break free. I must commend you, knowing well that escape is futile. Yet you continue to struggle, each effort searing your soul. Unpleasant, is it not? The Tathagata spoke coldly. The proud monkey's form appeared increasingly frail, as if it might dissipate with the slightest breeze. After a prolonged silence, that figure finally uttered, "Begone." Such a voice now carried no momentum, imbued instead with a hoarse semblance of pain. After gazing at him for a moment, the Buddha turned away with a dismissive hum, leaving Flower and Fruit Mountain to once again fall into silence. In the mortal realm, upon the return of Sun Wukong, Tang Yu called out to his disciples. This tribulation was a consequence of the Buddhist sect's own relinquishment, which caused Tang Yu to sigh in disappointment, for there was no longer a chance to accumulate more fortune. "Wukong, what troubles you?" Tang Yu inquired, noticing Sun Wukong's distracted demeanor throughout their journey. Sun Wukong hesitated before replying, "Master, it's nothing, merely a matter of cultivation." To him, it seemed futile to discuss such matters with his master, a mere mortal who would not comprehend. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by the mysteries concealed behind the wall of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Was it truly, as the Buddha claimed, that a formidable demon was locked away? And why did he feel such an inexplicable affinity towards it? At this, Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Sun Wukong had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet he remained unable to ascend to quasi-sainthood, caught in a bottleneck of his cultivation. Tang Yu recalled the legendary demon king of yore, who had confronted both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha without yielding, wielding his golden staff with unmatched vigor. Perhaps that version of Sun Wukong represented the zenith of his power. But now, he was merely a pawn in the journey to attain the scriptures. Moreover, Sun Wukong was missing a soul. In Tang Yu's view, That soul had been forcibly extracted, leading to the current state of Sun Wukong's being. How could one who lacked a soul, who was incomplete, hope to ascend to quasi-sainthood? Tang Yu vaguely sensed that the former demon king and he were treading the same path, proving one's worth through strength, attaining sanctity in the flesh. Otherwise, he would not have been so formidable, able to stand his ground against two quasi-saints. Oh, Tang Yu acknowledged lightly, though his mind was rife with contemplation. He dared not assist Sun Wukong at this moment, as too many eyes were upon them. Should Sun Wukong truly break through, it would not only agitate the Buddhist sect, but likely disturb the heavenly court as well. It seemed that many already believed Sun Wukong would not dare to attempt a breakthrough at this juncture. To do so recklessly, without proper preparation, would not bode well for him. Thus, Tang Yu resolved to refrain from taking any further action for now. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji remarked with a weighty tone, "Brother Monkey, you are already quite strong. I shall become even stronger." Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff in a sweeping arc, thrusting it heavily into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. "You need not strive to grow stronger, for you are already formidable," he replied, lowering his head. Zhu Beiji reiterated this sentiment, while the third disciple also bowed his head, seemingly reluctant to meet Sun Wukong's gaze. Indeed, Tang Yu scoffed inwardly. The words of the second fool were clearly a warning to Sun Wukong not to attempt a breakthrough. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. In the present day, Sun Wukong stands as merely a great Luo Jingxian. Although his combat prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary great Luo Jingxian, he remains under restraint. Should he truly ascend to the level of a quasi-saint, it is likely that, apart from a saint intervening, no one could hope to subdue him. Tang Yu cast a glance at the simpleton beside him, realizing he ought to seek an opportunity to inquire further. The simpleton undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of matters concerning Sun Wukong. "I concur with the second senior brother, Master Brother. You are already formidable and do not require further breakthroughs." The third simpleton chuckled innocently. Sun Wukong remained silent, executing a somersault and landing atop a large boulder. Gazing into the distance, he then performed another somersault and ventured forth. "Isn't it advantageous for Wukong to be powerful? What do you two mean by your words?" Tang Yu remarked, both casually and pointedly. The simpleton and the third simpleton exchanged glances, and the simpleton let out a dry laugh. "I believe Brother Monkey is already quite strong. Heh, this simpleton is quite something, withholding the truth even from his master. Does he still wish to visit the brothel? With someone like him, can I even take him along?" However, as the other party was disinclined to elaborate, Tang Yu opted not to press further. Ding! A system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for invoking the sacrifice of Lingji Bodhisattva and Li Jing through the key to the heavenly treasure vault. You have plundered 500,000 fortune points from both the Buddhist and Taoist realms. Reward, 1,000,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for causing this tribulation to be abandoned by the Buddhist sect, resulting in the plundering of fortune points. Reward, 200,000 fortune points." Regarding such a modest sum of fortune points, Tang Yu felt no joy, as he had recently engaged in significant ventures. This amount of fortune points was scarcely impressive. Nevertheless, it was better than having none. It is important to recognize that he had persevered from an initial 1,000 fortune points to his current standing, which was no small feat. Reflecting on the past, he was overwhelmed by a wave of bittersweet nostalgia. In the Western paradise, the sudden abandonment of this tribulation left the ancient Buddha of light somewhat dissatisfied. In his view, with a little more effort, the Buddhist sect could have succeeded. Yet, to his astonishment, the Buddha had chosen to abandon the endeavor entirely, failing to put forth any effort. Additionally, the atmosphere surrounding Ling Mountain felt peculiar. Lingji Bodhisattva had gathered a few individuals for hushed discussions, their words obscured, leaving the ancient Buddha of light feeling rather perplexed. Looking upon the actions of Lingji Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Buddha was quite pleased. By cutting off the source, should a suitable opportunity arise, he could likely take nearly all these bald monks away, letting them operate independently, free from grievances. Casting a glance at the Xuanguang mirror while seated on his small Buddha bench, legs crossed and a cigarette in hand, he perused the script meticulously to discern the content of the next tribulation. However, he had already communicated with Sha Wujing and was confident that the next trial would surely succeed. Lion Camel Ridge. Lion Camel Kingdom. Understood. The golden-winged Great Pung and the blue lion and white elephant had already been arranged. No matter how one perceives this challenge, it is unlikely to present any unforeseen complications. Setting aside other matters, the golden-winged rock is akin to a maternal uncle of the Buddha. Moreover, it soars effortlessly to heights of 90,000 miles, far swifter than the somersault cloud of Sun Wukong. With a cultivation level on par with Sun Wukong, and supported by the two formidable beasts, the blue lion and the white elephant, there is no doubt of success. Additionally, there are the 100,000 demons of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, and prior arrangements have been made with Sha Wujing. This trial appears surmountable in every regard. The Buddha flicked away the ash from his cigarette, and with eyes slightly narrowed, radiated an aura of wisdom and confidence, declaring, "This challenge shall surely be overcome." The assembly of Buddhas gazed upon the Buddha, perplexed by the source of his unwavering confidence. To them, as long as no unforeseen disturbances arise, they could merely offer their prayers. Yet, the Buddha, with a mysterious self-assurance, maintained, "This challenge shall surely be overcome." However, regarding the trials of the journey to the West, the assembly of Buddhas had begun to harbor doubts. They inquired, "Pray tell, Buddha, upon what foundation do you base this assertion?" While confidence is commendable for those who aspire to great achievements, one must be cautious not to be overconfident. The ancient Buddha of the lamp spoke slowly, "What I say stands. This challenge shall surely be overcome." The Tathagata Buddha responded with resolute confidence. "Amitabha," he intoned, reciting a brief incantation, and the ancient Buddha of the lamp withdrew, feeling it inappropriate to elaborate further, given the Buddha's declaration. As a member of the Buddhist order, the ancient Buddha of the lamp secretly hoped for more trials to ensure the successful completion of the journey to the West. The Buddha expressed that this challenge required no further concern and promptly took out a mahjong set, inviting a few to join him in play. Meanwhile, on the earthly realm, Tang Yu and his companions strolled leisurely, contemplating the next trial ahead. The Lion Turtle Ridge and the Lion Turtle Kingdom, both domains of the Buddhist order, posed a dilemma: how to eliminate them to garner more fortune. This remained an unresolved issue, as he lacked a solid strategy. The blue lion and the white elephant had already descended to this realm. As the minor demons below continually reported, Tang Sanzang and his companions were drawing closer. The Blue Lion King's expression grew conflicted. "Brother, perhaps I should leave this to you. I shall withdraw for now." Chapter 325. The former king of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. The fear of Tang Sanzang left a profound shadow over the Blue Lion King since their encounter in the Black Chicken Kingdom. Upon hearing that Tang Sanzang and his party were approaching Lion Turtle Ridge, he began to waver, contemplating retreat. He felt no fear in confronting Sun Wukong and his companions, but Tang Sanzang instilled trepidation within him. Over time, he had come to understand Tang Sanzang's actions, recognizing that the decline of the Buddhist order stemmed from him. Even his master, Manjushri Bodhisattva, had been subject to humiliation. The number of other victims was countless, each a testament to bloody lessons learned. Even Maitreya Buddha, of near saintly cultivation, had been subdued by Tang Sanzang, referring to him as third brother. The Blue Lion King's countenance shifted between various emotions. "Brother, I leave this to you. I shall withdraw." "Brother, is it truly necessary?" "It is merely a monk," he replied. Despite having 3 disciples like Sun Wukong, the white elephant spirit boisterously declared that the 3 of us, including the third brother, could easily subdue them. He completely disregarded the presence of Tang Sanzang and his disciples, believing that dealing with them would be a trivial task. "Second brother, isn't it better for us to remain alive?" The Green Lion King sighed. "Ask your master, the Bodhisattva Puxian, if he dares to challenge Tang Sanzang." He recalled how, during their encounter in the country of Wujiguo, Puxian had been utterly rebuked by Tang Sanzang, returning to Mount Ling with his tail between his legs, scolded for not bringing back the so-called fragrant smoke. This illustrated the sinister nature of Tang Sanzang. "Merely a monk. Brother, you are being overly anxious." The white elephant spirit said dismissively, "Only Sun Wukong possesses any real skill, but in my view, the 3 of us could easily overpower him. Once Tang Sanzang steps foot in Lion Camel Ridge, I shall have the minions capture him at once." The Green Lion King gave him a glance and replied, "Then, brother, I shall take my leave first." It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to accompany this fool, as it could cost him his life. "Humph." The white elephant spirit scoffed, evidently disdainful of his brother's decision to retreat. "Come here." Soon, a small demon approached. Bowing, I greet the two great kings. Little Zhuanfeng, you must quickly arrange for someone to go to the kingdom of Lion Camel and inform the third king that Tang Sanzang and his group will soon arrive at our Lion Camel Ridge. Once I capture Tang Sanzang, we shall head to Lion Camel Kingdom and celebrate with our brothers. Ensure he prepares food and drink. Yes, I shall inform the third king at once, the small demon replied. The white elephant spirit smiled faintly. Brother, just watch how I capture Tang Sanzang. The green lion king's expression fluctuated, and after a long pause, he finally said, Second brother, perhaps you should draft a will, so that any of your wishes may be fulfilled by me in the future. Brother, you are truly being overly anxious, the white elephant spirit chuckled. Just wait and see. Moments later, the green lion king stood up and walked towards his quarters, stating, I shall enter seclusion. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. His words were clear. He wanted no part in this affair, leaving the matter to them to handle as they wished. Why be afraid? It's just Sun Wukong, the white elephant spirit thought disdainfully, promptly sending a small demon to scout for news on Tang Sanzang and his companions, to report back at any moment. In the kingdom of Lion Camel, home to 100,000 demons, it had once been rife with slaughter and bloodshed. However, following the descent of the golden-winged Great Peng, order was swiftly restored among the demons, and the kingdom was managed with remarkable efficiency. One must admit that the golden-winged Great Peng possessed a certain talent for leadership. At this moment, he too was deep in thought. As a person of the Buddhist faith and a close relative of the Buddha, he had access to certain Buddhist secrets. It could be said that his knowledge surpassed that of the green lion and white elephant. Firstly, Tang Sanzang could never perish. Secondly, this individual harbored a certain malignancy. He was not to be trifled with. Moreover, alongside him were Sun Wukong and his companions. The golden-winged rock harbored no fear of them. His apprehension lay with Tang Sung. How should he approach this matter? Perhaps it would be best to let them pass. It was rumored that the previous challenge had been relinquished by the Buddhist sect. If he were to concede as well, they could hardly reproach him. Yet, after some reflection, he deemed it unacceptable to surrender so easily. The question remained, how could this challenge be accomplished? If it could be resolved in a harmonious and flawless manner, it would be most splendid. We are all civilized beings. Why resort to violence? Report, Your Majesty, emissaries from Lion Troop Ridge are here, sent by the second king. While lost in thought, a minor demon appeared to deliver the news. Let him enter, commanded the golden-winged rock, as he turned to take his seat upon his throne. Salutations to the three great kings. The minor demon hastily prostrated himself in reverence. Why has my second brother sent you? Inquired the rock king. Your Majesty, the second king has dispatched me to inform you that Tang Sung and his companions are approaching Lion Troop Ridge. He intends to capture them alive and bring them to Lion Troop Kingdom to unite with the three great kings, sharing in eternal life. With a sudden clap, the rock king, startled, let his teacup slip from his grasp, shattering upon the floor. Internally, he cursed his brother's folly. Is Tang Sung someone to be trifled with? He is audacious, and you dare not harm him. The bloody lessons taught by the Buddhist sect are all tied to Tang Sung, are they not? Go back. Tell him he is courting death, and do not involve me in this madness. The golden-winged rock exclaimed furiously, rising to retreat towards the inner hall, lost in contemplation. What methods could be employed to amicably facilitate this challenge? Within the hall stood a woman in black, gazing out from the window, clad in garments as dark as ink. Her pallid complexion bestowed upon her a beauty tinged with a morbid allure, her features exquisite yet shadowed by an air of melancholy. She appeared as a silhouette of sorrow. As the golden-winged rock entered, he sighed at her presence. They are coming. I am at a loss as to how to handle this challenge. For Tang Sing possesses a certain malevolence. Yet, if I were to forsake this challenge, it would be untenable to the Buddhist sect. I ponder how to complete this trial in a manner that preserves harmony among us all. However, no solution emerged. The woman remained silent, while the rock king continued to speak to himself. Regardless of the outcome of this challenge, I fear I must return to Ling Mountain. He gazed at her profile, reflecting. Were it not for me, you would be the rightful ruler of Lion Troop Kingdom. I aspire to mold this land into a realm akin to the kingdom of all demons, longing for the day when my true self returns to stand beside you in battle against the heavens. I have arranged everything here, and when the time comes, I shall entrust it all to you, ensuring it unfolds as you desire. Lowering his head, he stared at their intertwined shadows, and after a moment's pause, he murmured, I wish to know in what way I fall short of him. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation. You do not fall short of him. You are simply not him, the woman replied with calm detachment, her voice unruffled. Chapter 326. Let us part ways. This woman was the former queen of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. However, with the advent of the golden-winged roc, she was relegated to the imperial harem, bestowed the title of consort. In all these years, she had never once deigned to look upon him directly. The instances of their conversations could be counted on one hand, mostly consisting of the roc speaking at length to himself, with her occasionally responding if her mood permitted. Yet, the roc persisted in visiting her, often discussing matters pertaining to the Lion Turtle Kingdom and the world beyond. Had it not been for the seal binding her powers, she would have surely departed from this place long ago. You are kind to me, but you are not him, the woman repeated softly once more. Upon hearing this, the roc managed a bitter smile. After a prolonged silence, he turned and walked away, his silhouette heavy with unspoken burdens. Tang Yu and his companions ambled into Lion Turtle Ridge. As for these few monsters, he had resolved to let them remain in eternal slumber, especially the Green Lion King, who, having been spared in the kingdom of the Black Chickens, still dared to flaunt himself. Was this not courting death? Let us rest here for a moment, Tang Yu declared. Leaping down from the carriage, his gaze fixed upon the endless expanse of Lion Turtle Ridge. The mountains stretched infinitely before him, shrouded in a delicate morning mist that enveloped the forest. Occasionally, the sweet notes of birdsong resonated through the air. Sun Wukong advanced a few steps, twirling his golden staff. His demeanor alert. He could sense a formidable aura of demon energy permeating the mountain range. In the west, the Buddha Tathagata remained steadfast in his confidence, certain that this challenge would be surmounted. However, Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra appeared somewhat anxious, vigilantly observing the situation. After all, the green lion and the white elephant were their steeds, and concern lingered that they might meet their demise. A glance exchanged between the two revealed the tension mirrored in each other's eyes. As the dim-witted white elephant summoned his forces, preparing to engage, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra could not help but curse under his breath, "This fool." Do not worry, my fellow monks. This challenge will certainly be overcome, the Buddha Tathagata reassured. A confident smile gracing his lips, the assembly of monks looked towards him, bewildered by the source of his unwavering assurance. May I ask, O Buddha, upon what grounds do you base this confidence? The ancient lamp Buddha inquired, reciting a sutra. One can discern the outcome by observing the situation, the Buddha replied. Lighting a cigarette, he felt no concern regarding this trial, having already conferred with Sha Wujing, trusting he would not engage in any mischief. At least for now, everything appeared to be in order. Amitabha, the ancient lamp Buddha recited, retreating to the side. In the lower realm, since the Green Lion King was unwilling to participate in this endeavor, the white elephant thought to himself that as long as he took action, it would suffice. Although Sun Wukong was indeed powerful, the white elephant felt no fear. Thus, he gathered a host of minor demons and charged forth with great momentum, prepared for a direct confrontation. Observing his younger brother leading the charge, the Green Lion King inhaled sharply. This is disastrous. Someone come, he exclaimed. Your Majesty, came the response. Prepare the finest timber to craft a slightly larger coffin, commanded the Blue Lion King. The little demon, perplexed, complied nonetheless. The Blue Lion King sighed. Oh, dear brother. This is all that I can do. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and his companions remained oblivious, resting peacefully, unaware that the white elephant spirit had already made its move. Yet, even if they were aware, Tang Yu would remain indifferent. Death was merely an end. However, the means to achieve this demise still eluded him. Should he create a calamity for the Buddhist sect? Then utilize the heaven-shattering pill? With the two bodhisattvas in motion, he could capture them, subsequently igniting the pill. No. Hastily plunging the Buddhist sect into turmoil was not in Tang Yu's nature. Regardless, death was assured. It was merely a matter of how to ensure their demise bore significance, enabling him to accrue fortune. Demonic energy is present. Sun Wukong became vigilant, his golden staff manifesting in his grasp. A throng of small demons encircled them, clamoring loudly. Zhu Beiji and San Xing each grasped their weapons and hastily rose. It must be said, the three disciples remained fiercely loyal. Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. I have yet to seek you out, and yet you have come to me. The little demons gradually parted, revealing the white elephant spirit armed and ready, Tang Sanzang. You are now surrounded. A great but foolish demon, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, ready to charge, but was abruptly halted by Tang Yu's grasp. Wukong, hold your action. Allow me to enlighten them with Buddhist teachings. Hearing this, the simpleton rolled his eyes, muttering, what Buddhist teachings do you possess? Yet within, he felt a twinge of apprehension, sensing that his master was about to instigate something. I must remain perceptive and align with my master's intentions. Sun Wukong, still confused, maintained a wary stance with his staff in hand. Might I inquire, Great King, what is your purpose here? Tang Yu, grinning amiably, regarded the surrounding demons with apparent disregard. The white elephant spirit, bewildered, sensed something amiss. Shouldn't a normal person be filled with dread? Yet, this monk continued to smile. It is said that consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh grants immortality, the white elephant spirit declared, eyeing Tang Yu. A great but foolish demon, Sun Wukong shouted defiantly. Observing the dense swarm of small demons, Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of compassion. Amitba, should a conflict arise among so many demons, the casualties would be grievous. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. If many demons were to perish because of this monk, it would be a grave sin. Tang Yu donned a visage of benevolence. The Buddha teaches that if I do not enter hell, who will? As a monk, I cannot witness bloodshed and loss before me. Otherwise, I would betray my master and the Buddha. Even if I were to obtain the true scriptures, I would have no face to present to my Buddha. Both the three disciples and the surrounding demons appeared utterly confounded. Master, what on earth are you trying to convey? Given that they desired the sacrifice of one in place of many, it would be far more advantageous to relinquish the life of a single monk rather than sacrifice countless others. Tang Yu spoke slowly, let us part ways. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. The three disciples turned their gazes to their master. Tang Yu strode forward with an air of confidence, declaring, if you desire the monk shall accompany you. He then turned back to his three disciples and said, you three, depart. If my presence leads to the unwarranted suffering of innocence, I would indeed be a sinner. All beings are equal. If I do not enter hell, who will? Tang Yu stated with an air of nonchalance. The three disciples remained in a state of shock. However, the second disciple was the first to regain composure, feigning a tearful expression, Master, take care. The third disciple produced a wild rabbit he had caught, saying, Master, have a bite before you set off. With that, he began to prepare it. Chapter 327. Parting ways. Upon hearing their words, Tang Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What did they mean by have a bite before you set off? He felt an overwhelming urge to slap the third disciple. The white elephant spirit and the other minor demons looked on, bewildered, particularly the white elephant spirit, who began to panic. For Tang Sanzang was not meant to perish. All these tribulations were merely superficial. Yet now, Tang Sanzang had proposed parting ways. This was a disaster. It seemed that Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were indeed preparing to leave. The white elephant spirit grew anxious. If Tang Sanzang abandoned his mission here, would the Buddhist order hold him accountable? It was a distinct possibility. Lost in his thoughts, a waft of fragrance drifted into his nostrils. He couldn't help but take a couple of deep breaths. Through their journey, the third disciple had honed his culinary skills remarkably, and opening a restaurant or wielding a ladle would pose no challenge for him. Under Tang Yu's guidance, he had indeed acquired some skills, ensuring he would not starve in the future. The rabbit sizzled as it roasted. With trembling hands, the third disciple presented it to Tang Yu, filled with sorrow, saying, Master, have a bite before you set off. Tang Yu gritted his teeth, responding, Thank you, my disciple, but I shall not partake. He took a few steps forward and waved his hand behind him, part ways. With an air of indifference, he walked toward the gathering of demons, his figure exuding an imposing presence. All beings are equal. The Buddha shows compassion to all. Today, as a master, I shall embody the Buddha's will, ensuring that my name becomes an everlasting monument, etched in the hearts of monks, illuminating their path to enlightenment. Approaching the white elephant spirit, Tang Yu stated, Let us return. I shall accompany you. The second disciple rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh, my master, you are overdoing it. In the Western paradise, the Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, dropped it in shock, his mouth agape. How could this be? Hadn't he already advised Sha Wujing? Why was this child being so disobedient? All the Buddhas turned their gaze toward the Buddha, their meaning clear. Buddha, did you not confidently proclaim that this trial would encounter no unexpected turns and would surely succeed? Facing the questioning eyes of the assembly, even the Buddha, known for his fortitude, felt a flush of embarrassment. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, murmured a prayer. Might I inquire, Buddha, what shall we do next? If we do not take action. Sun Wukong and the other two were indeed about to depart. Tang Sung was truly quite sinister. He spoke of equality among all beings and compassion, even professing to sacrifice himself for the Buddha. His words were grand and imposing, leaving them unable to find any fault. It was clearly intentional, for he was aware of the significance of their journey to the Buddhist faith, as well as his own importance, having been informed by Maitreya Buddha. He knew that death was not a possibility for him, which emboldened him to flaunt himself so brazenly. The ancient Buddha of light felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had not allowed Maitreya to reveal his identity. Yet, upon reflection, even before his identity was disclosed, Tang Sung had exhibited the same arrogance. Yin Tu Jieti stood at the rear, gazing intently at the Shuangguang mirror. He increasingly suspected that Tang Sung was the variable in this equation. However, the Buddhist sect had already identified Sha Wujing as the variable, with his lowly status. No one would believe him if he spoke out. Thus he kept his thoughts to himself. The Tathagata Buddha bent down to pick up the cigarette that had just fallen, blowing away the dust before placing it back in his mouth. Faced with this sudden predicament, the Buddha found himself at a loss, as he had never contemplated such a challenge. Analyzing from multiple perspectives, it seemed inevitable that this trial would occur. Yet, the unexpected turn of events left him bewildered and without a solution. Is there any wisdom to be found, ancient Buddha? The Tathagata inquired. The old monk could offer no remedy. The ancient Buddha of light closed his eyes, thinking, you have no solution, yet you still question me. The Buddha addressed the assembly of deities below. What strategies do we have regarding the current situation? The dissolution of the journey to the West is absolutely unacceptable. If it were to disband, not only would my plans be thwarted, but the two saints behind the scenes would certainly be displeased. Esteemed Buddha, Maitreya stepped forward. It is imperative that we, the Buddhist sect, first disperse the white elephant spirit and others. This way, there will be no need for Tang Sung to part ways. Then wouldn't this trial be rendered futile? The Tathagata Buddha replied calmly, leaving the assembly momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence. And now a minor setback rendered him helpless? Were they truly to witness Tang Sung and his companions disband? Maitreya continued, moreover, temporarily driving away the white elephant spirit and the other demons still leaves room for this trial to succeed. For instance, as Tang Sung and his party delved deeper into Shichuoling, the Qing Lion and White Elephant could devise a scheme to abduct Tang Sung, prompting Sun Wukong and the others to mount a rescue. They could even directly transfer to Shirtua Kingdom, completing several trials at once. The old monk found Maitreya's reasoning sound. The ancient Buddha of light remarked, the immediate priority is to prevent their disbandment. If they truly separate, reassembling the team will undoubtedly take time. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Shuangguang mirror, leaving the assembly of deities momentarily stunned. In the lower realm, Shichuoling, the white elephant spirit remained in a state of confusion, utterly perplexed and unsure of what to do. What on earth was happening? Why did this monk insist on disbanding their group at the slightest disagreement? The dim-witted one was the first to kneel before Tang Yu, exclaiming, Master, I shall take my leave. You need not worry. I will burn offerings for a few beautiful maidens. Quickly grasping his master's intentions, the dim-witted one complied. After bowing deeply, he cast a lingering glance at the third fool before hastily departing. The third fool, still clutching a roasted hare, set it down on a pristine patch of grass and said, Master, I too shall take my leave. Do remember to eat this hare. As Sun Wukong was about to reprimand them, he caught sight of Tang Yu, who was looking at him with a bemused expression. Understanding dawned upon him, and without uttering a single word, he executed a somersault and vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, all three disciples had departed, leaving only Tang Yu amidst the monsters, his countenance unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to life and death, embodying a demeanor of self-sacrifice and compassion for the Buddha. He sat down and began devouring the roasted hare prepared by the third fool. What do you intend to do? Hurry up, why the delay? Tang Yu mumbled indistinctly. The celestial beings of Ling Mountain were taken aback by this scene. They had left, three disciples departing so effortlessly. They were still contemplating ways to remedy the situation. Yet time had slipped away. The pilgrimage team had disbanded. Chapter 328. Tang Sanzang is a talent. The Buddhas of the Western Paradise stood frozen in disbelief. As if struck by thunder, particularly the Buddha, who felt a profound sense of embarrassment. He had confidently asserted that this endeavor would surely succeed. Yet an even greater misfortune had occurred. The pilgrimage team had scattered. The Tathagata gazed intently at the Shuangguang mirror, observing that only Tang Sanzang remained. Accompanied by the Yellow Master Spirit, a sudden heat surged to his face. What on earth could be done now? Bodhisattva Puxian appeared utterly bewildered, staring at the Shuangguang mirror. The pilgrimage team had disbanded so effortlessly. Sun Wukong and the others had vanished without a trace, leaving only Tang Sanzang behind. The situation was too theatrical. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain exchanged glances, equally at a loss. The Buddha let out a heavy sigh, trembling as he withdrew a cigarette, lighting it for himself. After a couple of deep puffs, he hollowly instructed, "Let us proceed as Maitreya suggested. Someone must descend to expel the white elephant spirit and the other demons. Additionally, we must devise a means to summon Sun Wukong and the others back. As for Tang Sanzang, let him do as he wishes. We shall not interfere." The last 3 words echoed with a sense of powerlessness. "Maitreya, it is up to you to descend and disperse those demons. Furthermore, Manjushri, Puxian, and Lingji, you 3 bodhisattvas shall go and retrieve Sun Wukong and the others." The Tathagata, smoking his cigarette, issued his commands. Maitreya and the 3 bodhisattvas stepped forward, responding, "As you wish, Buddha." They then hastened to descend and carry out their respective tasks. The Buddha's gaze was vacant and lost, and with a heavy sigh, he lamented, "There is no solution, no bloodline technique." From this utterance, all the bodhisattvas sensed the Buddha's powerlessness. Some wished to offer words of comfort, yet were at a loss for how to do so, ultimately succumbing to silence. The bodhisattvas Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Lingji soared forth from the great thunder sound temple. The 3 exchanged glances, each contemplating whom they should seek. However, it was Lingji Bodhisattva who dashed off first, moving with such swiftness that he vanished in the blink of an eye. He sought out Sha Wujing. Although Sha Wujing was indeed a variable, Lingji Bodhisattva trusted that he would not dare to act overtly. It was evident that he mostly operated from the shadows, guiding Tang Sung in various endeavors. Thus, persuading Sha Wujing to rejoin the pilgrimage seemed more straightforward than approaching Sun Wukong or Zhu Beiji. By the time Manjushri and Samantabhadra regained their composure, Lingji Bodhisattva had already made considerable distance. Their expressions darkened. "I will seek out Zhu Beiji," Manjushri Bodhisattva declared. Compared to Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji was relatively safe. After all, that monkey had been rather unpredictable lately. Should he return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it was likely that the female there would be inclined to strike him down. Thus, Zhu Beiji posed no immediate danger to life. Why should that be? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva protested, grasping Manjushri Bodhisattva's arm. The 2 engaged in a prolonged dispute outside the Great Thunder Sound Temple, each adamant about finding Zhu Beiji. Ultimately, Manjushri had a moment of inspiration and proposed a fair solution. "Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors." Moments later, Samantabhadra stood still, regret etched on his face. "I should have chosen rock. I should have chosen rock." With a sigh, he resigned himself to descending to the mortal realm in search of Sun Wukong. In the heavenly court, witnessing the disbandment of the pilgrimage party under Tang Seng's direction brought a hearty laugh from the Jade Emperor, who was in high spirits. "Well done, my third." He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Tang Seng for this maneuver. A well-structured pilgrimage had been so easily unraveled. He wondered what expressions the monks in the West would wear upon hearing this news. Yet, he felt a measure of admiration for the Buddha. After enduring such trials, they continued to persevere. The tribulations initially arranged for the pilgrims seemed akin to the Buddha's own trials. The Jade Emperor even pondered that had he been in the Buddha's position, after enduring such relentless setbacks, he might have long since given up. The Buddha's capacity for endurance was indeed commendable. "Ah, truly, a person of the Buddhist path," the Jade Emperor mused, finding respect in the Buddha's state of mind. In the 33 heavens, witnessing this scene, Laozi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and after a while, he finally spoke. "Tang Seng is truly a remarkable individual." After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, obscuring the heavenly secrets of Sun Wukong and his companions. Instantly, the bodhisattvas who had set out to search for them were left bewildered, utterly unaware of their whereabouts. At Lion Camel Ridge, the white elephant spirit remained in a daze. Standing still, his subordinates looked to their leader, awaiting orders, but their chief appeared as if frozen, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. Tang Yu casually seated himself upon a nearby rock, exuding an air of comfort, even reclining to gaze at the shifting clouds above. "What, dear monk of the Tang dynasty, are you not afraid I might devour you?" the white elephant spirit managed to utter after a prolonged silence. "Care for a bath?" Tang Yu replied languidly. Reclining on the stone, resting his head upon his arm, and lazily swinging his legs, the white elephant spirit found himself momentarily stunned once more. A flash of light illuminated the sky, and a voice resonated through the air. "Bold demon, how dare you harm the seeker of the scriptures? Depart at once." Maitreya Buddha descended from the heavens, enveloped in golden, sacred light that illuminated half the sky. Upon hearing this, the white elephant spirit grasped the meaning, swiftly turning to flee with his subordinates. As for the monk from the Tang dynasty, that was a matter for the Buddhist realm. Had they not seen Maitreya Buddha descend? Thankfully, he had arrived. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for what to do. As the demons retreated, Maitreya Buddha landed, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. "Oh, third brother," he greeted, having grown accustomed to seeing Tang Sanzang with a smile. "What is it?" Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at him. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this? Why the sudden desire to part ways?" "That simply cannot be," Maitreya Buddha implored, his concern palpable. "Dear Maitreya, it is not that I wish to part ways, but rather, I find myself with no choice. Our Buddhist teachings proclaim that all beings are equal, though they are demons. They are still among the sentient. If I were to cause their demise, I would be a sinner," Tang Yu said, sitting up with a sigh. "With Wukong and the others by my side, I feel no fear. However, as a monk, I cannot stand idly by while so many demons perish before me. To sacrifice my own life for the survival of many is a meritorious act. Even if I were to die, my conscience would be clear." Chapter 329. Unable to find anyone, Maitreya Buddha was momentarily taken aback. Such shameless words would have been hard to believe had it not been for witnessing Tang Sanzang's actions. "Third brother, this is unacceptable. You cannot give up. You cannot part ways. Think about it. When you obtain the true scriptures, it will be a monumental act of compassion for all beings," Maitreya Buddha urged, his anxiety evident. Tang Yu remained reclined upon the stone, resting his head on his arm. His eyes partially closed, appearing utterly relaxed, seemingly unaffected by Maitreya Buddha's words. Seeing this, Maitreya Buddha grew anxious, lighting a cigarette as he squatted down before Tang Yu. "Dear brother, if you choose to abandon this endeavor, have you considered whether you are honoring the trust bestowed upon you by the Buddha? As you stated, this journey was meant for you. You have shared drinks and formed a bond. Furthermore, it was a momentous occasion when the Bodhisattva Guanyin descended to select a worthy individual for the journey to the west, an opportunity coveted by countless monks. Yet, this great fortune has fallen upon you, dear brother, and it is imperative that you cherish it. The path to the Western paradise may be fraught with challenges and distance, but as long as you approach the Buddha with sincerity, you will undoubtedly obtain the true scriptures to benefit all sentient beings." As he spoke, the voice of Maitreya Buddha faltered, turning his gaze towards Tang Yu, who had closed his eyes and was snoring rhythmically, lost in slumber. Maitreya Buddha was momentarily taken aback, realizing his words had been in vain. Should he awaken Tang Sanzang? Given his temperament, it would be surprising if he did not express his displeasure. Moreover, Maitreya Buddha could not leave, for Tang Sanzang was the sole mortal present. Should any wild beast appear, it would pose a grave risk. Sighing, Maitreya Buddha settled beside him, smoking with a countenance of melancholy. After a moment's reflection, he waved his hand and conjured half a bottle of erguo tu, an exchange made with the Bodhisattva Lingji. The first sip was unimpressive, but over time, the warm haze it induced became quite delightful. Thus, Maitreya Buddha indulged in the drink while Tang Yu slept soundly beside him. It must be said that Maitreya Buddha was quite resourceful. To prevent insects from disturbing Tang Yu, he cast a protective spell. In the Western paradise, the Tathagata Buddha gazed vacantly, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, as the other Buddhas exchanged glances, equally astonished. No one could have foreseen that. Due to Tang Sanzang's actions, the painstakingly assembled team for the scripture retrieval had disbanded. Ba, the ancient Buddha of light, murmured, "Please do not be troubled, for we have already dispatched individuals to seek out Sun Wukong and the others." The Tathagata's expression remained one of bewilderment. He had already conferred with Sha Wujing, ideally. As partners in this endeavor, Such disarray should not have arisen. What had gone awry in the process? He was not particularly concerned about Sun Wukong and his companions, knowing they would return. However, how would they navigate this unforeseen difficulty? Observing Tang Sanzang's disposition, it was evident that he might dissolve their alliance at the slightest provocation. Who could manage such a situation? Could it be that Tang Sanzang himself was the variable? The Tathagata murmured, shaking his head in dismissal of what he deemed a ridiculous notion. He had confirmed Sha Wujing's involvement, and they had indeed collaborated. How could Tang Sanzang be the source of the disruption? Yet, even if Tang Sanzang were under the influence of unforeseen circumstances, such drastic changes seemed implausible. It was perplexing. With Sun Wukong and the others returning, how would this trial proceed? The Tathagata sighed and inquired. The assembly of Buddhas remained silent, but internally, they murmured among themselves, reflecting on how confidently he had proclaimed their success in this endeavor, only to now seek their input. Observing their reactions, the Tathagata, somewhat resigned, proclaimed, "Let it be as it may. If we cannot proceed, then so be it. The words of the Buddha differ. Nonetheless, we must find a way to persevere." The ancient Buddha of Light remarked that the tribulations faced on the journey to the West are few and far between, so a few more challenges would not matter. The Tathagata Buddha interrupted him. Taking a breath, the ancient Buddha of Light silently recited a couple of Buddhist verses. "Buddha, it cannot be so. If we continuously abandon our efforts, the sages behind us will surely be displeased. It is essential to understand that the sages have long held their own perspectives on the journey to the West. This old fool dares to invoke the sages, threatening me." The Tathagata Buddha quietly scoffed. From the perspective of the ancient Buddha, how should we proceed with this trial? This question momentarily stumped the ancient Buddha of Light, for he too was at a loss. "Umitba," he sighed, "the old monk currently has no countermeasure. However, I believe that the golden-winged great Peng is still in the Lion Trojan kingdom. Perhaps he possesses a means to facilitate the completion of this ordeal." As he spoke, the ancient Buddha of Light lit a cigarette, took a puff, and continued, "Regardless, until the final moment, we must never easily surrender. The journey to the West has reached this point, with the completed tribulations being few. If this continues, even a retake would be exceedingly difficult." The Buddha's attitude towards the journey to the West has become indifferent. Yet, we cannot rashly give up, otherwise, we will be unable to account for the two ancient beings behind us. At least until all preparations for his actions are in place, we must not relent. Meanwhile, Bodhisattva Lingji rushed to the River of Sand. In his view, Sha Wujing could only return to the River of Sand. He called out several times from the riverbank, but received no response. Bodhisattva Lingji calculated with his fingers, his expression subtly changing as he found himself unable to deduce anything. "Sha Wujing, Sha Wujing," he cried out once more at the River of Sand, yet still met with silence. Little did he know that the three simpletons had not returned. Instead, they had accompanied Zhu Beiji in flight. Before departing, the dim-witted one had even pulled his junior brother along. As for where the two had gone, it was evident they sought refuge in a nearby town, with the dim-wit diving headlong into a brothel. He was fully aware of his master's intentions, so he resolved to reside in the brothel for several months, believing that even if he did not engage, he could simply lay there. He doubted that the monks from the West would venture into such establishments to seek anyone. As for the third simpleton, he found a restaurant and indulged in a grand feast. Bodhisattva Manjushri emerged from the cloud cavern, equally bewildered. Where could Zhu Beiji have gone? Strangely, he could not calculate the situation. It was as if the heavenly secrets were obscured, cursed by the unforeseen variables. Bodhisattva Manjushri silently cursed and decided to return to Ling Mountain to report to the Buddha, seeking guidance on how to resolve this matter. Bodhisattva Samantabhadra felt somewhat relieved. Initially, he had worried that Sun Wukong might return to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. If that indeed happened, he would not dare to flaunt it, as it would be akin to willingly offering his head. Thus, he began to stroll about outside, planning to take a round and return to Ling Mountain, confident that the Buddha would not hold it against him, for at present, Sun Wukong's whereabouts remained unknown and could not be discerned. Chapter 330. The dragon's 9 offspring Sun Wukong and his 2 companions were shrouded in a veil of deception. To Manjushri and others, it was evident that the situation was rife with uncertainties. At this moment, Sun Wukong found himself in the East Sea, sharing a drink with the Dragon King of the East. The aged monarch, slightly inebriated, lamented to son Wukong about the tribulations faced by the dragon clan. Reflecting upon the past, he recalled the glorious days of the dragon lineage, when their ancestral dragon loomed majestically over the three realms. However, the current state of the dragon clan was one of servitude to the heavens, tasked with controlling the clouds and rain. The East Sea Dragon King continued to speak of the young white dragon. My nephew, I cannot fathom how such events transpired. The young white dragon was in a peculiar state for an entire month, leaving the four seas in astonishment, yet we were powerless to intervene. All we could do was facilitate the delivery of some female creatures, which ultimately led to his current predicament. Now, he has become a father, blessed with 9 offspring, whom he has named Qinyo, Yazi, Xiaofeng, Puyao, Swanyi, Bishi, Bilian, Fushi, and Chaiwan. Though these 9 beings bear unusual forms, they are nonetheless his progeny, despite their mother not being of the dragon clan. During that peculiar month, the young white dragon was in a state of blissful oblivion. The West Sea and nearby regions lost their horses and cattle, and thus, in a bid to expand, we brought forth any female creature we could find. This led to a diverse array among his 9 offspring. Although the West Sea Dragon King viewed this as a disgrace to the dragon lineage, it was still their blood, and he begrudgingly accepted it, even naming the children himself. The saying the dragon gives birth to 9 offspring, each uniquely different, has persisted through the ages, leaving many to ponder why dragons sought different females for conception. During this time, the old Dragon King lamented the mounting costs of gifts and tributes. Ah, you old fool! With your vast fortune, do you truly lack for this? The young white dragon is still your nephew. Son Wukong laughed heartily. However, he could not help but recall the peculiar appearance of the young white dragon and surmised that this matter likely involved his master. After all, Tang Sing's journey had been filled with countless unexpected occurrences. Great sage, the East Sea is no longer prosperous, the old Dragon King remarked, slightly intoxicated, his voice laced with mystery. However, we dragons were once on the brink of claiming supremacy over the 3 realms. Our ancestral dragon left behind a treasure trove of the Heavenly Emperor, which even the Buddhist sects in the Heavenly Court are seeking. Yet, the keys to this celestial treasury are not easily assembled. Even if we were to find the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, none but those of our dragon bloodline could enter. As he spoke, the old Dragon King chuckled slyly. You old dragon, you speak nonsense. If such a treasure truly existed, the West and the Buddhist sect would have already taken action, leaving no opportunity for your clan, son Wukong replied, performing a somersault on the table before settling down, jesting. Moreover, even if your clan could indeed locate these treasures, the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect would surely demand their share. A flicker of sorrow ignited in the old Dragon King's eyes, for he understood the implications of son Wukong's words. Once, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings delved into the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, even striving to uncover the elusive key. However, in due course, they came to a profound realization. Given the present capabilities of their dragon lineage, what could they truly gain from accessing the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Indeed, it is true that the treasury can only be unlocked by the bloodline of dragons. At that moment, would they dare to defy the names of the Jade Emperor or even the Buddha? Thus, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings ultimately resolved to abandon their quest for the treasury. After all, discovering it without the means to safeguard it would merely serve to adorn another's garment. Great sage, you speak wisely, sighed the old Dragon King. Old Dragon King, I must inquire about something. Son Wukong fixed his gaze upon him and said, as neighbors, you must surely know the whereabouts of my kin, the monkeys. Moreover, I have discerned an array of sanctity within the water-curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, rumored to imprison an unparalleled demon. With a crash, the old Dragon King's wine cup fell to the ground. He hastily picked it up, refilled it, and downed it in one gulp before responding, Great sage. Though my abode lies close to Flower Fruit Mountain, I possess little knowledge of its affairs. As for the formidable demon you speak of, well, it could indeed be true. Son Wukong's unwavering gaze bore into the old Dragon King, who felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Recently, I returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and she recounted a tale of a demon king, yet I retain no memory of it. Son Wukong spread his hands, a tinge of sorrow in his expression. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain have vanished, and inexplicably, a sanctified array has emerged. The Buddha informed me that a great demon lies sealed within. Tell me, old Dragon King, do you believe this to be true? Pray, Do not tell me you are unaware of the Demon King's story. The old Dragon King held his cup, motionless for an extended moment, before finally replying, Great sage, I know nothing of these matters, truly nothing. After a brief scrutiny, Sun Wukong snorted, and in a flash, he leapt out of the East Sea. Hovering above Flower Fruit Mountain, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment, momentarily uncertain of his next destination. In Lion Camel Ridge, Maitreya Buddha indulged in solitary libation, his face flushed and his head spinning from excess. He had consumed nearly half a bottle of liquor, leaving him somewhat inebriated. Meanwhile, Tang Yu remained nearby, ostensibly in deep slumber. In truth, he was merely feigning sleep. Suddenly, a figure stealthily departed toward the depths of Lion Camel Ridge. At that moment, Tang Yu yawned and sat up. Ah, Fat Buddha, you haven't left yet? Burp, third brother. I cannot depart. You, a mere mortal, what will you do if a wild beast appears? Maitreya Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth and a liquor bottle poised for another sip, discovered it was empty. He smacked his lips a few times before casting the bottle aside. Witnessing this, Tang Yu promptly produced another bottle of liquor and offered it to him. Fat Buddha, here, drink up. With third brother here. Indulge in both smoke and drink at your leisure. Thank you, third brother. Maitreya Buddha beamed with gratitude. The beverage consumed was neither too strong nor too weak, which indeed rendered the experience somewhat uncomfortable. Tang Sanzang, as a person, was rather commendable. He consistently took the initiative to procure cigarettes for himself, and this time, he even poured himself a drink. Maitreya Buddha felt a surge of emotion. Brother San, come, let me toast to you. Extending his hand, he effortlessly conjured 2 bowls, filling them with wine. Well, my dear rotund friend, Brother San truly cherishes you, Tang Yu remarked with a cheerful smile. However, the words felt somewhat peculiar, leaving Maitreya Buddha with an uncomfortable sensation. Brother, let us drink, Maitreya Buddha beckoned. In the West, witnessing this scene, the Buddha's gaze turned profound. The assembly of Buddhas looked on in astonishment. Maitreya Buddha and Tang Sanzang were drinking merrily, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, reveling in their camaraderie. Although the Buddhist community had largely embraced drinking, most indulged in private after hours, sneaking a few sips with a couple of fellow monks in the meditation hall. Yet here was Maitreya Buddha, boldly and openly sharing a drink with the very pilgrim of the Buddhist scriptures. In chapter 331, Maitreya Buddha, the newly ascended saint. The other Buddhas exchanged discreet glances with the Buddha, who bore a somber expression. With a cigarette between his lips, smoke billowed around him, obscuring his penetrating gaze and rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Damn Maitreya Buddha, sent to the mortal realm to attend to serious matters, and he ends up drinking with someone. While the Buddha did not oppose Tang Sanzang's drinking, after all, he often sought out the latter for a drink himself. This was always done discreetly. Maitreya's brazen behavior was where the fault lay. Was it that the Buddhist order had lost all sense of shame? Although the Buddhist community had indeed lost much of its dignity, a semblance of decorum must still be maintained. Damn it, the Buddha muttered under his breath, before vanishing into the chaos. Buddha, I seek an audience with the 2 saints. The last-minute decision of the Buddha to resign had left the 2 saints feeling somewhat apprehensive. What is it? Qing Tai's voice rang out, softer than before. The Buddha could easily discern this change. May I report to the 2 saints that Tang Sanzang and his companions have entered Shizhua Ridge, but amidst the onslaught of various demons, Tang Sanzang suggested disbanding the group. He even spoke of the Buddhist principle of equality among all beings, expressing his reluctance to cause harm. Therefore, he willingly offered himself as a sacrifice to avoid creating further bloodshed. The Buddha cast a discreet glance into the chaos and continued, by the time we decided to intervene, Sun Wukong and the others had already departed. Thus, I had to dispatch Maitreya Buddha to the mortal realm to disperse the likes of Xiangjing. And then we would devise a plan to continue this trial. I also sent Manjushri Bodhisattva and Lingji Bodhisattva to locate Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, urging them to return to the fold. However, it was unexpected that, despite Maitreya Buddha descending to the mortal realm, he ended up drinking with Tang Sanzang and is now somewhat inebriated. Maitreya, as a pivotal figure within our Buddhist order, must be mindful, for his every action reflects upon our collective dignity. At this point, the Buddha ceased speaking. Regarding Maitreya Buddha, he lacks any significant opinion. Primarily, he remains non-committal and indecisive. In the eyes of the Buddha, this renders him akin to a weather vane. At critical junctures, He may align himself with the prevailing winds, but only if he perceives that he stands to gain. His own quasi-saintly cultivation complicates matters. Should he find himself opposed, it could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, he presents a report. Ideally, the two saints would reprimand him, instilling a sense of dissatisfaction within Maitreya, which would naturally lead him to side with his own interests. Unbeknownst to them, this would fortify his position. How clever he is. No wonder he has attained the status of Tathagata. The Buddha could not help but commend his own stratagem with a hearty approval. The voice of the Bodhisattva was notably serene. Yet the Buddha could discern the suppressed ire beneath the calm exterior. After all, not long ago, Tathagata had expressed his intention to resign, leaving him with a reservoir of pent-up frustration. The news of Maitreya indulging in alcohol only exacerbated his vexation. He found himself perplexed. The once hallowed Buddhist realm now appeared somewhat tainted. Especially peculiar were the shaven heads, each seemingly clutching a smoking object that struck him as profoundly odd. As for the current state of the pink Great Lane Temple, he felt a twinge of discontent. However, given that it was the Buddhist territory, and considering the impending resignation of that young rascal, he deemed it unwise to voice his grievances just yet. Nonetheless, the smoking contraption must be addressed. The temple's current atmosphere stands in stark contrast to the solemn sanctity expected of the Buddhist headquarters. With a respectful bow, Tathagata prepared to take his leave. Yet, as he had not yet exited the chaos, he sensed a sudden aura descending towards the lower realms, specifically to the Lion Turtle Ridge. He contemplated whether to witness the spectacle, but ultimately decided against it, knowing that some disturbances are best avoided, lest they entangle him in unforeseen complications. In the lower realm, Maitreya Buddha's countenance was flushed from drink, his gaze rendered vacant. Instinctively, he lifted a bowl to pour liquor into his mouth. I wonder if a quasi-saint could drink himself to death. If he could induce a cerebral hemorrhage or some such affliction, that would be quite something. Tang Yu regarded Maitreya with a knowing glance, his thoughts deepening. For some inexplicable reason, Maitreya suddenly shivered and muttered, "Why is there still a gust of wind? Come on. Fatty Maitreya, drink up. Today, Brother 3 is with you. We won't return until we are thoroughly intoxicated," Tang Yu declared with spirited enthusiasm. Maitreya, his eyes glazed, stared at Tang Yu and shook his head. "Brother 3, do you possess magical powers?" This single inquiry caused Tang Yu's heart to momentarily falter. How did he perceive that? It shouldn't be possible. The concealment of heavenly secrets formation had been continuously cast upon him. Even the saints could not discern it. If they could, would they not have uncovered his identity as an unpredictable variable long ago? As Tang Yu pondered, Maitreya pointed at him and continued, "With your two heads. Are you here to engage in transformation with me, or what?" Tang Yu stared at him in stunned disbelief, taken aback. In his heart, he cursed silently. Just moments ago, his heartbeat quickened, fearing he had revealed himself. "You've truly lost your mind," he thought. Tang Yu smiled faintly. "Just a bit more to drink will suffice." Before he could finish speaking, he glanced skyward, where an imperceptible force pierced the heavens and cascaded downwards. Meanwhile, the portly figure opposite him, who had been drinking, vanished without a trace. "Zhuan-Ti, you dare take my drinking companion?" Tang Yu cursed under his breath. "Just wait. I shall plunge into the chaos and teach you a lesson." At that moment, the Buddha Maitreya remained bewildered, calling out, "Third brother, cheers." In an instant, he plunged deep into the chaos. As Zhuan-Ti's magical power dissipated, Maitreya found himself swaying unsteadily in the void, realizing that third brother was no longer present. "Who dares to cast spells in my presence? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" Just as he was about to unleash a furious shout, Zhuan-Ti emerged from the chaos, silently observing Maitreya. "Hic," Maitreya belched. "As a member of the Buddhist order, is this behavior acceptable?" Zhuan-Ti's voice was laced with barely concealed anger. "Who are you?" Maitreya retorted with audacity, a hiccup escaping his lips, his aura brimming with power. Clearly ready to engage in a brawl, Zhuan-Ti's gaze turned even colder, his lips twitching slightly. In the spiritual mountain, the Buddha sat on his small stool, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Maitreya's plight. After all, in the Buddha's eyes, falling into the hands of those two ancient beings meant inevitable suffering. As he pondered this, the Buddha instinctively touched his own face. "Ah, spare my life." A wretched voice echoed as a disheveled figure flew from the chaos and landed heavily in the main hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly. Chapter 332. The Buddhist order's smoking ban. Maitreya's cheeks were swollen, blood trickling from his nostrils. Utterly disheveled as he crashed to the ground of the great thunder sound temple, the assembled Buddhas gazed at him in disbelief. The Tathagata blinked. This outcome was precisely what he desired. Indeed, those two ancient beings had given Maitreya a thorough beating, and he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. While they had also struck the Buddha, at least it occurred in the chaos, and each time he returned, the Buddha healed his wounds. Thus, although he faced punishment, it was not in front of a large audience, preserving some semblance of face. In contrast, Maitreya had been completely exposed to the scrutiny of the entire spiritual mountain. He had lost all dignity. No one could save face in such a situation, least of all Maitreya, who was a prominent figure within the Buddhist community. In the realm of Buddhism, who was unaware of Maitreya. Now, presented before the assembly of Buddhas in such a pitiable state, he could not possibly restore his dignity. As the Tathagata had surmised, Maitreya lowered his head, unable to meet the gazes of the assembled Buddhas. He indeed felt a sense of embarrassment. In a realm where even the Buddha was unaware of the chaos that had unfolded, action was taken. Indeed, Maitreya Buddha had also intervened. In this regard, he surpassed the Buddha himself, for the Buddha had been struck by the saints numerous times without ever daring to retaliate. Maitreya, however, was different, regardless of past actions. He possessed the audacity to act boldly, a commendable bravery that stood out. Your conduct is utterly unacceptable. The voice of Zhuan Ti resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the great sound temple, lingering in the air. All the Buddhas instantly knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the saint. Look at your disgraceful behavior. Each one of you, what are you holding in your mouths? Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, some hastily discarded their cigarettes, kneeling on the ground like loyal hounds, motionless. Did they still resemble practitioners of the Buddhist faith? From now on, should anyone dare to hold that in their mouths, know that I will not be lenient. Zhuan Ti huffed, realizing that the Buddhist community needed reform. Otherwise, it was simply intolerable. Maitreya Buddha served as a warning, demonstrating the consequences of smoking. What nonsense is this? We are not allowed to smoke. The dissatisfaction among the Buddhas was palpable. Even the Buddha himself furrowed his brow slightly. Lingji Bodhisattva, who had only recently returned, had yet to report the situation regarding Sha Wujing to the Buddha. Hearing Zhuan Ti's proclamation, his brow furrowed further. This is troubling. He was still holding a considerable amount of contraband. This is a disaster. If this is seized, it would be catastrophic. Although it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, he had invested a significant amount of money in these goods. With Zhuan Ti's initiation of a smoking ban within the Buddhist community, it was inevitable that these goods would be left in his possession. At that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva's mind raced. I could approach the Jade Emperor. Yes, I shall seek out the Jade Emperor and offer him a lower price than what Tang Sung had quoted, thus at least preventing a total loss. Though it pained him somewhat, if there were no other options, he would have to proceed with this plan. Thus, Tathagata, please manage the Buddhist community diligently. With that, Zhuan Ti made his exit, gradually vanishing. The kneeling monks, after what felt like an eternity, slowly rose to their feet. The Tathagata fell into contemplation. Zhuan Ti's maneuver had its merits for him as well. By inciting discontent among the Buddhas through the issue of smoking, it would facilitate his future actions. With this thought, the Tathagata spoke slowly. I believe you have all heard the saint's words. I too have no recourse. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a tray that appeared in the hands of Intu Jiedi. Intu Jiedi, please collect the cigarettes from all the Buddhas. The Tathagata instructed. Intu Jiedi, bearing the tray, proceeded slowly towards the Buddhas. Though they felt a pang of regret, they obediently produced the cigarettes from their persons and placed them upon the tray. After making a complete round, the tray was filled to the brim. Intu Jiedi placed the collected cigarettes before the Buddha. The ancient Buddha of light joined his hands in reverence, continuously reciting the sacred mantra. Due to the actions of Saint Zhuan Ti, the Buddhist community initiated a collective cessation of smoking. This day, the 31st of May, would later be commemorated for millennia as World No Tobacco Day. Maitreya Buddha lowered his head in the grand hall, too timid to lift it, avoiding the gaze of the other Buddhas. After all, having endured a beating, he felt like a wretched dog, unceremoniously cast out from chaos and now standing before his peers, an undeniably embarrassing predicament. Gazing at the mountain of cigarettes before him, the Buddha quietly smiled to himself, claiming ownership of them all. Truth be told, With so many indulging in smoking, he sensed a certain disarray within the Buddhist community. If he were the only one smoking, it would be a different matter entirely. The Buddha took a cigarette for himself and lit it. The other Buddhas turned their attention towards him, a flicker of admiration igniting within them. Just as Saint Zhuan-Ti had departed and commanded the cessation of smoking, the Buddha appeared unperturbed, indulging in his vice. Some of the Buddhas struggled mightily to restrain themselves. While smoking may be precious, life is of greater value. Even the ancient Buddha of light glanced at the Buddha, saying, "Lord Buddha, with Saint Zhuan-Ti having commanded the cessation of smoking, how can you?" "Oh, it's fine. As long as none of you partake. My indulgence should not disrupt the Buddhist path. After all, even the Jade Emperor in the heavenly realm smokes," the Buddha replied nonchalantly. "Cessation of smoking is beyond reach. I shall never relinquish it in this lifetime. While I may disregard my title, I cannot forsake my cigarettes." Upon hearing this, the ancient Buddha of light paused. And all the Buddhas looked on, uncertain whether the Buddha was being intentional, as he smoked languidly, squinting his eyes in sheer delight, tantalizing those below him. In the mortal realm, at Lion Camel Ridge, with the appearance of Maitreya Buddha, the white elephant spirit, along with his entourage, fled in a frenzy. The imposing bald monk from the Tang dynasty was utterly terrifying, even disbanding the pilgrimage team. At that moment, the white elephant spirit felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that the Buddhist community would lay the blame for these events at his feet. If that were to happen, could he still expect peaceful days ahead? A figure followed closely behind them, eventually leading them to Lion Camel Cave. Inside the cave, a group of minor demons was engaged in crafting a coffin. Upon seeing the return of the second king, their work momentarily halted. "What are you doing? Whose coffin are you making?" the white elephant spirit inquired, puzzled. "Reporting to you, second king, this is an order from the great king to prepare a fine coffin," one of the minor demons whispered. After inspecting the coffin materials, the white elephant spirit nodded in approval, saying, "The materials are commendable." Chapter 333. All is lost. The white elephant spirit was somewhat perplexed. Why was his elder brother preoccupied with making a coffin? "Brother, something has happened," he said urgently as the Green Lion King emerged. "Something has gone awry. The pilgrimage team has disbanded, which surely indicates trouble." The King of the Blue Lions sat upon his throne, casting an inquiring glance towards his second brother. The white elephant spirit embellished the tale with fervor, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, he had yet to accomplish anything, and the team had already scattered. He could not help but wonder if the Buddhist order would place the blame upon him. The King of the Blue Lions remained remarkably calm. In fact, during the absence of the white elephant spirit, he had already begun preparations for a funeral. In his eyes, the mere return of the white elephant spirit was a cause for gratitude. He had long since grasped the malevolence of Tang Sanzang. "Brother, as the eldest, I suggest we let them pass. As for the third brother, his affairs are his own concern." The king sighed, reflecting, however. When we sent someone to convey a message to the third brother, it appeared he was hesitant to offend Tang Sanzang further. "Elder brother, I have considered this as well. Yet we have not fulfilled the tasks assigned by the Buddhist order," replied the white elephant spirit. "Accomplished? It seems the Buddhist order is already at a loss. Although they have parted ways, it is inconceivable for the Buddhist order to let this matter rest. They will undoubtedly traverse Lion Camel Ridge. When the time comes, we shall simply allow them to pass." The King of the Blue Lions spoke slowly, expressing his desire to withdraw from the affairs of the westward journey. "What can I do about matters that the Buddhist order cannot resolve? Elder brother, shall we not venture to the third brother and see if he has any solutions?" proposed the white elephant spirit. After a moment of contemplation, the king nodded. "Very well. We shall proceed to the kingdom of Lion Camel shortly." Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yu, concealed in the shadows, overheard their entire conversation. They were prepared to concede. They intended to abandon their quest, yet Tang Yu had no intention of releasing them. He aimed to send them into eternal slumber, but he also pondered how to maximize their value to garner greater fortune for himself. This was the crux of the matter. In the Western Paradise, as reports from Manjushri Bodhisattva and others reached him, the Buddha's brow furrowed in concern. After much calculation, it became evident that there had been no trace of disappearance. Sun Wukong and the others seemed to have vanished without a trace. A variable? To the Buddha, it was clear that some unforeseen influence was at play, likely that of Sha Wujing. He had previously warned Sha Wujing to prepare the Buddhist order for potential tribulations. Yet the boy had not heeded his counsel. "Buddha, it is evident that the fates of Sun Wukong and his companions have been obscured. It is obvious that a variable is intervening, remarked Randall Ancient Buddha. In my humble opinion, we should seek out the sages behind this and request their investigation. After all, the mission to obtain the scriptures cannot be delayed. As the Buddha slowly lit a cigarette for himself, the eyes of all the assembled monks at Ling Mountain widened in astonishment. They had been abstaining from smoking for quite some time, and witnessing the Buddha indulge once more ignited a fervent desire to partake. However, upon recalling that their own supplies had been confiscated by the Buddha, and considering the words of the saint of presiding, they could only endure their cravings. The matter of abstaining from smoking had struck the Lingji Bodhisattva hard, for he possessed a considerable stock, and it appeared that selling them would not be an easy endeavor. However, Lingji Bodhisattva had never contemplated quitting smoking. As long as he refrained from smoking openly, indulging in secret puffs would pose no issue. Besides, he was favored by the Buddha himself, who would undoubtedly remain unconcerned. Indeed, the ancient Buddha spoke wisely. Slowly, the Tathagata Buddha inhaled deeply twice and plunged into the chaos, seeking to divine the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions. Moments later, the Tathagata returned to Ling Mountain, only to find that even the saints could not ascertain any news about Sun Wukong and the others. Could it be that the journey to the west had truly come to an end? The Buddha felt a throbbing headache. It was imperative that they remain united, at least for now. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to offer. The saints, too, were unable to glean any information about Sun Wukong and his companions. The Tathagata's voice carried a hint of emptiness. Cursed Sha Wujing. If not for their cooperative relationship, even the Buddha would have been tempted to strike him down. Why couldn't he just obey? Amitabha. The ancient Buddha of light muttered a prayer, resolute in his determination to locate Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly, so they could reunite and commence their journey, for the pilgrimage to the west could not afford any delays. It was easy for one to speak lightly, but how could they possibly know where to find them? Should they dispatch the entirety of the Buddhist community to search the three realms indiscriminately? What would the ancient Buddha suggest? The Tathagata countered. The ancient Buddha of light was momentarily taken aback, as he had no viable solution either. Surely, the interference of unforeseen variables had rendered even the saints incapable of divining the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions. In the old monk's view, finding Sha Wujing was the key. The ancient Buddha of light asserted that locating Sha Wujing would inevitably lead them to Sun Wukong and the others, for it was Sha Wujing who had orchestrated this entire affair. The question remained, where to search? The Buddha furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that the words of the ancient Buddha were nothing more than idle chatter. Did he not already know that it was Sha Wujing's doing? Well, the old monk had no immediate solution either. The ancient Buddha of light recited a prayer. Let us proceed as such. The Buddha's gaze turned vacant. After a moment's reflection, he instructed, Silver-headed Jyeti, take the four of you to search for Sha Wujing. As you command, Buddha, Silver-headed Jyeti and the others received the edict. Casting a meaningful glance at Lingji Bodhisattva, after a brief pause, Lingji Bodhisattva chuckled and joined them as they departed. To exchange for cigarettes, indeed. Although Saint Quan Ti had advised the Buddhist community to quit smoking, they had already refrained for some time. Thus, they deemed it permissible to reward themselves with a single smoke. Now, even if they indulged, no one would be the wiser. Initially, Lingji Bodhisattva harbored concerns about whether he could keep the contraband hidden, but soon realized he had overthought it. For this habit was not so easily relinquished. They merely refrained from smoking openly, opting instead for secret indulgence. Even the Maitreya Buddha and the ancient Buddha of the lamp exchanged their forms and delved into the chaos, eagerly indulging themselves. The Buddha cast a glance at the Shuangguang mirror. Tang Sung was still at Lion Camel Ridge, wandering about in boredom. He seemed unconcerned about encountering a fierce beast that might devour him. Just as the Tathagata was about to command someone to secretly protect Tang Sung in the mortal realm, he saw Tang Sung riding the yellow master spirit soaring into the heavens. This Tang Sung could not remain still for a moment. The Tathagata murmured, Lingji Bodhisattva, descend to the mortal realm and see what Tang Sing is up to, while also providing him with covert protection. Chapter 334. Your master will have a way. Tang Sung, being a mere mortal, could easily fall prey to some nefarious creature. Thus, the Tathagata took precautions and dispatched Lingji Bodhisattva to safeguard him. Upon receiving the Buddha's command, Lingji Bodhisattva descended to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu rode on a lion, leisurely soaring through the skies at a rapid pace, feeling the refreshing breeze. However, he sensed something amiss. Logically, the Buddhist sect should have long since returned Wukong and the others, yet they had not, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and Lingji Bodhisattva manifested before Tang Yu. "Third brother, what are you up to?" Lingji Bodhisattva inquired with a smile. "Oh, since we've disbanded. I have nothing to do. I thought I might return to the Great Tang to see my elder brother," Tang Yu replied, riding past Lingji Bodhisattva. "Third brother, you can't do that. You mustn't go back. Besides, we haven't disbanded," Lingji Bodhisattva exclaimed, hurriedly chasing after him. Tang Yu ignored him, urging the Yellow Master Spirit to accelerate towards the Great Tang. "Third brother," Lingji Bodhisattva interjected, blocking Tang Yu's path. "You truly cannot return." What exactly was Tang Sung trying to accomplish? Why did he want to return to the Great Tang at the slightest disagreement? The pilgrimage team had already disbanded because of his actions, and Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were nowhere to be found. Could Tang Sung really return to the Great Tang? "Why can't I go back?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Haven't we disbanded? Wukong and the others have left. Am I supposed to go to the spiritual mountain alone? With my meager abilities, I doubt I could reach the spiritual mountain without being devoured by a monster. Are you asking me to commit suicide? Third brother, you cannot return. Rest assured, Sun Wukong and the others will be back soon. You still have scriptures to collect," Lingji Bodhisattva sighed. "Please, listen to me and descend. Then I will first return to the Great Tang to see my elder brother," Tang Yu said. "To be honest, having been away from the Great Tang for so long, I do miss my homeland." "You cannot go back, third brother. You really mustn't return," Lingji Bodhisattva urged, panic etched on his face. If Tang Sing truly intended to go back, it seemed he had no way to stop him. In the West, witnessing this scene, the Buddha remained calm, for he had already anticipated that Tang Sung riding a lion to the heavens could not bode well. There was nothing to be done. The voice of the Buddha resonated with a hollow powerlessness. After a brief contemplation, he flashed beside Tang Yu. "What are you up to, third?" the Buddha inquired, frowning. "Brother, haven't we parted ways? I was thinking of returning to the Tang dynasty directly," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Nonsense. Parting ways? What do you mean by that?" The Buddha reprimanded softly, then his tone softened. "Third, grant me some respect and refrain from causing a stir. Brother, I truly wish to return and see my elder brother. It has been a long time since I left the Tang dynasty, and I am concerned about his health." The Buddha trembled slightly, almost wishing to strike him down. However, had he not held the identity of a seeker of scriptures, he would have likely met a dire fate long ago. "Third, cease this nonsense and descend quickly," the Buddha urged telepathically. "Very well," Tang Yu acknowledged, knowing when to yield. He swatted the yellow wind monster and flew past the two figures. However, he did not return directly to Shichuoling, but instead arrived at a nearby small town. As long as he did not return to the Tang dynasty, he could do as he pleased. Ensure the protection of Tang Sanzang from the shadows. Let him do as he wishes. The Buddha instructed the Bodhisattva Lingji before vanishing back to Ling Mountain. At Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong re-entered the water curtain cave. As he gazed at the walls, he felt an unusual familiarity, as if something within were summoning him. Yet, he found himself powerless against it. This was a Saint S formation, beyond his strength to breach. The golden cudgel manifested, charged with the might of thunder, and struck heavily. Bang! It felt as though the entire Huagua Mountain trembled. The formation twisted, and a great force surged forth, causing Sun Wukong to step back involuntarily, grunting in pain. "You cannot break through here," a voice came from behind him. Sun Wukong turned, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Just passing by. I sensed a familiar aura and thought to pay a visit," the Mother of Li Mountain replied with a faint smile. "Do you know this formation?" Sun Wukong asked. "I do not know, but this is a saint's formation. No one aside from a saint can breach it," the Mother of Li Mountain said indifferently. "You must have felt it as well. Moreover, the backlash from that power has injured you." "The Buddha informed me that a peerless demon is sealed here," Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at the wall slowly. "Yet, I feel an inexplicable familiarity, as if something within is calling to me." Observing Sun Wukong, the Mother of Li Mountain's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. After a moment of silence, she looked at him and said, "If you truly wish to know something, seek out Tang Sanzang. He will surely have a way. You must convey everything to your master with utmost sincerity. As for how he will respond, he undoubtedly has his reasons. However, I believe that even if your master is aware of everything, he will refrain from taking immediate action. The lady of Mount Li expressed all of this in one breath. Why? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. How can you be so certain that my master will find a solution? What lies within is truly a formidable demon. Yet, I sense that this matter is somehow intertwined with my fate. He will indeed find a way. The lady of Mount Li affirmed. As for the nature of this entity, you shall come to know in due time, provided that your master perceives himself as sufficiently powerful or that you are able to advance further. Otherwise, even if he possesses the means to breach this confinement, he will choose not to. Why? Sun Wukong pressed. For your own good. The lady of Mount Li sighed. Because you are far too feeble. Even if you were capable of breaking free now and discerning what lies within, it would merely lead to a tragic reenactment, and you would be powerless to alter anything. Sun Wukong remained silent for a prolonged moment, staring intently at the lady of Mount Li. So, this entity is indeed connected to me? It is not the unparalleled demon spoken of by the Buddha. And my kin from Flower Fruit Mountain are not lost because of it, correct? Sun Wukong's voice was low, as if suppressing his resentment and anguish. His grip on the golden-banded staff tightened, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 335. The weak waters violate heavenly laws. These questions are for you to resolve and verify on your own. The lady of Mount Li spoke softly. Yet I have faith in you. One day, you will comprehend all of this. She gazed deeply at Sun Wukong. Remember my words. If you encounter any issues, you may seek Tang Sung. He will know how to address them, and he may even possess the means to resolve them. I understand, Sun Wukong replied. At some point, the lady of Mount Li had already departed. Gazing at the wall, Sun Wukong felt his heart race. He longed to break through it, yet he knew he was utterly incapable of doing so. He could not breach the sage's formation. Seek out my master. Since the lady of Mount Li has said this, my master must have a solution. With a flicker, Sun Wukong vanished from Flower Fruit Mountain. Inside the building, Zhu Beiji was laughing heartily. In that moment, he found himself grateful for his master, who had provided him with ample medicinal supplies to keep on hand for emergencies. Suddenly, Beiji felt a surge of confidence. As for the pilgrimage, his master had declared it disbanded. So be it. However, the simpleton was aware that disbandment was not an option. The Buddhist sect would not allow it. Thus, he plunged into the brothel, understanding that he must play his part in his master's endeavors. Indeed, he assisted Tang Yu, while some of the ladies in the establishment reciprocated his efforts. Their cooperation, flawlessly executed. Though aided by elixirs, the prolonged, unrelenting battles nonetheless left a sense of fatigue. However, the clever fool chose to remain in the comfort of his quarters, indulging in rest, food, and drink, experiencing a life akin to paradise. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji awoke from his slumber, sensing something amiss. He turned to see a woman clad in garments as white as snow, whose pallid complexion was somewhat alarming. Despite her stunning beauty, her ghostly visage was unsettling. Ruo Shui, he uttered, rising in astonishment at the sight of her. Ruo Shui stood motionless, tears gradually welling in her eyes. She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Beiji's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fairy you, he exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. Ruo Shui conjured a small box sealed with magical enchantments and tossed it to Zhu Beiji, then glanced skyward. Above, a formidable presence descended, heralded by Li Jing and his cohort of celestial warriors. Without uttering a word, Ruo Shui vanished from sight, while a group pursued her relentlessly. Li Jing landed before Zhu Beiji, observing the wooden box in his hands. His initial apprehension gave way to a calm demeanor, even accompanied by a faint smile. Zhu Beiji, the fairy Ruo Shui has breached heavenly decrees by intruding upon the sacred grounds of the heavens. His Majesty has commanded us to apprehend her. The box you possess is a treasure of the celestial realm. I implore you to return it to me, so I may report back to the throne, he stated. Zhu Beiji hesitated briefly before relinquishing the box to Li Jing. Might I inquire, O heavenly king, the reason for Ruo Shui's transgression? In my days as the marshal of the heavenly canopy, I shared a bond with her. If possible, I beseech you to convey to the Jade Emperor for leniency, he implored. As for this celestial matter, the marshal is currently safeguarding Tang Sung on his pilgrimage to the west. I hope you will act judiciously. With that, Li Jing vanished, leading his men in pursuit once more. Zhu Beiji gazed in the direction where Ruo Shui had disappeared, an inexplicable weight pressing upon his chest, as if a colossal stone were crushing him, making it difficult to breathe. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he knelt upon the ground, an unusual flush rising to his face as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Tears streamed from his eyes. Why was this happening? He felt an excruciating pain, akin to a shooting star traversing the sky. Ruo Shui continued her swift flight into the distance, while Li Jing, closing in, beheld the enchanted box in Zhu Beiji's possession. She momentarily halted, a radiant light flickering in her grasp as a long sword materialized, pointing menacingly at Li Jing. Hand it over to me. How audacious, Weakwater, to dare intrude upon the sacred grounds of the heavenly court. Li Jing's voice boomed. The celestial soldiers encircled Weakwater, confining her within their ranks. Yet, Weakwater remained indifferent to her surroundings, fixated solely on the box in Li Jing's hand. Give it to me, she commanded, her voice brooking no dissent. The sword in her hand resonated with a metallic clarity. Weakwater, why persist in this folly? Love burdens both the beloved and the lover. Return with me to the heavenly court to meet his majesty and plead for your pardon. I shall intercede on your behalf, hoping for leniency from the emperor. Li Jing gazed intently at her, his words measured. The celestial beings, armed and resolute, surrounded Weakwater, awaiting Li Jing's command. The world praises the immortals. Yet to Weakwater, the life of a mortal is far superior, filled with the full spectrum of emotions. Even as deities, we are shackled by love and deprived of freedom. Such immortals are unworthy of reverence. Weakwater let out a long, mirthless laugh. Li Jing, you would give it to me? Li Jing's gaze hardened in response, his voice cold. Even if I were to relinquish it, what then? Can you truly break such a seal? After a brief silence, he continued, Weakwater, turn back. This seal was forged from the power you extracted with your soul and set by another. You could indeed break it, but only at the cost of your life. Once your spirit dissipates, the seal shall naturally unravel. Weakwater's countenance shifted dramatically, quickly morphing into a tempest of fury. Her face, pale as snow, radiated unbridled wrath as her aura surged, causing the celestial soldiers to involuntarily step back. Clutching the sword, her hands trembled slightly. Weakwater simply wishes to be with her beloved. What crime is there in that? You are not at fault. Yet to love someone who does not return your affections is indeed a misstep. Li Jing replied calmly. Weakwater, turn back. I shall plead with his majesty on your behalf, advocating for mercy. Her enchanting eyes glistened with sorrow as she stood amidst the throng. Yet they remained fixated on the small box. Give it to me, hand it over. Weakwater's voice dripped with resentment. How reckless, Weakwater. Since you are so obstinately deluded, do not blame me for being unkind. Li Jing bellowed. Seize her. With a single command. The celestial soldiers exchanged glances and charged toward Weakwater from all directions. Chapter 336. Weakwater has departed. Marshal, take care. Weakwater reversed her sword, releasing a cascade of mist. The cries of several celestial soldiers echoed as they were reduced to ash. Weakwater, how dare you wield the waters of the heavenly river in battle? The heavenly river's waters can corrupt even the most adept immortals, let alone mere mortals. A single touch could lead to grievous harm. And you, being born of the heavenly river, can manipulate its waters at will. Yet, you have strayed from the heavenly court into the mortal realm. Should you lose control, even a mere droplet could spell disaster for mortals, turning them to ash. You have forced my hand. A hint of madness flickered in Weakwater's eyes. Hand it over to me. Li Jing once again issued commands. Though the celestial soldiers were somewhat apprehensive, they had no choice but to obey. Simultaneously, the bowl in Li Jing's hand, with its jagged edges, emitted a radiant white light, enveloping the Weakwater. The sword in Weakwater's grasp danced gracefully like a startled swan, resembling a swimming dragon, shrouded in a faint mist. The mist rose and spread, transforming into a colossal dragon that lunged ferociously at the crowd. Some celestial soldiers wailed, disintegrating into ash. The bowl in Li Jing's hand, despite its unappealing appearance, was indeed a genuine sacred artifact. That beam of white light sliced through the dragon, descending with the might of thunder, heavily cascading upon Weakwater. The white figure was sent hurtling back as if an angel had lost its wings, droplets of blood staining her snow-white attire. It resembled brilliant red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, stunningly vibrant and dazzling. Seizing this moment, the celestial soldiers rushed forward, eager to capture her. Suddenly, a flash of light emerged, forcing the surrounding soldiers to retreat. The precious golden rake appeared, and the figure of Zhu Beiji materialized, embracing the white figure with fervor. Weak Water gazed at him, tears streaming down her face as she softly murmured, "Marshal, what do you intend to do?" Li Jing questioned loudly, "Does Weak Water, the fairy, violate heavenly laws? And do you intend to shield her and conspire with her?" The Tianpeng could not dare to respond. Zhu Beiji's expression twisted with conflict as he slowly spoke. "But is there not some misunderstanding in this? Weak Water has been in the heavenly realm for years and would never knowingly transgress the law. I implore King Li to discern the truth and for the Jade Emperor to see clearly, lest a good person be wronged." "Humph, the evidence is irrefutable. What misunderstanding could there be? Tianpeng, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Li Jing, wielding the broken bowl, declared with imposing authority, "Moreover, Tianpeng, you have already escorted Tang Sung to the west for scriptures. Do you still wish to meddle in heavenly affairs?" This statement was a clear indication that he was no longer a member of the celestial court, not the Tianpeng of yore, and thus lacked the authority to intervene in heavenly matters. Weak Water nestled in Zhu Beiji's embrace, slowly rising, her lips still tinged with faint blood. Her already pale face appeared even more ethereal, radiating a breathtaking beauty. "Give it to me." Weak Water's voice sounded almost like a plea. "Weak Water, you ought to surrender." Li Jing commanded, summoning the binding ropes of the celestial. They ensnared Weak Water. Zhu Beiji remained motionless, though the furrow of his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Bound by the celestial ropes, Weak Water did not struggle. Instead, she turned her tear-streaked face towards Zhu Beiji, her lips parting softly. "I am sorry, I have failed." Suddenly, Zhu Beiji lifted his gaze to her. The fairy's snow-like visage before him was breathtakingly beautiful. "Fairy," Zhu Beiji opened his mouth as if to say something. "Seize her. Return her to heaven," Li Jing interrupted. Celestial soldiers advanced, pressing Weak Water away slowly. Yet, she frequently turned her head back, gazing longingly at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji stood motionless, gazing in the direction where Ruoshui had departed. A sense of incompleteness enveloped him, particularly as the pallid visage of Ruoshui flickered repeatedly in his mind, evoking a profound sorrow. After lingering in place for a considerable time, Zhu Beiji ultimately pursued her. In the heavenly court, Ruoshui was summoned. The Jade Emperor, seated majestically above, exuded an air of authority. Had he not been smoking, his presence would have been even more impeccable. The curling wisps of smoke from his lips marred an otherwise imposing demeanor. "Ruoshui, what is your crime?" he inquired, flicking ash from his cigarette, casting an accusatory gaze upon the kneeling figure before him. "What crime could I possibly have committed?" Ruoshui lifted her head, her voice calm and steady. "You trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the heavenly realm and unlawfully extracted certain forbidden items. Are you truly unaware of your transgressions?" The Jade Emperor's voice was icy. "The forbidden grounds? The forbidden items were rightfully mine. I merely reclaimed what belongs to me. What crime is there in that?" Ruoshui suddenly smiled, a boldness in her demeanor. "Impudent. You have violated the sacred laws of the heavenly realm," the Jade Emperor declared. "Bring forth the punishment. Cast her into the depths of the 9 netherworlds, where her spirit shall suffer the torment of 1,000 years of icy flames." The heavenly attendants diverted their gazes, and soon Zhu Beiji's figure slowly materialized, dropping to his knees before the Jade Emperor. Aware that he was no longer the marshal of heaven, he felt powerless to speak. Yet he yearned to beseech the Emperor for Ruoshui's reprieve. "This is a matter of the heavenly court," the Jade Emperor replied softly. "I am aware that I am no longer the marshal, nor a denizen of the heavens. However, during my tenure as marshal, I shared a close bond with Ruoshui, and thus I come to plead for her. I hope your majesty can show mercy and spare her life," Zhu Beiji implored. "Close friends?" Ruoshui echoed softly, turning her gaze towards the kneeling Zhu Beiji, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "This is a matter of the heavenly court. You should return and ensure that Tang Sung completes his pilgrimage to the west," the Jade Emperor ordered. "Take her away." Without resistance, Ruoshui was led away by the celestial soldiers, step by step. "Please take care, Marshal." She turned back, tears glistening as she offered Zhu Beiji a heart-wrenching smile, imbued with a beauty that shattered the heart. Li Jing stepped forward, presenting the box that Ruoshui had stolen. As Zhu Beiji stared at the box, questions swirled in his mind. What could it contain? Why would Ruoshui risk breaking heavenly laws to steal it for him? Standing outside the southern heavenly gate, Zhu Beiji felt disoriented, the image of Ruoshue's final glance and sorrowful smile echoing in his thoughts. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming impulse to rescue her, a sudden emptiness swelling within him. "Greetings, Marshal." A guard at the southern heavenly gate knelt before Zhu Beiji. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the guard as an old subordinate from his days in the River Army. "I am no longer the Marshal of Heaven. Please refrain from addressing me as such." Zhu Beiji replied coolly. "The Marshal shall always be the Marshal. You are not without that title," the guard asserted firmly. "The River Army knows the truth. The Marshal has been wronged. In the celestial realm of the Heavenly River, the vast legion of 100,000 water soldiers still holds on to the hope that one day their Marshal shall return." Chapter 337. There remains a chance. In light of this, Zhu Beiji feels a measure of solace, for there are still those who recognize the injustice he has endured. The intricate schemes of powerful beings have chosen him as a mere pawn in their grand chess game. In this elaborate play, he finds himself unable to break free. "Marshal, if only the water fairy were here," the guard remarked, hesitating as if words lingered on the tip of his tongue. "Is something amiss?" Zhu Beiji inquired. "My subordinate speaks out of turn. I hope the Marshal will take care." The guard pondered briefly before continuing. "The Heavenly River water soldiers shall forever remain loyal to the Marshal. I take my leave." After lingering for a moment at the southern heavenly gate, Zhu Beiji descended to the mortal realm. At Ling Mountain, as Zhu Beiji appeared at the southern heavenly gate, he was immediately sensed by the Buddha. Promptly, he dispatched Manjushri Bodhisattva to seek him out, believing that finding one would lead to the others, including Sun Wukong. Thus, Zhu Beiji had scarcely flown far when he was intercepted by Manjushri Bodhisattva. "Ba, Beiji, hasten back to protect your master," Manjushri commanded with an authoritative tone. "Yes," Zhu Beiji replied, his demeanor appearing somewhat despondent, offering no further words. "Do you know the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing?" Manjushri inquired. Zhu Beiji was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication. It was clear that someone had manipulated circumstances to his detriment. Although he had spent several days in the brothel, he sensed something amiss. While it was unlikely that practitioners of Buddhism would seek him out in such a place, they could easily extract him and compel him to return to safeguard his master. In that moment, Zhu Beiji understood. Could it be the master? There was a strong possibility. "I do not know," Zhu Beiji replied nonchalantly. "Go forth to the mortal realm and protect Tang Sanzang. The journey to the west may be fraught with trials. Yet one must not grow complacent. With sincere devotion to the Buddha, the true scriptures shall be obtained, leading to eventual enlightenment." Manjushri imparted wisdom to Zhu Beiji. "Yes, Bodhisattva." Zhu Beiji thought to himself with a silent curse, though he outwardly acquiesced. As Manjushri Bodhisattva vanished, Zhu Beiji glanced back at the southern heavenly gate. The hauntingly beautiful visage of the blood-stained, tearful smile flickered once more in his mind. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel that image from his thoughts. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu found himself in a secluded inn. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had already returned. As he recounted his tale, Tang Yu was left bewildered once more. There existed a seal of the sage within the depths of Flowerfruit Mountain, yet the Buddha spoke of it as an unparalleled great demon. However, Sun Wukong felt otherwise. Sensing a strange familiarity, by chance, he encountered the mother of Li Mountain, who hinted that Tang Yu would undoubtedly find a solution. This was the essence of Sun Wukong's message. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's brow furrowed. He had already discerned that the monkey was not whole. A part of his spirit had been extracted. Yet, the foolish one lacks the threads of affection. According to the words of Guanyin Bodhisattva, it is highly probable that this is due to the influence of the weak water. Many years ago, the foolish one was enamored with weak water. Thus, for various reasons, he may have been stripped of his azure threads, even some memories possibly lost as well. "Master Wu, I am aware of this." Tang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, "I shall address this matter in due time, but do not mention it to anyone, nor return to Flowerfruit Mountain. And certainly do not attempt to breach the sacred array of the sage with force." Tang Yu was determined to investigate, should his suspicions hold true. Since the mother of Li Shan has spoken thus, it is likely that what is sealed within pertains to the monkey's past memories, and perhaps even that soul. As for the so-called seal of the sage, Tang Yu, with the aid of the system, possesses the confidence to resolve it. However, what then? To allow the remnants of the soul to merge and reclaim their peak combat prowess? Yet, in the end, what can he truly alter? If he were to comprehend the design of the Buddhist sect, it would reveal that they struck down Zixia with a single blow. Moreover, it was due to him that Zixia's eternally indestructible heart could no longer persist in everlasting life. Thus, this monkey would undoubtedly charge towards the west to seek vengeance. Tang Yu was certain of this. Regardless of how formidable and fearsome the opponent may be, he would never shy away, daring to engage in battle. He could be a hero, yet he would never be a fitting ruler. Much like years prior, for the sake of Zixia, he led the kingdom of myriad demons, mobilizing the entire nation to assault the heavenly court. Perhaps, to others, it seems a noble tale of forsaking a kingdom for beauty, but it also resulted in the suffering of countless demons and left the kingdom of myriad demons in a state of disarray for many years. Naturally, the monkey is an essential figure on the journey for scriptures. Regardless, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court would include him in their calculations. Therefore, he cannot escape this fate. Even if he had chosen to remain silent at that time, the Buddhist sect and heavenly court would have employed other means. The process may vary, but the outcome would remain unchanged, for they are merely pawns being manipulated. The foolish one and the dimwit are no exception. The struggles of the powerful, driven by self-interest, often sacrifice others. Master, why? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. To him, his master seemed merely a mortal being. Yet why did the mother of Li Shan assert that his master possessed a solution? Do not concern yourself with it, Tang Yu replied. I will find a way to resolve this. One of them is still wandering and sure to a ridge. Thus he is fully aware of the actions of the blue lion and white elephant. Presently, they have already set off towards the lion-camel kingdom. Consequently, Tang Yu decides to first visit Flower Fruit Mountain to ascertain the situation. As for the golden-winged roc and others, Tang Yu has devised a plan, intending not to allow them to survive. Rising from Shurtua Ridge, Tang Yu made his way towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong remained silent, yet it was evident that he was not in good spirits. Shortly thereafter, the foolish one returned. Only the dimwit was still absent. The West awaited. The Buddha beheld the scene and promptly instructed his attendants to inform others to commence their journey. Although the absence of the three foolish ones signified the removal of uncertainty, it also implied that there remained a chance for this endeavor to succeed. Instantly, the Buddha's expression brightened with joy. As for Sha Wujing, his presence was of little consequence. Perhaps his absence would be beneficial. At the very least, it would prevent a multitude of unforeseen complications during the journey to the west. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha murmured a sutra, suggesting that they should discard Sha Wujing and proceed onward, thus maintaining the possibility of success in their undertaking. The ancient Buddha's words were indeed wise. The Tathagata Buddha nodded with a smile. Tang Sanzang and his companions had already set forth. However, as they entered the lion-camel kingdom, the actions of the golden-winged roc left the Buddhist community astonished. Even Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, for it was utterly unimaginable. This was akin to having the deity cut their hair in the first month. What an audacious child! The Buddha, sensing something amiss, altered his words. This audacious nephew. Chapter 338. The golden-winged roc's maneuver. As Tang Yu entered the lion-camel kingdom, the golden-winged roc himself emerged, accompanied by the green lion and white elephant, to personally extend a warm welcome. His demeanor was exceedingly sincere and courteous. Greetings, holy monk. The golden-winged roc king bowed deeply. I have long heard of your arrival in the realm of Lion-Camel Ridge. Yet I have been occupied with the affairs of the kingdom and could not meet you in person. I hope the holy monk will not take offense. The golden-winged roc king harbored a strong desire not to offend Tang Sanzang and his companions. With the arrival of the green lion and white elephant, who spoke of matters concerning Lion-Camel Ridge, the golden-winged roc king became even more resolute in his intent to avoid antagonizing Tang Sanzang. Thus, as the master and disciples made their appearance, he hurriedly led his entourage to greet them. Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. What is happening here? You are a renowned demon king, the sovereign of the lion-camel kingdom. Could you not maintain a semblance of dignity? How am I to proceed with my plans now? How can I even dare to demand your lives? Suddenly, Tang Yu began to grasp the Buddha's tribulations. Plans often falter in the face of change, leaving one feeling powerless. Your Majesty, what is this? Tang Yu asked, perplexed. The holy monk is being too courteous. There is no need for titles like Your Majesty. Just call me Little Rock. The golden-winged roc king replied earnestly. In Lion-Camel Ridge, my second brother has wronged the holy monk. My elder brother and I have already given him a stern lesson. I hope the holy monk will not hold it against us. The tone of Little Rock suddenly grew severe. Second brother, do you not owe the holy monk an apology? The white elephant spirit hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Tang Yu. In Lion Camel Ridge, I have offended the holy monk. It was due to my ignorance and lack of foresight. I implore the holy monk to show mercy and not to hold a grudge against me. Even at this moment, Tang Yu remained in a state of confusion. The maneuver executed by Little Rock left him at a loss for how to respond. You, at the very least, are a close relative of the Tathagata Buddha. Could you not exhibit a bit of resolve and fortitude? Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, both somewhat speechless. However, Sun Wukong inwardly derided the various demons present, deeming them insignificant. Yet, the rather simple-minded Beiji cast an admiring glance at them. Truly, you are indeed a close relative of the Tathagata Buddha. The mere discernment displayed here is not something an ordinary demon could rival. Regarding his master, Zhu Beiji sensed, albeit faintly, that there was more than met the eye in the concealment of their celestial secrets. Additionally, there was a matter that had long been overlooked. He and his master had been out in the world for many years, yet his master's appearance had remained unchanged. Perhaps it was due to consuming the ginseng fruit. For mortals, eating such fruit would surely imbue them with a trace of celestial aura, even a slight ripple of magical energy. However, this phenomenon was conspicuously absent in his master, who still seemed as ordinary as any human. Reflecting on his master's actions throughout their journey, Zhu Beiji began to perceive that Tang Sanzang possessed considerable abilities. After all, even their celestial secrets had been obscured by him. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of unforeseen changes in the journey to the west. In Zhu Beiji's estimation, it was highly likely that his master was involved. One cannot deny Zhu Beiji's cleverness. The questions he pondered were ones that even many in the Buddhist realm had failed to consider. Truly, he was a former marshal of the heavenly canopy, adept in military strategy and various forms of reasoning. Such trivial matters. Their recent maneuvers left Tang Yu somewhat speechless, compelling him to play along with their conversation. Holy monk, I have already arranged a banquet in the Lion Turtle Kingdom, complete with performances by various demons. I hope the holy monk does not find it unworthy. The golden-winged great Peng stepped aside, gesturing with deference. Holy monk, please. Little Peng. Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. This fellow seemed to know him quite well. Please. The golden-winged great Peng, bowing low with a sycophantic smile, led him into the interior of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. The kingdom was festooned with decorations, banners proclaiming in bold letters, "Welcome, great Tang Holy Monk. Your passage through the Lion Turtle Kingdom brings great honor to our nation." Surrounding them, a line of diminutive demons stood, smiling and bowing as Tang Yu passed. Upon reaching the royal palace, the golden-winged great Peng had already prepared a lavish feast. A row of exquisite female demons stood nearby, casting flirtatious glances at Tang Yu. Little Peng, what is the meaning of this? Tang Yu sat at the head of the table, resembling the king of the Lion Turtle Kingdom himself. Holy monk, these are some of the most enchanting female demons of our realm. Since you have graced the Lion Turtle Kingdom with your presence, it is only fitting that they come forth to entertain you. I hope you do not find it disagreeable. The golden-winged great Peng spoke with utmost humility, anxious that any oversight might incur Tang Yu's displeasure. As he spoke, he signaled to the female demons to attend to the holy monk promptly. Instantly, a throng of female demons approached Tang Yu, each striking alluring poses. Even Zhu Beiji found himself engaged. As for Sun Wukong, the golden-winged great Peng rose and presented a small wooden box to him. Great sage, this is a golden pill I obtained by chance from the Buddhist realm, and today I bestow it upon you. The golden-winged great Peng was quite adept at navigating social nuances. Tang Yu could not help but commend him internally for his astuteness in catering to different individuals' preferences. Recognizing that Wukong was not inclined towards the company of women, he instead offered him a golden pill. I do not want it, Sun Wukong declared. The golden-winged roc smiled sheepishly. Although I am the king of the Lion Camel Kingdom, apart from this celestial elixir, I truly possess little else of worth. I pocketed the item. Tang Yu reached out and seized it. The golden-winged roc was momentarily taken aback. Since the holy monk favors it, I shall bestow it upon him. Furthermore, in my Lion Camel Kingdom, should there be anything that catches the holy monk's discerning eye, he is welcome to take it. It is indeed an honor for our kingdom. Observing his demeanor, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy, finding no fault in his words. Initially, he had intended to eliminate them, but after this display from the golden-winged roc, he felt a pang of reluctance. Perhaps he was too kind-hearted. In the West, The assembly of Buddhas blinked in astonishment at this scene, then turned their gaze toward the Tathagata. The golden-winged rock's actions left them utterly bewildered. The Tathagata remained silent, his expression darkening. Initially, it was presumed that with Sha Wujing absent, there would be no unforeseen variables, and thus this trial still held a chance of success. However, no one anticipated that his uncle would suddenly intervene with such humility towards Tang Sanzang, providing him with lavish hospitality, even arranging for female demons to attend to him. The Tathagata's head buzzed, and he felt faint, toppling from his small seat. "Master," the assembly of Buddhas exclaimed in alarm. "No worries, I can still hold on." The Tathagata replied as he regained his footing and straightened his seat, peering into the mystic light mirror. Moments later, he chuckled, a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. "So, you still have tricks up your sleeve?" Originally, with Sha Wujing's absence, the Buddhist community believed this trial had a significantly higher chance of success. After all, without variables, there would be little room for unforeseen complications. Yet, none could have foreseen the golden-winged rock's unexpected maneuver. While the Buddhist community was not brimming with confidence, they at least held some hope. Yet now, it appeared all was lost. The ancient Buddha Randall sighed deeply, his face betraying exhaustion. Seated on the Tathagata's small bench, the Tathagata furrowed his brows, cigarette in mouth. Through the mystic light mirror, he observed Tang Sanzang entering a room, embraced by several female demons. What they were about to do was hardly a mystery. The Tathagata waved his hand to close the mystic light mirror. Given the current circumstances, it seemed prudent to abandon this trial altogether. The Tathagata proposed that perhaps this trial could be forsaken. The failure of this trial stemmed from internal factors, namely his ineffectual uncle. Could one expect him to take action and facilitate the trial's completion? That seemed implausible. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances. Although they too wished to abandon the endeavor, it was wise to speak less on matters concerning the journey to the west. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha Randall recited a sutra. "Master, in my humble opinion, it would be best to observe how the golden-winged rock and others arrange the situation next, and seek a way to facilitate the completion of this trial. What say you? It would be prudent for the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra to descend to the mortal realm and issue a warning to the blue lion and white elephant, urging them to devise a means to overcome this challenge. This could be seen as a subtle reminder to the golden-winged great Pung as well." The two Bodhisattvas, harboring silent ire, lamented the audacity of this ancient figure who seemed intent on endangering their steeds. As Tang Sanzang and his companions ventured into Lion Troop Ridge, they remained perpetually anxious, fearing that the blue lion and white elephant might inadvertently meet their demise. When the Buddha finally proposed to relinquish the endeavor, they breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to descend to the mortal realm to retrieve the blue lion and white elephant. Yet, at that moment, the ancient Buddha unexpectedly commanded them to warn the blue lion and white elephant, urging them to find a way to navigate this trial. If even the Buddha found this challenge insurmountable, what hope could the blue lion and white elephant possess? Thus, the decree of the ancient Buddha stood. The serene voice of the Tathagata suggested that Manjushri and Samantabhadra descend to convey the message to the blue lion and white elephant, urging them to do their utmost to facilitate this trial. "As you wish, O Buddha," Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged glances, each wearing a mask of resignation. Meanwhile, at Flowerfruit Mountain, as Tang Yu entered the water curtain cave, he sensed the fluctuations of a formation set by a sage. Upon careful examination, he sought counsel from the system. Is there any way to enter without detection? The sage's formation was intricately linked to its own aura. Any disturbance would be sensed. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. This was the first time the system seemed at a loss. The formation retained a focal point. Locating it would halt the concealment of the formation, allowing deeper access, albeit with the risk of detection. What he desired was to remain unseen. The system's voice resonated in his mind once more. The host can breach this barrier. What? Tang Yu inquired, bewildered. The system responded that it sensed a colorful stone on the host, which contained two distinct powers, one of which was antagonistic to the forces here, thus enabling him to breach the barrier. However, this would result in the formation's destruction. A colorful stone? Tang Yu paused, then recalled that after revealing his identity to Taishang Laojun at Eagle Cry Gorge, he had been given this stone, which was said to hold great significance for Sun Wukong. Despite his current cultivation level allowing him to transcend to the quasi-saint realm, He had never sensed the latent power within the colorful stone, always regarding it as an ordinary rock due to the absence of any peculiarities. The exact purpose of the stone had long puzzled him. Yet now, a flicker of understanding began to dawn upon him. The colorful stone bore two distinct powers, one of which could dismantle this formation. But what of the other power? What means existed to unveil the truths concealed within? Tang Yu pressed on with his inquiries, for even his eye of heaven and earth could not discern the underlying mechanisms, only revealing the vague traces of the formation's rotation. He harbored some speculations regarding the sealed entity here, but sought further confirmation. The heavenly eye pill, upon consumption, promised the ability to pierce through all illusions, albeit with a mere 15 minutes of efficacy. The cost was a staggering 100,000 fortune points. 100,000 fortune points? For just a quarter of an hour? Although Tang Yu had grown affluent, this expenditure still felt somewhat extravagant, and the fleeting duration seemed a tad wasteful. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided to make the exchange. With the consumption of the heavenly eye pill, Tang Yu gazed through the array, revealing a glimpse of the monkey. Its form appeared hazy, lacking the solidity of a physical entity. It knelt partially, its body inclined forward, bound by 5 chains as thick as an arm. These chains were fastened around its limbs and waist, occasionally flickering with a faint crimson glow. Powerful waves of magical energy emanated from the chains, particularly from the thickest one around its waist, which pulsed with intense force. Even Tang Yu felt a shiver in response to the potent magical aura. Sun Wukong. Indeed, he had been fractured. As Tang Yu's mastery of the Eye of Heaven reached its initial stages, he had observed his 3 disciples. Sun Wukong was missing a soul, and his primordial spirit bore a significant wound. However, the Supreme Laozi had later gifted him a pill that facilitated his healing. The second fool lacked emotional ties. The monkey appeared exceedingly frail, its figure so faint that it seemed as if a gust of wind could disperse it entirely. Yet, as it lifted its gaze, its eyes remained filled with an indomitable spirit. Even as a remnant soul, having fallen to such depths, it retained its defiance. It seemed inherent to its nature. In stark contrast to the current Sun Wukong, who was timid and devoid of any semblance of arrogance, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. Is someone there? The injured monkey rasped, scanning its surroundings. Vaguely, it sensed the presence of an observer. Is it you, Tathagata? Despite being ensnared by the Xiantian chains forged by the sage, it still retained its perception, a natural gift. Much like humans can feel when someone is following them without needing to look back, certain animals possess an even keener sense of awareness. Chapter 340. Salutations to my king. The injured monkey scrutinized its surroundings before bowing its head to the ground. Regardless of whether anyone was present, it had grown indifferent to such matters. It could not break free from this confinement. However, if someone was indeed watching from the shadows, it surmised that it was unlikely to be the Tathagata. Had it been the Tathagata, he would have directly opened the array, ceased the great formation, and entered. Yet, it seemed that the individual outside possessed considerable skill, capable of seeing through the sage's array. Tang Yu withdrew his gaze, letting out a silent sigh. He could indeed breach this place and rescue this fragment of a soul. But then what? If the Buddhist sect were to learn of it, the monkey would likely still tread the path that fate had laid out for him. Thus, all his efforts have become utterly meaningless, merely a tragic repetition. Just moments ago, while gazing at the monkey, I introduced myself as Tang Sung, your master. No, he is not his master. He is the mentor of Sun Wukong, not the former king of demons. After a considerable time, Tang Yu departed from this place, certain that one day he would return. A chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The cultivation of the colorful marvel tree has been completed. The system's voice resonated once more in his consciousness. It dawned on Tang Yu that he had extorted a seed of the colorful marvel tree from Maitreya Buddha, subsequently entrusting its cultivation to the system. The colorful marvel tree thrived, its vibrant greens glistening. This was a cherished treasure of Zhuanti, now finally brought to fruition. Tang Yu blinked, contemplating the tree before him. It is widely recognized as Zhuanti's artifact. Thus, utilizing it seems to hold no relevance to himself. After some reflection, Tang Yu made his way to the Jade Void Palace of the primordial Heavenly Venerable. He had long held disdain for this old fellow, particularly for his shameless collaboration with the two from the West, interfering in the affairs of the journey to the West. They even conspired together to mend the grand formation in hopes of uncovering unforeseen changes. Long ago, Tang Yu had marked the primordial heavenly venerable in his heart. But without an opportune moment, he could do little. At Shizheoling, it must be said, the golden-winged Great Peng truly knows how to entertain. Some exquisite female demons lavished attention upon Tang Yu, while another version of himself wreaked havoc outside. Amidst laughter and revelry, after leaving the kingdom of daughters, he had seldom unleashed his power. Finally, an opportunity to engage in combat had arisen. Moreover, this was the gracious intent of the golden-winged Great Peng, which must not be squandered. Such is the plight of humanity. Tang Yu found himself reluctant to act, yet he could not disregard the goodwill of others. Life is indeed arduous. Just as Tang Yu languished in the embrace of gentleness, the golden-winged Great Peng and his two companions deliberated in the shadows. In the eyes of the golden-winged Great Peng, simply allowing them passage was sufficient. As for the tribulations, that was a concern for the Buddha, not theirs. However, the Qing lion and white elephant fretted over the possibility of failing their Buddhist duties and facing reprimand. They were filled with unease. After all, the Buddhist tribulations had been numerous and unfinished. Missing one more would not make a difference. They could address it later. The golden-winged Great Peng remarked, "You have discerned Tang Sing's malevolence. Just observe his demeanor. Does he resemble a monk in any way? If you have a plan, act upon it. I shall not participate." With that, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. The Qing lion and white elephant exchanged glances. Just as the white elephant was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. The two hastily rose and knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Bodhisattva." The two bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, materialized before them. The golden-winged Great Peng cast a fleeting glance at the two, then closed his eyes once more, entirely dismissing their presence. "The Buddha has summoned us to contemplate a solution, urging you both to devise a means to facilitate the resolution of this formidable challenge," declared Bodhisattva Puxian. "Complete it? How shall we accomplish such a feat?" Presently, Tang Sing enjoys a regal existence in the Lion Troop Kingdom. Moreover, the golden-winged rock has yet to intervene in this matter. Just the two of them, let alone the formidable Sun Wukong, pose an insurmountable challenge, lamented the king of the Green Lions. "We are indeed aware of this dilemma, yet we remain bereft of a suitable course of action. We humbly seek your guidance, Bodhisattva," he continued. The king of the Green Lions expressed, "We too lack an appropriate strategy. Nonetheless, you must act according to the circumstances," replied Bodhisattva Wenshu, his brow furrowing as he spoke with an air of resignation. It was evident to him that the Buddha had lost hope regarding this trial. The mere act of sending the two down was but a formality, a testament that the Buddha had earnestly strived to address this challenge. Having said this, the two bodhisattvas departed, leaving the green lion and the white elephant in a state of bewilderment. Act according to the circumstances? What does that even mean? Questioned the king of the Green Lions. In critical moments, it is still the golden-winged rock that holds the key. Have you not discerned? The bodhisattvas merely passed through for appearances, Sake, and thus there is no need for you to be troubled. What opportunity is there to act? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the green lion and the white elephant brightened with understanding. Indeed, my brother speaks with wisdom. Meanwhile, Tang Yu found himself in a lavish chamber, accompanied by two exquisite female demons, engaged in mirthful revelry. Given his prowess, he could have managed more, yet for the sake of his well-being, he ultimately chose the two most beautiful. The rest were left to the two simpletons. Though the women were enchanting, one must remember not to indulge excessively. The two demons exerted their utmost efforts in serving the esteemed monk of the Tang dynasty. Tang Yu found himself in a quandary, as he originally intended to eliminate all three demons. Even in his mind, a plan had begun to form. However, no one anticipated the golden-winged rock's intervention. Not to mention the Buddhist sect, even Tang Yu was taken aback by the lavish hospitality offered. How could he bring himself to harm those who treated him so generously? Yet, refraining from such action would yield little in terms of fortune. Thus, Tang Yu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong roamed the Lion Troop Kingdom, which bore a semblance to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As a shadowy figure emerged, the surrounding demons knelt in reverence. "Greetings, Queen." Sun Wukong turned to regard her. The woman, clad in inky black attire, her hair simply tied back, exuded an air of coldness. Her expression was devoid of warmth, chilling as ice. Despite her striking beauty, she radiated an aura of extreme aloofness, as though even a prolonged gaze could freeze one in place. Does this place feel familiar? The dark-clad woman inquired, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Sun Wukong's face. It resembles the kingdom of 10,000 demons, yet lacks the harmony present there. Sun Wukong responded, I have heard that the former Lion Troop kingdom was rife with slaughter and cruelty. However, in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the creatures do not engage in wanton slaughter. Indeed, this place was once a terrifying realm. The woman in black spoke. Later, I arrived here intending to organize this place like the kingdom of 10,000 demons. However, before I could take any action, the king of the golden-winged great Peng arrived and transformed this place into its current state. Yet for me, it has never truly felt like the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Are you familiar with the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the woman. The woman in black stepped back 2 paces and suddenly knelt on the ground, proclaiming, Kingdom of 10,000 demons, Lan Shuling, pays homage to my king. Chapter 341. You are no longer the demon king. Sun Wukong's expression remained calm, devoid of surprise. It seemed this woman was once a denizen of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, only to later arrive in the Lion-Camel kingdom, seeking to unify this realm. No wonder certain aspects of the Lion-Camel kingdom bore a striking resemblance to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It appeared all of this was orchestrated by her. The surrounding demons watched in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves. Their queen had actually knelt before this monkey. Some demons were aware of her identity. This woman was the former demon king, but upon the arrival of the golden-winged great Peng, her powers had been sealed. Her demeanor was aloof, rarely leaving her quarters, and few had seen her, except for a handful of elder demons. There were even whispers among the lesser demons questioning her existence, speculating whether she was real or had already passed into the afterlife. As the lesser demons exchanged furtive glances and whispered, they had indeed heard of the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Yet, even a name as resounding as his should not compel their queen to kneel before him. She had never bowed before the golden-winged great Peng either. Sun Wukong took a step back, perplexed. What is the meaning of this? The kingdom of 10,000 demons, Lan Shuling pays homage to my king. The woman in black repeated softly, still kneeling. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, poised to speak, when the golden-winged great Peng approached. His expression was cold as he helped the woman rise, casting a glance at Sun Wukong that held a hint of hostility. With a smile, he said, This is my queen. You must have mistaken her identity. I hope the great sage will not take offense. Supporting the woman, the golden-winged great Peng began to lead her toward the palace. The woman looked back, her expression still indifferent and frigid. Yet her eyes seemed to convey a myriad of unspoken words to Sun Wukong. Release her. The Rui Jingu Bang materialized in Sun Wukong's hand, pointing accusingly at the golden-winged great Peng. Release my compatriot from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Your compatriot from the kingdom of 10,000 demons? The golden-winged great Peng paused, turning to scrutinize Sun Wukong. He chuckled lightly. The great sage, the beautiful monkey king of the water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, self-proclaimed as the great sage equal to heaven. What connection do you have to the kingdom of 10,000 demons? I demand that you release her, Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. This is my queen of the Lion-Camel kingdom. Surely the great sage must be mistaken, the golden-winged great Peng replied coolly. If the great sage wishes, I could engage in a friendly spar with you. Sun Wukong pointed the iron staff at him, unwavering. The lesser demons gathered, standing behind the golden-winged great Peng. This scene, once belonging to him, was now transformed. He once soared like the golden-winged rock, raising his arm and summoning a multitude of demons to join him in his battles across the realms. Among the throng, he stood as an unparalleled figure. Now alone, he grasped his iron rod tightly, gazing into the distance at formidable foes. A fleeting bitterness flickered at the corners of Lan Shuling's mouth. The air around them crackled with tension, as if a great battle was on the verge of erupting. In the West, the Buddhist sect observed eagerly. Why? Because once the conflict commenced, it could lead to significant challenges. Thus, could they refrain from anticipation? Go forth, Sun Wukong, confront him. The Buddha, Sakyamuni, found himself stirred with excitement, only to quickly regain his composure, straightening his posture and clearing his throat to alleviate his lapse in decorum. Amitabha. It seems this trial may yet hold promise, the ancient Buddha of light remarked, somewhat animated. Initially, the situation appeared dire due to the golden-winged rock's actions, seemingly heralding its demise. However, Sun Wukong's unexpected intervention brought a glimmer of hope. Thus, one should not rush in the face of adversity. Until the final moment, hope remains. Gazing at the woman clad in black, the ancient Buddha of light pondered briefly before speaking. I must inform the Buddha, regardless of the eventual outcome of this trial. I believe this woman cannot be permitted to remain. Why? Inquired Sakyamuni. Presently, under her governance, the kingdom of 10,000 demons has transformed dramatically. Should the golden-winged roc and his allies return, the lion troop kingdom would undoubtedly fall under her control, coupled with the strength of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. That would be a formidable force. While the upper echelons of the lion troop kingdom and the kingdom of 10,000 demons may not rival the Buddhist sect, the sheer number of lower-tier demons constitutes a significant power. Given the actions she has undertaken, it is inevitable that she will return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Once united, this could pose considerable complications. Therefore, from the perspective of this old monk, this woman must not be spared. If she were to perish, the lion troop kingdom would descend into chaos once more, easily quelled. The ancient Buddha of light concluded his thoughts with conviction. His reasoning was sound. Should the lion troop kingdom truly fall into her hands and join forces with the kingdom of 10,000 demons, they would wield tremendous power. The only deficiency compared to the Buddhist sect would be in the upper echelons. However, the number of lower-tier demons is vast, especially under the woman's reformation. The demons of the kingdom of 10,000 demons have evolved significantly. The battle from years past, even now, sends shivers through the ancient Buddha of light's heart. The fearless demons, willing to sacrifice themselves, launched devastating assaults against the heavenly deities. You may be a Deluo golden immortal, strong and unmatched in single combat. But if we cannot defeat you individually, we shall resort to self-detonation. Fear not, for we are numerous. If 10 cannot prevail, then we shall send 100. If that fails, 1,000. We are prepared to risk our lives against you. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Thus, the heavenly realm suffered tremendous losses at that time. Had it not been for the intervention of the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong might have truly shattered the heavens. To prevent such calamities from reoccurring is paramount. The ancient Buddha of the lamp prepared to intervene ahead of time, intending to stifle everything in its infancy. Upon hearing this, the Buddha furrowed his brow slightly and blinked twice. If this woman were to lead the lion troop nation along with the myriad demons to unite, it would indeed form a formidable force. Given that I am currently in collaboration with the myriad demons nation, their potential rise would also be beneficial to me. Let me ponder this matter, spoke the Tathagata Buddha, as he turned his attention once more to the mortal realm. Tang Yu sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. With a yawn, he emerged from his chamber, appearing as if he had just awakened. Xiaopeng, what are you all up to? He inquired, rubbing his eyes. Holy monk, it's nothing serious, just a misunderstanding with the great sage, replied the golden-winged Dupeng with a smile. Sun Wukong remained silent. His iron staff still pointed at the golden-winged Dupeng. Great sage, what is the meaning of this? It's merely a misunderstanding, the blue lion and white elephant approached, attempting to mediate. She is one of my myriad demons nation. Sun Wukong glanced at the woman in black. Wukong, Tang Yu admonished with a furrowed brow. But you are no longer the former king. Chapter 342. Trouble at the Jade Void Palace. At these words, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at his master before lowering his iron staff, the imminent clash that had been brewing dissipated with Tang Yu's arrival. The golden-winged Dupeng escorted the woman back to the royal palace. Lan Shuling cast a complex look at Sun Wukong before slowly departing. Her expression once again growing cold and indifferent, like a block of ice, devoid of emotion. Perhaps only in the presence of Sun Wukong did her demeanor reveal even the slightest fluctuation. You are no longer the former demon king. Even though she belongs to the myriad demons nation, there is no need for you to act, for you are incapable of doing anything now, Tang Yu sighed. Following the actions of the golden-winged Dupeng, this predicament had essentially reached its conclusion. They would surely return to the Western Paradise. As for the woman, Tang Yu had gleaned from the murmurs of the surrounding minor demons that she was the former queen. With the golden-winged Dupeng returning to the Western Paradise, it was certain she would remain here, continuing her role as queen. Yet, one could only wonder whether those fools in the Western Paradise would take action against her. Moreover, Tang Yu had recently observed that Sun Wukong seemed somewhat fixated on the affairs of the myriad demons nation. This was not a favorable sign. If this continued, and the denizens of the Western paradise, or even the heavenly court, noticed his anomalies. Who could say if they might not act against the monkey? Should the monkey truly become an unpredictable variable, Tang Yu believed the Western Buddhist sect would undoubtedly strike again. This was precisely why, despite knowing the whereabouts of that soul, he dared not take action. If that soul were to merge with Sun Wukong now, others would certainly intervene. Tang Yu and his companions still could not alter the situation. In summary, they remained far too weak. The pre-Saint tribulation had weighed heavily on Tang Yu, yet he still hesitated to transcend and break through this barrier. Upon witnessing the monkeys and the issues plaguing Beiji and the others, Tang Yu felt an increased sense of vigilance. Should they discern the upheaval stemmed from him? He harbored fears of the two ancient beings lurking behind the Buddhist sect and what actions they might take against him. The might of a sage was beyond his capacity to withstand. In days of yore, Sun Wukong had withstood two quasi-saints, exhibiting formidable strength. Yet he too had fallen victim to schemes. Thus, amassing fortune was of paramount importance. With sufficient fortune, he could transcend directly from quasi-saint to sage, alleviating his concerns about exposure. "Master, I understand," Sun Wukong murmured, his head bowed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Witnessing the once mighty demon king reduced to such a state weighed heavily on Tang Yu's heart. Upon returning to the royal palace, the golden-winged great Peng expressed his regrets, saying, "There has been a misunderstanding with the great sage. I hope the holy monk will not take offense." "Not at all." Tang Yu waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. The golden-winged great Peng clapped his hands, and a multitude of little demons entered to commence the feast. Shortly thereafter, a bevy of enchanting female demons also made their entrance, each one beguiling and captivating, dancing with grace that entranced the soul. Even Tang Yu could not help but admire the hospitality of the golden-winged great Peng. The lavish treatment made him feel like an honored guest. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to linger in the Lion Troop Kingdom. Well, it seems that is not entirely out of the question. I shall depart when those insufferable monks from the Buddhist sect come to press for my return. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being was seated cross-legged in meditation, adorned in a pristine Taoist robe that emanated an ethereal aura. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing a powerful surge of magical energy sweeping toward him. Under this formidable force, the Yushu Palace trembled and collapsed, trapping several Taoist disciples beneath the rubble. Others were caught in the magical wave and were instantly obliterated. Zhuan-Ti, the primordial supreme being, roared in fury. He had sensed the presence of Zhuan-Ti's seven-colored wonderful tree long before, but had assumed it was a call for urgent discourse. Little did he expect this shameless entity to unleash devastation upon the Yushu Palace, resulting in the loss of several disciples. "Zhuan-Ti, our paths shall not cross in harmony," he bellowed, swiftly restoring the palace to its former glory, for it would be a source of great embarrassment to him, a sage, to have his sanctuary destroyed. With anger propelling him, he charged into the chaos, yet a sense of confusion lingered within him. Had he truly wronged Zhuan-Ti? After all, their relationship had been one of cooperation. Why then this treacherous assault? Yet, it was indeed the seven-colored wonderful tree of Zhuan-Ti, still adorned with a green leaf. Observing the enraged primordial supreme being plunge into the chaos, Tang Yu remained unhurried to depart. This was the domain of the primordial supreme being, undoubtedly rich with treasures. Therefore, having made the journey, it was only fitting to take a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, several Taoist disciples exchanged bewildered glances, as if caught in a surreal dream. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Jade Void Palace? Once again, a surge of magical energy swept through, instantly rendering several individuals unconscious. Observing the resplendent tree in his grasp, Tang Yu couldn't help but admire its splendor. Truly, it was worthy of being a treasure of the esteemed Zhuan-Ti, extraordinary indeed. Without delay, he began to meander through the Jade Void Palace. As a sage and the leader of the Chan sect, the original heavenly venerable possessed an unfathomable depth of resources. Unlike Tian, who, during the divine punishment tribulation, faced defeat and not only saw many of his disciples converted by Buddhism, but was also imprisoned by Hongjun in the chaos, leaving him destitute. The original heavenly venerable, however, was a different story. Just to mention the mat beneath him, it was a treasure in its own right, one that could be taken away without a second thought. Deep within the chaos, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In, the two elder brothers, had recently lost the desire for seclusion. Zhuan-Ti, in particular, was filled with anxiety. The journey to the west tribulation appeared to be nearing its end. Once it concluded, how would they accrue merit? They were both in dire straits, awaiting the completion of the journey to repay the merits owed to the heavenly Tao. If they could not settle their famine debts, what would happen when the heavenly Tao came to reckon with them? Thus, the two were troubled. Following the last incident where Buddha Sakyamuni expressed his intent to resign, Zhuan-Ti found himself without even a sounding board for his frustrations. He genuinely feared that a single slap might chase Buddha away. Amidst these trials, the two were intentionally or unintentionally keeping an eye on the developments. In their view, the Buddha's responses to the issues at hand were not flawed. Yet, where did the problem truly lie? The brothers were perplexed. According to Little Lie, Sha Wujing was the variable responsible for the series of complications in the journey to the west. Behind him, at least two saints were scheming, a notion that held considerable weight. It seemed necessary to find a moment to visit the Jade Void Palace for an earnest discussion with the original Heavenly Venerable. Speaking of which, the original Heavenly Venerable was truly treacherous, ostensibly collaborating with them while secretly instigating turmoil. Zhuan-Ti's voice of fury reverberated through the depths of chaos as the original Heavenly Venerable approached in a state of rage. Chapter 343. It wasn't me. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why had the original Heavenly Venerable come? His arrival was timely, as they were just about to seek him out. Zhuan-Ti stepped forward, momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. At that moment, the original Heavenly Venerable resembled an enraged bull, glaring at Zhuan-Ti. Zhuan-Ti, how dare you destroy my Jade Void Palace? Upon hearing this, Jane opened his eyes, sensing that something was indeed awry. He swiftly appeared beside Zhuan-Ti. What are you talking about, original Heavenly Venerable? Zhuan-Ti inquired in astonishment. What am I talking about? The original Heavenly Venerable, filled with fury, laughed incredulously. Zhuan-Ti, you have gone too far. With that, his aura surged violently as he charged forward. Zhuan-Ti was filled with confusion and a sense of frustration. What on earth was happening? You intervened in the journey to the west through variables, pretended to collaborate with us, infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and before we could confront you, you come seeking us out to strike. There was no time for further contemplation. He hastily summoned his magical powers. In the midst of chaos, two individuals engaged in a fierce battle, though both were saints. The disparity between the strength of Zhuan-Ti and Yuan Shi Tianzun was evident, with the latter gaining the upper hand and beginning to inflict significant damage. As Zhuan-Ti's senior brother, Jane could not stand idly by while his younger disciple was being attacked before his very eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he too intervened. You truly have no shame, just as before. Do you think I fear you too? Yuan Shi Tianzun's fury reached its zenith. This is intolerable. I cooperated with you in the journey to the west, yet you turn your backs on me. You dare to strike secretly and ruin my sacred ground. I am still a saint. If this gets out, how will I face the world? With that, a fierce clash erupted in the depths of chaos. The other saints sensed the turmoil. Laozi was perplexed. Weren't they supposed to be allies? Why are they fighting? Observing Yuan Shi Tianzun's fierce demeanor, it was clear he was genuinely enraged, even summoning the celestial auspices. It seemed a fight to the death was imminent. Tian, watching the three saints battle, burst into laughter. To be honest, Yuan Shi Tianzun did not intend to risk his life, but now he cannot back down. Several saints are watching. How embarrassing it would be if he faltered now. The two saints from the west shared similar thoughts, causing the battle to intensify. Haha. Yes, fight. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Attack Zhuan-Ti first. Injure Jane while you're at it. What are you doing? Have you fallen asleep? Get in there. The three combatants paused momentarily at this commentary, their expressions twitching with irritation. They were tempted to retaliate against Tian, but dared not do so, for he was formidable, second only to Laozi in strength, and his unpredictable nature made him all the more dangerous. What are you all doing? Laozi bellowed. The three saints exchanged glances and, with a collective huff, momentarily ceased their attacks. What is happening here? Laozi questioned again. Greetings, elder brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun said, bowing slightly to Laozi, his voice tinged with indignation. I was meditating in the Yusu Palace when I sensed Zhuan-Ti's aura. Just as I prepared to greet him, he unexpectedly swept through with the seven treasures mysterious tree, devastating my sanctuary. You're talking nonsense, Zhuan-Ti retorted, pointing at Yuan Shi Tianzun. I have been in the chaos for many days and have yet to step outside. Humph, do you take me for a fool? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, producing a leaf from the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Is this not a leaf from your precious tree? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Zhuanti was utterly bewildered. This was indeed a leaf from his 7 treasures mysterious tree, but how could this be? Jane glanced at Zhuanti, a slight frown creasing his brow. Could it truly be his junior brother at fault? After all, Zhuanti had previously schemed against Yuan Shi Tianzun with cunning intent. Perhaps he had manifested in disguise. However, the child was not meticulous in his actions, failing to clean himself properly, and was caught in a compromising situation. Yet, there is an inconsistency. If one were to project oneself elsewhere, then naturally, the guiding presence would also be aware. It is not I, truly, it is not I, proclaimed Zhuanti emphatically, striving to prove his innocence. Nevertheless, the evidence was irrefutable. The leaves of the 7-colored wonderful tree were indeed tangible. Furthermore, the onlookers had deduced that the aura of the 7-colored wonderful tree was distinctly felt within the Jade Void Palace. No matter how Zhuanti attempted to argue, it was futile. He was akin to mud stuck in his trousers, unable to provide a clear explanation. Zhuanti, you are indeed shameless. The evidence is conclusive. Yet you still defend yourself, thundered the primordial supreme being in a fit of rage. I swear it is not me, Zhuanti lamented, nearly in tears. I have been enshrouded in chaos. Brother, you must vouch for me. Who does not know of the shamelessness of the two of you from the West? The primordial supreme being, exasperated, blurted this out, only to regret it immediately. Indeed, the expression on Jane's face darkened. Are you suggesting that my brother and I fear you? Jane retorted, please mind your words. Regardless, it was not I who committed the act, Zhuanti asserted. However, primordial supreme being, your words are most unbecoming, tarnishing the reputation of my brother and me. Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for being impolite. The primordial supreme being stood there, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had spoken without thought. Everyone was aware of the lack of integrity of the two from the West, and though it was a common belief, to voice it so openly was inappropriate. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder said, it is merely a misunderstanding. Let us disperse. The three exchanged glances. Since the elder brother had spoken, they could not continue to argue. Yet, discontent lingered in their hearts, particularly for Zhuanti, who felt deeply wronged, having done nothing at all. In the Jade Void Palace, wherever Tang Yu passed, there was nothing but desolation. Reflecting on the past glory of the Buddhist sect, one could discern the current state of the Jade Void Palace. However, this could not be blamed on Tang Yu, for the palace was filled with treasures. Even the undergarments worn by the primordial supreme being were refined artifacts, offering a unique experience. Had he not feared the possibility of illness from the old man, he might have donned them himself. Of course, there was also the concern of being detected. Nevertheless, such garments could still yield some fortune. Tables and cushions, whatever he saw, he took. Wherever he went, there was nothing left. Gazing upon the Jade Void Palace, Tang Yu realized it was a treasure in itself. Never mind. He would forego the palace. One must leave a thread of mercy in human dealings. However, the plaques must be taken. As Tang Yu passed through, not a single tile remained. Thus, the Jade Void Palace was left utterly vacant, standing alone with nothing inside. Chapter 344, where third brother tread. Not a tile was left. One wonders how the primordial supreme being would react upon returning to witness this scene. Would he not be driven to madness? Although overall, the Jade Void Palace did not possess as many treasures as the Buddhist sect. However, all are exquisite. Thus, if they were to be exchanged for fortune points, the yield would undoubtedly be greater. Within the Jade Void Palace, several young acolytes lay bare upon the ground, stripped of their garments. To maintain decorum, Tang Yu turned them over, positioning them face down. Only then did he depart with a sense of satisfaction. Before leaving, however, Tang Yu left behind numerous items within the Jade Void Palace, all intended for the original inhabitants. In the Lion Camel country, the golden-winged roc gazed at Lan Shuling and remarked, "Are you not afraid of harming him in this manner?" A flicker of emotion stirred in Lan Shuling's eyes, yet her countenance remained icy and silent. "You are far too impulsive," the golden-winged roc sighed, shaking his head as he exited. In the Lion Camel country, Tang Yu was treated like royalty. He truly had no desire to leave. He pondered the whereabouts of the three simpletons, finding it quite perplexing. Logically, the Buddhist sect should have summoned him back by now, yet they had not. Oh well, he thought, a person of such stature cannot simply vanish. After a fleeting moment of concern, Tang Yu settled into the throne of the golden-winged rock, observing the graceful dance of the female demons below, a smile gracing his face as he nodded occasionally. The enchanting dancers, intentionally or not, approached him, their skirts swirling and exuding delightful fragrances. The expression of the simpleton, Ere Dai, appeared unusually pale. "Master, when shall we set forth?" he inquired. "There is no need for haste. We shall depart when the Buddhist sect urges us." Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Ere Dai contemplated this and soon grasped the essence of his master's leisurely approach. Noticing the pensive demeanor of Sun Wukong beside him, Tang Yu addressed him, "Wukong, you are no longer the king of the 10,000 demons, nor the great sage equal to heaven. You are merely my disciple, tasked with escorting me to the west for scriptures." Sun Wukong raised his gaze towards Tang Yu. He partially understood the sentiment behind these words. Yet a veil of confusion lingered. "Master, I comprehend," he nodded, albeit uncertainly. 8 precepts. Tang Yu subtly obscured the celestial secrets and quietly inquired, "That woman in black, did you see her? Who is she?" "She was once among the denizens of the 10,000 demons. During the great battle of Yore, she was vanquished. Her essence reduced to a single reed. After being plucked by Lady Nuwa, she absorbed celestial energy and eventually took form," Zhu Beiji explained in hushed tones. "Oh." Tang Yu responded with a hint of indifference. "Fortunate to have survived? Perhaps it is indeed related to the celestial energy bestowed by Lady Nuwa. Zixia, the multicolored stone, the reed, are all manifestations of her essence. Was this all an unintentional act of Lady Nuwa, or was it deliberate?" In the Western paradise, the assembled Buddhas observed Tang Sanzang, who was engrossed in the dance with an unperturbed expression. The Buddha of infinite light even lit a cigarette for himself. "This trial has nearly reached its conclusion. It is time to bring back the green lion and white elephant," he commanded. "Prepare to conclude this trial, and also, Manju and Samantabhadra. Please urge Tang Sanzang to set out promptly and speak to him courteously." Given Tang Sanzang's disposition, if no one prompts him, he might linger until the new year. "As you wish, Buddha." The 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, stepped forward to accept the Buddha's decree and descended to the mortal realm. "I humbly inquire, O Buddha, how shall we deal with the golden-winged Great Pung?" The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp inquired further. "Should we also eliminate the woman, Lan Shuling? The golden-winged Great Pung shall certainly be summoned back. As for this woman, it is prudent to allow her to remain in the Lion Troop Kingdom. After all, her presence can help maintain order there, preventing the chaos of the past," declared the Tathagata. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to add something. When the Buddha continued, "The ancient Buddha's intentions are well understood, yet this woman poses no real threat. Should any unusual movements be detected, we can eliminate her at any moment. Amitabha, the Buddha speaks wisely." The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp recited a mantra. The Tathagata smiled inwardly. The reasoning behind this was ultimately for his own benefit. The kingdom of all demons is currently in a cooperative relationship. Thus, if it grows stronger, it will also benefit him. As for the so-called risk of nurturing a tiger, the Tathagata harbored no concerns. When the time comes for him to act independently, he could utilize the kingdom of all demons as a vanguard, leading the charge. It is likely that this would result in significant losses for the kingdom of all demons, rendering them no longer a threat. However, the kingdom might also be contemplating a similar strategy. The Buddha's plans were thorough, meticulously crafted, and he considered them foolproof. All he needed was a suitable opportunity to gather allies and establish his own domain, free from the constraints he had long endured. The years of grievances had accumulated to a breaking point. The painful memories of past humiliations lingered, causing him to wince at the thought. The assembly of Buddhas was essentially resolved, and the treasury of the Buddhist realm had also become enriched. With wealth and capable individuals at his disposal, what could possibly hinder his ambitions? The only thing lacking now was a chance. In the depths of chaos, the various interpretations from the goddess of enlightenment were causing distress. The feeling of being unjustly accused was unbearable. Yet, the primordial supreme deity remained unconvinced. The rainbow marvelous tree was your treasure. And who else could it belong to but you? Meanwhile, Tongtian narrowed his eyes, contemplating the audacity of Tang Sanzang. Was he truly so formidable as to use the rainbow marvelous tree to frame Xuanti? One had to admit, the execution of this scheme was rather exquisite. Tongtian could not help but commend him inwardly. The Supreme Lord Lao also began to harbor doubts. At the moment when Tang Yu broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, a hint of his aura had leaked, which he had sensed. Thus, he too began to question. It seemed that an opportunity to test Tang Sanzang was necessary. The gaze of the Supreme Lord Lao suddenly deepened. At that moment, the primordial Supreme Deity's body trembled violently. Cursed be it. With a long howl, he rushed towards the Jade Void Palace in a frenzy. What is this? There is no decorum whatsoever, shouting and causing a ruckus. Being associated with such people as a sage is truly a disgrace, Tong Tian remarked disdainfully. Yet, considering the primordial Supreme Deity's hasty departure, it was likely that something significant had occurred. This realization struck several sages simultaneously. Following closely behind, the primordial Supreme Being departed. A long cry resonated from the Jade Void Palace. In disbelief, the primordial Supreme Being gazed at the scene before him, his body trembling with shock. Several young acolytes draped themselves in curtains, resembling monks in their garb, kneeling on the ground, shivering, with their heads bowed in fear. Upon awakening and finding the desolate Jade Void Palace, they nearly fainted from the shock. However, they managed to compose themselves enough to send word to the primordial Supreme Being. With wide eyes, he stared, not daring to blink, his chest heaving violently. After a moment of disorientation, he nearly collapsed from the revelation of the empty palace. Rubbing his eyes, he questioned whether he had indeed arrived at the right place. Approaching the entrance, he sought confirmation of the palace's identity. Given the bizarre circumstances, doubt began to creep in. Looking up, he beheld a sign adorned with crooked characters proclaiming, Chapter 345, The Misunderstanding of Doubt. The sight rendered the primordial Supreme Being momentarily speechless. His complexion flushed, he nearly spat blood in disbelief upon reading the words inscribed. Your family is too poor. The handwriting was exceedingly poor, yet every stroke was unmistakably clear, as if each character were a slap across his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Who did this? The primordial Supreme Being growled through clenched teeth, his body shaking with fury. Years of prestige evaporated in an instant, replaced by the sting of being deemed impoverished. At that moment, the celestial beings Tong Tian and Taishang arrived. They, too, were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Tong Tian's lips twitched as he hastily lowered his gaze, struggling to suppress laughter. Ah, what a talent! Tang Sung is undoubtedly a genius, having raided the lair of the primordial Supreme Being and ridiculed his poverty. It was a marvel that the primordial Supreme Being had not coughed up blood from indignation. His resilience must be commendable. Meanwhile, the two saints from the west exchanged glances, sharing a sense of schadenfreude, for they too had experienced similar thefts within their Buddhist domain, even depleting the waters of the merit pool. Just not long prior, Zhu and Ti had made rounds to replenish their treasury, though they may have felt some discontent, questioning why their treasures were pilfered while others were spared. Witnessing the primordial Supreme Being treading the same path brought them a sense of equilibrium. Furthermore, considering that he was a saint and their witnessing of the theft, it seemed that the primordial Supreme Being would find it difficult to hold his head high for some time. Cough, cough, primordial, we are all deeply pained by this event. But your vast estate surely does not lack for such trifles, Tong Tian offered in consolation. His words struck the primordial Supreme Being like an open-handed slap across the face. Such a grand estate does not lack for these trifles, they said, as if it were mere trivialities. The essence of countless years has vanished in an instant. You can get lost. The primordial Supreme Deity exclaimed in anger. What are you doing? I was merely trying to comfort you. Why can't you recognize a kind heart? Tong Tian muttered. Gradually, the figure of the Supreme Elder faded away, evidently retreating to his abode in the Doshui Palace. Tong Tian soon followed, but not long after. He erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly intentionally loud enough for the primordial Supreme Deity to hear. The entire Jade Void Palace lay desolate and stripped bare. Cushions, tables, and any items within the palace were utterly gone. The primordial Supreme Deity began to calculate, determined to uncover the culprit behind this travesty, vowing to rend them limb from limb. However, after extensive divination, he discerned nothing. Damn those variables, he cursed. It was clearly an issue concerning variables. And through his conversation with the Supreme Elder, he had an inkling of the cause, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual astonishment. This is incorrect. According to Xiao Lai, the variable is Sha Wujing, and at least two saints are involved behind the scenes. Before the emergence of these variables, Tong Tian had been imprisoned in chaos, Thus, he could be ruled out. The remaining two saints' involvement was evident. However, what did the primordial supreme deity mean by this? Could it be that he was not allied with the variables? Or was Sha Wujing mistaken? Primordial supreme deity, do you have no connection with the variables? Zhuanti directly inquired. What is my involvement in your affairs matter? Get lost. The primordial supreme deity retorted, his demeanor far from saintly, resembling more a shrewish woman. Sha Wujing's assertions had been erroneous. Instantly, both Zhuanti and Jane perceived their own thoughts reflected in one another's expressions. The primordial supreme deity was not in league with the variables. No wonder, having already established a collaboration, he would never interfere with the matter of the variables. What benefit would it bring him to disrupt the journey to the west? On the contrary, once the journey was completed, he would reap substantial rewards. How foolish they had been to suspect that the primordial supreme deity had sacrificed himself, infiltrating their ranks to gain their trust, only to covertly sabotage the venture, playing a role akin to an undercover agent. Yet now, upon reflection, they recognized the fallacy in their assumptions. The primordial supreme deity's domain had been pillaged, and his inability to divine the culprit clearly indicated the interference of the variables. If he were allied with them, how could they dare to rob him? This is erroneous, Jane sighed deeply. Zhuanti's expression shifted between dark and light, and after a lengthy pause, he cursed. It's all Sha Wujing's fault for misleading our astute selves. What nonsense were these two shameless individuals spouting? The primordial supreme deity was left bewildered. However, upon surveying the desolation of his jade void palace, he felt a sharp pang of regret. The palace had been completely emptied, and the other saints had witnessed this indignity. As one of the mightiest beings in existence, how could he possibly swallow such an affront? Damn that Sun Wukong! Primordial supreme deity, we have erred, Jane lamented. They laid bare all their doubts, and the primordial supreme being trembled slightly. How could these two fools direct their suspicions towards him? He had already become entwined in the journey to the west. Why would he expend great effort to disrupt it all? However, upon hearing their suspicions regarding Sha Wujing, a faint twitch of amusement flickered at the corners of his mouth, nearly causing him to laugh. What kind of foolishness was this? Although the Jade Void Palace had been stripped bare, the primordial supreme being's mood was not buoyant. Nonetheless, it was a time for composure. He invited the two saints into the Jade Void Palace, where even the cushions and benches had been removed. The primordial supreme being felt a tinge of awkwardness. But the two saints were unconcerned, settling comfortably on the ground in a cross-legged position. Thus, the three renowned powerhouses of the cosmos sat together and commenced their deliberation. The conclusion of their discussion was evident. The primordial supreme being believed that Sun Wukong was indeed the variable, for he had conversed with the elevated monarch. During that encounter, the Supreme Lord seemed to be in a state of tacit acceptance. However, the two Western saints were somewhat non-committal. After all, Sun Wukong was not yet a complete being, and his every action was under scrutiny. Although that monkey had indeed been acting rather erratically recently, upon further consideration, he still had not recalled anything significant. Thus, the two saints remained steadfast in their belief that Sha Wujing was the true variable. Initially suspecting that the primordial supreme being and others were orchestrating events behind the scenes, it now appeared that this was clearly not the case. The only remaining possibility was that the Supreme Lord was intervening and manipulating Sha Wujing, but without absolute evidence. They dared not inquire further. Consequently, they each stood firm in their positions and suspicions, engaging in a discussion and debate. Yet, despite their extensive deliberations, they failed to reach a satisfactory conclusion, as each deemed the other's suspicions valid. The plundering of the Jade Void Palace was not something the primordial supreme being would take lightly. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a doppelganger to descend to the mortal realm, intending to interrogate Sun Wukong, primarily to confirm the truth of his status as a variable. In the Lion Turtle Kingdom, as the saints descended, all the demons felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. One by one, they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Even Tang Yu was taken aback, wondering if they had gone too far and exposed themselves. At that moment, anxiety crept in, a guilty conscience taking hold. The primordial supreme being stood majestically in the heavens, his robes billowing, embodying the very essence of celestial grace. Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of his soul being torn asunder, especially when he dared to glance up at the primordial supreme being. That figure standing high in the heavens loomed like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him powerless and threatening to crush him at any moment. Had he not gripped his golden staff tightly with all his might, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Apart from Sun Wukong, the myriad of demons could only sense the overwhelming might of the sage, yet none felt the weight of such oppression. Sun Wukong gripped his golden staff tightly, exerting great effort, his legs trembling slightly. Zhu Beiji knelt upon the ground, his head bowed low. Casting a glance at Wukong, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned before realizing the situation. He stepped forward, pointing at Yuan Shi Tianzun, inquiring, "Who are you?" Had he possessed the strength, Tang Yu would undoubtedly have charged forward to deliver a blow. A pained cry escaped Sun Wukong's lips as his legs quivered, yielding momentarily. Yet, he still fought to maintain his stance, though it was evident that he could not withstand the absolute power for long. Yuan Shi Tianzun turned his gaze towards Tang Yu, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The sage's might, merely that single glance sent chills through Tang Yu's soul, making him acutely aware of the ease with which his existence could be obliterated. With a fierce and rebellious roar, Sun Wukong finally succumbed, dropping heavily to his knees. "Tang Sanzang, how audacious! Are you addressing me?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice was gentle yet calm, yet it left Tang Yu in a daze, his mind blank, his spirit trembling under the pressure of such absolute power, rendering him nearly incapacitated. He dared not wield his magical abilities in defense, resigned to endure the weight that shook his very soul. Tang Sanzang dares not. "I pay my respects to the sage," Tang Yu hastily corrected himself. A true man knows when to yield. There is no need to seek fleeting glory. However, within his heart, he silently harbored resentment. "You wait until I ascend to the level of a sage. I shall not let you off easily." What was the surname of Yuan Shi Tianzun again? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, turning his attention back to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, do you not yet surrender what belongs to me?" Having just surveyed, he sensed no trace of the lost items from Sun Wukong. Yet, considering Wukong's unpredictable nature, he was certain there were undisclosed methods at play. What items? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate, as if each word drained him of all strength. Dare you deceive me? You even had the audacity to wreak havoc in the Jade Void Palace?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's cold snort reverberated, his aura pressing down heavily. Sun Wukong's previously straightened back involuntarily bent under the oppressive force. Tang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared that his own actions were being attributed to Sun Wukong. Could it be that Yuan Shi Tianzun suspected Wukong to be the variable? "I, old Sun, cannot comprehend your words," Sun Wukong managed to utter, the ground beneath him cracking under the weight of his knees, shattering into fragments. After a deep gaze at Sun Wukong, Yuan Shi Tianzun found nothing amiss. With a slight hesitation, he let out a huff and departed. The demons kneeling on the ground collectively released a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, still kneeling, his expression tinged with both defiance and a hint of humiliation. "Wukong," Tang Yu called out softly. At this moment, it seemed as if Sun Wukong had finally regained his senses. He flashed a smile at Tang Yu, then rose to his feet, shouldering the golden staff, and strolled leisurely towards the palace of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, as if nothing had transpired. In this world, the strong are revered. Without power, one possesses no voice. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Yu cast a lingering gaze towards the direction from which the primordial heavenly sovereign had departed, Yushu Palace. Meeting the eyes of the two saints, Jane and Zhuanti, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt a flush of heat on his face. Could it be that he had miscalculated? It was not Sun Wukong, but rather Sha Wujing. Yet, during his conversation with Lao Jun, it seemed as though he had tacitly acknowledged it. How could this be? From the perspective of our Buddhist sect, the variable must certainly be Sha Wujing, Zhuanti remarked. The primordial heavenly sovereign pondered for a moment and responded, "As we journey through the West, the calamities we have faced are few and far between. If this continues, will we ever have the opportunity to complete our mission? Should we miss this chance, it would be exceedingly difficult for your sect to flourish. Moreover, you two Tao brothers owe a debt of virtue to the heavenly way. How shall you repay it?" The two saints, Jane and Zhuanti, naturally grasped the implications of what the primordial heavenly sovereign had articulated. However, the emergence of the variable left them utterly at a loss. Initially, they presumed that behind this variable, two saints were intervening, which rendered them hesitant to act rashly. Now that the primordial heavenly sovereign had entirely dismissed this notion, it became clear that only one saint was covertly orchestrating these events, and the only one capable of such a feat was none other than Lao Jun. We are well aware of this, Zhuanti stated, yet we find ourselves powerless to resolve it. If indeed it is the elder brother behind this variable, it poses quite a predicament. The primordial heavenly sovereign replied nonchalantly, nevertheless, even if he intervenes, it will merely be from the shadows. He would never act overtly. The journey to the west is an inevitable tide, dictated by the heavenly way, and cannot be altered. The implication of the primordial heavenly sovereign's words was clear. He evidently harbored intentions. Jane and Zhuanti observed him closely, awaiting further elaboration. Furthermore, since the elder brother had already intervened once, he would surely refrain from further involvement. Thus, any actions taken need not provoke his discontent, for he remains concealed in the shadows, orchestrating everything. Should he truly engage openly in the journey to the west, it would expose him, enabling your Western Buddhism to seek justice from him. Even if it escalated to our revered master, your sect would stand on the side of righteousness. The primordial heavenly sovereign's gaze flickered as he continued. In any case, it is merely a matter of a few flags. The manner of completing the journey to the west's tribulations is inconsequential, as long as the final outcome is achieved. Since we harbor suspicions towards different individuals, it may be prudent to cleanse our disciples anew. Chapter 347. Let us change. The primordial heavenly sovereign's intentions were unmistakable. Since we both harbor doubts towards different individuals, let us take action against these disciples and thoroughly cleanse them. Perhaps we could even alter some of their memories. As long as we can successfully complete the journey to the west, the process itself is of little concern, for they are merely pawns in this game. One cannot deny the ruthless nature of the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, his idea is not without merit, since both parties harbor uncertainties in their doubts. It would be prudent to encompass all possibilities. A thorough rejuvenation is in order, allowing them to embark on their quest anew. The three disciples have been restructured, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the variables will become apparent, undoubtedly leading back to Tang Sanzang. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance. Although this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it undeniably serves as a viable solution. Otherwise, if matters were to persist in this manner, the journey to the west would be irrevocably compromised. Seizing the moment. While the situation remains dire, there still exists a glimmer of hope for redemption. Thus, as long as the subsequent tribulations are successfully navigated, recovery remains attainable. Moreover, Shaolai has devised a plan to collaborate with the kingdom of 10,000 demons, utilizing their assistance to address the final tribulation. Of course, this was communicated to them, and they too found Shaolai's strategy commendable, at the very least addressing the forthcoming challenges of the journey to the west. Your words are indeed wise, Dao brother. Zhuanti remarked with a hint of approval, acknowledging the proposal from Yuanshi Tianzuan. As long as the three disciples undergo this renewal, it appears that all difficulties may be surmounted. Tang Yu remained oblivious, for his recent actions had inadvertently provoked the ire of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who now sought to discipline the three disciples. At this moment, he was still blissfully unaware in the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the skies as Manjushri and Samantabhadra, the two bodhisattvas, stood majestically above, gazing down upon the entirety of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Their compassionate voices resonated throughout every corner of the land. Wretched beast. The green lion and white elephant hastily emerged. Kneeling in reverence, we pay our respects to the bodhisattvas. The two bodhisattvas cast a glance towards Tang Sanzang, with Manjushri haughtily declaring, "Bold creature, how dare you descend to the mortal realm without permission? Quickly reveal your true form." "Bodhisattvas, have mercy. I acknowledge my transgressions," the green lion and white elephant implored, promptly revealing their true forms. The golden-winged roc stood nearby, furrowing his brow, before turning to enter the royal palace of the Lion Turtle Kingdom. The dark-clad woman remained at the window, gazing into the distance, her expression serene yet aloof, exuding an air of impenetrable distance. With the arrival of the two bodhisattvas, my elder brothers have returned. I suspect I too shall soon make my way back to the spiritual mountain, the golden-winged roc hastily proclaimed. Now that I have consolidated the Lion Turtle Kingdom, I shall rally the myriad demons into battle. This is the sole act I can offer you, the only legacy I can leave behind. He sighed, continuing, though you have never regarded me with a glance, my feelings for you are genuine. Before I depart, I wish to ask, have you ever considered accepting me? Lan Shuling shook her head without hesitation. You have treated me well. Upon hearing this, A bittersweet smile crept across the golden-winged rock's lips. He then produced a jade seal and presented it to her. This is the royal seal of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, along with the allegiance of formidable demon entities whom I have already warned. They will wholeheartedly support you. However, I sense that the Buddhist sect may target you. Once they set their sights on you, there will be no opportunity for escape. Therefore, in my view, you should return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons as swiftly as possible. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the presence of that woman has, at least for the time being, deterred them from taking reckless actions. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of a collaborative relationship between the Buddha and that woman. Therefore, I propose that upon my departure, you promptly consolidate the Lion-Camel Kingdom and lead them all away from this place. As for those who refuse to obey and are reluctant to leave, I trust you possess your own methods for handling them. The golden-winged roc has also discussed numerous matters with this woman, most of which revolve around her safety. Observing the unveiled form of the Azure Lion King, Tang Yu blinked and then glanced at his companion, Huang Shijing. Instantly, he felt a loss of grandeur. Under his gaze, Huang Shijing could not help but tremble slightly. Throughout their journey, this monk had not engaged in any virtuous deeds. How could Huang Shijing not be apprehensive? A chilling sensation arose within him as he pitifully looked at Tang Yu. Now, with two bodhisattvas descending to the mortal realm and reclaiming their steeds, it was evident that the Buddhist order had prepared to concede defeat. It was disheartening to witness such a lack of resolve. With such a Buddhist order, what significant accomplishments could they hope to achieve? Tang Yu could not suppress his disdain. Just as the Azure Lion King was about to soar into the clouds toward Manjushri Bodhisattva, Tang Yu leaped onto the lion's back, wrapping his arms around its neck and exclaimed, "Whoa!" Upon his ascent, the Azure Lion King dared not move, feeling a profound, innate fear of Tang Sanzang. He was uncertain of what trickery lay ahead. Hearing the exclamation, the Azure Lion King rolled his eyes. "I am a lion, not a horse." Manjushri Bodhisattva grew anxious. "Third brother, what are you planning?" His expression bore a smile, yet his tone was filled with utmost humility and respect. Patting the Azure Lion King's head, Tang Yu grinned and said, "Let us switch. Mine is also a lion." At this, Manjushri Bodhisattva nearly lost his balance in the air. As for the Azure Lion King, Huang Shijing turned to Tang Yu with a look of dismay. Particularly, Huang Shijing felt somewhat wronged. After all they had endured, over a mere disagreement, he would demand a switch? "Third brother, let us not jest," he implored. A grimace that resembled a cry emerged on Manjushri Bodhisattva's face. He was uncertain whether Tang Sanzang was speaking in jest or in earnest. If the latter were true and he truly desired a steed, what would he do? At the very least, from Manjushri Bodhisattva's perspective, he could not afford to offend Tang Sanzang. Before their meeting, the Buddha had repeatedly instructed him to speak courteously to Tang Sanzang. This clearly indicated that even the Buddha wished to avoid antagonizing Tang Sanzang, let alone a mere bodhisattva like himself. Tang Yu remained perched on the Azure Lion King's back, embracing its neck. "I am not joking. Let us switch." "Third brother, that is simply not feasible," Manjushri Bodhisattva replied earnestly. Tang Yu sighed with regret, but still did not dismount from the Azure Lion King. He patted its head. "Then let me take a quick ride. I want to see if it has any power left." "How has the horsepower?" This put Manjushri Bodhisattva in a difficult position. The Azure Lion King gazed at him with a pitiful look, as if pleading for mercy, fearing that a mere ride could cost him his life. A sense of dread began to envelop him. Puxian hastily summoned the white elephant spirit, casting a sympathetic glance at Manjushri Bodhisattva. He greeted Tang Yu, saying, "Third brother, I must take my leave now." With that, he mounted the white elephant spirit and swiftly departed. Chapter 348. Departing from the Lion Turtle Kingdom, Manjushri Bodhisattva wore a troubled expression, gazing longingly at Tang Yu. "I will just take a quick ride around and return shortly," Tang Yu assured him. As if resolved to a great decision, Manjushri clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well. Third brother, do as you wish." With the master's words, the Blue Lion King dared not oppose him. Tang Yu clapped his hands, and the lion understood, leaping into the air and vanishing in an instant. Manjushri's concerns lingered as he intermittently scanned the sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tang Sanzang's return. Moments later, Manjushri descended from the heavens, lighting a cigarette and squatting down beside him. This behavior struck him as somewhat peculiar. Although Zhuan-Ti had commanded the Buddhist community to abstain from smoking, it was not as simple as merely ceasing. Everyone discreetly indulged in secret. leading to instances where the monks of Ling Mountain would slip away to stealthily enjoy a smoke. The Buddha was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he chose to remain silent. Throughout the journey, the Blue Lion King was filled with trepidation, fearing for its own life. Tang Yu rode upon it, soaring through the air, the gentle breeze refreshing. Yet his thoughts grew heavy. It was all too easy to employ certain tactics against the Blue Lion King without it being aware. For instance, the explosive Tian Dan No. 2 could be detonated upon their return to Ling Mountain. However, reflecting on the Blue Lion King's courtesy towards him, he reconsidered. It would not be right to end its life. As a monk, he ought to embody compassion. Thus, he decided to spare its life, unknowingly allowing it to escape the clutches of death. After a while, Tang Yu landed gracefully with the Blue Lion King. Manjushri immediately rose, his face alight with joy. Oh, third brother. During Tang Yu's absence, his heart had raced with anxiety, and now, seeing their return, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Little one, your lion is indeed remarkable. Perhaps we should trade. Tang Yu chuckled as he dismounted. Third brother, do not jest. That is out of the question. Manjushri replied with a smile. Enough, let us go. Tang Yu waved his hand, his impatience evident. Third brother, the Buddha has instructed you to set forth promptly. Manjushri reminded him. Tang Yu shot him a stern look, prompting Manjushri to hastily fall silent and ride away on the lion. Not long after Manjushri departed, the king of the golden-winged Dapeng also bid farewell before returning to the western paradise, entrusting the throne to Lan Shuling. Thus, this tribulation seemed to reach its conclusion, ultimately leaving the ordeal unfulfilled. Moreover, Sanlungzi has yet to return, and his whereabouts remain a mystery, perhaps indulging in leisurely pursuits. However, Tang Yu suspects this may be a deliberate act on the part of the Buddhist sect, as they have cast their suspicions upon Sanlungzi. By temporarily withholding his return to the team, they may ascertain whether he poses any unpredictable variables. Thus, the group of masters and disciples set forth once more. Lan Shuling gazed at Sun Wukong, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, as if countless sentiments longed to be expressed. Yet, ultimately, all of it culminated in a silent sigh. The trials had proven more arduous than anticipated. In the West, the Buddhas remained remarkably composed, for the events unfolded as expected, leaving little room for surprise. Initially, it was believed that without Sha Wujing, this trial would surely fail. The radiant lamp Buddha offered a wry smile, having not anticipated that the outcome would still be as it is. When the golden-winged rock returned to the west, it had already faced the reprimand of the Tathagata. Yet, the rock remained indifferent. Despite the scolding, it was still alive, which constituted a victory in its own right. The Buddha, with a cigarette in hand, muttered in a hollow tone, "Is there still no lead on Sha Wujing?" With the current trial concluded, it was time for his return to the fold. Silver-headed Jiti stepped forward, reporting, "I beseech you, O Buddha, my abilities have proven inadequate. I have yet to uncover any news regarding Sha Wujing. As he is a variable, it is only natural that he conceals his whereabouts from the Buddhist order." The Buddha understood this well. In the old monk's perspective, the temporary absence of Sha Wujing could indeed be advantageous. This trial, originally thought destined for success due to his absence, had taken an unexpected turn thanks to a series of maneuvers by the golden-winged rock, resulting in the current failure. The radiant lamp Buddha remarked, "In my humble opinion, we may well set aside Sha Wujing for the time being. As long as the next trial proceeds according to the Buddhist plan, it should succeed without his interference. Therefore, I suggest we allow Tang Sanzang and the others to complete the upcoming tribulation before reintegrating Sha Wujing. Most importantly, while he remains elusive, we can seize this opportunity to investigate his whereabouts." Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. The Tathagata nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed as the radiant lamp Buddha advises." After a moment, he murmured, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that it may prove challenging." "Why do you say that, O Buddha?" The radiant lamp Buddha inquired, perplexed. "O ancient Buddha, are you aware of what the next trial entails?" The radiant lamp Buddha recited a sutra, Amitabha, "I am advanced in years, and my memory falters. Furthermore, it has been quite some time since I last perused the script, so I am currently unaware of the next trial. However, as the journey progresses, Tang Sanzang and his companions draw ever closer to the west. May I pose a question, O Buddha? Are preparations in place? Do not concern yourself with such matters, for I shall manage the arrangements myself." The Tathagata lit a cigarette, yet his mind wandered into contemplation. They were nearing the west, with the completed trials dwindling. Although there existed a partnership with the kingdom of 10,000 demons and contingencies in place, these were meant solely for his own purposes. Now that all was prepared, he merely awaited the opportunity to act independently. However, when will this opportunity arise? Once Tang Sanzang and his companions reach the Western Paradise. Should the trials of the journey to the West remain unfulfilled, those ancient beings will undoubtedly seek retribution. The current uncertainties embolden him to take action. Yet whether the journey to the West is fulfilled or not, it seems that the variables will no longer intervene at that time. Thus, venturing out independently would become exceedingly arduous. May I inquire, what is the next tribulation, O Buddha? The ancient Buddha of illumination inquired. The Tathagata regained his focus, retrieved the script, and with a dismissive gesture of his fingers, he lit a smoke, turning the pages of the manuscript. What was the previous trial again? The Tathagata raised his head and asked. The assembly of Buddhas gazed at him in bewilderment. Ah, yes, the Lion Turtle Kingdom. Indeed, the Lion Turtle Kingdom. I momentarily lost my train of thought. The Tathagata recollected. What has happened? My memory seems to be waning. Surely, it is due to the burdens of concern. It appears that I have overexerted my mind during this period. I must consume some invigorating elixirs. Glancing at the script, the Buddha blinked and spoke in a hollow voice. This is troublesome. The next tribulation seems dire. Chapter 349. The Buddha's salary. The assembly of Buddhas remained perplexed, all eyes turning to the Buddha. What, indeed, is the next trial? Even before it has commenced, the Buddha has already expressed his profound despair. Although they had lost hope in the trials of the journey to the West, they still clung to a flicker of hope, albeit faint, before total despair set in. What could the next tribulation be? The Buddhas were confounded. It is not their fault for being unaware of the next trial. After all, such an important script is certainly in the hands of the Buddha's leadership. The Tathagata smiled bitterly, raising the script before the assembly, the marriage summons from Tianju. Oh! The Buddhas collectively gasped, exchanging glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even in the absence of Sha Wujing, the transformation of Tang Sanzang throughout this journey has been profound. He is no longer the same Tang Sanzang of yore. The marriage summons from Tianju may not even require anyone else to host. He might find himself ensnared. Have not all previous tribulations unfolded in such a manner? In the absence of urgency from the Buddha, he could afford to slumber for an entire year. The princess of Tianju is none other than the jade rabbit descended from Chang'e. Upon Tang Sanzang's arrival, the embroidered ball fortuitously struck him, compelling her to wish to retain him as the royal consort of Tianju. Given Tang Sanzang's disposition, even without the marriage summons, he would inevitably cause strife. This summons undoubtedly aligns with Tang Sanzang's desires. Thus, in the eyes of the Buddhas, this trial appears utterly futile. It is indeed a lost cause. Yet, having endured so many tribulations already, one more seems inconsequential. Moreover, these matters concern the higher-ups. They hold no relevance to us, the lower echelons. We shall receive our monthly stipends and remain unconcerned with anything else. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of illumination, recited a mantra, eagerly anticipating the completion of the journey to the West. Yet the circumstances do not permit it. In every calamity, he has earnestly pondered and grappled with the unexpected. Yet, his methods of coping remain woefully inadequate compared to the swiftness of misfortune. At this moment, upon hearing of the celestial marriage summons, his heart raced with anticipation. Who has a plan? Speak up. What scheme can be devised to succeed? The Buddha, with a contemplative demeanor, lit a cigarette and inquired of the assembly of Buddhas below. The assembly exchanged glances, rendered speechless, for none possessed a solution. After all, they were merely ordinary monks, civil servants, uninterested in entangling themselves in matters beyond their purview. Their sole concern was to receive their monthly stipend in peace. This was a matter for the higher-ups. Even if the journey to the West were to fail, the responsibility would ultimately rest with the Buddha, leaving them entirely uninvolved. Moreover, most of the assembly had already been swayed by the fragrant offerings of the Bodhisattva Lingji, aware of the Buddha's wavering intentions to pursue an independent venture, and thus had ceased to regard the journey with any significance. Perhaps the Buddha's inquiry was merely a formality, which further rendered them mute. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Observing this scene, the Buddha sighed deeply and turned to the ancient Buddha of Lamp, asking, "Ancient Buddha, do you possess any insights?" "Amitabha, the old monk too has no strategies at hand," replied the ancient Buddha, palms pressed together in reverence, reciting a sacred mantra. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a cigarette, lighting it as he delved into thought. Yet, despite his musings, no viable solutions emerged. In the old monk's view, their only recourse was to respond to challenges as they arose. The pale blue smoke and words simultaneously escaped the ancient Buddha's lips. There was no alternative. The Buddha nodded. Yet he perceived this challenge as formidable. The pace of Tang Sanzang and his companions was indeed rather brisk. This was unexpected. After a moment's reflection, the Buddha grasped the situation. Although it appeared that Tang Sanzang lingered longer in other realms, the adept Yellow Master could soar through the skies. Their prolonged stops belied their swiftness in travel. Thus, the speed of their journey for scriptures seemed to surpass the schedule devised by the Buddhist order. However, Tang Sanzang and his companions were nearing the sacred mountain, while the Buddha had yet to find an opportune moment. Once they arrived at the sacred mountain, instigating an uprising would undoubtedly become more arduous. Contemplating this, the Buddha furrowed his brow. It seemed he must send someone to urge Tang Sanzang to decelerate their journey. Unbeknownst to them, the workday had concluded. Curiously, the assembly of Buddhas did not disperse, gazing expectantly at the Buddha, which perplexed him. Isn't it time to leave? He wondered. The Buddha is distributing wages, Maitreya Buddha whispered. Are the wages being distributed? So soon? The Buddha inquired. Upon calculating the days, he realized it was indeed time for remuneration. He promptly summoned Bodhisattva Lingji to verify. The silver-headed jiti hastily arranged a small stool and table for him to sit at, whereupon the Bodhisattva took out the payroll. Surrounding him, the assembly of Buddhas gathered closely. In the past, it was Guanyin Bodhisattva who had managed the payroll verification. However, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was not present at Mount Ling, thus the task was entrusted to the Buddha. Nevertheless, the Bodhisattva Lingji was quite willing to take on such responsibilities. After all, possessing control over the collective wages of the Buddhist order, his status had already risen significantly due to prior issues related to incense offerings. Even the ancient Buddha of Light treated him with utmost courtesy. With the responsibility of managing the payroll now in his hands, his status further ascended. Yet, upon calculation, Bodhisattva Lingji found himself in a bit of a quandary, prompting him to light a cigarette. Why, you may wonder. It was due to the previous incident involving the theft from the Buddhist treasury, which had resulted in wages being withheld for several months. This time, the Buddha was prepared to issue full compensation. After a considerable duration, Bodhisattva Lingji presented the payroll to the Buddha for verification and signature. The Buddha glanced over the document, made some amendments with his pen, and then signed it, allowing for the distribution of wages. Observing the wages in his hand, Maitreya Buddha furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. It shouldn't be this low. Not to mention, he had maintained perfect attendance this month. Yet, it appeared that deductions had been made. Buddha, there seems to be an error with my wages. Maitreya Buddha expressed his concerns. What seems to be the issue? The treasures and offerings are indeed correct, but the merits you have assigned appear somewhat lacking. Last month, I took 3 days off and did not achieve perfect attendance. However, this month, I have worked throughout. I should have received full attendance, Maitreya Buddha stated, looking at the Buddha. Maitreya Buddha, you have miscalculated. There is nothing amiss, the Tathagata replied calmly. Yet internally he chuckled at the irony. This is what you get for not aligning with me and adopting a vague stance. Let's see how you manage your housing situation with the current exorbitant prices. Moreover, even if you seek a loan, the Buddhist order will not extend assistance. Given that Maitreya Buddha indulges in smoking and drinking, those expenses are considerable, and he likely cannot even afford the down payment now. Conversely, those who had overtly aligned with the Buddha received slightly more. Consequently, those individuals would be wise not to speak out. Chapter 350. Inquiry about the treasury key. Gazing at the wages he had just received, Maitreya Buddha felt no joy in the disbursement. Instead, he sighed deeply. He was well aware of the Buddha's intentions, yet he had not anticipated such treachery, beginning with his wages. Once the salary distribution concluded, the multitude of Buddhas retreated. Bodhisattva Lingji then received a sum, and many Buddhas visited him to purchase cigarettes and alcohol. With wages now issued, there was wealth to celebrate. The Buddha discreetly summoned Bodhisattva Lingji to his chamber. Lingji's face flushed slightly, and the scent of alcohol wafted from him as he inadvertently let out a belch. Prior to this, he had been enjoying a small drink with Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. However, upon receiving the Buddha's summons, he hurriedly excused himself and rushed over. The Buddha frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. You drink without inviting me. Upon reflection, he came to understand that, as his superior, it was perhaps a bit difficult for him to unwind while drinking together. I summoned you here to remind Tang Sanzang to moderate his pace, the Tathagata Buddha stated slowly. Lingji Bodhisattva looked at the Buddha in surprise, noticing that the Buddha had changed into a lighter sleeping robe within the meditation chamber. Now that Tang Sanzang and his companions are drawing closer to the Western paradise, should they reach it, whether or not they succeed in their pilgrimage, the journey would inevitably come to an end. If this continues, once the journey concludes, how could I initiate my plans? Therefore, it is imperative to inform them to slow down. Additionally, send Intu Jiedi and a few others to investigate the whereabouts of Sha Wujing. It is crucial to locate him promptly, as I have important matters to discuss with him. Your command is acknowledged, Lingji Bodhisattva replied, belching slightly as he accepted the Buddha's decree and prepared to descend to the mortal realm. Although drinking was significant, the Buddha's orders took precedence. One cannot neglect their duties for the sake of indulgence. Suddenly, the Buddha called out to him, "Wait, bring me 2 bottles of Erguo-tu." Lingji Bodhisattva hastily produced 2 bottles of Erguo-tu and presented them to the Buddha before descending to the earthly realm. As Tang Yu had just exited the Lion Camel Kingdom, he heard the system's voice resonate. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your recent actions have disrupted several trials, seizing fortune from the Buddhist sect. You are rewarded with 2 million fortune points. This paltry sum made Tang Yu frown. However, he quickly understood that he had merely disrupted a few trials without completely vanquishing them, resulting in minimal rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have pilfered from the Yushu Palace, igniting a battle among saints. Fortune has been seized from the Chan sect, granting you 5 million fortune points. A smile crept across Tang Yu's face. As for the treasures stolen from the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court, including the Yushu Palace, he had yet to fully convert them into fortune points. Opening the system interface, he saw, host, Tang Yu. Cultivation level, Peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Fortune points, 78, 360. 000. Magic treasures, too numerous to display. Though the fortune points appeared substantial, they remained insufficient for Tang Yu's aspirations. It was time to exchange the stolen treasures. Thus, he selected a few items he deemed valuable, discarding the rest into the system. The sounds of ding-ding resonated continuously in his mind as his fortune points surged. After a brief moment, the sound ceased, and he glanced at his fortune points, which had escalated from over 70 million to over 150 million. This would sustain him for several years. Indeed, human lives seemed less valuable than these treasures. Reflecting on his arduous efforts, he realized that despite the many lives lost among the Buddhist sect, the treasures he acquired far outweighed those losses. Master, where is Sha Shidi? Why hasn't he returned? Zhu Beiji inquired, having not seen the gluttonous monk for several days. It's fine. He's a grown man and can't possibly get lost, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. Not far ahead lay a great river. Regrettably, Sansheng is absent, leading to a decline in the quality of their meals. At this moment, Tang Yu finds himself somewhat nostalgic for Sansheng. However, he harbors no concerns, as he believes that the Buddhist realm will eventually return him. He leapt down from the RV and strolled forward, settling himself by the riverbank. As if sensing something, he gazed up at the sky. A beam of light flickered, and the planet Venus appeared in the distance, prompting a smile to spread across his face. Brother San. Due to the increasingly prosperous business of the planet Venus, the supply chain has become somewhat strained. Once again, he had come to seek out Tang Sanzang. Yet, there was another matter at hand, the key to the heavenly treasure vault. During his previous visit to the heavenly treasury, he had carelessly selected some treasures in exchange for cigarettes, one of which turned out to be the key to the heavenly treasure vault. This matter had lingered in the mind of planet Venus, who intended to return the key to His Majesty, which would be a significant contribution. Even if he did not present it to His Majesty, it could be offered to the Buddhist realm for an exchange of goods. Star, what brings you here? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Brother San, I have come to exchange for some items. With a wave of his hand, planet Venus revealed several treasures. After collecting them, Tang Yu exchanged 10 packs of cigarettes, tossing them to Star. That would suffice for a while. Planet Venus hastily stowed the cigarettes away and, with a beaming smile, said, Brother San, I have a matter to discuss. What is it? Well, Brother San, do you remember when I exchanged cigarettes with you and gave you a piece of scrap metal? Is that scrap still around? Planet Venus asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu understood. He rose and pointed a finger at planet Venus, immediately reprimanding him. How dare you even mention it? You attempted to deceive me with a piece of scrap metal. Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Let me tell you, planet Venus, you are utterly shameless to even try to swindle Brother San. With such conduct, how can Brother San still do business with you? Integrity is paramount, yet you chose to deceive me. Planet Venus closed his eyes, enduring Tang Yu's passionate tirade. Brother San, it was my fault. I shall make amends, I promise. He hastily produced 2 magical artifacts. By the way, Brother San, is that piece of iron still around? To be honest, that scrap metal holds some utility for me. Throw it away. A piece of worthless scrap metal would surely be discarded without a second thought, Tang Yu replied. Truly discarded? Planet Venus's eyes widened in disbelief. My dear Brother San, that was the key to the heavenly treasure vault. How could you have disposed of it so carelessly? At the time, he had not recognized its significance and had assumed it was merely worthless scrap. To a mortal like Tang Sanzang, it seemed logical to discard what appeared to be of no value. Another flash of light illuminated the scene as Lingji Bodhisattva appeared by the riverbank. He puffed out his cheeks, his brow furrowed, seemingly in distress. Turning his head, he suddenly heaved and retched. Immediately unsteady on his feet, he tumbled directly into the river. Chapter 351. The Intent of the Supreme Old Lord. Lingji Bodhisattva had indulged a bit too much, and, coupled with his swift flight, he promptly regurgitated and, unable to maintain his balance, plunged into the river. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at Lingji Bodhisattva as he floundered in the water, likely having swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of river water, which only exacerbated his vomiting. Instinctively, Lingji Bodhisattva bobbed up and down in the water, his movements appearing remarkably graceful. At least from Tang Yu's perspective, it was exceptionally elegant. To his surprise, Lingji Bodhisattva's swimming skills were commendable. Tai Bai Jinxing observed this scene and, after a moment's hesitation, waved his hand, casting a spell to retrieve Lingji Bodhisattva from the river. Cough, cough. Lingji Bodhisattva began to cough violently, his expression peculiar, his brows knitted tightly. Are you all right? Are you all right? Tai Bai Jinxing inquired. Ahem. A small fish was expelled from Lingji Bodhisattva's mouth, coincidentally as Tai Bai Jinxing was speaking. Unintentionally, it landed directly in Tai Bai Jinxing's mouth, prompting him to instinctively swallow. Oh, that feels much better, Lingji Bodhisattva said as he sat up, looking quite content. However, Tai Bai Jinxing's face became increasingly strange as he turned his head and began to gag repeatedly. A small fish was then expelled from his mouth, lively and flopping about. It swam in circles before diving back into the depths of the river, vanishing from sight. Tang Yu was utterly stunned, gazing at the little fish in the river. Surely, this fish was extraordinary, imbued with some sort of fortune. Lingji Bodhisattva, Tai Bai Jinxing pointed at him, gagging again. What do you mean by that? I kindly fished you out of the river, and you regurgitate on me. It's truly repulsive. My apologies, Lingji Bodhisattva, now sobered up, offered a sheepish smile to Tai Bai Jinxing, feeling quite embarrassed. He then turned to Tang Yu, saying, hee, third brother. Tai Bai Jinxing gagged a couple more times, but then reflected that the key to the heavenly treasure vault had been discarded by Tang Sanzang, and the incense had already been exchanged. Therefore, there was no need to linger and quarrel with Lingji Bodhisattva any longer. With a heavy snort, he returned to the heavenly court. Little G, what on earth happened? Tang Yu was still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. He had barely grasped what had transpired when he saw Lingji Bodhisattva dive headlong into the river, followed by the ensuing dramatic scene. Third brother, it's nothing. Just a bit too much to drink. Lingji Bodhisattva rose from the ground, glancing around with a somewhat furtive demeanor. Third brother, the Buddha has issued a decree, stating that you should slow your journey. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by this message. He had thought they were already moving at a sufficient pace. Surely, the Buddhist realm would be urging him to hasten his journey. Yet now, he was being informed to take it slower. This left Sangu momentarily bewildered. It was the Buddha's command to slow their journey. Lingji Bodhisattva cautiously whispered in Tang Yu's ear. Oh, Tang Yu replied, still in a daze. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning behind this command, he thought that slowing down could be a good thing. If they were to proceed slowly, then so be it. Even after Lingji Bodhisattva departed, Tang Yu remained in a state of confusion. Master, what is going on? Duiz inquired. Having overheard Lingji Bodhisattva's words, He initially believed that his master had already delayed their journey enough, and that the Buddhist order would insist they set off promptly. However, he was taken aback by the instruction to reduce their pace. I am not certain, Tang Yu replied, still somewhat bewildered, but if we are to slow down, let us rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. We shall see if there are any towns ahead. If so, we can rest there for a few days and wait for San Gengzi. Zhu Beiji chuckled foolishly. What the master says makes sense. Sense. Nonsense. You only wish to visit a brothel. Tang Yu shot him a glance before boarding the caravan, intending to rest. As he stepped into the caravan, he suddenly felt a jolt in his body. To his astonishment, an elderly man clad in green appeared inside, holding a floating dust whisk. Master Tang Senzong pays his respects to the sage. Tang Yu quickly regained his composure and bowed to Taishang Lao Jun, while pondering the purpose of his visit. Has your journey thus far been smooth? Taishang Lao Jun's gaze was calm and penetrating. Under his scrutiny, Tang Yu felt as though his very essence was laid bare, prompting him to shy away from the sage's eyes. Ah, well, it has been rather smooth, Tang Yu replied awkwardly, unsure of Taishang Lao Jun's intentions. From his perspective, the journey had indeed gone well, and he felt that all events had unfolded under the sage's watchful eye, with every action he took fully known to him. If that were the case, why inquire further? Taishang Lao Jun smiled faintly. As a variable, does Senzong possess any magical skills? If not, I would not mind imparting some simple teachings. After all, should you, as a variable, ever be exposed, the two holy ones of the Buddhist order may resort to unexpected actions. Tang Yu's heart raced. He had absolute confidence that Taishang Lao Jun was unaware of his true capabilities. Only the likes of Tong Tian and the mother of Lishan were privy to his cultivation. Yet, hearing the sage's inquiry made him uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu resolved to be honest with Taishang Lao Jun. Since he had asked, it was evident that he held suspicions, and there was no need to conceal the truth any longer. Furthermore, Tang Yu sensed that Taishang Lao Jun seemed inclined to utilize him for some purpose. He extended his hand, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against the sage's hand. In that instant, a faint ripple of spiritual energy stirred. Taishang Lao Jun gazed at him in astonishment. Peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal? No, to be precise, the initial stage of a quasi-saint. He simply has not undergone tribulation. How has Tang Sanzang cultivated himself to such an astonishing degree? Indeed, he was not mistaken in his earlier perceptions. At the moment when Tang Yu ascended to the Daluo Jingxian and faced the tribulations, a faint sense of awareness had already begun to stir within him. Sanzang, truly a variable in this equation. Laozi, with a wry smile, remarked, such rapid progress in cultivation makes us all feel inadequate. Yet, what does it matter if one advances swiftly in their cultivation? Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Tang Yu sighed softly, then spoke with profound significance. It is merely the tribulation of a quasi-saint, yet I hesitate to confront it. If I have Laozi and Tong Tian simultaneously shrouding my destiny, coupled with my own formation to obscure it, I am confident that no one will discern my path. However, Laozi merely smiled faintly and remarked, the path that Sanzang treads is one of proof through strength. Aside from the great Pangu, no one has succeeded upon this road. Should he become aware of the path Sanzang is undertaking, he may very well seek to impede him. Sanzang must exercise caution.